Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Read this please. First things out the get-go, this is an AU. So expect changes. I personally see them as how the story really is, basically how I interpret things, like relationship between Archangel and Vessel, etc., while keeping the essence of supernatural. Now, the points you my friends, need to keep in mind. When the Force is created, he is shielded by his own power, so no one sense that he made it, but it now is a fundamental part of the supernatural multiverse. Don't think when people find out he has the Force that it is going to be funny. No, people who understand will shit bricks. For example, if I told you I had the powers of Superman by wishing it as a kid, will you laugh at me for wanting fictional person's powers or be terrified of me actually having them? Lucien is a good guy, he is a hunter, so don't expect some evil mastermind, Palpatine-type character, or a remorseless, selfish monster. Yes, Lucien can be selfish, yes, Lucien puts his loved ones above others, always, but he does care about people, and wants to help them. And will feel sadness when he fails, and guilt and the like. Don't expect an overpowered character who from the get-go can make Azazel run for the hills. No, my friends, Lucien has no idea how he is going to use the Force to its true potential since he has no teacher. Only can search wiki and the internet and comics and the like for info, and even then, the Force here is not exactly the same since it's based on what he thought it was. I basically pick and choose what the Force can from canon and legends of Star Wars. I'm not yelling, I'm emphasizing. This FIC won't just focus on heaven and hell. I will be exploring the hunting side of the world a lot, since this FIC is focused on the core of supernatural. Hunting things, saving people. The family business. I have my own interpretations of how hunters hunt. Since the plot armor thing sure Sam and Dean have, but not other hunters, and for some reason humans can hunt demons, and other monsters when lesser demons in Season 1 were able to rip off the doors off a plane. Realistically, their heads should explode from a single punch with that much force, apparently 100,000 plus ton of force. So expect exploring hunters using hex bags, magic, etc. Keep in mind, Lucien towards those he considers his, be it family, friends or eventual girlfriend, is kind of a Yandere, i.e. possessive. If this isn't your cup of tea, you have been warned. It is because of Lucien having lost family now after reincarnating. In his first life, having had very loving parents who have constantly been at the risk of losing them because of their own illnesses, making Lucien quite terrified of being alone, causing this nature of his. For those wondering why I wrote him like this, because Yandere MCs are rare, and I find them interesting. Edited in part, so, as you all know, this FIC will have a heavy focus on hunting. Meaning going on cases, monster of the week and the like. But, unlike in the show, things gained from it won't be put under the rug, like the time Sam literally lifted Thor's fucking hammer, which is the Myth one not Marvel one, meaning heavy ass shit and with lightning, god, powers, and he never fucking used it again. Still pissed off at that if you haven't noticed already. I will explore the hunting world, meaning the mythical beings like the Norse, Olympians, vampires, werewolves, witches and the like, but based on genuine in real-life lore, not only supernatural lore. The alpha vampire and alphas of the other creatures were just so bloody underused, nothing special about them besides a bit stronger, more knowledge and age. Which is stupid in my opinion. Some special creatures of their species will have more lore-like abilities, like transforming into bats for example. When it comes to vampires, I know I'm using vamps as examples a lot, but they're the most commonly known. Also, since I don't want to have more than 90% BOCs when it comes to the hunting aspect of monsters, I am going to add the Vampire Diaries / the originals into this fanfic. Only that, no other shows, otherwise it would get convoluted. I think you guys also don't want so many OCs. TVD/TO can fit seamlessly, with no problems in Supernatural. Simply Esther trying to create a more powerful form of immortality, based on existing vampires, and Silas and Katsia's spell. Trying to erase the desire and need for blood but failing. Creating the originals a much more powerful form of vampire than the more common one. The originals themselves will have some novel powers so that they can fit in with the lore-like abilities of some other vampires. Edit 2, Elena is a Nephilim like in the Vampire Diaries books, keep that in mind. Well, in the books it's never explicitly stated, but she does get to have angelic powers, so I'm taking that concept into this. I have also honestly been thinking to maybe pair up Lucien and Elena, a better Elena, the one from Season 1 before Damon set his hooks in on the naive girl, and traumatized her and desensitized her to his evil actions. By snapping her brother's neck because she refused to kiss him, unknowing that Jeremy had the ring, so fully intent on killing him, played on her sympathy, asking for a kiss when on his deathbed. And when she tried to get back Stefan and be loyal to him, he constantly tried to have her abandon him, and I don't care for the excuse that Stefan is a ripper and would take years to return to normal, since Damon still tried to get in her pants. If you don't already release, I don't like Damon as a person. Good character, but I dislike him as a person. Betrayer, traitor, ungrateful, going after his brother's girl, and all that. Elena and Lucien would fit pretty well together, the good Elena I mean. Good Elena is loyal, ready to die for her friends and family, is understanding of being a person that, special and desired to be used by others, with her being a doppelganger and Lucien the chosen one. Well, I hope you enjoy. See you all later. Bye. Chapter 2, and so he remembers. Lucien. Wake up. His mom's voice carried from the stairs below. The 9-year-old's eyes fluttered open, momentarily confused before remembering, no school today, as he groaned and tried to sink deeper into his cushion and sleep more, but his mom continued to call him. He annoyed, stretched, small fingers reaching toward the ceiling adorned with glow-in-the-dark stars, arranged in a way like the real stars, something he'd insisted on when Mom had helped him place them. From downstairs came the familiar sounds of the coffee maker's gurgle and Adam's cartoon's laughter. Lucien swung his feet to the floor, wincing as bare skin met cold wood. Lucien. I've called you 5 times by now. Pancakes are getting cold. Kate's voice carried up the stairs. The boy groaned as he rubbed his eyes with his hands. Okay. I'm awake. I'm coming down, just a minute. He pulled on a worn Star Wars t-shirt, the Millennium Falcon faded from too many washes, and hurried downstairs. The kitchen smelled of maple syrup and coffee. Adam, already seated at the table, had somehow managed to get syrup in his hair despite being 7, an age when he really shouldn't still have trouble with not doing that. There's my sleepyhead, Kate smiled, dark circles under her eyes betraying her night shift. She ruffled his hair as he passed, a gesture he pretended to dodge while secretly enjoying. Big plans today. Lucien slid into his chair, eyeing the perfect stack of pancakes. Can we finish the Star Wars movies? We still have the last one. Adam bounced in his seat. Yeah. I want to see if Darth Vader gets the good guys. Return of the Jedi is the best one, Lucien stated with authority despite never having seen it. Something about the title just felt right. But we have chores first, right, Mom? Kate raised an eyebrow, coffee mug paused halfway to her lips. Sometimes you sound 40 instead of 9, you know that. She shook her head with a smile. Yes, chores first. I've got night shift again, so Mrs. Peterson will come over. And yes, you can watch Star Wars, but Adam needs to be in bed by 8. Has Dad called? Adam asked, mouth full of pancake. The kitchen fell quiet save for the ticking clock. Kate's smile tightened slightly. Not yet, sweetie. He's working. You know how busy he gets. Lucien felt the familiar tightness in his chest whenever John Winchester was mentioned. Their father's visits were rare comets, brilliant, exciting, and gone too quickly, leaving only the darkness of absence behind. He'd been supposed to visit this weekend. He'll call, Lucien said with certainty he didn't feel. He always does eventually. Kate's grateful glance didn't escape his notice. He'd become adept at stepping in when Adam asked the hard questions, giving his mother breathing room from having to explain. Can Tyler and Marcus come play today? Lucien asked, changing the subject. As long as you stay in the yard where Mrs. Peterson can see you, Kate answered, already clearing dishes. And Lucien dash. I know, keep an eye on Adam. She smiled, placing a kiss on his forehead. My responsible boy. By noon, the Milligan front yard was full of water balloons being thrown and Nerf weapons being used. Tyler and Marcus from next door had brought reinforcements, Tyler's cousins visiting from Duluth, creating an epic siege that had the neighborhood ringing with battle cries. Adam, stay behind the tree. Lucien called, noticing his brother wandering into the crossfire. With uncanny timing, he pulled Adam back just as a water balloon splashed where he would have been standing. How'd you know that was coming? Adam asked, wide-eyed. Lucien shrugged. Just saw Tyler winding up. The game continued until Kate called them in for lunch, sandwiches cut into triangles, they taste better that way, she always insisted, and apple slices arranged like stars. Are you excited about the movie tonight? Kate asked, wiping mayo from Adam's chin with practiced efficiency. Yeah. I want to see the space battles. Adam punched the air enthusiastically. I want to see if Luke saves his father, Lucien said quietly. Kate tilted her head. You mean from Darth Vader? No, Anakin is his dad, that's who he gotta save. I want to see if Luke saves him from Palpatine. Luke's gotta want to, right? No one should abandon their dad. And there it was, the passion towards family, that is almost an inherent trait in Winchesters. After lunch, while Adam napped, still needed at 7 though he'd never admit it, Lucien helped Kate fold laundry, a task he found oddly satisfying. Mom, he asked suddenly, hands stilling on a half-folded towel, does. Before he stopped himself. Does what, sweetie? his mom asked, curious and concerned at him falling so uncharacteristically silent. Does Dad love us? Are we a burden? Is that why Dad isn't around while other people's dads are? You say it is because of work, but I know you're lying. I know Dad's lying. I can feel it, you're all lying. But why are you lying? Why won't you just tell the truth? Is all he wanted to ask, but shook his head. Never mind, he muttered as he continued. The afternoon dissolved into evening. Dinner was pizza ordered from Tony's downtown, a rare treat that showed Kate's exhaustion more than anything else, since she preferred homemade meals. Mrs. Peterson arrived at 6, her gray hair in its perpetual bun, smelling of peppermints and wearing the same cardigan she'd probably had since the 70s. Now you boys be good, Kate said, already in her nurse's scrubs. I'll be home by 3. Straight to bed after your movie, understand? Yes, Mom, they chorused. I love you both. She kissed them each, lingering a moment longer than usual with Lucien. Be good for Mrs. P. The door closed behind her, and Mrs. Peterson settled into the recliner with her knitting. One movie, then bed. Those are the rules. Yes, Mrs. Peterson, Lucien answered politely while Adam nodded vigorously. They rewatched The Empire Strikes Back, more for Adam who didn't remember all that happened, Lucien deciding to oblige, despite wanting to see the final one. But as the ever-doting older brother he is, he didn't want Adam sad. Mrs. Peterson dozed off halfway through, her knitting needle still in hand. Time for bed, boys, she announced when she startled awake at the credits. We'll finish the trilogy another day. But Mom said we could watch them all. Adam protested. She said one movie, and you've had it. Now scoot. Lucien took Adam's hand before he could argue further. Come on, we'll watch the last one tomorrow. Upstairs, he helped Adam brush his teeth and tucked him in with his favorite Triceratops plush. I wanted to see the end, Adam pouted. Tomorrow, Lucien promised. It'll be worth the wait. He waited in his own bed, listening to the house settle into night. Mrs. Peterson's soft snores drifted up the stairs, she always fell asleep on the couch despite insisting she never would. The digital clock beside his bed flashed 10:37 when he finally slipped out from under his covers. Adam was sound asleep, one arm flung dramatically across his pillow. Lucien closed his door quietly and crept downstairs, avoiding the third step that always creaked. The living room was bathed in the blue glow of the TV's standby light, Mrs. Peterson gently snoring on the couch. With practiced stealth, Lucien located the Return of the Jedi VHS tape on the shelf. He'd been waiting for this moment all week, the conclusion to the story that somehow felt important in ways he couldn't put into words. His instincts warning him, his life was about to change, forever. He inserted the tape into the VCR, turning the volume down to a whisper, and settled cross-legged on the floor. The familiar opening crawl sent a thrill through him. He watched through the entire movie with excitement, until finally came the moment that was the Emperor's death scene. Vader lifting Palpatine, sacrificing himself to save his son. The redemption. The return. When the movie ended, he sat in the dark, the static of the finished tape a soft hiss in the background. Standing in the dark living room, Lucien, still full of childlike excitement, raised his hand, imagining the weight of a lightsaber. He moved through the shadows, softly to not wake Mrs. Peterson up, recreating Luke's movements from the film as best as he could. I am a Jedi, he whispered, slashing at imaginary foes. Like my father before me. He spun, parried an invisible attack, and then... Wait. Sudden, crushing weight pressed down on him from all sides. His legs buckled, sending him sprawling onto the carpet. The air felt thick, impossible to draw into his lungs. What's happening? He tried to call out, but his voice wouldn't come. His fingers clawed at the carpet, trying to drag himself toward the couch, toward Mrs. Peterson, but his body wouldn't respond. Then came the cold, a cold so intense it burned. It started in his chest and radiated outward, filling every cell with frozen fire. Behind his eyes, images flashed, unfamiliar faces, places he'd never been, knowledge he couldn't possibly have. This isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't me. But it is. It is me. It is mitism. It has always been me. The thoughts formed and shot through his head like rapid-firing bullets as the pain became stronger. He was burning from the inside out with ice instead of fire. His mouth opened in a silent scream as the pressure built inside his skull, as an invisible wave of power exploded from his supercharged soul. In the vast spaces between worlds, something shifted. In heaven's sterile corridors, the Archangel Raphael paused mid-stride, head tilting as if listening to distant music. What was that? A lesser angel asked. I don't know, Raphael answered, genuine confusion in the celestial voice. Alert the garrisons. Something has changed. In a bar in Nebraska, yellow eyes gleamed suddenly in the darkness. The demon Azazel paused, glass halfway to his lips, a smile spreading across his face. Well, well, he murmured to himself. That's new. The crossroads demon across from him shifted nervously. What is it? Power, Azazel answered simply. Raw, untapped power. And not one of ours. Not one of the feathers upstairs. Human. He drained his glass. How interesting. Deep in the forests of Vermont, a vampire nest froze in collective terror, their feeding interrupted by a wave of something in ways ancient and in other ways new washing over them. Their ears ringing, like they heard a strong sound, but heard actually nothing. What was that? The youngest asked, blood still dripping from her chin. The nest leader shook his head slowly. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's not meant for us. Hide. All of you, hide. In the Milligan living room, Lucien finally found his voice. The scream tore from his throat, primal and agonized, as his soul reconfigured itself, memories of another life crashing into him, returning him to who he truly was. The energy that had been continuing to explode outward in an invisible wave, rippling through reality itself, finally it finished. It had shielded him instinctively, Lucien's fear protecting him from being found out from where it came from. The force was born. Outside, the front door burst open seconds later, Kate still in her scrubs, face pale with panic, having heard as she was putting in the keys, her son's scream. Lucien. She rushed to the small figure curled on the living room floor, Mrs. Peterson having moments ago been startled awake by the scream in confusion and her own fear and panic from the loud noise. Baby, what happened? But Lucien couldn't answer. The world had gone dark around him, his mind falling into darkness from the trauma of remembering everything, and accidentally creating a fundamental piece of the universe. The last thing he felt was his mother's arms lifting him, her tearful voice calling his name, and somewhere deep inside, a new awareness, the force, flowing through him, through everything, waiting to be discovered. From the bottom of the stairs, Adam watched with wide eyes, clutching his dinosaur, as his big brother lay limp in their mother's arms. Is Lulu dead? Adam whispered scared, tears beginning to fill his eyes. No, sweetie, Kate answered, medical training taking over as she checked Lucien's pulse. He's alive. Call 911, Mrs. Peterson. Now. Kate herself also pulled out her phone, dialing to one specific number. John Winchester. Do tell me how you found it. Well, I've written this while sleep-deprived, hope it's good, I'll see you all hopefully later. Bye. Chapter 3, Lucien's Appearance and Age and Potential. Hello everyone, before people flame me why I'm uploading a chapter specifically about Lucien's appearance, it is necessary. It seems people missed that part in the synopsis, don't really blame you guys, it is pretty long. Anyways, you know how the Star Wars movies exist in this supernatural universe. Well, the Anakin actor in this universe isn't Hayden Christensen, Lucien looks like Hayden Christensen i.e. Anakin Skywalker's look from our world. Image is the cover of the book and here and in comments. I reiterate the Supernatural Worlds movie actor for Anakin is not Hayden Christensen. So Lucien looking like Hayden Christensen is not a problem. Lucien just looks like Anakin Skywalker as we know him in our world's movies. It's also pretty damn good choice, cause Lucien and Sam look very much alike because of this. Which will be pretty funny, as Dean will really want to cut both his brothers. Lucien will have the long hairstyle like in the cover, why, cause I like it. Lucien is 20 years old mentally, but currently 9 years old. As for potential, Lucien at full potential realized father of the Force/Chosen One is equal to Amara and Chuck, who are both aspects, concepts of Yahweh. Yes, DC exists, and it is outside the multiverse, far far away in another, and the presence is the top tier, and Chuck and Amara are manifestations of his power. No, we'll never see DC characters and no Omnivis travel. Those who read My Son of Luther FIC know what I mean and how broken Lucien at full potential is. Well, hope that cleared things up. See you all hopefully later. Bye. Chapter 4, Call. Sam's age. Dean's age. John's age, 41. The motel room smelled like gun oil and fast food. Sam Winchester wrinkled his nose as he blinked awake, the sound of metal against metal pulling him from sleep. He glanced at the digital clock, 6:32 a.m. Perfect. Dean sat at the small table by the window, cleaning a shotgun, the parts laid out on yesterday's newspaper. Salt lines remained undisturbed at the door and windowsills, their only real defense against most of what hunted them. Morning, Sleeping Beauty, Dean said without looking up. Thought you'd never join the land of the living. Sam groaned, pushing himself up against the headboard. Some of us actually need sleep, Dean. Sleep's overrated. Dean inspected the barrel, squinting down its length. Besides, third day at your new school. Wouldn't want to be late and make a bad impression on all those teachers you're so desperate to impress. Sam threw his pillow, which Dean caught one-handed without even looking. Reflexes like a cat, Dean grinned, finally looking up. Dad's getting breakfast. We've got that thing in Blackwater Ridge tonight. Great, Sam muttered, swinging his legs over the bed. Another cemetery, another ghost. Hey, at least it's not something crazy. Better familiar than something that makes us end up dead. The door swung open, and John Winchester entered, balancing 3 styrofoam containers and a cardboard tray of coffee. His beard was a day past 5 o'clock shadow, his eyes alert despite what Sam knew had been a late night of reconnaissance. Boys, he nodded, setting the food down. Eat up. We've got work to do. Dean immediately flipped open a container, revealing a greasy breakfast sandwich. Thanks, Dad. Sam approached more slowly, eyeing the food with suspicion. Do they serve anything that isn't 90% cholesterol? You want rabbit food, you buy it yourself, John replied, spreading newspaper clippings across the bed. 3 hikers found dead in Blackwater Ridge State Park in the last 2 weeks. Official report says animal attack. But you're thinking vengeful spirit? Dean asked through a mouthful of sandwich. John nodded. EMF was off the charts when I checked the trail yesterday. Patterns too specific for an animal. All 3 victims were found with identical lacerations across the chest. All hiking alone, all found within half a mile of the old ranger station. Sam half listened while retrieving his history textbook from his backpack. He had a test 3rd period, and he'd barely had time to study between unpacking at their new home and helping Dean research the local death records. John's voice sharpened. Sam. You with us? Yeah, Dad. 3 hikers, identical wounds, near the ranger station. I'm listening. This is life and death. That history test won't matter much if you're dead because you weren't paying attention. Dean interjected before Sam could respond. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't Sam and I hit the library after school? I can charm the librarian into giving us access to the local archives, and Sam can do his geek thing with the old newspapers. John considered this, then nodded curtly. Fine. I'll interview the park ranger who found the second body. Meet back here at 4 to prep. Yes, sir, Dean replied automatically. Sam just nodded, already turning pages in his textbook. The Windham County Library was housed in a red brick building that had probably been impressive in the 1950s. Now it just looked tired, with fading lettering and concrete steps worn smooth by decades of foot traffic. Inside, Dean immediately spotted the librarian, mid-30s, cardigan, reading glasses on a chain, and nudged Sam. Watch and learn, little brother. Sam rolled his eyes. Just get us into the archives, Romeo. 5 minutes later, Dean returned with a triumphant smile and a key. Local history room, basement level. Mrs. Gladwell says we can stay until closing. What did you tell her? Sam asked as they descended the stairs. That you're writing a paper on local folklore for school, and I'm the supportive big brother helping out. Dean winked. Chicks dig the supportive brother angle. The archives room smelled of old paper and dust. Metal shelving units held bound volumes of newspapers, while filing cabinets lined the walls. You take newspapers from the 70s forward, Dean said, I'll check county death records. They worked in silence for nearly an hour before Sam found something. Dean, check this out. He pointed to a yellowed newspaper. July 1978, July 1985, July 1992. All had similar deaths reported as animal attacks. It happens every 7 years. Dean looked up from his own research. Found something too. Park Ranger Thomas Wilkins died in a cabin fire in July 1978. Suspicious circumstances. Suspicious how? Report says the fire started in multiple locations simultaneously. Wilkins was inside, but autopsy showed he had a fractured skull before the fire started. Sam frowned. Murder. Looks like. 3 hikers claimed self-defense, said Wilkins attacked them for camping in a restricted area. Case was dismissed due to insufficient evidence. Bet those hikers had connections, Sam muttered. Dean nodded. Local judge's son was one of them. Anyway, Wilkins was apparently some hardcore environmentalist type. Super dedicated, lived alone in the park, confrontational with rule breakers. And now every 7 years, hikers die with lacerations, Sam concluded. Classic vengeful spirit. Dean closed the file with a satisfied snap. Simple salt and burn. We find Wilkins' grave, torch his bones, problem solved. If it's that simple, why do you need me? Sam asked, immediately regretting the question when he saw Dean's expression harden. Because that's how it works, Sam. We're a team. Right, Sam sighed. A team. American history was Sam's last class of the day, and usually his favorite. Today, however, he found it hard to focus, his mind drifting to the hunt ahead. Mr. Winchester. Sam startled. Yes, Miss Hannigan. The teacher smiled. I asked which amendment to the Constitution established the federal income tax. Oh, the 16th, ratified in 1913, Sam answered automatically. Ms. Hannigan looked impressed. Very good. Most students don't remember the number. When the bell rang, she called him to her desk. Sam, I know you've only been with us a few days, but I'm impressed with your knowledge and participation. Thank you, Sam replied, shifting his weight, eager to leave. Have you thought about college? With your academic performance, you could qualify for scholarships. The question caught Sam off guard. My family moves around a lot. That doesn't mean you can't plan for your future, she said kindly. Something to think about. As Sam left the classroom, he passed a group of students discussing weekend plans, movies, parties, normal teenage stuff. A pang of envy shot through him just as his phone buzzed. A text from Dean, "Hurry up, princess. Ghost hunting tonight." Sam sighed and headed for the exit. Dean wiped his hands on a rag as he leaned over the Impala's engine. The car was his pride and joy, one of the only constants in a life of constant change. He'd noticed the timing was slightly off, and with an hour to kill before Sam finished school, it seemed like the perfect time for maintenance. As he worked, his mind drifted to this morning's tension between Sam and Dad. It was nothing new, had been building for years, but lately, it felt like standing between two storm fronts about to collide. He remembered 8-year-old Sammy asking, "Why can't we be normal, Dean?" How do you explain to a kid that normal was never an option? That their family was chosen for this life the moment that damn thing entered his nursery? Dean tightened a bolt with more force than necessary. The Impala was showing her age in small ways, a loose belt here, a worn hose there. Sometimes Dean felt the same way, worn down by the constant strain of being the buffer between his father and brother. The rumble of the school bus interrupted his thoughts. Minutes later, Sam approached, backpack slung over one shoulder. How was school, Samantha? Learn how to braid hair in home EC. Sam rolled his eyes. Hilarious, Dean. Seriously though, how was the test? Fine. Probably aced it. Sam tossed his backpack in the back seat. Ms. Hannigan asked about college. Dean's hand stilled momentarily before he closed the hood. Yeah. What did you say? Nothing really. What could I say? Sorry, can't plan for college because I might be hunting ghosts that weekend. Dean wiped his hands again before sliding into the driver's seat. He hesitated for a moment, before he began, if you really wanted to go, Dad would dash. Dad would what? Give his blessing. Come on, Dean. Dean started the engine, the familiar rumble comforting. Let's just focus on tonight, okay? One hunt at a time. Back at the motel, John had laid out an arsenal on his bed, shotguns, iron rods, salt rounds, lighter fluid, matches. Cemeteries on the edge of town, John said without preamble as they entered. We'll go after dark. Sam dropped his backpack on the floor. I have another test tomorrow morning, first period. Can't we wait one more day? John's jaw tightened. People are dying, Sam. Another hiker went missing yesterday. I know, but one more day won't dash. Won't what? Matter. Tell that to their families. Dad, Dean interjected, we could wrap this up early. Be done by midnight, plenty of time for Sam to study after. John looked between his sons, then nodded curtly. Fine. But we leave in an hour. Dean, check the shotguns. Sam, review the cemetery layout. As Sam grudgingly pulled out the cemetery map, John disappeared into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Inside, John splashed water on his face, then reached for his wallet. Behind his driver's license was a worn photograph, Mary holding baby Dean, her belly round with Sam. Her smile still hit him like a physical blow. I'm trying, Mary, he whispered to the mirror. God knows I'm trying. He'd promised her memory he'd keep the boys safe. But safe how? By sheltering them from the truth, or by preparing them for it. Every day, the line blurred further. A knock on the door. Dad. You okay in there? Dean's voice. John tucked the photo away. Fine. Be right out. When he emerged, he was once again John Winchester, hunter. No trace remained of the momentary vulnerability. Let's go over the plan one more time. The cemetery was quiet except for the distant sound of traffic and the occasional hoot of an owl. The Winchesters moved silently between gravestones, Sam and Dean carrying shovels while John swept the area with an EMF meter. Here, John said, stopping before a modest headstone. Thomas Wilkins, 1942 to 1978. Guardian of the wild places. Poetic, Dean muttered, driving his shovel into the earth. They worked in shifts, two digging while one kept watch with a salt-loaded shotgun. During his break, Sam leaned on his shovel, watching his father and brother work. "Do you ever wonder if what we do actually helps?" he asked suddenly. John paused mid-dig. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we hunt these things, kill them, but there's always more. It never ends. Are we actually making a difference, or just perpetuating a cycle of violence?" "We save lives, Sam," John replied, resuming his digging. "That's what matters." "Yeah, but dash." "It's simple," Dean interrupted. "Bad things exist. They hurt people. We stop them." End of philosophy class. Before Sam could respond, the temperature plummeted. Their breath clouded in the suddenly frigid air. "He's here," John warned, raising his shotgun. The spirit materialized between gravestones, a man in a charred park ranger uniform, skin blackened and peeling, eyes burning with hatred. "Keep digging," John ordered, firing a salt round that temporarily dispersed the ghost. Sam and Dean redoubled their efforts, shovels biting into the earth fast. The spirit reappeared closer, and John fired again. Running low on rounds, he warned. The ghost manifested directly behind Dean, flinging him against a headstone. Dean grunted in pain as he hit the stone. "Dean." Sam grabbed an iron rod from their supplies, swinging it through the spirit as it advanced on his brother. "I'm okay," Dean gasped, struggling to his feet. "Keep digging." John had nearly reached the coffin when the spirit reappeared, stronger now. It sent a wave of energy that knocked Sam backward. "Sam." Dean fired his own shotgun, dispersing the ghost again. "I'm fine," Sam called, scrambling back to the grave. His eyes caught an inscription on Wilkins' headstone, Latin words nearly obscured by lichen. "Dean, the inscription, it's a conservationist's oath. He's not just targeting random hikers, he's going after people who damage the park." "Great insight, Professor," Dean replied, scanning for the spirit's return. "Now help Dad with that coffin." The sound of splintering would signal John breaking through. He reached for the salt just as the temperature dropped again. The spirit materialized with a howl of rage, lifting John off his feet. Sam lunged for the dropped shotgun, firing his last salt round as Dean grabbed the lighter fluid, dousing the exposed bones. John struck a match the moment his feet hit the ground, dropping it into the grave. The spirit appeared one final time, face contorted in fury, before erupting into flames that dissipated into the night air. For a moment, the three Winchesters stood in silence, breathing hard. "Everyone okay?" John finally asked. "Yeah," Dean winced, touching his bruised shoulder. "Though I think I left an impression on that headstone." "More likely the other way around," Sam said, helping Dean gather their equipment. John surveyed the disturbed grave. "Let's fill this in and get out of here." Back at the motel, the post-hunt routine had begun. Dean cleaned the weapons while John recorded the details in his journal. Sam, true to his word, had his textbook open, though his eyes were heavy with exhaustion. Dean produced 3 beers from the mini-fridge, handing one each to his father and brother. "To a successful hunt." John nodded, accepting the beer. "Your research was solid, Sam. That connection to the conservationist oath might have saved us some trouble if we'd known it earlier." Sam looked up, surprised by the rare praise. "Thanks, Dad." For a brief moment, they were just a family, bruised and tired, but together. Dean found an old action movie on TV, Sam studied by lamplight, and John reviewed his notes, occasionally glancing at his sons with an expression that might almost be called contentment. The peace lasted until 11:47 p.m., when John's emergency phone rang. The shrill sound cut through the room like a physical presence. John checked the number, his expression shifting immediately from relaxed to alert. He stood up and walked away a bit. "Kate," he answered softly, tension evident in his voice. Sam looked up from his textbook, mouthing "Kate" to Dean, having still heard their dad in the small motel, who shrugged and muted the TV. "When did it happen?" John asked, standing abruptly. His free hand clenched into a fist. "What did the doctor say?" Dean straightened, watching his father closely. "Is he conscious? Has he said anything?" John's voice had taken on an urgency Sam rarely heard outside of life-or-death hunting situations. The color drained from John's face as he listened to the voice on the other end. His shoulders, always squared and strong, seemed to sag under an invisible weight. Sam could hear a woman's voice through the phone, though not the words, just the frantic, tearful tone. Another pause as the woman spoke. "He needs his father, John," her voice came through clearly this time, loud enough that both Sam and Dean heard it. "Adam keeps asking for his brother and for you. Please, John. Lucien needs you. They don't know if he'll make it through the night." The phone slipped from John's fingers, clattering to the floor. He stood frozen, staring at nothing, a look of naked shock on his face that Sam had never seen before. "Dad." Dean called softly, concern etched across his features. "Who's Lucien?" Sam asked, the question hanging in the silent room. From the floor, Kate's voice continued to call John's name, small and desperate through the phone speaker, as the three Winchesters remained motionless in the suddenly even smaller motel room. Do tell me how you found it. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 5, and so they meet. The Impala's engine roared like a caged beast as John Winchester pushed it well beyond the speed limit. Rain pelted the windshield, wipers barely keeping pace with the downpour. Dean sat rigid in the passenger seat, white-knuckled grip on the dashboard, while Sam leaned forward from the back, his lanky frame wedged between the front seats. The tension inside the car was thicker than the storm clouds above. So let me get this straight, Dean finally broke the silence, voice controlled but vibrating with fury. You've had 2 other sons this whole time. In Minnesota. John's jaw clenched. It wasn't like that, Dean. Then what was it like, Dad? Sam's question came softer but no less pointed. John's eyes remained fixed on the rain-slicked highway. Kate and it started after a hunt in '89. Werewolf in Wyndham. She patched me up at the hospital. And you just happened to start a second family? Dean's voice cracked slightly. It wasn't planned, John said. But when Lucien was born, and then Adam. I couldn't bring them into this life. They deserved normal. Dean slammed his palm against the dashboard. And we didn't. The question hung in the air, unanswered. What I don't understand, Sam said, is how you could leave them unprotected. You know what's out there, Dad. You've drilled it into us our whole lives. John started. No, he's right, Dean cut in, anger fully unleashed now. What if the yellow-eyed demon found them? What then? They wouldn't even know what hit them. Rain hammered harder as John's grip tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles white. I taught Kate the basics, John defended. Salt lines, protective symbols. I check on them every few months. Well, clearly that worked out great, Dean snapped, gesturing toward the road ahead. One of your sons is dying because of unknown reasons, probably some supernatural bullshit, and the other one's probably traumatized. John's face hardened. I was trying to give them something I couldn't give you boys. A normal life. Normal isn't safe, Sam said quietly. Not in our world. That's what you always say. The green highway sign emerged from the darkness, Wyndham, 30 miles. You should have told us, Dean said, voice dropping to a dangerous quiet. All these years, all the times you disappeared for days with no explanation, you were with them, weren't you? John didn't answer, but his silence was confirmation enough. We thought you were hunting, Sam said, realization dawning. But you were playing catch with your other sons. It wasn't like that, John insisted. Then what was it like? Dean demanded. Because from where I'm sitting, you've been living a double life, and we've been the ones getting the short end. I did what I thought was best, John said firmly. For all of you. By keeping us apart? Sam asked. By compartmentalizing your life so completely that we didn't even know we had brothers. Again, I took precautions, John continued, as if needing to justify himself. Taught Kate what to look for. I wasn't completely irresponsible. Except Lucien's dying right now, Dean pointed out harshly. So something most likely got through. You yourself said the kid was as healthy as horse last time you saw him. The lights of Wyndham Community Hospital appeared on the horizon, and John pressed the accelerator harder. We can hash this out later, he said grimly. Right now, Lucien needs us. The hospital's fluorescent lights cast everyone in a sickly pallor as they strode down the corridor, following a nurse's directions to the pediatric intensive care unit. The antiseptic smell burned Dean's nostrils, reminding him of too many post-hunt patch-ups. They found Kate Milligan outside room 217, a foam cup of hospital coffee clutched in her hands. She looked up at their approach, exhaustion etched into every line of her face. When she saw John, something between relief and anger flashed across her features before she collapsed into his arms. John, she whispered. Thank God. Before anyone could speak further, rapid footsteps echoed down the hall. Daddy. A small boy, no more than 7, barreled toward John, wrapping himself around his father's leg. His blue eyes were red-rimmed from crying, sandy blonde hair sticking up in all directions. You came, the boy sniffled. You have to save Lulu, Dad. You're a hero, and heroes save people. Sam and Dean stood frozen, taking in the scene before them. This was Adam, their little brother. A brother they hadn't known existed until hours ago. Dean watched as John knelt, pulling the boy into a tight embrace. I'm going to try, buddy, John promised, his voice gentler than Sam or Dean had heard in years. Kate's gaze finally shifted to the 2 young men standing awkwardly behind John. Her eyes widened slightly in recognition. You must be Sam and Dean, she said softly. John's told me about you. Funny, Dean replied, unable to keep the edge from his voice. He never mentioned you. Dean, John warned. Kate shook her head. It's okay. I understand. She extended her hand. I'm Kate. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. Sam stepped forward, taking her hand. How is he? Lucien. The doctors don't know, Kate answered, voice breaking. They've never seen anything like it. Adam tugged at John's jacket. Who are they? He asked, pointing at Sam and Dean. The simple question landed like a punch to Dean's gut. He knelt down to Adam's height, surprising himself with the protective instinct that surged through him at the sight of the boy's tear-stained face. We're your big brother's kid. My name's Dean, girly hair over there is Sam, Dean said with a forced smile. He didn't blame Adam or Lucien for all this, never that. His greatest source of anger, he realized at this very moment, is having family out there, in danger. Unprotected. Sam, too caught up in all this, didn't even give one of his bitch faces, as Dean calls them, for that final comment. Adam studied him solemnly. Will you help save Lulu? He's the best big brother ever. He always checks for monsters under my bed. Dean's eyes flicked to John, who had the decency to look away. We'll do everything we can, Sam promised, awkwardly patting Adam's shoulder. They entered Lucien's room together. The 9-year-old boy lay still against white hospital sheets, his face unnaturally pale. Monitors beeped steadily, tracking vital signs that made little sense given the circumstances. John moved immediately to his son's bedside, a hand reaching out to touch the boy's forehead. He's ice cold, John murmured, concern etching deeper lines into his weathered face. A doctor entered, clipboard in hand and exhaustion in his eyes. Mr. Winchester. I'm Dr. Brennan. I've been overseeing your son's case. What's happening to him? John demanded. Dr. Brennan shook his head, bewilderment clear in his expression. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it. We've run every test imaginable, some of them multiple times with different equipment. And? Sam prompted. His cellular structure is changing. There's something in his blood we can't identify, something that doesn't match any known element or compound. The doctor flipped through pages of test results. It's as if something has been added to his very DNA, altering him on a fundamental level. Dean and Sam exchanged knowing looks. This indeed wasn't medical, it was supernatural. Has he been anywhere unusual lately? Come in contact with anything strange? John asked, slipping into hunter mode. Kate shook her head. He was just watching Star Wars with Mrs. Peterson babysitting. I was at work when it happened. Any strange smells in the house? Cold spots? Visitors you didn't know? Dean asked. Kate looked confused. No, nothing like that. Why? Taught her what she needed to know, my ass, Dean thought internally with a growl as he glared at John's back. John ignored him, as he placed a hand on Kate's shoulder. Kate, you know what I do. What I've told you about. This sounds like something not natural. Understanding dawned in her eyes. You think it's something supernatural? Like the things you hunt? I don't know yet, John admitted. But whatever it is, it's beyond what these doctors can handle. Dr. Brennan cleared his throat. Mr. Winchester, I don't know what you're implying, but your son's condition is critical. His core temperature continues to drop despite our warming measures. We're doing everything medically possible. Is he going to die? He can't die. Lulu promised to always be there. He promised. Adam asked suddenly, his small voice cutting through the room. Kate pulled him close. He's not going to die, sweetie. The doctors and your dad are going to help him. Dr. Brennan's expression betrayed his uncertainty. We're doing everything we can, but I have to be honest, we're in uncharted territory here. Sam stepped closer to the bed, studying Lucien's face. It was quite bizarre. This was his younger brother, he's never been the older brother before. Especially not to someone who already looked so much like himself when he was that age. Lucien, he saw, looked almost peaceful despite his condition, as if he were simply dreaming rather than fighting for his life. Has he said anything since it happened? Sam asked. Anything unusual? Kate shook her head. He hasn't regained consciousness. A sudden beeping from the monitors drew everyone's attention. Lucien's temperature was dropping again, the digital readout flashing in warning. This doesn't make sense, Dr. Brennan muttered, checking the equipment. It's like his body is generating cold from within. Without warning, Lucien's body arched off the bed, his back bowing at an impossible angle. The lights in the room flickered violently, and the temperature plummeted so rapidly that their breath became visible in white puffs. What's happening? Kate cried, pulling Adam behind her. Get back. John ordered, moving protectively toward Lucien. Sam and Dean flanked their father instinctively, years of training kicking in. The medical equipment began to rattle, instruments vibrating across metal trays. Glass vials shattered, and the monitor screens flickered with static. Then came the wave, invisible but unmistakable, erupting from Lucien's small body with such force that it seemed to distort the air itself. It passed through John, Kate, Adam, Sam, and Dean without effect, but Dr. Brennan was thrown against the wall, crumpling to the floor unconscious. Medical equipment flew across the room as if caught in a tornado, monitors exploding in showers of sparks. Adam's terrified wail cut through the chaos as Kate clutched him tightly. As suddenly as it had begun, the phenomenon stopped, leaving the room in eerie silence save for the soft hiss of ruptured oxygen lines. John didn't hesitate. He moved to Lucien, checking his pulse and breathing before scooping the small boy into his arms. "John. What are you doing?" Kate gasped. "We need to get him out of here," John said firmly. "This isn't medical, Kate. It's supernatural. They can't help him." Kate looked around at the destroyed room, then at her unconscious son. "Where will we take him?" "I know someone who might be able to help," John replied. "But we need to move now, before security comes." Dean had already lifted Adam, who clung to him with surprising trust. "It's okay, buddy," he murmured. "We've got you." Sam in hunter mode like Dean and John kept calm and collected and helped Kate gather essential belongings. "Is there anything specific he needs?" "Medications." "Just his blanket," Kate said, forcing herself also to remain calm despite seeing the absurdity that her son just did while unconscious, grabbing a worn Star Wars throw from the end of the bed. "He can't sleep without it." They moved quickly through the hospital corridors, ignoring shouts from staff as they passed. The Impala waited in the parking lot, rain still hammering its roof. John laid Lucien gently across the back seat, his head resting in Kate's lap. Sam squeezed in beside them, with Adam between them, while Dean took his usual place in the passenger seat. "Where are we going?" Dean asked as John started the engine. "Missouri," John answered tersely. "The state?" Sam asked. "The psychic." "In Lawrence." John pulled out of the parking lot with a spray of gravel. "Call Bobby. I know the two of us aren't on good terms right now, but tell him what's going on. We need all the help we can get." Dean pulled out his phone, dialing a number he knew by heart. "Bobby. It's Dean. We need your help. It's about a kid, Lucien, apparently Dad's other son." He paused, listening. "Yeah, that was my reaction too. Can you meet us at Missouri Mosley's? And bring your books. All of them." As the Impala sped away from the hospital, rain drumming on its roof, no one noticed the strange calm that had settled over Lucien's face, almost as if, somewhere else, he was having a conversation of his own. Lucien's soul stood in the hospital room, watching as his family carried his physical body. "Curious, isn't it?" came a refined voice from behind him. "How one small boy can change the very fabric of existence." Lucien turned to find a thin, old-looking, elegant man in a black suit watching him. The man leaned casually on a silver-headed cane, his ancient eyes holding the weight of eons. Death had arrived. "Do tell me how you found it." Just to reiterate, no one, and I mean no one, knows Lucien to be a reincarnator, not even Chuck and Amara, so Death also doesn't. "Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye." Chapter 6, Who Should Be the Love Interest? Hello everyone. I hope you are liking the story right now, despite how little chapters there are. I wanted to ask, any suggestions who the love interest can be? Since to be completely honest I currently have absolutely, emphasis, not yelling, no idea who he should end up with. I can't think of any supernatural woman that well fit or are relevant enough. The most known women are demons, Lilith, Baby Eater, Revolting, Ruby, Succubus, stupid to get with the woman who started the apocalypse, Meg, again demon. Bella, thief, and is not loyal in any sense of the term because of past trauma, not really wise to pair such a person with a Yandere. Cheating I believe is a possibility with her and well, Lucien will rip her apart and flay her alive if that happens. Maybe I'm giving Bella too little credit, but she rubs me the wrong way despite her actor, Lauren Cohan, being very beautiful. Jo is into Dean from the get-go, Lucien isn't really her type so wouldn't be logical. I honestly may need to make an OC or add a woman from another show or something. I could maybe add another show, maybe I don't know, the Vampire Diaries / the originals into the FIC. Could be interesting. You guys' thoughts about that? Well, I hope to hear your thoughts and suggestions. See you all hopefully later. Bye. Chapter 7, Balance. Lucien stood in the hospital room, watching as his family carried his unconscious body away. The scene had a dreamlike quality, sounds muffled, colors slightly washed out, movements leaving faint trails in the air. He felt strangely detached, as if he were watching a movie rather than his own life. "Curious, isn't it?" came a refined voice from behind him. "How one small boy can change the very fabric of existence." Lucien turned to find a thin, elegant man in a black suit watching him. The man leaned casually on a silver-headed cane, his ancient eyes holding the weight of eons. Death had arrived. Lucien's mind reeled, memories coming together in his mind. 9 years of Lucien Winchester's life crashed alongside 20 years as Samuel, a human from a world where this world was fiction. It was his first life, he knew it was so. He is Samuel. And he has become Lucien. The disorientation though was profound, yet somehow he managed to keep his expression merely surprised rather than completely overwhelmed. This is Death. The actual horseman Death. From Supernatural. Which is real. I'm in Supernatural. And I'm John Winchester's son. And I just created the Force. What the actual F-dash? Knowledge came to him intuitively and instinctively of what he had done. You're Death, Lucien said, trying to sound appropriately terrified for a 9-year-old, but his voice came out steadier than he intended. He just felt calm. Almost at peace right now. Death tilted his head slightly, studying the boy with newfound interest. Indeed I am. And you, young Lucien Winchester, are a most unexpected addition to the cosmic order. His lips curved into the faintest suggestion of a smile. Most humans fall to their knees or attempt to flee when they see me. You seem remarkably composed. Act like a scared kid, Lucien reminded himself. Not like someone who's seen this character on TV. I'm dead. Lucien asked, forcing a slight tremor into his voice. Not precisely, Death replied, taking a measured step forward. You exist in a liminal space between life and death. Your body is in shock from what you've done. What I've done. Lucien's eyes widened. This reaction, at least, was genuine. Come now, Death said, his voice soft yet penetrating. On some level, you must sense it. What you've created. What you've become. Lucien's mind raced. He did know, somehow. Deep inside, beyond the confusion of it all, lay an intuitive understanding of what had happened when his memories returned. The Force. He'd created the actual Force. Which was absolutely fucking insane. I don't understand, Lucien said, though part of him did. I was just watching a movie. Death's penetrating gaze seemed to look through him. It is truly fascinating. You did it unconsciously, but you indeed did it. After a moment of silence between the two of them, Death spoke again. He gestured with his cane toward the hospital corridor. Perhaps we should walk and talk. Time, after all, is something I have in abundance. Lucien followed Death into the corridor, where hospital staff stood frozen in mid-motion, a dropped clipboard suspended in air. What happened to everyone? Lucien asked, poking a finger at the clipboard, which remained unmoved. We're between moments, Death explained casually. A convenience I allow myself when conversation is required. They walked past nurses and doctors, all suspended like statues in an elaborate tableau. You've created something unprecedented, young Winchester, Death continued. Your soul, which was already unusually powerful, released energy that has restructured a portion of reality itself. The Force, Lucien whispered, the connection to watching Return of the Jedi suddenly crystal clear. Indeed. Death nodded approvingly. Your belief in this Force, combined with your extraordinary soul energy, has manifested it as a real cosmic power. He paused by a window, gazing out at the frozen rainfall. It's now a fundamental aspect of existence, a connective energy field binding all living things. Lucien's mind struggled to process the enormity of what Death was saying. He'd created the Force. Actually created it. Not just gained Force powers, but brought the entire concept into existence within the universe. Like actually in the movies, he asked. Similar, yet different, Death replied. Your Force has aspects of light and dark, not good and evil per se, but necessary components of balance. Rather like the cosmic forces that already existed. He means Chuck and Amara, Lucien realized, though he couldn't reveal that he knew those names. Is that why I feel different? Like I can sense things? Lucien asked, genuinely curious about his connection to his creation. Death's eyes narrowed slightly. He studied Lucien for a moment. Yes, you will sense things differently now. The Force flows through all creation, and you are its source, its father, if you will. They reached the hospital cafeteria, where Death casually helped himself to a cup of coffee from the frozen hand of a doctor. The liquid poured in slow motion until Death accelerated it with a slight gesture. Prior to your intervention, Death continued, sipping his coffee, existence was maintained by 3 fundamental pillars, creation, destruction, and myself, Death. He set the cup down precisely. Now there is a 4th, balance. You. Lucien felt his stomach drop. Me. But I'm just a child. Death finished, the faintest amusement in his eyes. Yes. And yet, you are now intrinsically connected to the fabric of reality itself. Am I immortal now? Lucien asked, his mind racing with possibilities of what all this could mean. Death's expression became unreadable. You are something new. Your continued existence is necessary for the Force to remain, yet you retain your humanity. He tilted his head. A curious phenomenon. Lucien's mind was reeling. He was a cosmic entity. A pillar of existence. Like Chuck, Amara, and Death. This is becoming more and more crazy by the moment. You seem remarkably accepting of cosmic concepts, Death observed. Most human children would be overwhelmed. Though I suppose it isn't too surprising compared what you've already accomplished. I'm very confused, Lucien insisted, trying to sound more bewildered than he felt. Death's thin lips curved slightly. Are you? How interesting. Death was testing him, to death. Lucien was a blind spot now, everything about him was practically unknown. They continued walking, now through a corridor Lucien didn't recognize. What does this mean for me? Lucien finally asked. What happens now? You will develop abilities beyond normal humans, Death explained. You already possess intuitive knowledge of how to use the Force, though mastering it will require training and practice. Will I be able to move things? Like in the movies? Lucien asked, deliberately sounding more childlike. He wasn't sure as time went on and he calmed down more that he could fool Death, a stupid notion really. He might have already dug himself a grave by acting, but since he's begun already, might as well continue. That and more, Death confirmed. Though your powers may manifest differently than your fictional counterparts. The Force is now yours to shape, within certain cosmic boundaries. Lucien felt a mixture of excitement and terror. The idea of having so much power was awesome, but what this was all going to cause was still too much to think about. Others will sense what you have become, Death warned, his tone growing more serious. Some will seek to use you. Others may try to destroy you, fearing your power. Does God know about me? Lucien asked before he could stop himself. Death paused, eyeing him curiously. You speak of God so casually. Most children your age barely grasp the concept. My mom is Catholic, and I've always believed in him, so, Lucien shrugged, deciding to forego any more acting. Too tiring really. I'm really all over the place, I got to sort everything out once this is over, thought Lucien to himself. A flicker of amusement crossed Death's ancient face. To answer your question, yes, God is aware of your existence and what you've done. However, he added with peculiar emphasis, certain aspects of you remain hidden even from him. What do you mean? Lucien asked, genuinely confused. The Force itself protects you in ways that even I don't fully understand, Death explained. It's as if it has developed a consciousness of its own, a will to preserve its creator. Though its influence remains limited. Just because its will is your will, what you wish it wishes, does not mean it can act on its own too much. It is power that needs your willful direction. I doubt you will be able to harness its true capability anytime soon, perhaps not till at least the mountains themselves crumble. Lucien remained silent for a long moment, processing it all. Why are you telling me all this? Are you normally this involved? Death smiled slightly as he then put his hand on Lucien's head, gently rubbing his head, messing up his hair. No, I do not. This is the only aid I intend to bestow you at the moment. This situation is too delicate to leave you completely blind. But I on principle, refuse to involve myself in the cosmic drama. The hospital around them suddenly flickered, like a television with poor reception. Ah, Death said, glancing around. Your consciousness is beginning to return to your body. Our time grows short. Wait. Lucien called, panic rising. I still don't understand everything. Few ever do, Death replied calmly. But understand this, you have become balance incarnate. Trust your instincts, the Force, your own power will guide you naturally. The hospital flickered again, more violently this time. Will I remember this conversation? Lucien asked urgently. Yes, Death assured him. Though it may take time for the full implications to become clear to you. Do you know everything I can do now? What I'm capable of? Death's expression became contemplative. No. You are something new in creation. Your potential remains to be discovered. He paused. Which makes you quite fascinating to observe. The world around them began dissolving at the edges, reality bleeding away like watercolors in rain. Will I see you again? Lucien asked. Sooner than most, later than some, Death replied enigmatically. The cosmic balance has shifted with your arrival. I suspect our paths will cross again. Lucien felt a pulling sensation, drawing him back toward his physical form. One last thing, Death said, his voice growing distant. Welcome to existence, young Balance. It is nice that I am no longer the youngest of us siblings. Lucien's face was turned to confusion as everything dissolved and he felt himself falling, rushing back toward his body. And so his eyes opened, and he saw his mother's and a pair of emerald green eyes looking down upon him, as a black woman's hand rested on his forehead. Do tell me how you found it. Did you like the conversation with Death? I hope I kept him in character. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 8, They See. This FIC won't just focus on heaven and hell. I will be exploring the hunting side of the world a lot, since this FIC is focused on the core of supernatural. Hunting things, saving people. The family business. I have my own interpretations of how hunters hunt. Since the plot armor thing sure Sam and Dean have, but not other hunters, and for some reason humans can hunt demons, and other monsters when a lesser demon in Season 1 Episode 4 was able to rip off the doors off a plane while it was flying. Realistically, their heads should explode from a single punch with that much force, apparently 100,000 plus ton of force. So expect exploring hunters using hex bags, magic, etc. Now enjoy the chapter. Rain pounded the Impala's roof as John Winchester carried his unconscious son up the walkway to Missouri Mosley's modest two-story home in Lawrence. The porch light flickered as they approached, casting uneven shadows across John's grim face. Sam and Dean followed close behind, flanking Kate, who held Adam's hand tightly. The 7-year-old's eyes were red-rimmed from crying, his dinosaur clutched against his chest. The front door swung open before John could knock. Bring him in quickly, Missouri ordered, her dark eyes taking in the situation immediately. She wore a flowing kaftan in deep purple, several protective amulets hanging around her neck. The boy's energy is disturbing the whole neighborhood. John shouldered past her into the warmth of the house. Where? Living room. I've prepared a space. The normally cozy living room had been transformed. Furniture pushed against walls, a padded couch in the center surrounded by candles and unfamiliar symbols drawn in chalk on the hardwood floor. The air smelled of sage and something sharper, more pungent. Bobby Singer stood from an armchair in the corner, surrounded by stacks of ancient books. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of Kate and Adam. So it's true, he muttered, glancing at John with a mixture of surprise and judgment. You really do have another family. Not now, Bobby, John growled, laying Lucien gently on the couch. The boy's skin was unnaturally pale, his breathing shallow. Missouri approached, hands hovering inches above Lucien's body. She closed her eyes, concentrating. Something's changed in this child, she said slowly. At the very core of him. Can you help him? Kate asked, stepping forward. Please, he's been like this since last night. Missouri opened her eyes, studying Kate. You must be Kate Milligan. John's mentioned you. He hasn't mentioned you, Kate replied, too exhausted for politeness. That sounds like John, Missouri said with a hint of disapproval. She turned to Bobby. Find anything in those books of yours? Bobby shook his head. Nothing that matches these symptoms. Kid's not possessed, not cursed in any way I can identify. Whatever this is, it's new territory. Dean had been silently taking in the scene, his jaw tight with unspoken anger. So what exactly happened to him? 1 minute he's watching Star Wars, the next he's colder than ice and knocking people across rooms. He screamed, Adam said suddenly, his small voice drawing everyone's attention. Lulu screamed really loud and then he was like this. And then the doctors couldn't fix him. Sam knelt beside Adam. Was there anything strange before that? Cold spots. Weird smells. Adam shook his head. Just watching movies. Lulu loves Star Wars. Missouri approached Adam, her expression softening. May I, she asked, extending her hand toward his forehead. Adam looked to Kate, who nodded permission. Missouri's fingers gently brushed the boy's temple. You're a brave little one, she said after a moment. And you love your brother very much. Is Lulu gonna die? Adam whispered. No, child. But he's changing in ways I don't fully understand. John had been pacing the perimeter of the room like a caged animal. There has to be something we can do. Some ritual, some spell dash. This ain't like anything in our usual playbook, John, Bobby interrupted. Whatever's happening to your boy, it's not demonic or ghostly. It's bigger. Missouri nodded slowly. Bobby's right. This feels otherworldly. Kate moved to Lucien's side, brushing hair from his forehead. I don't care what it is. I just want my son back. Dean and Sam exchanged glances. The word son hung in the air between them, a reminder of the family secret they'd only just discovered. There might be a way, Missouri said after a long silence. I could try to reach into his mind, see what's happening from the inside. Bobby straightened. That's risky, Missouri. Whatever's affecting him could backfire on you. You got a better idea. Missouri challenged, hands on hips. Bobby grimaced. Can't say that I do. Is it dangerous? Kate asked. For me. Maybe. For Lucien. No. I'll just be observing, not interfering. John stepped forward. Do it. Hold on, Sam interjected. Shouldn't we discuss this first? We don't even know what's happening to him. What if we make it worse? There's no guarantee she won't accidentally harm him. No one understands what's going on. That's the point of looking, Sam. John snapped. Missouri held up a hand. I need everyone's consent here. This boy has connections to all of you, and what I see might affect everyone in this room. The energy is just too much. Kate nodded immediately. Anything to help my son. Sam and Dean exchanged glances before reluctantly nodding. What do we need to do? Sam asked. Form a circle around Lucien, Missouri instructed. Join hands. I'll try to keep anything away from you through our connection. It will as well help me connect easier since everyone besides Bobby is connected through blood and soul with him. They arranged themselves around the couch, John, Kate, Adam, Sam, Dean, and Bobby, forming a human circle with Missouri at Lucien's head. Whatever you see, whatever you feel, don't break the circle, Missouri warned. The boy's mind is fragile right now, and a sudden disconnect could possibly harm him. She placed her palms on Lucien's temples and closed her eyes. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the candles around the room flickered violently before stabilizing into unnaturally still flames. There's power in this boy, Missouri whispered, her voice strained. Power I can't even describe. The temperature in the room began to fluctuate, first uncomfortably warm, then so cold their breath clouded before them, then back to warm again. Missouri's breathing became labored. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the chill. Something's wrong, Bobby warned, but didn't release his grip on Dean and Sam's hands. Missouri gasped suddenly, her eyes flying open, but instead of their normal brown, they glowed with a soft white light. Something that's never happened before. I can see him, she said, her voice resonating strangely, as if coming from everywhere at once. He's not alone. The candles around the room suddenly lifted from their holders, hovering in midair. Books floated off Bobby's stack. A glass paperweight on Missouri's side table rose and began orbiting slowly around the room. What the hell? Dean muttered. His soul is dash, Missouri grit her teeth as sweat beat her forehead, projecting so strongly. Before anyone could respond, the room seemed to dissolve around them. The physical walls and furniture faded like mist, replaced by a strange, liminal space that resembled a hospital corridor but wasn't quite solid. And there, in the center of this not-quite place, stood Lucien, or something that resembled him. His form was boy-shaped but composed of swirling light and darkness in perfect equilibrium, as if twilight had been given human form. Before him stood a tall, hooded figure holding a long scythe, its face hidden in shadow. Death, Bobby whispered, recognizing the figure instinctively. None of them could move, could speak. They were observers only, witnessing something not meant for mortal eyes. Death's voice reached them, though his hooded face never turned their way. You've created something unprecedented, young Winchester. The twilight boy that was Lucien looked small before Death's imposing presence. What I've done. The world seemed to static, as if skipping parts of what was happening. This happening constantly throughout the scene. Your soul released energy that has restructured a portion of reality itself, Death continued, his voice like dry leaves rustling. The Force, Lucien whispered, the word echoing strangely in this in-between place. I don't understand. I was just watching a movie. Indeed. Death nodded. It's now a fundamental aspect of existence, a connective energy field binding all living things. Images flooded through everyone's mind simultaneously, galaxies spinning, life forms connecting through invisible threads, energy flowing between all creation. Knowledge poured into them, the Force, something from fiction, made real through Lucien's extraordinary soul. It has aspects of light and dark, Death explained, not good and evil per se, but necessary components of balance. Is that why I feel different? Lucien asked. Like I can sense things. Yes. The Force flows through all creation, and you are its source, its father, if you will. John's mind reeled as he was processing. His son, his 9-year-old boy, had somehow created a fundamental aspect of reality itself. He felt Kate's terror through their joined hands, her desperate need to protect her child, not wishing to lose him. For all of them knew instinctively this was him who Lucien was speaking to, believers and disbelievers. This was the end of all living. The end of all ends. Death. Death and Lucien continued walking through the strange hospital space, their voices sometimes clear, sometimes fading like a badly tuned radio. Existence was maintained by 3 fundamental pillars. Death was saying. Now there is a 4th, balance. You. The observers felt themselves drawn closer, pulled by the gravity of this conversation. As they neared, they became aware of each other's thoughts, not just physical presence, but the contents of their minds. John's mind was already calculating threats, protections, what to do when all this was over to protect his family. Beneath that ran a current of fear for his son and guilt about his divided family. Kate's thoughts were simpler but no less powerful. My son. My son. Please let him be okay. I'll protect him no matter what. Adam's mind was surprisingly clear, a childlike acceptance of what adults found impossible to comprehend. His brother was special. He'd always known that. Dean's thoughts raced with protective instincts and a growing list of enemies who might target someone with such power, something still too insane to take in, but impossible to deny. Yellow eyes. Other demons. Monsters. Sam processed the metaphysical implications, his mind connecting dots between lore he'd read and this new reality. The Force. A energy field. Binding the universe. Created by my brother. Bobby catalogued every supernatural entity that might sense or seek such power. Not good. Kid's gonna be a beacon to every nasty thing out there. Missouri struggled to maintain the connection without being overwhelmed. So much power. How is this child containing it? Their thoughts mingled, creating a temporary psychic bond through Missouri's amplified abilities, her connecting to the light side of the Force, through touching its origin. They weren't just seeing the same vision, they were experiencing it together. You will develop abilities beyond normal humans, Death told Lucien. You already possess intuitive knowledge of how to use the Force, though mastering it will require training and practice. Will I be able to move things? Like in the movies? Lucien asked. That and more, Death confirmed. Though your powers may manifest differently than your fictional counterparts. The Force is now yours to shape, within certain cosmic boundaries. John mentally reached toward Lucien, trying to call him back. Son, we're here. Come back to us. The vision wavered slightly, like a television with interference. Others will sense what you have become, Death warned, his tone growing more serious. Some will seek to use you. Others may try to destroy you, fearing your power. Dean's thoughts flared with protective fury. Let them try. They'll have to go through me first. Death paused suddenly, his hooded head turning slightly toward where they observed. Our time grows short. The vision began to fracture around the edges, reality bleeding back in as Lucien's consciousness started returning to his body. Trust your instincts, Death's voice echoed as the vision collapsed. The Force will guide you naturally. Death's final words reached them as the vision shattered like glass. Welcome to existence, young Balance. They all gasped simultaneously as they were thrust back into Missouri's living room. Objects that had been floating crashed to the floor. Candles extinguished with puffs of smoke. Missouri stumbled backward, nearly falling before Bobby caught her arm. No one spoke. What could possibly be said after what they'd witnessed? Adam was the first to break the silence. Lulu made the Force real. Like in Star Wars. Before anyone could answer, Lucien's eyes fluttered open. He saw Kate and Dean looking down at him, with Missouri's trembling hand still on his forehead. Do tell me how you found it. Did you like the fact that they were able to see a bit of the convo? I based it on Dean and Gadriel seeing Sam and Death converse when Sam was dying. Also, yes, others can tap into the Force. But Lucien is the chosen one, the father of the Force. The Force is his, eventually, when he reaches full potential, he can decide who can use it and can't use it. Hope you guys don't mind that. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 9, The New Normal. Lucien's consciousness returned slowly, like swimming upward through murky water. Before his eyes even opened, he felt them, emotions, not his own, washing over him in waves so intense they almost had color and texture. Worry. Fear, not of him, but for him. Confusion. Curiosity. Protectiveness. Love. These sensations crashed into his awareness with such force that he gasped, eyes flying open to find his mother's face inches from his own. Lucien. Kate's voice broke with relief as her hand brushed his forehead. Baby, can you hear me? He nodded, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of her concern. It was like standing next to a bonfire, warm, fierce, and all-consuming. Behind her stood his father, John, whose emotions felt completely different, a storm of protective determination mixed with something darker, more complicated. Mom, he managed, his voice raspy. I'm okay. As his vision cleared, he became aware of others in the room. Two young men, Sam and Dean, his half-brothers, watched with expressions that mirrored their emotions, Dean's protective instinct sharp as a knife, Sam's concern tinged with scholarly curiosity. An older black woman, Missouri, he somehow knew, stood nearby, her compassion flowing like a gentle stream. Beside her, a gruff-looking man in a trucker cap, Bobby, radiated a similar concern, though more guarded. And then Lulu. Adam's voice pierced the tension as he launched himself toward the couch where Lucien lay. "You're okay." Kate caught Adam before he could tackle his brother. "Careful, honey. Lucien needs space." As Lucien struggled to sit up, something whispered in his mind, not a voice exactly, more like knowledge unfolding. They had seen parts of his conversation with death, fragments of the revelation, but not everything. Not his past life. That remained hidden, protected by the Force itself. Relief washed through him, followed immediately by anxiety. What exactly had they seen? "How are you feeling, child?" Missouri asked. "I'm okay," Lucien said carefully. "Different, but okay." John paced at the edge of the room, thought to himself. Is he even human anymore? What does this mean for Dash? John Winchester, Missouri interrupted sharply, "We've had this conversation before." John stopped pacing, turning to face her with a frown. He never liked how easily she could read his mind. Missouri planted her hands on her hips. "Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, they're all different races of human. The supernatural added to humanity, but in a malicious manner. And even then nor all of them evil. I know that, but Dash. Being human is a state of being, a set of attributes," she continued, undeterred. "It's an attribute of humans that when bitten by a werewolf, they transform. If that wasn't part of being human, then humans would naturally be immune. But we're not. We don't have that attribute as a species." She stepped closer to John, voice softening slightly. "Would you call me not human because I'm psychic? Lucien is human, blessed with powerful psychic abilities that transformed into something more." John's jaw tightened. "I know that, Missouri. I'm just trying to figure out what we do now." "We keep him safe," Dean stated flatly, speaking for the first time. "That's what we do." Sam nodded, adding thoughtfully, "and help him understand what's happening to him." Adam wiggled free from Kate's grasp and bounded to the couch, climbing up beside Lucien. "Did you really make the Force real? Like in the movies?" His eyes were wide with wonder. "That's so awesome. My brother is like a superhero." The room fell silent, everyone clearly having the same question but hesitant to ask it so directly. Lucien hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Can you move stuff with your mind?" Adam continued excitedly. "Can you make a lightsaber? Can I be a Jedi too?" "I don't know yet," Lucien admitted, feeling overwhelmed. "Probably not, and, maybe." Dean's lips quirked into a small smile despite the gravity of the situation. Sam watched the interaction thoughtfully, his analytical mind clearly working behind his eyes. "What exactly do you know about this Force?" Bobby asked, breaking his silence. All of them having the same question in their minds, not treating Lucien as a kid right now, but someone who knows far more than them of the matter because of what they have seen. Lucien took a deep breath, organizing the knowledge that seemed to have appeared in his mind. "Death called me the father of the Force and the chosen one," he began, feeling strange saying those words aloud. He knew that they saw him talk to Death, and knew he could just chalk it up to knowing it instinctively, which is true anyway. He was too tired to beat around the bush. The Force is energy. Life. It connects everything. He paused, trying to articulate what he somehow knew. There's a light side and a dark side. The light side is fueled by love, protection, peace. The dark side comes from passion, anger, fear. Is it like good and evil? Dean asked, thinking of the movies. Lucien shook his head. Not exactly. The dark side isn't evil, not like in the movies, but it is destructive by nature. Dangerous if you can't control it. And you control both? John asked, his voice carefully neutral. No, Lucien admitted. Not yet. Maybe not for a long time. Death said others might be able to use the Force too, but rarely, and they'd only be able to use one side. No one else will be able to handle both light and dark together. So what can you actually do right now? Sam asked, cutting to the practical heart of the matter. Lucien frowned. How much should he reveal? Is hiding even practical right now? He needs help, he's new to this, newer to this than anything. Hiding things needs to serve a purpose, and be a benefit, and right now it isn't. I'm not sure. He stated, deciding to answer truthfully. I can feel emotions. Sense things. Maybe move objects, but I haven't tried. So basically you're saying you're a Jedi, Lulu? Dean asked, a hint of teasing entering his voice. Trying to lighten the mood. Everything is just so tense right now, not good for the kid. If he's anything like Sammy, then this should annoy the hell out of him. Lucien processed the question for a moment. Only Adam gets to call me that, he replied, annoyed. Dean's smile widened. How about Lou then? Lucien sighed. That's a bit better. We should buy every Star Wars comic and book we can find, Sam suggested suddenly. If Lucien created the Force based on Star Wars, understanding the source material might help us understand what he can do. Bobby nodded slowly. Makes sense. Most supernatural phenomena in our world have some basis in lore. This is just newer lore. There's a bigger issue here, John said, his voice grave. Lucien can't have a normal life now. The words fell heavy in the room. Kate's eyes filled with unshed tears as everything sank in. I thought I was protecting you by keeping you separate from hunting, John continued, looking at Kate. I was wrong. What exactly are you suggesting? Kate asked, her voice tight. You need to learn how to protect yourselves, John answered. All of you. Kate wrapped her arms around herself. So we just abandon our lives? Our home. Lucien and Adam's school. Mom, Lucien said quietly. I think Dad's right. All eyes turned to him. When I was talking to death, he continued carefully, he said others would sense what I've become. That some would try to use me, others might try to destroy me. Kate made a small, pained sound. I can't abandon my son, she said finally, looking at John with tears in her eyes. But what about Adam? Shouldn't he at least be able to get a normal life? I'm not leaving Lulu. Adam declared fiercely, grabbing Lucien's arm. He's my brother. This isn't what you wanted for them, Dean said to John, a hint of accusation in his voice. It's why you kept them separate. I didn't have all the information, John replied tersely. Now I do. So we just dragged them into this life? Sam asked. Like we were. They're already in it, John said. The question is whether they face it prepared or not. Missouri, who had been watching silently, stepped forward. Family stays together during crisis, she said gently. That's how you survive. My place has room, Bobby offered unexpectedly. It's warded, safe. They can stay while learning the basics. A heavy silence fell as Kate weighed her options. Lucien could feel her anguish, her desperate desire for normalcy warring with her need to protect her children. I won't pretend I'm happy about this, she finally said, but my family stays together. I can't separate my boys. John nodded, relief visible in the slight relaxation of his shoulders. We'll start with basic protection. Salt lines, symbols, how to recognize threats. Then move on to more advanced skills. As the adults continued discussing logistics, Lucien found Sam watching him intently. You okay? Sam asked quietly, moving closer. Lucien shrugged. I didn't mean for this to happen. Now everyone's lives are changing because of me. But I don't feel bad about it. Now that I again am who I was before, and am living this new life, this is the best thing that could have happened with those two psychos holding the strings. Family adapts, Sam replied. That's what we do. He hesitated, then added, though I'm still getting used to the idea that I have two more brothers. Me too, Lucien admitted. I mean, about having more brothers, especially older ones. I was the oldest moments before. Dad mentioned you sometimes, but not as brothers, Sam finished with a wry smile. Yeah, we're gonna have figure everything out eventually. Across the room, Dean had pulled Adam aside and knelt to his height. So kid, there are 3 rules to being a Winchester, he was saying with exaggerated seriousness. Protect your family, know how to use salt, and never touch my cassette tapes. Adam frowned. But I'm a Milligan. Not anymore, Squirt, Dean replied, ruffling his hair. You're a Winchester now. Like it or not, you're stuck with us. Adam considered this, then asked, do Winchesters get to learn how to be superheroes? Dean was silent for a moment before he shrugged to himself and nodded. Hunters, heroes, monsters, bad guys, close enough. Eventually, Dean said. But first you learn how to hide from monsters. We should leave soon, John announced. Bobby, you head back and get your place ready. The rest of us will stop by Kate's house to pack essentials, then meet you there. I'll come with you, Missouri said to Kate. Help you sort what you'll need. As everyone began preparing to leave, Lucien tried standing. His legs felt wobbly but held his weight. The world seemed different now, sharper, more vibrant, as if he was seeing an additional layer of reality. Careful there, Dean said, suddenly beside him with a steadying hand on his shoulder. You've been out of commission for a while. Thanks, Lucien said, surprised by the gesture. Dean shrugged. That's what big brothers are for, right? Lucien was silent for a moment. He never had any siblings in his past life, he was an only child. Now here, he had 3, and he could already feel the protectiveness of them towards him. Right, he managed to reply. The drive back to Wyndham was tense. John led in the Impala with Dean and Sam, while Missouri drove her own car, Kate still at the hospital, with Kate, Lucien, and Adam. Bobby had already departed for South Dakota in his own vehicle. Your home has been good to you, Missouri said to Kate as they approached the familiar neighborhood. But home isn't a place, it's the people you love. Kate nodded silently, tears streaming down her face. In the backseat, Adam had fallen asleep against Lucien's shoulder, exhausted by the emotional day. Lucien stared out the window, watching his childhood neighborhood with new eyes. Had it always been this vulnerable? This exposed? You're sensing differently now, Missouri observed, catching his eye in the rearview mirror. Your abilities give you new perspectives. It's overwhelming, Lucien admitted. You'll learn to filter, she assured him. The mind adapts to new senses, just like it would to suddenly being able to hear or see after a lifetime without. When they pulled into the driveway, John was already waiting, his posture alert as he scanned the surroundings. Pack quickly, he instructed as they entered the house. Essentials only. We need to be on the road within an hour. Kate moved through the house in a daze, gathering clothes and important documents. Dean helped Adam select his favorite toys and books, while Sam assisted Kate with practical considerations. Lucien stood in his bedroom doorway, suddenly uncertain. What did he need from this childish life? He wasn't a child, not really. He was also the whole time thinking of all the threats in this world, and what lay ahead. Feeling lost? John asked, appearing behind him. Lucien nodded. John sighed, running a hand through his hair. I know something about leaving a life behind, he said quietly. Take what matters most. The rest is just stuff. Lucien entered his room, looking around at the Star Wars posters, the bookshelf of novels, the collection of rocks he and Adam had gathered from various parks. His fingers traced the glow-in-the-dark stars on his ceiling, arranged in actual constellations because he'd insisted on accuracy. He pulled out his backpack and filled it with clothes, his favorite books, and a few treasured possessions, a fossil he'd found on a camping trip, a Swiss Army knife his John had given him, a family photo in a simple frame. As he zipped the bag closed, a strange sensation prickled at the back of his neck. He turned toward the window, suddenly certain they were being watched. The force whispered warnings in his mind, a subtle pressure urging caution. Outside, in the darkness beyond the streetlights, something waited. Something with yellow eyes. Lucien froze, unsure if what he sensed was real or imagination. Lou. You ready? Dean called from the hallway. The presence vanished, or retreated, as quickly as it had appeared. Did I imagine that because of paranoia, he thought to himself as cold sweat appeared on his back. If I wasn't. What can I do about it? Yeah, Lucien answered, deciding to keep it to himself. No way Azazel would move so soon, shaking off the uneasy feeling. I'm ready. Bobby Singer's house was unlike anything Kate or her sons had ever seen. Books covered every available surface, interspersed with weapons, strange artifacts, and protective symbols. The kitchen smelled of whiskey and old books, with hints of gunpowder and herbs. It ain't much, Bobby said gruffly as he showed them around, but it's safe. Warded against most everything nasty. Thank you for this, Kate said, still looking shell-shocked. Got 2 spare rooms upstairs, Bobby continued. Figured Kate and Adam can take one, Lucien the other. John and the boys can bunk in the study when they're here. Lucien staying alone in case his powers attack the room when asleep unsaid, but heard by those experienced with the supernatural. When we're here? Sam asked. John's expression was grim. We still have hunts to finish. People depending on us. You're leaving? Kate asked, alarm clear in her voice. Just temporarily, John assured her. We'll be back in a few days. Bobby will teach you the basics while we're gone. Dean knelt beside Adam, who was looking increasingly distressed. Hey, buddy. Remember those 3 rules I told you? Adam nodded solemnly. Well, here's rule number 4, Winchesters always come back. Dean glanced up at Lucien. Always. Later that night, after Kate had finally gotten Adam to sleep, the adults gathered in Bobby's kitchen. Sam had spread out several Star Wars comics and a technical manual he'd found at a gas station on their way. So according to this, he said, pointing to a diagram, the Force allows telekinesis, enhanced perception, limited precognition dash. We don't know if it works exactly like in the movies, John interrupted. It does to an extent, but doesn't also to another, Lucien said quietly from the doorway. He hadn't been invited to this conversation but had sensed it happening. It's rawer. Newer. Less defined. You should be in bed, Kate said automatically. Lucien ignored this. I can feel it, but controlling it is different. It's like learning to use a muscle you didn't know you had. Can you show us? Dean asked. Everyone turned to look at him. What? Dean shrugged. We're all thinking it. Lucien hesitated, then focused on a pencil lying on Bobby's desk. He reached out with his mind, trying to connect with the Force as he somehow knew he should. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the pencil trembled slightly before rolling about an inch. Lucien exhaled sharply, surprised by how much effort that small movement had required. That's a start, Bobby said, sounding more impressed than Lucien had expected. The force is still settling into reality, Lucien explained, repeating what Death had told him. And I'm still learning how to use it. We'll figure it out together, Sam said, closing the comic book. One step at a time. John stood, decision made. Bobby will start your training tomorrow. Basic protections first, then weapons handling for Kate. Weapons. Kate repeated, looking alarmed. Just basics, Bobby assured her. Shotgun, silver knife, how to load salt rounds. Kate looked like she might protest, then glanced at Lucien and nodded reluctantly. Dean, Sam and I will return to the hunt in Blackwater Ridge, check if we didn't miss anything, then head back, John continued. Should take 3 days, maybe 4. What about school? Kate asked suddenly. Adam's education dash. I know some hunter families that homeschool, Bobby offered. Got materials I can get you started with. The reality of their new life seemed to hit Kate all at once. Lucien felt her despair spike before she carefully controlled her expression. We'll make this work, she said, more to herself than anyone else. As the conversation continued, Lucien slipped away, climbing the creaking stairs to the small bedroom Bobby had given him. The room was sparse, a twin bed, a dresser, a small desk, but felt oddly safe despite its unfamiliarity. He sat cross-legged on the bed, trying to process everything that had happened. In less than 2 days, his entire existence had transformed. He remembered who he truly was. He'd created a fundamental force of nature, met the embodiment of death, discovered 2 half-brothers he'd never met, and left behind the only home he'd ever known in this life. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. The door opened to reveal Sam, holding a stack of books. Thought you might want these, he said, setting them on the desk. Star Wars novels, comics, technical guides, everything I could find at the gas stations and that one bookstore we passed. Thanks, Lucien said, genuinely touched by the gesture. Sam lingered, clearly wanting to say something more. What is it? Lucien prompted. This life, Sam said carefully. It's not what I would have chosen for anyone, especially not a kid. Lucien shrugged. I don't think we get to fully choose our destinies. But it is ours, so we live with them and make the best of it. Sam's eyebrows rose. That's pretty philosophical for a 9-year-old. I'm mature for my age, Lucien replied, the irony of the statement not lost on him given his hidden past life. It is good that he can chalk anything up now to the Force helping him, maturing him. Yeah, I can see that. Sam hesitated again. Listen, if you ever need to talk about any of this. I'm here, okay. I know what it's like to feel different. Before Lucien could respond, another figure appeared in the doorway, Dean, leaning casually against the frame. Sammy giving you the heart-to-heart talk already, he asked with a smirk. Must be a record. Sam rolled his eyes. Just trying to help. Dean entered the room, examining the books Sam had brought. Comic books and sci-fi novels. Real helpful research materials there, schoolboy. It's a starting point, Sam defended. Dean picked up one of the comics, flipping through it. So, Lou, you really think you can learn to do all this Jedi mind trick stuff? Some of it, maybe, Lucien answered honestly. I don't know yet. Dean nodded. Well, whatever happens, you've got us now. His expression turned serious. And despite what you might think after finding out about all this, we protect our own. The simple declaration carried weight beyond the words themselves. Lucien felt the truth of it in the Force. Dean Winchester meant exactly what he said. Thanks, Lucien said quietly. An awkward silence fell, broken by the sound of small feet pattering down the hallway. Lulu. Adam's sleepy voice called. Where are you? In here, Adam, Lucien answered. Adam appeared in the doorway, clutching his dinosaur plush. His eyes widened at seeing Sam and Dean. What are you guys doing? He asked suspiciously. Just talking, Sam assured him. About Jedi stuff, Dean added with a wink. Adam's face lit up. Can I be a Jedi too? The 3 older brothers exchanged glances. Maybe someday, Lucien said carefully. But it's complicated. Everything's complicated now, Adam grumbled, climbing onto Lucien's bed uninvited. Mom's sad. We left home. Dean says there's monsters. Yeah, it's a lot, Dean acknowledged, surprising Lucien with his gentleness toward Adam. But you know what? You've got 3 big brothers to look out for you now. Adam considered this, then asked, do you guys check for monsters under the bed too? Lulu always does. Every night, Sam confirmed with a small smile. Even better, Dean added, we teach you how to fight them. Adam's eyes widened. Really? When you're older, Sam clarified quickly. But for now, Dean continued, how about we check this room for monsters so you can go back to sleep? As Dean made a show of checking under the bed and in the closet, Lucien caught Sam watching the scene with an unreadable expression. He's good with kids, Sam said quietly. All clear, Dean announced as he stood up. No monsters allowed in Bobby Singer's house. They know better. Adam yawned widely. Can I sleep with Lulu tonight? The new house is scary. Sure, Lucien agreed immediately, recognizing his brother's need for comfort. As Sam and Dean said their goodnights and left the room, Lucien made space for Adam on the narrow bed. The younger boy curled against him, clutching his dinosaur. Lulu. Adam whispered in the darkness. Are we gonna be okay? Lucien stared at the ceiling. Yeah, he finally answered. Different, but okay. Adam seemed satisfied with this answer, his breathing soon evening out in sleep. Lucien himself didn't for a long time, as his mind continued to race and plan. Plan and plan and plan for hours. He knew he should know needed to always be one step ahead. Always. It was quite difficult for me to write this chapter, so hope it turned out good. I personally think it did. I think everyone was feeling the same awkwardness I was feeling when writing the chapter, which fits with how weird everything is right now for them. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 10, Important piece of info, don't skip. Hello everyone. I need to explain a couple things, going to edit the read me. For new readers too. This is for the ones reading at this point in time. So, as you all know, this FIC will have a heavy focus on hunting. Meaning going on cases, monster of the week and the like. But, unlike in the show, things gained from it won't be put under the rug, like the time Sam literally lifted Thor's fucking hammer, which is the myth one not Marvel one, meaning heavy ass shit and with lightning, god, powers and he never fucking used it again, still pissed off at that if you haven't noticed already. I will explore the hunting world, meaning the mythical beings like the Norse, Olympians, vampires, werewolves, witches and the like, but based on genuine in real-life lore, not only supernatural lore. The alpha vampire and alphas of the other creatures were just so bloody underused, nothing special about them besides a bit stronger, more knowledge and age. Which is stupid in my opinion. Some special creatures of their species will have more lore-like abilities, like transforming into bats for example when it comes to vampires. I know I'm using vamps as examples a lot, but they're the most commonly known. Also, since I don't want to have more than 90% BOCs when it comes to the hunting aspect of monsters, I am going to add the Vampire Diaries / the originals into this fanfic. Only that, no other shows, otherwise it would get convoluted. I think you guys also don't want so many OCs. TVD/TO can fit seamlessly, with no problems in Supernatural. Simply Esther trying to create a more powerful form of immortality, based on existing vampires, and Silas and Katsia's spell. Trying to erase the desire and need for blood but failing. Creating the originals a much more powerful form of vampire than the more common one. The originals themselves will have some novel powers so that they can fit in with the lore-like abilities of some other vampires. I have also honestly been thinking to maybe pair up Lucien and Elena, a better Elena, the one from season 1 before. Damon set his hooks in on the naive girl, and traumatized her and desensitized her to his evil actions. By snapping her brother's neck because she refused to kiss him, unknowing that Jeremy had the ring so fully intent on killing him, played on her sympathy, asking for a kiss when on his deathbed. And when she tried to get back Stefan and be loyal to him, he constantly tried to have her abandon him, and I don't care for the excuse that Stefan is a ripper and would take years to return to normal, since Damon still tried to get in her pants. If you don't already realize, I don't like Damon as a person. Good character, but I dislike him as a person. Betrayer, traitor, ungrateful, going after his brother's girl, and all that. Elena and Lucien would fit pretty well together, the good Elena I mean. Good Elena is loyal, ready to die for her friends and family, is understanding of being a person that, special and desired to be used by others, with her being a doppelganger and Lucien the chosen one. Well, I hope you guys don't mind and still wish to stick around. See you all later, maybe in an hour or two or earlier. Hopefully by then I have the next chapter out. Bye. Chapter 11, Samuel. Sleep should have come easily to Lucien after the day's revelations, but his mind refused to quiet. The unfamiliar ceiling of Bobby Singer's spare bedroom stared back at him as he counted the minutes ticking by on the ancient alarm clock. 1:17 a.m. 2:43 a.m. 3:22 a.m. His thoughts raced in endless circles. The Force. Death. His family, both past and present. The supernatural world he now inhabited. The question that kept returning, was this truly the world of Supernatural as he'd known it from television, or does his existence open the possibility to everything being different? After 5 hours of tossing and turning, Lucien finally surrendered to not being able to sleep. He slipped out from beneath the covers, careful not to let the ancient bedsprings creak. The floorboards were cold against his bare feet as he padded to the door and eased it open just enough to slip through. The hallway was dark except for a faint glow from downstairs. Bobby must have left a light on somewhere. Lucien made his way down the stairs, instinctively avoiding the third step that looked like it might betray his midnight wandering with a loud creak. Bobby's house was different at night. During the day, it had seemed cluttered but homey. Now, shadows transformed the piles of books and hunting paraphernalia into looming sentinels. The air smelled of old paper, whiskey, and something else, herbs, maybe, or protective magic. Did magic have a smell? Lucien found himself drawn to the library, where earlier he'd glimpsed shelves upon shelves of books. Knowledge was power in this world, especially for someone like him, who has more potential than anyone. The room was lit only by moonlight filtering through dusty windows, casting everything in silver and shadow. Lucien ran his fingers along the spines of ancient tomes, reading titles that made his skin prickle: Demonica Compendium, Bestiary of the Americas, Rituals of Binding and Banishment. He pulled a slim volume from the shelf, Vampire, A Hunter's Guide. Flipping through it revealed detailed anatomical drawings of vampire physiology, methods of killing, and nesting habits. Much of it aligned with what he remembered from the show, but there were curious differences, notes about regional variations in vampire species, references to old-world bloodlines with unique characteristics. Another book caught his attention, Witchcraft Through the Ages. This one contained symbols and sigils he'd never seen in the show, along with warnings about different types of magic, some borrowed from demons, others drawn from nature or ancestors. Something tugged at the edge of his awareness, not a sound or sight, but a feeling. The Force, whispering to him. Lucien closed his eyes, trying to feel what his instincts wanted him to notice, trusting them right now above everything. Internally still wondering what to do about the fact that Yellow Eyes watched him when he was in his old home. At the time he wanted to dismiss it, but he knew that was stupid. But he also knew he couldn't simply call him out on it, because it may accelerate whatever fucked up plans he currently has. The sensation pulled him toward the far wall, where a bookshelf stood partially hidden in shadow. As he approached, the feeling grew stronger, a gentle but insistent pull, like a magnet drawing iron. His hand moved almost of its own accord, reaching for a particular leather-bound volume wedged between two larger books. The moment his fingers touched the spine, he felt resistance, not physical, but something else. The Force seemed to be telling him this wasn't quite right. "What do you want me to do?" he whispered, feeling slightly foolish talking to an invisible energy he barely understood. He closed his eyes again, letting the sensation guide him. His hand remained on the book, but instead of pulling it out completely, he found himself pushing it back in gently, then pulling it roughly once, then pushing it back in, then pulling it out completely. A soft click echoed in the quiet room. The bookshelf shifted slightly, revealing a small compartment built into the wall behind it. Inside lay a single book, older and more worn than the others, its leather binding cracked with age. Lucien hesitated before reaching for it. Bobby wasn't the type to appreciate someone snooping through hidden compartments in his home. But the Force had led him here for a reason. He carefully extracted the book and carried it to Bobby's desk, where a small lamp provided just enough light to read by. Opening the cover, he found an inscription that made his heart skip. The Journal of Samuel Colt, Volume 1, 1835. "Holy shit," Lucien whispered. Samuel Colt's journal. The legendary hunter who created the Colt, the gun that could kill anything except 5 things in creation. In the show, the Winchesters had found this eventually, but Lucien couldn't remember how or when. Was this that legendary Winchester luck at work? Did he have it too, or was this Sam and Dean's luck that led this into Bobby's hands for them to have eventually when needed? He turned to the first page and began to read. The Journal of Samuel Colt Volume 1, Beginnings and Discoveries. 1835. April 17th. Reckon I ought to keep account of these strange happenings, lest my memory fail or death come calling for I pass this knowledge on. Should these scribblings survive me, perhaps they'll serve some other poor soul who stumbles into this shadow world as I have. Samuel Colt, that's my name. Gunsmith by trade, though lately I've found myself in a business far removed from simple firearms. Weren't but 3 months past I was returning from securing patents in England when fate saw fit to tear the veil from my eyes. 'Twas on the outskirts of Hartford, just as dusk was painting the sky. Heard a woman scream pierce the evening quiet, coming from an old Matherson place, abandoned since the fever took the family last fall. Being neither coward nor fool, I approached with my pistol drawn. What I witnessed through the broken window haunts my dreams still. A man, though I use the term loosely now, crouched over a young woman like some feral beast, mouth fastened to her throat. When he raised his head at my approach, his face was slick with blood, eyes reflecting the dying light like some hellborn cat. I fired true, bullet striking center in his chest. Should have dropped him dead where he stood. Instead, he turned to me slow-like, annoyed as if I'd merely interrupted his supper. Emptied every chamber into him as he advanced, moving faster than any natural thing ought. Would have been my end right there, no doubt about it, had the Almighty not seen fit to intervene. A stranger appeared behind the creature, swinging an axe with the practiced ease of a man splitting kindling. The monster's head separated clean from his shoulders, both parts dropping to the floor like stones. "Ain't no use putting lead in M," the stranger drawled, wiping blood from his blade. "Gotta take the head. Only sure way." Called himself Elkins. Been tracking this vampire across 3 states after it slaughtered a family in Springfield. Thought him touched in the head till he showed me the creature's teeth, fangs like a rattler's that slid from the gums when he pressed the jaw. I write this from my workshop, sleep being an elusive companion these nights. Elkins rode out yesterday, heading west after another of these abominations. Left me with more questions than answers and a mind that can't settle back into its previous certainties. The firearms I've spent my life designing seem pitifully inadequate against such threats. Though perhaps there's purpose in this discovery. Only the God can guide me. May 23rd. 2 weeks of careful inquiries led me to a tavern outside Boston where I met another of these hunters, men who track and destroy unnatural creatures. Fellow by the name of Griffin, scarred from brow to chin, eyes that had seen too much to ever rest easy. Weren't inclined to talk at first, taking me for some curious greenhorn likely to get himself killed. Only after I shared my experience with Elkins and displayed the knowledge he'd passed to me did Griffin's tongue loosen, helped along by several glasses of whiskey. Griffin's been hunting nigh on 15 years, ever since something he called a vengeful spirit took his wife and child. His tales would curdle milk, creatures that shift their skin to look like anyone they choose, men who transform to beasts under the full moon, spirits with enough hatred to move objects without touching them. Most peculiar was his account of different breeds of blood drinkers. The one I encountered was common to these territories, brutal, animal-like, traveling in small nests, as he called them. But Griffin swears he encountered another sort some years back. Daywalkers, he named them. Move about in sunlight without harm, appear as gentlefolk to all observers, and possess the devil's own ability to bend minds to their will. Compulsion, Griffin called this power, claiming he witnessed a well-respected judge release a murderer on the Daywalker's mere suggestion. Older than our country, Griffin said. Come from across the ocean, most of them. Fewer in number, but Lord help you should you cross paths with one. They don't forgive, and they don't forget, not even after centuries. I remain skeptical of some details, particularly his accounts of witchcraft and demonic possession, but can no longer dismiss anything outright. The world's proved itself stranger than any natural philosophy prepared me for. Griffin provided the name of a man in St. Louis who might further my education, Daniel Holtz, European-born, hunter of vampires across 2 continents. I leave on tomorrow's stage, my regular business postponed indefinite. June 12th. Holtz ain't what I expected. Lean as a winter wolf, with eyes that never settle. Speaks with the precision of an educated man, though his accent marks him foreign-born. Been hunting longer than Griffin, with methodical attention that borders on obsession. These past weeks under his tutelage have been illuminating. Unlike Griffin's wild tales, Holtz focuses on practical matters, identification, weaknesses, effective methods of dispatch. Man's got a library in his head of creatures I never imagined walking God's earth. The vampires common to American territories differ from European lore in significant ways. They transform no more than men do, myths of bats and wolves being superstitious fancy. Sunlight weakens but doesn't destroy them outright. Crosses and garlic ain't worth spit. Only sure method is separation of head from body, though dead man's blood acts like poison, slowing them considerable. Holtz confirmed Griffin's account of another breed. Encountered several in Mystic Falls, more human in appearance and manner, yet far more dangerous. These daywalkers move freely in sunlight with aid of enchanted jewelry, bend human will to their purpose, and possess strength that increases with age rather than diminishes. Some are hundreds upon hundreds of years old, Holtz told me, voice gone quiet as if speaking too loud might summon them. The oldest ones, they're something else entirely. Not vampire as we understand it, not truly. Something more. He spoke of rumors, whispers among hunters of an original family, first of their kind, impossible to kill. Truly immortal. The fathers of the beasts. Searching to break some curse that can unseal their bound might, and conquered God's light during the day. Even Holtz, who believes nothing without evidence, seemed troubled by these stories. Pray you never encounter one, was all he'd say when pressed. Tomorrow we investigate reports of wild animal attacks near the Mississippi. Holtz suspects vampires establishing new territory. I find myself both apprehensive and curiously eager to apply what I've learned. What the fuck? Lucien muttered under his breath as he looked up from the journal. Originals. The journal specifically mentioned originals, the first vampires, impossible to kill. Just like in the Vampire Diaries. Did this mean Klaus, Elijah, Rebecca, Cole, Finn, could they actually exist in this world? Is this world not only supernatural, but also the Vampire Diaries? But if that's the case, is it only these 2? Or is there more? God damn it. Everything's gotten so much more fucking complicated. Lucien shook his head, deciding that best way to know is by continuing to read. He returned his attention to the journal, fingers trembling slightly as he turned the page. June 17th. Participated in my first proper hunt yesterday. Holtz tracked 3 vampires to an abandoned mill south of St. Louis. They'd already claimed 2 local farmers and taken a third, whom we found alive but sorely wounded. The efficiency with which Holtz dispatched these creatures was something to behold, no wasted movement, no hesitation. Man's done this more times than he can count, I expect. I managed to slow one with dead man's blood before Holtz took its head, but my technique needs considerable refinement. The survivor saw too much to return to normal life ignorant. Holtz explained the situation with surprising gentleness, offering the man a choice: learn to protect himself or retreat to a life of fearful ignorance. He chose knowledge over comfort. Seems there's more hunters than I realized, forming a loose network across the country, sharing information when paths cross. I find myself thinking on my firearms work with new purpose. The conventional weapons I've designed seem woefully inadequate for this shadow world I've discovered. I wonder, is there a way to create better specialized tools for these fights? July 8th. Return to my workshop with fresh perspective on my craft. The standard firearms I've designed, while innovative for conventional purposes, are poorly suited for hunting supernatural creatures. Reloading takes precious time one rarely has when facing such threats. The materials, too, are ineffective against many beings. I've begun sketching designs for a weapon specifically for hunting, a revolver allowing multiple shots without reloading, incorporating elements Holt suggested might prove effective against various creatures. The metallurgical challenges are considerable. I've written to contacts in Europe regarding certain alloys that might serve my purposes. Holtz has continued westward, tracking rumors of a vampire nest near the frontier. Left me with several journals containing his accumulated knowledge and the name of another hunter should I require assistance, a Professor Viziak in Boston who specializes in more obscure lore. I ain't the man I was 3 months ago. My previous ambitions seem trivial compared to the knowledge I now possess. There exists a shadow world alongside our own, populated by monsters from our darkest tales, and pitifully few stand against it. August 3rd. Encountered something new today. While investigating reports of missing travelers near Hartford, I found not a vampire but a creature that could change its appearance at will. Witnessed it shift from the form of a young woman to that of an elderly man in mere moments. My bullets had no effect, but when my hunting knife, which has a silver edge, cut its arm, the wound sizzled like fat in a hot pan. Tracked it to an abandoned mill, where I found evidence of at least 3 different identities it had assumed. Finally cornered and killed it with the silver knife Holtz had given me. Upon death, its eyes flashed with a strange light, and its features melted away to reveal something barely human. Griffin mentioned these ones, I believe. Holtz's journals state as well that they are shapeshifters, creatures that can assume the appearance of anyone. Silver is their weakness, and their eyes flash when caught in reflective surfaces. I've preserved samples of its tissue for further study, though I'm uncertain what I might learn from them. Must expand my research beyond vampires. There are more monsters in this world than only them, and each requires specific methods to combat. The sound of a floorboard creaking behind him made Lucien jump. He turned to find Bobby Singer standing in the doorway, arms crossed over a faded t-shirt worn beneath an open flannel robe. Bit late for reading, ain't it? Bobby asked, his voice gruff with sleep but not angry. Lucien froze, the journal still open in his hands. I couldn't sleep. Bobby's gaze shifted to the book, then to the open compartment in the wall. His eyebrows rose slightly. Now how in the hell did you find that? He asked, stepping into the room. That hiding spot's been my little secret for going on 15 years. Lucien hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. The Force. I think it guided me to it. Bobby sighed, rubbing a hand over his stubbled chin. Course it did. Why not? Cosmic powers, secret compartments, just another Tuesday around here. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from Lucien. How much have you read? Just the first few entries, Lucien said, though in truth he'd read considerably more. It's some man named Samuel Colt's journal. Yep. One of M, anyway. Man is actually a legendary hunter. He kept detailed records of his hunts and research. That there's his first volume, from when he was just starting out. How did you get it? Lucien asked, genuinely curious. The show had never explained how Bobby acquired such a rare artifact. Bobby's expression softened with something like nostalgia. Hunter named Daniel Elkins, descendant of the same Elkins mentioned in those pages, gave it to me for safekeeping, about 20 years back. Said too many folks were after Colt's secrets, especially regarding that gun of his. Lucien's eyes widened. The Colt. The gun that can kill anything. Almost anything, Bobby corrected. And I don't recall mentioning that particular detail to you. Read only a little, you say, huh? Lucien realized his mistake. Yeah. I'd be a hypocrite to say you should never lie, boy, but try to be truthful when it comes to people who help you. Lucien's cheeks felt warm with shame. He didn't lie. But because he couldn't control his mouth, now it seemed like he was lying, when he always prided himself on speaking the truth. Well, you ain't wrong to be curious about it. That gun's something special, all right. Whereabouts unknown at present, unfortunately. He nodded toward the stairs. Now, you ought to be getting back to bed. Growing boy needs his sleep. Lucien looked down at the journal, reluctant to part with it when there was still so much to learn. Could I, maybe read a little more? I don't think I'll be able to sleep anyway. Bobby seemed about to refuse, then sighed again. If I send you back upstairs now, you're just gonna lie there thinking about this book, aren't you? Yes, sir, Lucien admitted with an eager nod. Figured as much. Bobby stood and walked to a cabinet in the corner. Well, if we're gonna be up reading forbidden lore at 4 in the morning, might as well do it proper. He pulled out a bottle and 2 glasses, then seemed to reconsider. Milk for you, I suppose. Ain't exactly proper to give whiskey to a 9-year-old, cosmic powers or not. He disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a glass of milk, setting it beside Lucien before pouring himself a finger of whiskey. This ain't exactly how I plan to start your hunter education, Bobby said, settling back into his chair. Usually begin with the basics, salt, silver, iron. Colt's journal gets into some advanced stuff. But seeing as you've already read a fair bit and you're a special case anyway, might as well roll with it. Thank you, Uncle Bobby, Lucien said, the term of endearment slipping out naturally. Lucien personally chalked it up to this kid body affecting him, making him act a bit more childlike. Which is in fact true. The body affects the emotions of the soul to an extent. Bobby looked momentarily surprised, then his expression softened. He reached over and ruffled Lucien's hair. Don't go thanking me yet. Knowledge like this comes with a price, kid. Once you know what's out there, you can't unknow it. I think that ship has sailed, Lucien said quietly. Fair point, Bobby conceded. All right then, let's see what old Samuel has to teach us. Any questions so far? Lucien hesitated, carefully framing his question to avoid revealing too much. He mentions different types of vampires, the regular kind and these daywalkers. Are they really that different? Bobby nodded solemnly. Different as night and day, no pun intended. The vamps we typically hunt, what hunters call American strain, they're nasty but straightforward. Sunlight hurts, dead man's blood slows, beheading kills, He took a sip of his whiskey before continuing. The European strain, these daywalkers, they're another matter entirely. Sunlight kills, unless they've got one of those special rings Colt mentions. Vervain, that's a herb, keeps, from their mind control tricks and burns, on contact. Stake through the heart puts, down, but you gotta leave it in for a little while or they heal right up. Have you ever encountered one? Lucien asked, filing in the information, especially the leaving the stake in, since that isn't something that was in the TVD show. Once, Bobby said grimly. Few years back. Nasty piece of work called the Ripper of Monterey something or other. Nearly got the drop on me before I figured out what I was dealing with. Most hunters go their whole careers without running into one. They're smarter, more careful about covering their tracks. Though. Yes. Lucien questioned, completely focused. Ripper of Monterey meant Stefan. To be honest, when I say I figured it out, and that he nearly got the drop on me, he actually could have killed me right then and there, but for some reason didn't and up and left. Still baffles me to this day. Yep, that sounds like guilty Stefan all right. If he is anything like the show, then he should have been newly back on the wagon or something. What about these originals? Lucien pressed, trying to keep his voice casual. Are they real? Bobby's expression darkened. Most hunters think they're just stories, bogeyman vampires tell each other about. But I've heard enough over the years to think there might be truth to it. A family of vampires so old and powerful that nothing can kill them. Most of the lore's contradictory or just plain missing. He leaned forward, voice dropping. Word is, they've been around for over 1,000 years. Started as a single family somewhere in Europe. Some say they made some kind of deal with a powerful demon, others say they're cursed. Details are scarce because anyone who gets close enough to learn more tends to disappear. Do they have names? Lucien asked, holding his breath. Bobby shrugged. There's mentions here and there. Most common one I've heard is Klaus. Supposedly the oldest and most dangerous of the bunch. Then there's another brother, Noble they call that one. Rumors of other ones too, but names change depending who's telling the tale. Okay, yep, Klaus is a fucking thing. Elijah most likely too. Now, which fucking version? Books. Show. Which one? I don't know jack squat about the books besides some powers. Read and heard some crazy shit about them in the books being older than the pyramids or something, able to bring down lightning, control the elements, etc. Hoping to God, that isn't what I'm dealing with here. I really need to train my control over the Force better. If I have enough control over it, even Lucifer and Michael won't be problems. Anyway, Bobby continued, they're not something you need to worry about. Originals, if they're real, operate on a whole different level, old world politics, power plays spanning centuries. They don't typically cross paths with hunters unless someone's dumb enough to go looking for them. Lucien nodded. If the originals existed, what about the other things from the Vampire Diaries? The Moonstone Curse, Colt implied it in his journal. Doppelgangers, if the curse exists, the doppelgangers likely do too. The Five. Silas. The other side. What else was really there? And was Supernatural and the Vampire Diaries the only things, or was there more this world was made up of? Let's get back to Colt's journal, Bobby suggested, pulling Lucien from his thoughts. Man had some interesting theories about supernatural creatures that even modern hunters haven't fully explored. And so Lucien turned the page, eager to learn more. The two of them seated, the old man with his whiskey and the boy with his milk. Reading the tales of the most legendary hunter to have ever existed. Do tell me how you found it. Yes, the Force can draw Lucien to something that he wants if it is very close to him. Also, sorry for the long wait for chapters. I'm still working on the lore of this world and all that. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 12, Learning. The grandfather clock in Bobby Singer's hallway chimed 5:30, its aged mechanism echoing through the quiet house. Outside, the first hints of dawn had begun to lighten the eastern sky, but inside the library, two figures remained hunched over ancient texts, illuminated by a single desk lamp. So this symbol here, Bobby said, his calloused finger tracing an intricate marking in Samuel Colt's journal, ain't just your regular devil's trap. Colt designed it specifically for higher-level demons. Lucien leaned closer, studying the complex pattern. Despite the late hour, his eyes remained alert, taking in every detail. What makes it different from a standard trap? See these sigils in the outer ring. Bobby pointed to several small markings. They're Enochian, angel language people say, if you believe in them. Colt somehow figured out how to incorporate angelic warding into demonic containment. Theoretically, it could hold any demon. Any demon? Lucien asked. Yeah, the nastiest of the nasty buggers. Cream of the crop in Hell's hierarchy, even the so-called Knights of Hell. Bobby rubbed his tired eyes. No idea whether they're real. But in another volume of Colt's journals, he does say that it should work against even them. Nothing says, though, he's ever met one. Maybe heard some demon run his mouth or something. The floorboard near the doorway creaked, drawing both their attention. John Winchester stood in the entrance, his expression hardening as he took in the scene, his 9-year-old son surrounded by lore, Bobby with a half-empty whiskey glass at his elbow. What the hell is this? John's voice was quiet but sharp. Bobby didn't flinch. Morning to you too, John. Bobby, it's 5:30 in the morning. Lucien should be in bed. Before Bobby could respond, another figure appeared behind John, Sam, his lanky frame filling the doorway, hair tousled from sleep. What's going on? Sam asked, eyes quickly assessing the situation. John's jaw tightened. Sam, go wake your brother and Adam. I'll get Kate. Sam hesitated, glancing between his father and Lucien, but nodded and disappeared down the hallway. John fixed Bobby with a hard stare. We'll discuss this when everyone's up. As John's footsteps receded up the stairs, Bobby sighed. Your daddy's got a point, kid. Should have sent you to bed hours ago. Lucien shrugged. I wasn't tired. It wasn't entirely a lie, his mind had been too busy processing everything to feel fatigue. Yeah, well, your mama's gonna have both our hides. Bobby closed Colt's journal carefully. Worth it though. Kid like you needs to know what's out there. Sam pushed open the door to the small room he was sharing with Dean. His brother was sprawled across a cot, one arm dangling over the edge, snoring softly. Dean, Sam said, shaking his shoulder. Wake up. Dean groaned, burying his face deeper into the pillow. Go away, Sammy. Lucien's been up all night with Bobby. Dad's pissed. That got Dean's attention. He cracked one eye open. The kid did what now? Reading some book of Bobby's. They've been going through it all night. Dean sat up, running a hand through his hair. Damn. Kid works fast. He glanced at Adam's sleeping form. Should we wake the little one too? Dad said to. Dean nodded, getting up, the two moving to Lucien's room, to where Adam laid with his dinosaur plushie. Hey, buddy, he said, his voice gentle. Time to wake up. Adam stirred, clutching his dinosaur tighter. Is it school time? He mumbled. No school today, remember? You're at Uncle Bobby's house. Adam's eyes flew open, reality rushing back. Where's Lulu? Downstairs, Sam answered. Getting in trouble, probably. John knocked softly on the guest room door where Kate was sleeping. Kate. It's John. The door opened moments later. Kate stood there in a borrowed robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. One look at John's face and her expression shifted from sleepy to concerned. What's wrong? She asked immediately. Lucien's been up all night. Bobby found him in the library and instead of sending him to bed, they've been studying lore together. Kate's eyes widened. All night. After everything his body's been through. My thoughts exactly. She grabbed her slippers. I'll handle this. By the time Kate reached the library, her worry had transformed into maternal indignation. Lucien sat at Bobby's desk, looking small among the towers of books, his notebook filled with careful drawings of symbols and notes in his neat handwriting. Lucien Raphael Milligan, she said, her nurse's voice in full effect. What do you think you're doing up at this hour? Lucien winced slightly at her tone and the full name, especially the middle name. Learning about protection symbols. You're 9 years old. Your body needs rest, especially after what you've been through. Bobby cleared his throat. Now hold on, Kate. Kid was already knee-deep in lore when I found him. The Force led him straight to my hidden compartment, one I've kept secret for 15 years. John's eyebrows rose. Hidden compartment. Bobby gestured to the bookshelf where the secret panel now stood open. Colt's journal. First volume, from when he was just starting out as a hunter. Most valuable piece of lore I own. John couldn't hide the flash of interest in his eyes. He'd heard legends of Samuel Colt's journal for years, had been subtly searching for information about it on hunts across the country. And here it was, in Bobby's house all along. That still doesn't explain why you let him stay up all night, Kate insisted, though her tone had softened slightly. Figured the boy had questions that genuinely needed answering, with being led by the Force, Bobby replied. And Colt's journal has information you won't find anywhere else. Thought it might help him understand what more about the world he's now in. Kate sighed, turning to Lucien. We'll discuss this over breakfast. But don't think you're off the hook, young man. Bobby's kitchen table wasn't designed to accommodate 7 people, but they made it work. Dean and Sam sat on one side with Adam squeezed between them. John took the head of the table, with Kate and Lucien on the other side. Bobby served a simple breakfast, eggs, bacon, toast, and coffee for the adults, milk for the boys. As Bobby set a plate in front of Lucien, he noticed the boy eyeing the bacon with thinly veiled distaste. Something wrong with the food? Bobby asked. No, sir, Lucien said quickly. Just. I don't eat bacon. Dean looked up from his own plate, where he was already halfway through his second strip. You don't what now? I don't eat bacon, Lucien repeated, slightly defensive. Never have. It just looks unappealing. Dean clutched his chest dramatically. No bacon. That's practically sacrilege in the Winchester family. John chuckled, a rare sound that drew everyone's attention. Looks like Lucien and Sam will get along just fine, he said, nodding toward Sam's similarly bacon-free plate. Sam smiled and raised his fist toward Lucien across the table. Lucien stared at it for a moment, confusion crossing his face before understanding dawned. Hesitantly, he extended his own small fist, bumping it against Sam's. Dean groaned theatrically. Great, now there are 2 of them. The bacon haters are multiplying. I love bacon. Adam piped up, his mouth already smeared with grease. It's the best part of breakfast. Dean immediately pulled Adam against his side, pretending to wipe away a tear. At least I have someone on my side. This kid knows what's good, he said, gently ruffling Adam's hair. Adam beamed at the attention, while Kate watched the interaction with a mixture of happiness and concern. This was what she'd always wanted for her boys, siblings, family beyond just her, but the circumstances were far from what she'd imagined. So, John said, setting down his coffee mug, Bobby tells me you found Samuel Colt's journal. Lucien nodded. The Force kind of led me to it. Like it wanted me to find it. And what exactly did you learn? John's tone was casual, but his eyes were intent. Different types of monsters. How to kill them. Protection symbols. Lucien hesitated. And about the Colt, the gun that can kill almost anything. Gun that can kill almost anything. Sam asked surprised, hearing about it for the first time. According to the journal, there are probably things out there it can't kill. Lucien recited from memory, though Colt himself never met anything he couldn't kill with it, but he wasn't arrogant enough thinking he made the perfect weapon. John's expression remained neutral, but his fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around his mug. The Colt had been his white whale for years, a weapon that could potentially kill the yellow-eyed demon that had destroyed his family. Interesting bedtime reading, he said dryly. Speaking of bedtime, Kate interjected, as punishment for staying up all night, you're not allowed to nap today, Lucien. You'll stay awake until proper bedtime to reset your sleep schedule. Lucien nodded, accepting this without complaint. The prospect of a full day of learning how to be a hunter was far more appealing than sleep anyway. We need to head out soon, John announced, changing the subject. Need to make sure we didn't miss anything at Blackwater Ridge. But you just got here, Adam protested, his small face crumpling. Dean was quick to kneel beside Adam's chair. Remember rule number 4. Winchesters always come back. Promise? Adam asked, his voice small. Promise, Dean confirmed. 3 days, tops. Sam added, I'll bring back some more books about Star Wars for Lucien. Maybe they'll help understand the Force better. I'd like that, Lucien said, genuinely appreciative. As breakfast concluded, they moved to the front porch to see John, Dean, and Sam off. The Impala sat in Bobby's driveway, gleaming black in the morning sun. Kate walked John to the driver's side, her arms crossed protectively over her chest. Be careful, she said quietly. John glanced at his older sons, who were preoccupied with saying goodbye to Adam, then back to Kate. Despite his discomfort with displays of affection in front of the boys, he leaned forward and kissed her forehead. We'll be back soon. I promise. As the Impala pulled away in a cloud of dust, Bobby clapped his hands together. All right then. Might as well start your education proper. Bobby's workshop behind the house was a hunter's paradise, weapons of every description hung on the walls, cabinets of ingredients lined one side, and a workbench dominated the center of the space. He unlocked a heavy cabinet and pulled out a shotgun. This here's a Remington 870, he explained, handling it with practiced ease. Standard salt rounds for ghosts, but silver buckshot works on most shifters and werewolves too. Pump action means you won't be caught with your pants down between shots. He demonstrated proper stance and handling, then handed it to Kate. Grip it firm but not white-knuckled. But against your shoulder, not your arm. Kate took it hesitantly. Despite growing up in rural Minnesota, she'd never fired a gun before. That's it, Bobby encouraged as she followed his instructions. Now, shotguns are for giving on aim, spread pattern means you don't have to be dead on. Handguns are trickier. He set the shotgun aside and pulled out a revolver. This is a .38 special. Good starter handgun, low recoil. Silver bullets for werewolves, consecrated iron for spirits that salt won't touch. Regular lead for humans gone wrong, sometimes the monsters ain't supernatural. Lucien watched intently, taking mental notes on everything. What about knives, he asked. Bobby nodded, moving to another cabinet. Smart question. Guns run out of ammo, batteries die, but a good blade never lets you down. He laid several knives on the workbench. Silver knife for shifters, werewolves, and some fey creatures. Iron blade for ghosts and certain demons. Machete for vampires, American strain anyway. The European daywalkers need wooden stakes, preferably oak. Lucien pulled out his notebook and began sketching the different weapons, labeling each with its specific use. Adam watched from a corner of the workshop, eyes wide with fascination, until Kate noticed his presence. Adam, honey, why don't you go play in the salvage yard? Stay where we can see you. Adam looked disappointed but nodded. Can I look for treasure in the old cars? Just be careful of sharp edges, Bobby warned. And don't go inside the garage, got some nasty chemicals in there. As Adam scampered off, Bobby turned to a chalkboard mounted on the wall. Now for the really important stuff, protection. He drew a circle with practiced ease, then added complex symbols inside it. Salt lines are your basic defense, pure stuff, not that iodized table garbage. Ghosts, demons, hellhounds, none can cross it if the line's unbroken. He tapped the symbol he'd just drawn. Devil's trap. Demon steps in, demon stays put. Learn to draw this in your sleep. Bobby moved to a shelf and pulled down several small cloth bags. Hex bags. This one's for general warding, keeps most nasties from tracking you. This one's specifically against hellhounds, not perfect, but better than nothing. He demonstrated how to prepare holy water next, reciting the Latin blessing over a flask of water. Latin's gotta be right, or you just got wet demons instead of hurting ones. Why does salt work against spirits but not some other things, like vampires for example? Lucien asked, his pencil poised over his notebook. He always wondered if there is some explanation besides it just being the way vampires and other things were made. Did it have to do with a specific universal disrupting characteristic? Or is it simply the attribute of these beings because of lore and magic that they have these specific weaknesses? Bobby looked impressed. Good question. Honestly, there isn't a definitive answer. Most chalk it up to just how these creatures are. I personally have my own theories, that it maybe has to do with that spirits are made of energy. Salt I think disrupts that energy. Vampires are physical, twisted, unnatural physical, but still flesh and blood with the soul not exposed. Kate had been quietly absorbing everything. What about protecting a home? Salt lines seem temporary. For permanent protection, you've got options, Bobby explained. Iron fixtures work against spirits. Devil's traps under rugs at entrances for demons. There's Anasazi symbols for Wendigos, though you're not likely to get one of those in your living room. He pulled out a small metal disc etched with symbols. This here's a witch bottle. Berries under your threshold, keeps witches from hexing your home. The morning stretched into afternoon as Bobby covered everything from basic monster identification to emergency first aid for injuries. Lucien filled page after page in his notebook, occasionally asking questions when he didn't understand something. Kid's got a hunter's mind, Bobby commented to Kate during a break. I know I've been dumping a lot of information on you too, but the world waits for no one. I want you two to at least maybe remember a few things, but the boy seems to be really taking it all in. Seeing connections most wouldn't. Kate's expression was complicated, pride mingled with sadness. He's always been observant. I just never thought he'd be using those skills for this. This life ain't what any parent wants for their kid, Bobby acknowledged. But some don't get a choice. At least he's got family to help him through it. As evening approached, Lucien sat at a small desk in Bobby's study, transcribing his rough notes into a more organized format. The day's lessons swirled in his mind: protection symbols, weapon techniques, monster weaknesses. So much to learn, to remember. Man, I wish I was like those main characters who somehow almost always get reborn with eidetic memory. I have to actually put effort into remembering all this shit. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier as time went on despite him trying to stay awake. The pencil slowed in his hand, his head gradually drooping toward the notebook. Finally, exhaustion claimed him, and he fell asleep hunched over his work, pencil still clutched in his fingers. Kate found him there an hour later when she came to call him for dinner. She smiled softly at the sight, shaking her head. Should I wake him? Bobby asked from the doorway. No, Kate said quietly. Let him sleep. He's earned it. Bobby noticed her knowing smile. What's that look for? Reverse psychology, Kate explained in a hushed voice. Tell Lucien not to sleep and make him focus on something he likes, works every time. Bobby chuckled softly. Clever. Might have to remember that trick. Kate gently draped a blanket over Lucien's shoulders, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. Sleep well, my special little boy, she whispered. Do tell me how you found it. I hope things aren't boring. Sadly, I can't yet just go into hunting chapters or the like. I need to set things up, before time skips happen and the like where hunting can begin. Sam was 12 when John allowed him to hunt for the first time. Lucien is still 9. Sam is 14, Dean 18, John, 41, I fixed the ages, Adam and Sam have a 7-year difference. Lucien was born 2 years earlier than Adam did in canon. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 13, The Sight of the Devout. I believe someone would have to be quite the believer to have it. And I personally like writing references. 2 weeks since Lucien remembrance. The rumble of an unfamiliar engine drew Bobby to the window. A well-maintained station wagon pulled into the driveway, dust billowing behind its wheels before settling in the morning light. Jim's here, Bobby called over his shoulder. John Winchester emerged from the kitchen, coffee mug in hand. The past 2 weeks had softened something in his posture, not enough for most to notice, but Bobby had known him long enough to see the change. Right on time, John said, setting his mug aside and heading for the door. Pastor Jim Murphy stepped out of the station wagon, his clerical collar visible beneath a worn jacket. Despite the collar, there was nothing soft about Jim. His movements held the hidden wariness of a hunter, eyes automatically scanning the perimeter as he approached. John, he greeted warmly, clasping the offered hand. The Lord has kept you well, I see. And Bobby, still standing firm against the darkness. Appreciate you coming, Jim, John said. And bringing the materials. As Proverbs tells us, train up a child in the way he should go, Pastor Jim replied, opening the station wagon's trunk to reveal boxes of textbooks and educational supplies. I'm merely a servant in that calling. The screen door creaked open as Kate appeared on the porch, looking more rested than she had since arriving. Adam bounced beside her, energy radiating from his small frame. Lucien followed more sedately, his eyes immediately fixing on the newcomer quietly assessing him. You must be Kate, Pastor Jim said, approaching the porch with a warm smile. I've heard dash. He stopped abruptly, his right hand rising instinctively as if to shield his eyes from intense brightness. His smile faltered, replaced by an expression of shock as his gaze locked on Lucien. John noticed immediately, stepping between Pastor Jim and the boys with the movement of someone anticipating threat. Jim. The pastor blinked rapidly, lowering his hand with visible effort. I'm sorry, he said, his voice slightly strained. Just, got something in my eye. But the look he gave John conveyed something entirely different. Boys, John said, not taking his eyes off Jim, help unload the car. Kate, Bobby can show you what Jim brought for the curriculum. As the others moved toward the station wagon, John gripped Jim's elbow, steering him several paces away. What the hell was that? John demanded quietly. Pastor Jim glanced toward Lucien, who was now helping Adam carry a box of books. How much do you know about your son, John? Enough to know I don't like that look you're giving him, John replied, tension evident in his jaw. Lucien's been through a lot. Jim rubbed his eyes, as if trying to clear his vision. The Lord has blessed me, or perhaps burdened me, with a gift few possess. For now we see through a glass, darkly, as Paul wrote, but sometimes the veil thins for me. John's expression remained guarded. What exactly are you seeing, Jim? In my years walking both paths, pastor and hunter, I've witnessed the darkness that hides in human form. Seen the true faces of demons masquerading in flesh. Jim's eyes drifted back to Lucien. But I've rarely beheld such light. It emanates from him like the burning bush before Moses, pure, cold radiance that almost demands one remove their shoes on holy ground. John debated what to say. It has already been agreed upon by everyone that under no circumstances is it to ever be revealed that Lucien has the Force, much less created it and is the chosen one. Lucien himself has explained that the Force apparently has protected his identity from everyone besides someone on death's level, and they plan to keep it this way for as long as they can. John himself internally wondered why Jim saw light only, since when they saw his son talk to death, they saw him as pure twilight of light and darkness. Lucien is special, John finally said. We think he's a psychic. Pastor Jim nodded, though, knowing John well enough to know when he's hiding a lot, but accepting as someone accustomed to people keeping secrets. As Isaiah said, the people walking in darkness have seen a great light. Whatever gift the Lord has bestowed upon him, John, that light is pure. I've never seen anything like it. We're keeping it quiet, John said firmly. For his protection. Of course, Jim agreed. But John, as our Savior taught, a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. A light that bright has purpose. Bobby had cleared out a room on the first floor to serve as a classroom. Once cluttered with obscure artifacts and dusty tomes, it now held 2 student desks salvaged from an abandoned school, a larger desk for Kate, and a freshly installed chalkboard. Dean and Sam carried in the last box of materials, setting it beside the others. Never thought I'd be helping set up a classroom, Dean muttered. Spent most of my school years trying to escape them. Sam rolled his eyes. Maybe you'll learn something by osmosis. By what now? Exactly my point. Pastor Jim unpacked textbooks and workbooks, arranging them by subject. His movements were careful, methodical, though he still occasionally squinted when Lucien passed too close. Kate reviewed the curriculum he'd brought, impressed by its thoroughness. This is college-level material, she said, holding up an advanced mathematics text. The good Lord gives different measures of intellect to each child, Pastor Jim explained. As a shepherd to many young ones over the years, I've learned to provide nourishment appropriate to each lamb's hunger. These materials cover a wide range, from the most basic to the most advanced. The curriculum balanced standard education with hunter knowledge, disguised as mythology studies and comparative folklore. Latin was included as a language option, its practical applications in exorcisms left unsaid. Adam claimed a desk near the window, immediately opening drawers to explore their contents. Lucien selected the desk in the corner, positioning himself with clear sight lines to both the door and window, something that hunters would normally do, that Lucien is trying to make a habit of. Dean noticed, nudging Sam and nodding toward their younger brother. Sam's eyebrows rose slightly in recognition of the behavior. Bobby contributed a bookshelf filled with age-appropriate lore books, their more gruesome illustrations removed or modified. This is my hunting journal, Bobby explained, showing Lucien a weathered leather-bound book. Sanitized version, mind you. But it covers tracking and identifying most things. As the others arranged the room, Pastor Jim moved quietly from corner to corner, murmuring Latin under his breath, blessing the space. At each desk, he subtly drew a protective symbol underneath with chalk, small enough to go unnoticed. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and delivers them, Jim recited softly as he worked. Psalm 34 verse 7. Protection. John asked quietly, observing from the doorway. Jim nodded. Just basic wards. Nothing that would draw attention. As Solomon built his temple with both beauty and security, so must we prepare the sanctuary of learning. Appreciate it, John said, clapping him on the shoulder. The first day of formal homeschooling began the next morning. Kate took the lead teaching basic subjects, her nursing background giving her a solid foundation in sciences. Pastor Jim handled history and literature, weaving in subtle hunter knowledge where appropriate, having decided to relax a bit on his analogies so that the kids can understand him. The ancient Greeks believed in monsters called lamia, Pastor Jim explained during their mythology unit. Women who devoured children. Were they real? Adam asked, eyes wide. Pastor Jim glanced at Kate before answering carefully. Some myths have roots in reality. The Greeks might have encountered something they didn't understand and created stories to explain it. Like how people used to think lightning was Zeus throwing thunderbolts, Lucien offered, though internally he of course knew that there may have been truth to it after a while. Tulpas and people's thoughts making the Olympians real, Zeus was in the show after all. Exactly, Jim smiled. Though sometimes, the myth is closer to truth than we realize. Adam thrived with the attention, especially enjoying hands-on science experiments. When Kate demonstrated how to make a simple circuit, his face lit up with excitement as the small bulb glowed. Look, Lulu, he called to his brother. I made light. Lucien demonstrated knowledge beyond his years, particularly in mathematics and history. When Pastor Jim introduced basic algebra concepts expected to challenge a 9-year-old, Lucien solved the problems with ease. You have quite a mind for patterns, Jim observed. Numbers make sense, Lucien replied simply. They don't change. During a break, Pastor Jim found Lucien reading a book on ancient symbols from Bobby's collection. You have quite an interest in sigils, Jim commented, sitting beside him. They're good for protection, Lucien replied without looking up. And everyone wants to be safe. Jim studied the boy for a moment before Adam burst into the room. Dean says lunch is ready. He made sandwiches with the crusts cut off because he says that's how kids like them. The evening meal had become a ritual during the past 2 weeks. Bobby's normally sparse kitchen now hosted a proper dining table, salvaged from a foreclosure and restored by Dean. 8 chairs surrounded it. Pass the potatoes, Bobby grumbled. John appeared more relaxed than he had in years, occasionally smiling at Adam's enthusiastic stories about his day's lessons. And then we made a volcano. Adam exclaimed, gesturing wildly. It exploded everywhere. Baking soda and vinegar, Kate clarified with a smile. Though, everywhere, is fairly accurate. Dean had taken to teaching Adam basic mechanical skills during breaks. Kid can change a tire now, he announced proudly. Might need a stepladder to reach, but he knows the steps. Dean let me use the big wrench, Adam added importantly. Sam and Lucien sat beside each other, continuing a conversation about mythology that had begun during lessons. I found a book about Norse legends in Bobby's library, Sam was saying. The lore on Fenrir might be useful if we ever encounter a particularly large black dog. You've made quite a home here, Pastor Jim commented to Bobby as they cleared dishes after the meal. It's temporary, Bobby grumbled, though without conviction. Family rarely is, Pastor Jim replied softly. After the boys were in bed, the adults gathered in Bobby's study. Maps covered one wall, tracking patterns of demonic activity John had been investigating remotely. Books and journals cluttered every surface, research continuing despite the domestic turn their lives had taken. Pastor Jim shared resources from other hunter families about education and protection. The Fitzgeralds in Montana have 3 children, all homeschooled while hunting, he explained, passing a folder to Kate. Their oldest just got accepted to Stanford. Sam perked up at this information, though he tried to hide his interest from John. Full scholarship. Yes, Jim confirmed. Impressive young men. Balanced hunting and academics. John noticed Sam's interest but chose not to comment. What about protection? Kate asked, steering the conversation back to practical matters. I appreciate the wards and amulets, but they can't stay inside Bobby's property forever. I've brought these, Jim said, removing 2 small leather pouches from his bag. Amulets for the boys. Not powerful enough to hide them completely, but they'll blur the edges, make them harder to track. And Lucien's situation? John asked carefully. Pastor Jim's expression grew thoughtful. I've seen special children before, he said. But nothing like Lucien. He described other hunters' children with psychic abilities, a girl who could find lost objects, a boy who dreamed true visions. But their candles compared to Lucien's bonfire. John remained vague about the Force, simply saying Lucien had unique abilities they're still understanding. Pastor Jim didn't press, but offered, whatever path God has set for him, he'll need guidance. Not just in using his gifts, but in carrying their burden. We're figuring it out day by day, John said, the finality in his tone closing the subject. What about school records? Sam asked. As everyone's eyes turned to him, Sam continued. We're teaching them because they need to know how to protect themselves, right? But maybe they don't have to hunt if they want to. Maybe they'll want a normal life in the future. They'll need records for that. Sam himself was a bit hesitant while saying this, because it internally mirrored his own his want to eventually get out of this, and have a normal life of his own. Bobby himself nodded in agreement. Already handled it. Got a contact in records who owes me. Far as the system knows, they're registered with a private religious homeschooling program out of South Dakota. Paperwork's legitimate, just, creatively sourced. And medical records? Kate asked. As a nurse, I know how important those are. Working on it, Bobby assured her. Got a doctor friend who can help establish new records under different names if needed for the future. If they choose to be hunters, then they'll need it. The conversation continued late into the night, plans and the like discussed. Lucien lay awake in his bed, staring at the ceiling. The events of the day replayed in his mind, Pastor Jim's strange reaction to him, the careful way the men had watched him. He knew what Pastor Jim had seen, his hearing enhanced enough to have heard what the pastor told his dad. The pastor most definitely saw the Force, manifesting as light. It was both fascinating and concerning that someone could perceive it visually. He wondered though why Sam and Dean didn't lit up like stars too. Sam is Lucifer's vessel, his human mirror, his soul should either be bright as the sun or have at least a shadow. Dean being the Michael sword much the same. Maybe the angels and demons got something to do with it. Hiding them from other beings, like the gods, or something to protect them until the time is right. While Lucien was thinking all this, the house itself had fallen silent hours ago. John and Kate had checked on both boys before retiring to their respective rooms. Dean and Sam shared the room down the hall, their soft snores occasionally audible through the thin walls. Lucien sat up, looking around his small room, a desk, chair, bookshelf, and bed. It was sparse but functional, like everything in Bobby's house. He glanced at the door to ensure it was closed. Extending his hand toward the wooden chair by the desk, he focused his thoughts. Okay, let's see if I can do it more easily this time. The Force responded sluggishly at first, like thick honey reluctant to flow. The chair trembled slightly but didn't move. Lucien took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and reached out with his feelings. He imagined the energy flowing through him, connecting him to the chair, becoming a bridge between them. When he opened his eyes, the chair wobbled, then slowly, unsteadily rose 2 inches off the floor. Sweat beaded on Lucien's forehead from the effort, his hand trembling with concentration. The chair hovered for 5 seconds before dropping back to the floor with a soft thud. Lucien fell back against his pillow, breathing heavily but with a small smile of accomplishment. Wild and raw or not, I'll tame it eventually, this power will be mine. Lucien thought to himself excited. Outside his window, a pair of yellow eyes watched from the darkness. Azazel's lips curved into a smile. Well now, isn't that interesting? Little bastard is also a psychic. Do tell me how you found it. Azazel's keeping an eye out on Lucien, since the first time he sensed him. Azazel of course doesn't know Lucien has the Force, or is connected to it, much less its creator. No one knows, besides well, Chuck and Death, and Chuck isn't evil in this FIC for those who were wondering. Do also please read the explanation I'm uploading at the same time as this chapter. Scroll down after reading this chapter and you'll find it. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 14, The Force and Lucien Capabilities and Potential. Hello everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying the story. I just wish to explain a bit about how powerful the Force is here in this FIC and Star Wars itself, and Lucien's potential. Some comments I read underestimate it, and I wish to rectify this misunderstanding so that Lucien's status in this FIC doesn't seem like nonsense. Out the gate, Lucien's potential is limitless. Lucien has the capability of sensing the infinite amount of the Force, permeating through all of existence. His Force sensitivity is infinite. But sensing and controlling that power are two very different things. Lucien himself instinctively limits his perception of the Force, because otherwise it'd be too overwhelming for him as he is right now. The Force itself is still new, raw, wild, integrating with creation, meaning still very difficult to tame and control, even for Lucien who is the chosen one and the father of the Force. The Force itself is stated in Star Wars, with light and dark side, to be creation and destruction. It is only here that I can control them. A family in balance. Day with night. Destruction, replaced by creation. The Father. This is what the Father said about his son and daughter who were the embodiment of the entire light and dark sides, essentially the light and dark sides. Embodiments of creation and light, destruction, and darkness, sound a bit familiar, Chuck and Amara. Though Lucien has more potential than the Father from Mortis, since Lucien actually created the Force, and is the chosen one as well, having attributes of the Force itself, Lucien being part Force if you will. The Force in Star Wars has always basically been portrayed to be able to do anything so long you have enough knowledge and control over it. My children and I can manipulate the Force like no other, therefore it was necessary to withdraw from the temporal world and live here as anchorites. As a sanctuary. And a prison. You cannot imagine what pain it is to have such love for your children and realize they could tear the very fabric of our universe, the Father and Anakin Skywalker. To keep it real simple, and conclude this, Lucien can basically do anything if he understands how to manipulate the Force and the way to do it. Lucien, when powerful enough, can resist reality warping and other things, but well, if he'll ever get to that level in this FIC, we'll just have to see. Cause this FIC is based on Lucien being a human hunter, becoming a cosmic entity level being anytime soon is illogical. Lucien is basically the potential man of this world. He is the origin of the connective force through all life. Lucien is death, the horseman's reflection. Where death is, well, death. Lucien is life. Well, hope that cleared things up to everyone, and why Lucien will have quite the need of a lot of training to control his power, again, wild, young and volatile force, and well. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 15, Winchester Luck. 8 months later. The morning sun filtered through dusty blinds, casting strips of light across the pages of Samuel Colt's journal. Lucien's finger traced each line, his lips moving silently as he committed another passage to memory. European vampires can compel humans to forget encounters. Blood consumption increases compulsion strength, daylight rings forged by witches enable sunlight immunity. The notebook beside him overflowed with his neat handwriting, observations, connections, and questions about Colt's encounters. 8 months of study had filled 3 such notebooks already. Bobby's house had become home in that time. The room that had once felt temporary now bore Lucien's mark, bookshelves organized by supernatural classification, a corkboard mapping demonic signs across the Midwest, and a small collection of Star Wars figurines Adam had insisted he display, so they don't get lonely. Footsteps approached, too light for Bobby or John or his older brothers, too deliberate for Adam. His mother, then. Lucien. Kate's voice confirmed his guess. It's almost noon. Have you eaten anything? He didn't look up. I had some cereal earlier. That was yesterday, Kate said, leaning against the doorframe. Sweetheart, you've been at this for hours. Lucien finally glanced up, blinking as his eyes adjusted to seeing something other than yellowed pages. Kate looked tired, not the bone-deep exhaustion of their first days here, but a softer weariness that came from constant worry. Sorry, he said, genuinely meaning it. I'm trying to memorize Colt's notes on daywalkers. Did you know they can heal from almost anything except a wooden stake through the heart? And even then, you have to leave it in for 5 minutes or they'll recover. Kate's smile didn't reach her eyes. Fascinating. But maybe you could use a break. Adam's been asking when you'll play with him. Guilt flickered across Lucien's face. Maybe later. I'm almost finished with this section. Kate sighed. That's what you said 2 weeks ago. On your birthday. The memory surfaced, Kate's chocolate cake with 10 candles, Adam bouncing with excitement as Lucien unwrapped his presents. The Star Wars figure Dean had found at some specialty shop, Sam's collection of mythology books with hunter notes hidden inside it, John's silver knife, every hunter needs one, and Bobby's leather journal, to record your own findings. He thanked everyone sincerely, blown out the candles, and within 20 minutes had returned to Colt's journal, cake half-eaten on his plate. I appreciated everything, Lucien said quietly. I really did. I know you did, sweetheart. Kate crossed the room and kissed the top of his head. But I'm worried about you. When was the last time you left this property? Lucien shrugged. It's safer here. Bobby's wards keep most things out. Most things, Kate repeated. But they don't keep you in. That's your choice. Before Lucien could respond, she turned and walked out, leaving him with an uncomfortable weight in his chest. He didn't want them to become worried, but wasting time with things he saw as childish when he could do something more productive took priority. In the kitchen, the adults had gathered around Bobby's worn table. Coffee mugs scattered across the surface like chess pieces in an ongoing game of strategy. He's at it again, Kate announced, pouring herself a fresh cup. Hasn't moved since dawn. Bobby grunted. Boy's determined, I'll give him that. Been through more lore books in 8 months than most adult hunters. That's not normal, Kate insisted. He's 10 years old. He should be playing, making friends, skinning his knees, not memorizing ways to kill monsters. John's jaw tightened. He's learning what he needs to survive. Surviving isn't living, John, Kate countered. He hasn't left this property in months. Adam goes to the park, makes friends with the kids in town when Bobby takes him for supplies. Lucien refuses to go anywhere. Sam, who had been quietly listening, set down his coffee mug. There's more to life than just surviving it, he said carefully. Even with everything we need to know, we still need experiences. Dean nodded from his position leaning against the counter. Even Dad let us go to the arcade sometimes, remember? Made us better hunters, having those breaks. John raised an eyebrow at his son's united front but didn't argue the point. The screen door banged open as Adam burst in, cheeks flushed from playing outside. Is lunch ready? I'm starving. He looked around the kitchen. Where's Lulu? Still studying, honey, Kate answered. Adam's face fell. But he said we could play catch later. Did he? Kate asked gently. Well, he nodded when I asked, Adam admitted. But he was reading that old book again. Bobby exchanged glances with John. Kid needs air that doesn't smell like old books and gun oil. This ends today, Kate declared, her voice hardening with determination. He needs to remember he's still a child. Dean straightened, a sudden idea appearing in his mind. I'll take him somewhere. Get him out of his head for a while. Where? John asked. There's a county fair 3 hours from here, Dean suggested. Been seeing the signs all week. Games, rides, the whole deal. John considered this, then nodded slowly. Take protection. Salt, holy water, silver. Always do, Dean replied, already heading for the hallway. And I'll take my gun. His gun is a standard .45 that Bobby had given Dean for his 19th birthday 2 months ago. It had beautiful engravings on it that Dean found badass, so he liked it a lot. Dean, Sam called after him, good luck getting him out of that room. Dean's grin flashed over his shoulder. Watch and learn, Sammy. Lucien sensed Dean's approach before he heard him. He quickly closed Colt's journal, alongside the Star Wars comic next to it, preparing his arguments for why he needed to continue studying. Dean appeared in the doorway, arms crossed. Pack it up, kiddo. We're going out. Lucien didn't move. I'm in the middle of something important. Yeah. More important than actually living your life. Dean pushed off the doorframe and entered the room. You've been buried in books for months. I'm learning, Lucien countered. Besides, the Force is way cooler than anything outside. Plus it's safer here. Dean sat on the edge of the bed. Safety's important, but so is remembering what you're staying safe for. Lucien frowned. I don't need to go anywhere. I've got everything I need here. That's what I thought too, once. Dean's voice dropped slightly. Spent my whole life focused on the hunt, on keeping Sammy safe. Missed a lot of stuff along the way. Especially now, after doing more normal things, the hunting slowing down because of Lucien, Kate, and Adam now being around. Dean experiencing more normal. This is different, Lucien insisted, I'm almost finished with this chapter. Dean stood abruptly. You know what? We're done talking about this. Suddenly he scooped Lucien up, throwing him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Dean. Lucien protested, squirming ineffectually. Put me down. Nope, Dean replied cheerfully, carrying him from the room. Family intervention time. This is kidnapping. Lucien's indignation echoed down the hallway. Can't kidnap family, Dean countered, descending the stairs with his struggling cargo. It's in the Big Brother handbook. In the living room, Kate waited with a backpack. Her eyes sparkled with suppressed laughter at the sight of Lucien draped over Dean's shoulder. I packed sunscreen, a change of clothes, and some snacks, she said, handing the backpack to Dean's free hand. Mom, you're supporting this? Lucien asked, betrayal evident in his voice. Kate approached, kissing his forehead despite his awkward position. Completely. Have fun, sweetheart. But my studies dash. We'll be here when you get back, Bobby interrupted from his armchair. Books don't grow legs, boy. Sam watched from the doorway, amusement clear on his face. Better give up, Lucy. Dean's more stubborn than you are. Adam bounced excitedly. Can I come too? Next time, squirt, Dean promised. Today it's just me and the bookworm. John appeared from the kitchen, pressing something into Dean's pocket, a small leather pouch that Lucien recognized as one of Pastor Jim's protective amulets. Back before dark, John ordered quietly. Dean nodded, adjusting his grip on the still protesting Lucien. Yes, sir. The screen door banged shut behind them, and moments later the Impala's engine roared to life. Through the passenger window, Lucien's annoyed face was visible as they pulled away, dust billowing behind the black car. The first hour of the drive passed in stubborn silence. Lucien stared out the window, arms crossed tightly over his chest, while Dean hummed along to Led Zeppelin. Silent treatment, huh? Dean finally said, turning down the music. That's more Sam's move than yours. Lucien said nothing. Come on, Lou. It's one day. The monsters will still be there tomorrow. That's exactly the problem, Lucien muttered. Dean glanced over. What was that? Nothing. Lucien shifted in his seat. Where are we even going? Harrison County Fair, Dean answered, grinning. Rides, games, food that'll probably kill you but tastes amazing. The whole American experience. Sounds thrilling, Lucien said flatly. Dean reached over and ruffled his hair, earning a scowl. That's the spirit. As the miles passed, Dean's stories about hunts, memories of teaching Sam to play pool, and off-key singing gradually chipped away at Lucien's resolve. By the second hour, he was reluctantly answering questions. By the third, he'd stopped pretending to be angry. The force tingled occasionally at the edge of his awareness, a sensation he'd come to recognize as a general warning rather than immediate danger. He at first wanted to dismiss it as anxiety about leaving Bobby's protected property, but decided to keep it in mind just in case. "There it is," Dean announced as they crested a hill. The fairgrounds spread out below them, colorful tents, spinning rides, and crowds of people enjoying the late spring day. The Ferris wheel rose above it all, a slowly turning landmark visible for miles. Lucien felt an unexpected flutter of excitement in his stomach. His body's childish impulses were harder to ignore than he'd like to admit. Damn this body and its childish effects on my emotions. Lucien thought to himself, as the thought of getting into that Ferris wheel sounded very cool, despite he himself in his first life having been afraid of heights. Kids are quite fearless bunch. Ready for some fun? Dean asked, parking the Impala in a field serving as a makeshift lot. I guess, Lucien conceded, though internally he was already calculating how many hours until they could reasonably head back to Bobby's. The fairground was an assault on the senses after months of quiet study. Calliope music competed with carnival barkers and screams from the rides. The air smelled of popcorn, cotton candy, and the unmistakable grease of fair food. Dean navigated the crowds with practiced ease, one hand firmly on Lucien's shoulder to keep them from being separated. Let's start with something easy, Dean suggested, steering them toward a row of game booths. How about the shooting gallery? Lucien shrugged. If you want. The booth operator, a weathered man with a carnival barker's patter, handed Dean a rifle. $3 for 5 shots, hit the moving ducks and win a prize. Dean paid and took aim, hitting 4 out of 5 targets with ease. Impressive, the operator declared. Pick from the middle shelf. Dean selected a small plastic water gun and handed it to Lucien. Your turn. I don't know how to shoot, Lucien protested weakly. Sure you do. Bobby's been teaching you. Just like target practice, but with less chance of Bobby yelling if you miss. Reluctantly, Lucien took the offered rifle. It was lighter than Bobby's shotgun, clearly designed for children. He raised it to his shoulder, aiming at the row of moving metal ducks. Almost without thinking, he reached for the force, letting it guide his aim. 5 shots, 5 hits, each duck falling with a satisfying clang. The operator's eyebrows shot up. Well, I'll be. Perfect score. Top shelf prize for the young marksman. Dean whistled. Damn, Lou. Been practicing when I wasn't looking. Lucien shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention. Just got lucky. After selecting a stuffed bear from the top shelf, which Dean insisted he carried despite his protests, they moved deeper into the fair. Dean seemed determined to experience everything, dragging Lucien from cotton candy vendors to corn dog stands. You gotta try this, Dean insisted, handing him a funnel cake drowning in powdered sugar. It's basically a heart attack on a plate, but worth it. The sweetness exploded on Lucien's tongue, momentarily overwhelming his objections to this excursion. It's not bad, he admitted. Dean grinned triumphantly. See. Fun isn't so terrible. As they navigated through the crowd, Lucien felt it again, the force tingling, more insistent this time. His eyes scanned the fairgoers, searching for the source of his unease. That's when he saw her. A young woman with long dark hair stood by a balloon dart game, watching them. When their eyes met, she smiled slightly before turning away. Dean, Lucien said quietly, I think someone's following us. Dean's posture shifted subtly, hand moving closer to where Lucien knew he kept his gun. Where? By the balloon darts. Dark hair, leather jacket. Dean scanned the area, then relaxed. The hot girl. Pretty sure she's just checking me out, kiddo. Happens all the time. Lucien frowned. No, it's something else. I can feel it. Before Dean could respond, a group of teenagers pushed between them, momentarily separating them. When the crowd cleared, the woman was gone. See. Nothing to worry about, Dean said, though his eyes continued scanning the area. Come on, let's try the ring toss. An hour later, Dean had accumulated an impressive collection of cheap carnival prizes, most won through skills honed by years of weapons training. Lucien found himself relaxing despite his initial resistance, even laughing when Dean's exaggerated victory dance after winning a plastic sheriff's badge drew applause from onlookers. Admit it, Dean said, draping an arm around his shoulders, you're having fun. It's not as boring as I expected, Lucien conceded. High praise from the boy who'd rather read about monsters than ride a roller coaster. As they turned toward the midway, someone collided with Lucien, nearly knocking him over. Strong hands steadied him. I'm so sorry, a female voice exclaimed. Lucien looked up into dark eyes that sent a jolt of recognition through him. It was the woman from earlier, now up close, he recognized her. His blood ran cold. Catherine Pierce, this wasn't Elena, this wasn't human, the Force whispered it to him. The 500-year-old vampire doppelganger. Here, inches away, touching him. No harm done, Dean said, his voice taking on the slightly deeper tone he used when talking to attractive women. You okay, Lou? Lucien nodded mutely, reaching instinctively for the light side of the Force to calm his racing heart. I should have been watching where I was going, Catherine said, her voice carrying the perfect amount of embarrassment. I'm Sarah, by the way. Dean, and this is my brother Lucien, Dean replied, extending his hand. Catherine, Sarah, shook it, her eyes flickering to Lucien with subtle interest. Brothers out enjoying the fair? That's sweet. Trying to show this one that life exists outside of books, Dean explained, ruffling Lucien's hair. A reader. Catherine's smile widened. I love a boy with an intelligent mind. Lucien forced himself to breathe normally. Just, school stuff. He's being modest, Dean said proudly. Kid's a genius. Reads college-level material for fun. Catherine's gaze intensified, studying Lucien with new interest. Is that so? You seem special. The Force screamed warnings now, though Lucien kept his expression neutral. He tried to signal Dean with his eyes, danger, we need to leave, but his brother was oblivious to the supernatural threat before them. Fuck. Is this what they call the Winchester luck? Why the hell is she here? What is a 5-century-year-old hag vampire bitch doing here? Lucien cursed internally, but forced himself to calm down more. The only reasonable explanation he could think of was that she was moving between the big cities, and made a stop here. Probably for a snack, or who knows fun, whatever a vampire woman her age would find fun. We were just heading to try some more rides, Dean said. Want to join us? Dean, I don't think Lucien started. But Dean wasn't listening, immediately charmed by the vampire succubus. 19-year-old guy in the thinking with the lower part, especially when Catherine mastered the art of appearing as normal as possible, and not giving anything supernatural away. Lucien though knew there was possibly something deeper at play, vampires he's read can manipulate the minds of people, even without direct compulsion or touch, her having affected Dean this way, wasn't too far-fetched. The question though was bloody why. I'd love to, Catherine interrupted smoothly. If your brother doesn't mind. All Lucien could think about was how easily this vampire could snap their necks, how she'd survived 5 centuries by being ruthless and cunning. Great. Dean said, completely missing Lucien's distress. Where to first? How about the House of Mirrors? Catherine suggested, stepping between them and placing a hand lightly on Lucien's shoulder. I've always found them revealing. The House of Mirrors was a maze of reflections, distorting their appearances in amusing and sometimes disturbing ways. Dean laughed at his stretched and compressed reflections. Easy to get lost in here, she commented, her voice echoing slightly. Lucien stayed close to Dean, drawing on the Force to maintain his composure. That's the point, I guess. You seem tense, Lucien, Catherine observed when Dean had moved slightly ahead. Afraid of getting lost? No, he replied carefully. Catherine smiled, leaning closer. What are you afraid of, then? Before he could answer, they rounded a corner and found themselves facing a wall of mirrors. For a split second, so brief Lucien almost thought he imagined it, Catherine's reflection distorted, showing something darker beneath her human facade. He internally wondered, was the Force showing him the monster beneath the innocent girl look, more personality than physical appearance? Dean's voice called from ahead, you guys coming? I found the exit. Catherine straightened, her mask of innocent charm sliding back into place. We'd better catch up with your brother. He might worry. As they emerged from the House of Mirrors into the sunlight, Lucien's mind raced. She knew he'd seen something. The question was, what would she do about it? The Ferris wheel next. Catherine suggested, pointing to the massive structure dominating the skyline. The view is supposed to be amazing. Hell yeah, Dean agreed enthusiastically. What do you say, Lou? I don't think Lucien began. It'll be fun, Catherine interrupted, her eyes holding a challenge. Lucien wanted to protest that he was afraid of heights, but Dean leaned in subtly whispering, come on Lou, we'll be able to enjoy 2 beautiful views. Do it for your big brother. Trapped, realizing nothing he could do right now would convince Dean, Lucien shook his head. Fine. The line for the Ferris wheel moved quickly. As they approached the front, Catherine deftly maneuvered herself so that when the operator opened the gate, she and Lucien were ushered into one car while Dean was directed to the next. Wait Lucien started to protest. It's weight distribution, the operator explained gruffly. 1 adult, 1 kid per car. Dean shrugged, though internally disappointed a bit. See you at the bottom, Lou. As their car began to rise, Lucien pressed himself against the far side, putting as much distance between him and the vampire as possible, acting like he was nervous around a pretty stranger. Catherine smiled warmly. First time on a Ferris wheel? Yes, Lucien answered, relaxing slightly at the normal question. Catherine's smile remained perfectly pleasant as they ascended above the fairground. Well, good that you are experiencing it now at least. I love them. There's something magical about seeing everything from up high, don't you think? Lucien nodded, internally still wary, but keeping casual. It's pretty cool. So your brother mentioned you like to read, she asked, seeming genuinely interested. What kind of books? The wheel stopped with their car at the very top, suspended high above the fairground. Far below, people looked like colorful ants moving between attractions. History mostly, Lucien replied, sticking close to the truth without revealing too much. And some science fiction. She nodded appreciatively. Smart kid. I was the same way at your age. Always had my nose in a book while other kids were running around outside. My mom says I need to get out more, Lucien admitted. Catherine laughed, the sound light and carefree. Moms always say that. But there's nothing wrong with being the thoughtful type. The wheel jerked into motion again, beginning its descent. I'm just passing through town, Catherine said conversationally. I travel a lot for work. What do you do? Lucien asked, genuinely curious about her cover story. Freelance photography, she replied smoothly. It lets me move around, see new places. I get bored staying in one spot too long. Sounds interesting, Lucien said, trying to sound like a normal kid talking to a normal adult, not too difficult to fake with him actually feeling nervous despite constantly trying to lean into the light side to keep calm. It has its moments, she replied with a smile. Freedom comes with its own challenges, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. Their car approached the bottom of the wheel. Catherine suddenly leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to Lucien's cheek. You're a special kid, Lucien, she said simply. Don't let anyone dim that light. I look forward to meeting you when you're older. You have quite the potential. I can feel it. The operator opened the gate, and Catherine stepped out, still the picture of a normal young woman. Dean was waiting, his car having already emptied. Have fun up there, he asked with a grin. Your brother is delightful company, Catherine replied with a warm smile. Such smart and kind kid. Catherine made her exit soon after, claiming she needed to get some sunset photographs. Lucien watched her disappear into the crowd, a strange feeling lingering after their encounter. You okay? Dean asked as they walked toward the parking lot. You got quiet after the Ferris wheel. Just tired, Lucien said truthfully. He'll tell everyone when he gets back that she was probably a vampire, and use the excuse that the Force warned him. Can we go home now? Dean studied him for a moment, then nodded. Sure, buddy. Had enough fun for one day. The drive back was quieter than the journey out. Lucien stared out the window, arm against it, head in his palm, still thinking about Catherine, and how helpless he felt right then. He couldn't help but clench his right fist next to him tightly. You had fun though, right? Dean asked, breaking the silence. Even if you won't admit it. Lucien turned from the window. Despite everything, Catherine and her danger, he realized with surprise that he had enjoyed parts of the day. Particularly the time with Dean. Yeah, he admitted. I did. Dean's smile was worth the admission. Good. 'Cause there's a demolition derby next month I'm thinking we should check out. They arrived at Bobby's after dark. Kate, John, Sam, and Bobby waited on the porch, relief visible on their faces when the Impala pulled in. Adam burst through the screen door. Lulu. Dean. Did you bring me anything? Lucien found himself genuinely smiling as he handed over the stuffed bear Dean had won. Here. He needs a good home. Adam hugged the bear tightly. What was the fair like? Did they have clowns? Did you ride the scary rides? As they entered the house, Lucien found himself recounting the day's events with more enthusiasm than he'd expected. Kate's eyes shone with happiness seeing him animated and engaged. Later that night Lucien threw himself face first into his bed, tired. Debating what exactly to say tomorrow about them meeting a vampire, whether to even tell it or not, since Dean will get quite the earful, perhaps even be shouted at by Dad. He didn't want Dean to feel guilty, and for his mom to be sad that she put him into danger. He sighed as he closed his eyes, deciding that he'll think about it in the morning. She, of course, doesn't what makes Lucien special, nor could she read Dean's mind about Lucien nature, the Force protected it. She simply thinks Lucien is quite the powerful psychic, one she can have uses for in the future. Yeah, Catherine is quite the groomer, for those with potential use. Seducing a powerful boy psychic, one that gives off a very, very bright power signature, is most definitely something she'd want. Well, tell me, do you think Lucien will tell them about Catherine being a vampire? Put aside him not wanting to make Dean and Kate and everyone feeling sad and guilty. Or will he keep it to himself, cause they honestly couldn't do much about it, and more focus on becoming stronger, and hint at them getting more protection? I'm interested in you guys' thoughts. Hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 16, That Wasn't Your Call to Make. Those who've seen the Alpha Vampire and the Leviathan meeting would understand the basis of this. Also, keep in mind, as has been established, Lucien's body can affect his mentality, and make him childish, influencing his emotions in a childlike manner. Now do enjoy. Lucien's pencil moved upon the page, transcribing passages from an ancient leather-bound tome propped against his water glass. European vampires possess several distinct advantages over their American counterparts, he muttered, underlining key phrases. Enhanced compulsion abilities, accelerated healing, and dash. Whatcha reading that's got you ignoring breakfast? Dean's voice broke his concentration. Lucien looked up to find his oldest brother leaning against the doorframe, coffee mug in hand, eyebrow raised in curiosity. Just research, Lucien replied, casually closing the notebook. Dean sauntered over, peering at the book's title. Bloodlines of the Old World. Little light reading before lunch. Bobby said I could borrow it. Dean smirked. Bet Sarah from the fair would be impressed with your vampire knowledge. She seemed into the whole bookworm thing. The name sent an uncomfortable feeling through Lucien. He'd been debating for 2 days whether to reveal what the Force had told him about Sarah. So far, he'd decided against it. The vampire was gone, his family was safe, and revealing the truth would only cause unnecessary panic. Though he was researching how Catherine could have possibly influenced Dean, both of them had ingested vervain, a staple in this home. Was it an ability of old enough vampires to ignore it, or too little vervain having too little of an effect, or something else? It's been why he's rereading so much about them. Maybe, Lucien replied noncommittally. Dean ruffled his hair. Cute kid with a brain. You'll be dangerous when you're older. Lucien forced a smile. Don't forget training with Bobby at 11, Dean called over his shoulder as he left. He's teaching you knife techniques today. Alone again, Lucien reopened his notebook, adding another note, reiterating it for himself. Daywalkers can pass as human far more effectively than any other supernatural creature. Even hunters can be fooled. The training session with Bobby went as expected. The older hunter was gruff but patient, correcting Lucien's grip on the silver knife and demonstrating proper defensive stances. Not bad, Bobby grunted after an hour. You're picking this up quicker than most. Thanks, Lucien said, carefully wiping down the blade as Bobby had taught him. Your daddy wants you practicing daily. Says with your special circumstances, you need all the skills you can get. Lucien nodded, knowing special circumstances meant his connection to the Force. 8 months since creating it, and he still struggled to fully control it. Telekinesis remained frustratingly inconsistent. Sometimes he could lift books with ease, other times he couldn't budge a pencil. Volatile indeed, Lucien thought to himself, with a bit of frustration and amusement. After lunch, while Adam napped and the adults discussed hunting strategies in the kitchen, Lucien retreated to his room. He sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes, and reached out with the Force. He'd been practicing this technique for weeks, extending his senses beyond the confines of Bobby's property, searching for threats. Today, like yesterday, he had a specific target in mind, Catherine Pierce, having felt her Force, rather, her lack thereof, as an undead being, enough to recognize what she felt like. Concentrating, he pushed his Force sensitivity far outward like ripples in a pond. Bobby's house, the salvage yard, the road leading into town. Pain lanced through his head as he pushed further than his body could handle. Limitless potential or not, the Force was quite raw to try and feel through. Something warm trickled from his nose, blood. Still, he persisted, searching for any trace of vampire presence. Nothing. As he'd suspected, Catherine had moved on. Probably to another town, another target. The encounter had been random chance, unfortunate Winchester luck, nothing more. Lucien wiped the blood away with his sleeve. No need to worry his family over a threat that was already gone. Dean found him in Bobby's library that afternoon, surrounded by books on European vampire lore. Seriously, what's with the vampire obsession these past 2 days? Dean asked, dropping into the chair across from him. You've been buried in these books since the fair. Lucien hesitated. The question created an opening, a chance to reveal what he knew. But again, was it necessary? Catherine was gone. The danger had passed. Yet the Force whispered otherwise. Not about Catherine specifically, but about keeping the secret. Secrets always festered, always caused harm eventually. Dean, he said finally, keeping his voice low, a bit of hesitation in his voice, there's something I need to tell you about the fair. Dean's expression shifted, hearing the hesitation in Lucien's voice, Hunter's instincts instantly alert. What about it? Sarah, she wasn't what she seemed. What do you mean? Lucien met his brother's eyes. She was a vampire. European strain. The force warned me. Dean stared for 3 heartbeats, then exploded into motion, grabbing Lucien's shoulders. What? The word echoed through the library. Are you sure? Why didn't you say anything? Did she hurt you? Did she dash? Dean. Lucien tried to quiet him, but it was too late. John appeared in the doorway, followed closely by Sam. What's going on? Dean's face had paled, his grip on Lucien's shoulders tightening. The woman at the fair, Sarah, Lou says she was a vampire. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. John's expression hardened to granite. Sam, he ordered, take Adam upstairs. But Dad dash. Now, Sam. As Sam reluctantly left to find their youngest brother, John turned to Lucien. Tell me everything. Every detail. Lucien swallowed. The force warned me when she approached us. I tried to tell Dean, but... He glanced apologetically at his brother. He didn't listen. She did something to me, Dean said, horror dawning in his eyes. I remember thinking she was hot, but now that I think about it, it was more than that. I couldn't. I didn't want to leave her. John's jaw clenched. What happened on the Ferris wheel, Lucien? When you were alone with her? Nothing really. She asked about my reading, said I seemed special. Dean knelt before him, eyes intense. What else? What happened when we got off? Lucien frowned, confused by their intensity. She kissed my cheek, said she was looking forward to meeting me when I'm older. That I had potential. It was weird, I think she thinks I'm psychic, but dash. Son of a bitch. Dean shot to his feet, turning away, hands clenched into fists. John's face had gone deadly still. And you're just telling us this now? 2 days later. I checked with the force. She left town right after. Lucien defended. I didn't want everyone worrying over nothing. Nothing. John's voice rose sharply. A vampire targeting my son is nothing. Kate appeared in the doorway, drawn by the commotion. John. What's happening? Bobby materialized behind her. Everyone take a breath. Let's discuss this like rational folks. Sam, he called out, as the second oldest Winchester brother came down the stairs, why don't you take Lucien upstairs too, till John and Dean calm down and we understand what's going on. Yes sir, Sam agreed without any contradicting, as he approached Lucien, putting his hand on his little brother's shoulder. Come on, Lucy. Let's go, he said as he began leading him upstairs. Lucien, though reluctant, followed silently, while enhancing his hearing with the force, something he's recently this last month has figured out how to do. European vampires, the vampire Lucien met, since it was a daywalker, Bobby was explaining to Kate, they're different from the ones we usually hunt. Older. Smarter. More powerful. And this woman, this vampire, approached my son. Kate's voice trembled between fear and rage. Worse, John said grimly. She marked him. Marked him. What does that mean? A heavy silence fell before Bobby answered. Some vampires, they identify special humans, or races. Ones with talents, abilities. Like for example, a kid werewolf, or kitsune, or the like. They cultivate them. Cultivate. Kate's voice rose. Like plants. Like assets, John corrected darkly. They groom them. Build relationships. Create dependency. Then when they're older, they either turn them if they can or use them, Dean finished, his voice hollow. Use them for what? Kate demanded. Another uncomfortable silence. Blood, Bobby finally said. Companionship. Power. Depends on the vampire and their tastes. She kissed his cheek, Dean's voice cracked. Told him she'd look forward to seeing him when he's older. I thought nothing of it, just some hot chick, giving some kind compliment. But. He clenched his fist, till his knuckles were white. I let her get that close to him. I practically handed him to her. You couldn't have known, Bobby said. I'm a hunter. Dean shouted. I should have seen the signs. She must have used some kind of compulsion, John reasoned. But we've been taking vervain, Dean protested. Both of us. There are objects, Bobby said thoughtfully. Rare ones. Enchanted items that can bypass standard protections. If she's old enough. Lucien himself cringed a bit at their self-deprecation and concern, though logically knowing it to be reasonable, finding it still to an extent embarrassing. He, as he heard footsteps on the stairs, quickly withdrew his force-enhanced hearing, not having enough control to not clench his ears shut if someone talked to him so close. Sam appeared in the doorway, his expression troubled. They're really going at it down there, he said, sitting beside Lucien on the bed. You okay? I'm fine, Lucien insisted. It wasn't a big deal. I knew what she was. Sam studied him. European vampires are dangerous, Lucy. More than the ones Dad usually hunts. I could have handled her, Lucien muttered. Sam's eyebrow rose skeptically. How? You're still learning basic knife skills. And the Force is still something you can't consciously use. Lucien bit back a retort. Even Sam didn't know the full extent of what he'd been practicing. Since, as they say, the best weapons are the unknown ones. Lucien has no intention of letting anyone know his full capabilities ever. Since if they do, then they can make contingencies against him. He himself, if it came down to it, was going to try and catch Catherine off guard, snapping her neck with the Force, and then pull out a piece of wood from a nearby tree and stab her in the heart. If he tapped into the dark side for a moment, the volatility won't matter, it will be strong enough, he's sure of that. But, again, he couldn't really say that. Adam poked his head around the door. Why is everyone yelling? Are we in trouble? No, buddy, Sam assured him. Grown-up stuff. Is it about the fair? Did something bad happen? Before Sam could answer, thundering footsteps on the stairs announced John's arrival. His face was a storm cloud as he appeared in the doorway. Sam, take Adam to his room. I need to talk to Lucien. Alone. Sam hesitated only briefly before guiding Adam away. John entered, closing the door behind him. Why didn't you tell us immediately? He demanded without preamble. I checked, she was gone, Lucien explained. I didn't want everyone to worry over nothing. Nothing. John's voice rose again. A possibly centuries-old predator identified you as a target, and you call that nothing. European vampires that old are rare, John continued. Bobby and I have heard the stories. They're apex predators who've survived centuries by being smarter, stronger, and more patient than anything else. I'm sorry, Lucien said, genuinely contrite. I didn't realize dash. That's the problem. John crouched down, gripping Lucien's shoulders. You think because you have these powers, because you're smart for your age, that you understand everything. You don't. Lucien felt his face flush, childish emotions rising. I was trying to protect everyone. I didn't want Dean to get in trouble or Mom to be scared. That's not your job. John's voice softened slightly, though remained intense. Your job is to be a kid and tell us when something's wrong. Our job is to protect you. Footsteps in the hall announced Dean's arrival. He stood in the doorway, unable to meet Lucien's eyes. I'm sorry, Lou, he said quietly. I should have listened when you tried to warn me. It wasn't your fault, Lucien insisted, jumping up. She did something to you. The Force told me, she had some kind of power over you. That's why I didn't blame you. Dean finally looked at him, eyes hollow with self-recrimination. I'm supposed to protect you. And I'm supposed to protect both of you, John added grimly. Which means new rules, starting now. He stood, decision made. Neither of you boys leaves this house until we figure out exactly what we're dealing with. Not even the salvage yard. But Dad Lucien began. No arguments. We need to strengthen the wards, try and find better protections. As John left to continue planning with Bobby, Dean lingered in the doorway. Did she say anything else to you? He asked quietly. Anything that seemed off? Lucien shook his head, getting a bit frustrated at having to repeat himself. Just that I was special. That she could feel it. I already told you. Dean's expression darkened further. She sensed something in you. The Force, probably. But she's gone now, Lucien insisted. I checked. For now, Dean corrected grimly. Vampires like that, they don't forget. They don't give up. They just wait. Do tell me how you found it. The whole vampire grooming thing, I think, is quite the possibility, with vampires sometimes promising to protect bloodlines in return for favors, like magic. The alpha vampire in Supernatural also had 15-year-old teenagers, locked up, as some fresh, younger blood bags. Having apparently a taste for it. And long-living beings, taking in special children, be it psychics, or other races, to raise them to be loyal to them, when they can't use compulsion on them, seems very likely and logical to me, with how much above they see themselves to others. Others being food, or slaves, and all thanks to their compulsion constantly. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. See you all hopefully later. Bye. Chapter 17, Hunt. 1 year later. The knife sliced through the air, its silver blade catching the morning light as it rotated once, twice, then embedded itself in the wooden target with a satisfying thunk. Better, John Winchester nodded, arms crossed over his chest. But you're still telegraphing your throw. A second slower and anything with decent reflexes would be out of the way. Lucien, now 11, wiped sweat from his brow and approached the target. The knife had hit just left of center, not perfect, but far better than his attempt 6 months ago when he could barely make the blade stick, of course, without the use of the force. Again, John ordered as Lucien retrieved the weapon. A year had changed many things at Bobby Singer's house. The makeshift classroom now doubled as a training area. Latin words shared blackboard space with monster classifications. The salvage yard had acquired targets, training dummies, and a rudimentary obstacle course that Dean insisted on calling the Gauntlet. Lucien himself had changed too. He'd grown 3 inches, his frame still lean but beginning to show the first hints of muscle from daily training. His hair, longer now, was tied back in a small ponytail that Dean constantly threatened to cut off in his sleep. Lucien won not to back down, in turn threatened to force levitate his mattress onto the roof for a month straight if he did. Taking position again, Lucien focused on the target. He steadied his hand and calmed his breathing, without the use of the force. John had been clear, basic skills had to be mastered without supernatural assistance. The knife flew true this time, striking dead center. "Now we're talking," John said with a hint of approval. "5 more like that and we'll call it a morning." From the porch, Kate watched with mixed emotions. She'd adapted to this new life better than anyone expected, finding purpose in patching up hunters who passed through and establishing a network of medical contacts willing to treat supernatural injuries without asking questions. But watching her 11-year-old train with throwing knives still made her stomach clench. "He's getting good," Bobby commented, joining her with coffee mugs in both hands. He offered one to Kate, who accepted it gratefully. "Too good," she sighed. "Sometimes I forget he's still a child." Bobby's expression softened beneath his ever-present cap. "Children grow up faster in this life. Not saying it's right, just how it is." "I know," Kate replied, watching as Lucien landed another perfect throw. "At least the force gives him an edge most hunters don't have." "That it does," Bobby agreed. "Though that power's a double-edged sword. Makes him safer in some ways, bigger target in others." The screen door banged open as Adam burst out, clutching a paper airplane. At 8, he remained largely sheltered from the harsher aspects of hunting, though he knew the basics of how to protect himself and stay safe. "Lulu. Look what Sam showed me how to make," he called, launching the paper creation. It soared impressively before nosediving into the dirt. John checked his watch. "We're done for now," he told Lucien. "Pack your gear. Family meeting in 30 minutes. Lucien's heartbeat quickened. He knew what this meant, the hunt they'd been discussing for weeks was finally happening. His first. The kitchen table had long since ceased being just for meals. Maps, newspaper clippings, and printouts covered its surface as the Winchester Milligan Singer family gathered around it. Dean leaned against the counter, coffee in hand, while Sam sat organizing notes. Bobby stood by the refrigerator, arms crossed, while Kate took the seat beside Adam. John unfolded a map of Minnesota, pointing to a small town circled in red. "Riverdale," he began. "Former mining town, population just under 2,000. In the last 3 months, 3 people have been hospitalized after visiting the old Blackwood estate on the edge of town." John explained while glancing towards his second youngest son. Lucien sat straighter, already familiar with the case but eager to show his knowledge. "Martha Blackwood," he said, "died in 1911, supposedly suicide by hanging after discovering her husband's affair with a local seamstress. Attack started after teenagers broke into the estate 3 months ago." John nodded, glancing at Dean. "What are we looking at pattern-wise?" "Victims are all male," Dean replied, shifting into hunter mode. "Attacks happen between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. Injuries consistent with severe lacerations, like being clawed by something invisible. Typical vengeful spirit MO, Sam added. Woman wronged by unfaithful husband, now attacks men who enter her territory. Seems straightforward, Bobby commented. Salt and burn job. Which is why it's suitable for observation, John said, looking directly at Lucien. This will be your first field experience. You'll watch, learn, but not engage. Clear? Yes, sir, Lucien answered immediately. Kate's lips pressed into a thin line. I still think 11 is too young. I was taking Dean on observation runs at 7, John countered. And I turned out awesome, Dean grinned, earning an eye roll from Sam. We'll all be there, John assured Kate. Me, Dean, Sam. Lucien stays back, observes the process, learns how a real hunt works outside of books and training. Lucien had spent months preparing for this moment, devouring every book on spirits Bobby owned. He'd memorized protection symbols, practiced salt lines until he could lay them perfectly in seconds, recited exorcisms until Latin felt like a second language, in case demons were ever the cause. Expect the normally unexpected, as they say. There's something else, he said, causing all eyes to turn to him. I've reviewed all the research, but something feels off about this case. John's expression shifted from instructional to interested. Explain. The temperature drops reported are more severe than typical hauntings. 15 to 20 degrees. And the victims reported feeling drained afterward, even without physical contact. Lucien flipped through his notebook. Also, the EMF readings from the local paranormal investigators' website show unusual fluctuations. The family had learned to trust Lucien's instincts over the past year. His connection to the Force often gave him insights others missed. Could be faulty equipment, Dean suggested. Those ghost hunter types don't exactly use professional gear. Or the house's old wiring interfering, Sam added. Still, John said thoughtfully, we'll do more research before taking action. Sam, dig deeper into the Blackwood family history. Dean, see if you can find any similar cases in the region. Lucien's instinct's been right before, I'm sending you with some extra goodies, Bobby said, moving to a cabinet. Got some special charms might help if this turns out to be something nastier than your average spook. When do we leave? Lucien asked, trying to keep the excitement from his voice. Tomorrow morning, John answered. 6 a.m. sharp. And Lucien he fixed his son with a serious look, again, this is observation only. You stay back, you stay safe. No heroics. Yes, sir, Lucien repeated, though inwardly he was already planning what he might do if things went sideways. After the meeting dispersed, Sam found Lucien in his room, meticulously packing a small duffel bag. Nervous, the 16-year-old asked, leaning against the doorframe. No, Lucien replied too quickly, then admitted, maybe a little. Sam smiled. First hunt's always scary. Even if you're just watching. I'm not scared, Lucien clarified. I just want to do it right. Not mess up. Sam entered the room, sitting on the edge of the bed. You know, my first hunt, I was so nervous I forgot to load the shotgun. Dean never let me hear the end of it. Lucien paused his packing. But you were good at research, right? Even then. Yeah, that part came naturally. Sam picked up one of Lucien's notebooks, flipping through pages of carefully documented supernatural lore. Like it does for you. Dad says knowledge is half the battle. He's right. Sam hesitated. About that feeling you mentioned, what exactly feels off about this case? Lucien frowned, trying to articulate what the Force was telling him. It's like, when you hear a song playing in another room. You can tell something's not quite right with the melody, but you can't figure out which note is wrong. Sam nodded slowly. Trust that feeling. Dad might act like he knows everything, but even he misses things sometimes. Will he be mad if I speak up during the hunt? If I notice something? Lucien asked, 'cause if that was the case, it would be quite annoying. And he'd like to beforehand be prepared for a shouting match and not be taken by surprise. Not if you're right, Sam said, then added with a slight smile, and maybe not too mad if you're wrong, as long as you've got good reasons. From downstairs, Dean's voice called up, Sammy. Need your geek brain down here. Sam rolled his eyes. Duty calls. Pack extra socks. You always need more socks than you think. As Sam left, Lucien returned to his packing, checking items off his mental list. Salt, iron, silver knife, flashlight, extra batteries. He paused at his small collection of Force-related notes, debating whether to bring them. The Force had become more reliable over the past year, though still frustratingly inconsistent. He could move objects consistently now, as long as they weren't too heavy. His sensing abilities had sharpened, he could detect supernatural presences within about 50 feet on good days. The way the Force flows through them is quite different than humans. Once, during training, he'd even managed to enhance his speed enough to dodge Dean's surprise attack. But John insisted he master traditional hunting skills first. The Force is a tool, he'd said, not a crutch. Lucien slipped one small notebook of Force techniques into his bag anyway. Better to have it and not need it. I have it all already memorized by heart, but if something unexpected happens, something Force-related, then at least the others can read it to understand what is happening in case I for some reason can't tell them. The Impala devoured highway miles as dawn broke over the Minnesota landscape. John drove with Dean beside him, while Sam and Lucien occupied the back seat. Classic rock played softly from the speakers, Zeppelin, Dean's choice for the morning drive, like almost always. Quiz time, John announced, eyes on the road. Lucien, most effective weapon against a spirit. Iron disrupts their form temporarily. Salt repels and can create barriers. Salt and fire together destroys their anchors, Lucien recited. Signs of spirit activity. EMF spikes, cold spots, electrical interference, unexplained noises, visible manifestation in order of increasing energy expenditure. John nodded approvingly. And if a spirit manages to grab you? Drop and roll away from the point of contact. Call for backup. Use iron or salt if available. He's got it down better than you did, Sammy, Dean commented with a smirk. I was 9 on my first observation hunt, jerk, Sam retorted. Still cried when the ghost showed up, bitch. Language, John warned automatically, though without much heat. Lucien, what's our primary objective today? Reconnaissance and observation, Lucien answered promptly. Verify the haunting, locate remains, determine if there are any complicating factors before proceeding with disposal. And your role specifically? Stay back, observe, learn. No engagement unless directly ordered. John's eyes met Lucien's in the rearview mirror. This isn't training anymore. Real hunts have real consequences. You follow orders exactly. Understood. Yes, sir. The conversation shifted to logistics as they approached Riverdale. Sam reviewed the plan, cemetery first to locate Martha Blackwood's grave, then interviews with witnesses under their cover, followed by a daytime reconnaissance of the Blackwood estate. If everything checks out, we do the salt and burn tonight, John concluded. And if Lucien's right about something being off? Sam asked. John's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. Then we reassess. But all the research points to a standard haunting. Still gonna trust the kid's spidey sense, Dean said. He called that shifter in Tulsa before we even knew there was a case. Lucien had almost forgotten about that, a passing comment he'd made about a news story that had led to the discovery of a shapeshifter killing homeless people. His force sensitivity had picked up on inconsistencies in the reported timeline that the others had missed. It's really been the thing he's been training the most. Power is good and all, but knowing danger, and what the danger is before it arrives or is far away, is in some ways far more advantageous. As they passed the "Welcome to Riverdale" sign, Lucien, focusing, felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, not just the typical small-town quietness, but something deeper. The force rippled faintly, like distant thunder felt rather than heard. We're being watched, he said suddenly. 3 heads turned toward him. Spirit? John asked sharply. Lucien closed his eyes, reaching out with the force. No, human. Curious, not threatening. He pointed toward a diner as they passed. There. Woman in the window. Dean twisted to look. Huh. Cute blonde checking us out. Good eye, Lou. Small town, Sam explained. Strangers get noticed. But Lucien wasn't convinced that explained the peculiar feeling. As they continued toward the cemetery, the sensation faded, but a vague uneasiness remained. Something about Riverdale wasn't right. Riverdale Cemetery spread across a gentle hill overlooking the town, its older sections marked by weathered Victorian monuments. John parked the Impala along the gravel path, and they split into pairs, John with Lucien, Dean with Sam, to locate Martha Blackwood's grave. This is part of the job some people, stupid people, don't think about, John explained as they walked between headstones. Preparation. Knowing exactly where the remains are before you need to dig them up at midnight. Lucien nodded, taking mental notes. Section B, Plot 33, according to the records. They found the grave marker in the older part of the cemetery, a modest stone compared to the ostentatious Blackwood family mausoleum nearby. The inscription was simple, Martha Blackwood, 1862 to 1911, beloved wife. No epitaph, Lucien noted. That's unusual for the time period, isn't it? John crouched, examining the headstone. Good observation. Wealthy family like the Blackwoods would typically have something more elaborate, especially for the matriarch. Dean and Sam joined them, Sam flipping through a small notebook. Found something interesting, Sam said. Cemetery registry lists cause of death as hanging, but doesn't specify suicide. That was an assumption in the newspaper reports. Could be they wanted to hide the suicide due to religious objections, Dean suggested. Or it wasn't suicide, Lucien said quietly. John studied the grave thoughtfully. Ground seems undisturbed. No signs of previous hunters. We'll need to check town records, see if there's anything the newspapers missed. They marked the location on a small map and returned to the car. Their next stop, the Riverdale Historical Society. The Historical Society occupied a converted Victorian home near the town square. A gray-haired woman introduced herself as Margaret Holloway, curator and town historian. FBI, she repeated, examining their badges with surprise. What brings federal agents to our little town? Investigating a pattern of injuries at the Blackwood estate, John explained smoothly. We believe they may be connected to previous incidents. Those foolish teenagers, Margaret sighed. I warned the town council to demolish that place years ago. Nothing but trouble. We understand Martha Blackwood died there in 1911, Sam said. Could you tell us more about the circumstances? Margaret's expression darkened. A tragedy. Found hanging in her bedroom. It is said that Edmund claimed she took her own life after discovering his indiscretions. But there were rumors. What kind of rumors? Lucien asked, earning a sharp look from John for speaking out of turn. Margaret seemed to notice him for the first time. Aren't you a bit young for the FBI training program? Dean interjected quickly. Sort of a bring your kid to work thing. You were saying about rumors. Though clearly skeptical, Margaret continued, she wasn't knowledgeable enough about the FBI anyway. Some said Edmund had strange interests. Occult things. Martha might have discovered more than just his affair. Do you have any records from that time? Sam asked. Diaries, letters, police reports. Perhaps someone. Unfortunately, there was a fire at the courthouse in 43. Lost most of our official records from before 1920. She hesitated. But I might have something unofficial. Edmund's business partner kept journals. They're not catalogued yet, but you're welcome to look through them. While John, Dean, and Sam reviewed the journals, Lucien wandered the small museum. Photographs of Riverdale's mining heyday lined the walls. One large portrait caught his attention, Edmund Blackwood standing proudly before the mine entrance, surrounded by workers. Something about the man's eyes disturbed Lucien. They were calculating, cold despite the formal smile. Beside the portrait hung a smaller photograph of Martha, a delicate woman with sad eyes. Poor thing never stood a chance, Margaret said, noticing Lucien's interest. Edmund was a powerful man in this town. Whatever really happened to Martha, no one would have dared question his version. Was there an investigation into her death? Lucien asked. Cursory at best. The local doctor signed the death certificate without much examination. She lowered her voice. There were other disappearances that year too. 3 young women from the seamstress shop. Town records say they moved away, but they were never seen again, Lucien finished. Margaret nodded grimly. Across the room, John closed the journal he'd been examining. We appreciate your help, Miss Holloway. We'll need to see the Blackwood estate next. As they left the Historical Society, Lucien shared what Margaret had told him about the missing women. 3 disappearances the same year Martha died, John mused. Could be connected, could be coincidence. Nothing in those journals about occult activity, Sam added. Mostly business dealings, though there are some pages torn out. My money's still on vengeful spirit, Dean said. Classic case of wronged wife. But what if she wasn't just wronged? Lucien pressed. What if she was murdered? And what about those missing women? John considered this. Changes the motive but not necessarily the solution. Either way, we need to salt and burn the remains. Lucien nodded. The Blackwood estate loomed against the afternoon sky, a once grand Victorian mansion now fallen into disrepair. Paint peeled from ornate trim, shutters hung askew, and vines crept up the facade like grasping fingers. EMFs already active, Dean noted, watching the readers' lights flicker as they approached the front porch. In broad daylight too. Stay close, John ordered as he picked the rusted padlock on the front door. Standard formation. Dean on point, Sam left, I'll take right. Lucien, center position, 2 steps behind me. The door creaked open, revealing a dust-filled foyer. Sunlight filtered through dirty windows, illuminating floating particles that swirled in their wake as they entered. Lucien reached out with the force, scanning for presences. The house felt wrong. Not just haunted, but somehow corrupted. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable, like the difference between spoiled and fresh milk. Cold spot here, Sam reported from the parlor. Significant drop. Got some serious EMF in the dining room, Dean called. Whole meters lit up like Christmas. John motioned for Lucien to stay close as they moved toward the grand staircase. What are you sensing? Lucien concentrated. Definitely a presence. But it's strange. Not like the training exercises with Bobby. It feels deeper, more embedded in the house itself. Different how? Like it's feeding on something. Growing stronger. John's expression darkened. Stay alert. We're just doing reconnaissance today. No heroics. They systematically explored the first floor, documenting cold spots and EMF readings. The kitchen revealed nothing unusual, nor did the library. But when they reached the music room, Lucien felt a sharp spike. In here, he said, drawn to a section of wall behind a dusty piano. There's something. John followed, watching as Lucien ran his hands over the faded wallpaper. What is it? Not sure. But something's hidden here. Lucien pressed against different sections until he felt a subtle give. I think there's a space behind this wall. Dean joined them, tapping the wall with his knuckles. Kid's right. Sounds hollow. He examined the seam more closely. Hidden door, maybe. Common in these old houses. Sam discovered the mechanism, a decorative rosette that, when turned, released a catch. The panel swung inward, revealing a small hidden room. The space contained a single chair, a small table, and shelves lined with strange objects, dried herbs, crystals, and several ancient-looking books. On the table sat a wooden box inlaid with silver symbols. "Don't touch anything," John warned as Dean swept the EMF meter around the room. The device shrieked, lights maxing out. "Jackpot," Dean muttered. "Whatever our spook is connected to, it's most likely in here." Sam examined the books without touching them. These are occult texts. Some look like grimoires. So Edmund was into the dark arts, John concluded. Confirms the rumors. Lucien's attention fixed on the wooden box. The force, particularly the dark side, seemed to swirl around it like water circling a drain. That box is important. John carefully approached it, using a pen to lift the lid. Inside lay a gold wedding ring on a bed of dried flowers and what appeared to be human hair. Binding ritual components, Sam identified. Hair, wedding ring, symbols of connection to Martha. "So we've got our anchor," Dean said. "Burn the ring, ghost goes poof." "Maybe," John said, not sounding entirely convinced. "But why hide it in a secret room? Why not destroy it completely?" Because he wanted to control her, Lucien realized aloud. Not just kill her, but bind her somehow. John's expression grew troubled. "We need to know exactly what we're dealing with before we move forward. Sam, take photos of everything. Dean, check upstairs. Lucien, stay with me." As Dean and Sam went about their tasks, John turned to Lucien. "What's the force telling you?" "Exactly." Lucien closed his eyes, concentrating harder than he had before. "The spirit is here, but contained somehow. Restless. Angry. But there's something else too, something deeper. Like hunger. Hunger for what? Energy. Life." Lucien opened his eyes. "Dad, I don't think this is just a vengeful spirit. It feels wrong." John studied him for a long moment. "We'll take the ring, research the symbols on the box back at the motel. If this is some kind of binding ritual, we need to understand it before we break it." Using tongs from their kit, John carefully transferred the ring to a small iron box lined with salt. The moment the lid closed, Lucien felt a shift in the force, a ripple of awareness, as if something had just noticed them. "We need to go," he said urgently. "Now." John didn't question him. "Dean. Sam. We're leaving." They exited the house quickly, the afternoon sun a welcome relief after the oppressive atmosphere inside. As they reached the Impala, Lucien glanced back at an upstairs window. For just a moment, he thought he saw a woman's face watching them, pale, sorrowful, with eyes that burned with unnatural hunger. The motel room became their war room, walls soon covered with photocopied journal pages, printouts, and hand-drawn diagrams. Sam had photographed everything in the hidden room, and now they pored over the enlarged images. "These symbols," Sam said, pointing to markings on the box, "they're for binding and containment. Similar to what we've seen in witch bottles, but modified. And these," Dean added, indicating another set, "look like some kind of energy transfer. Bobby might recognize them better." John was on the phone with Bobby, describing what they'd found. Lucien sat cross-legged on one of the beds, examining the photographs of the books from the hidden room. "Edmund wasn't just binding Martha's spirit," he said suddenly. "He was using her. The ritual components, they're for drawing power from the dead. Devouring life force. With the force now existent, essentially, devouring the force." Lucien bit the inside of his cheek. John lowered the phone. "Bobby says the same thing. It's an old black magic practice. Binding a spirit to drain its energy. But spirits don't have that kind of energy to spare," Sam objected. "They're already struggling to maintain form. Unless..." Lucien's eyes widened as pieces clicked together. "Unless he killed her specifically for this purpose. And maybe those 3 missing women too." A heavy silence fell over the room. "A sacrifice," John said grimly. "Multiple sacrifices to power the ritual. So what are we dealing with?" Dean asked. "Still a ghost, or something worse. Bobby thinks the ritual could have transformed her," John explained. "A spirit bound and fed with sacrificial energy can become something more powerful. A wraith. That explains why the attacks are so violent," Sam realized. "And why victims feel drained afterward. She's not just attacking out of vengeance, she's feeding." "How do we stop it?" Lucien asked. John's expression was grim. "Salt and burn still works, but we need to destroy all anchors. The body and anything used in the binding ritual. So the ring and whatever else might be in that box," Dean concluded. "Exactly. We go tonight. Full arsenal." John turned to Lucien. "This changes things. The danger level is higher now. You'll stay even further back during the operation. But no arguments. Wraiths are unpredictable and far more dangerous than standard spirits. You observe from the car. Lucien wanted to protest but saw the determination in John's eyes. Yes, sir. As they prepared their weapons and supplies, Lucien couldn't shake the feeling that they were still missing something crucial. The Force continued to whisper warnings, like a radio signal just out of range. Nihilus. Lucien's head immediately perked up, as he tried to decipher what the Force just whispered to him. It sounded like it was calling something he'd find familiar and understand from the reference what is going on. But the sound arrived as if it came through water. He didn't understand. He had a real bad feeling about this. Whatever Martha Blackwood had become, it was more dangerous than any of them realized. Night fell over Riverdale Cemetery like a heavy curtain, the moon occasionally peeking through racing clouds. The Impala was parked on a service road 50 yards from Martha's grave, hidden from the main road by a stand of trees. Remember the plan, John said as they gathered their equipment. Dean and I dig. Sam stands guard with the shotgun. Lucien stays in the car with doors locked, windows up. But Dad dash. That's an order. John's tone left no room for argument. First hunt is observation only. This turned out more dangerous than expected, which means you stay even further back. Lucien reluctantly slid back into the passenger seat, watching as his father and brothers moved through the cemetery. They'd done this dozens of times before: locate the grave, dig until they hit the coffin, salt and burn the remains. Simple. Routine. Except the Force was practically screaming now that nothing about this was routine. From his vantage point, Lucien could see Dean and John taking turns with the shovels while Sam patrolled the perimeter, shotgun ready. They'd brought the iron box containing the wedding ring, planning to burn it alongside the bones. The first sign of trouble came when their flashlights began to flicker. Even from the car, Lucien could see the sudden plumes of breath as the temperature plummeted. Frost formed on nearby headstones, spreading like crystalline veins. Sam raised his shotgun, scanning for manifestation. John and Dean dug faster. Lucien rolled down the window an inch, extending his senses toward the grave. What he felt chilled him more than the dropping temperature. The presence was far more potent, but no, now that it was so much stronger and clearer, he could sense that the strongest anchor didn't come from the grave, it was coming from the mansion, he whispered, fingers gripping the door handle. She's not in the grave. There's only prints left of her energy there. Without thinking, he grabbed the walkie-talkie they'd left for emergencies. Dad. She's not there. The body must be at the house. But static was his only answer. The Wraith was interfering with the signal. Through the windshield, Lucien saw it manifest, a woman's form that shifted and distorted like smoke underwater. Her dress, once elegant Victorian black, now rippled as though underwater, edges dissolving into tendrils of dark energy. Her face flickered between beautiful and horrific, skin peeling back to reveal glimpses of skull beneath. She appeared behind Sam first, who sensed her too late. With a flick of her hand, she sent him flying. Sam's body arched through the air, arms moving helplessly before crashing against a marble tombstone. The impact echoed across the cemetery as Sam slumped to the ground, shotgun clattering beside him. Sam. Dean pivoted, shotgun raised to his shoulder. He fired, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating the place. The salt round passed through the Wraith with minimal effect, merely causing her form to ripple like disturbed water. She solidified again almost instantly, her mouth opening in a silent laugh. John dropped his shovel with a metallic clang and pulled his own weapon, moving with to position himself between the Wraith and his fallen son. His boots kicked up dirt from the half-dug grave as he established a defensive stance. Dean, circle left. John barked, pumping his shotgun. Keep moving. The Wraith moved fast, her form coalescing and dissipating like mist. One moment she was near the grave, the next she had materialized directly behind Dean, who was still backing away in a circular pattern as ordered. Before Dean could turn, tendrils of spectral energy, like ghostly fingers, wrapped around his throat and chest. His face contorted in pain, skin visibly paling as his knees buckled beneath him. The shotgun slipped from his fingers as he clutched at the invisible force constricting his throat. She was feeding on him, draining his life force. Even from the car, Lucien could see Dean's force dimming like a light being slowly extinguished. John fired repeatedly, rock salt spraying through the air. The Wraith merely shifted her form, maintaining her hold on Dean while her body became insubstantial wherever the salt rounds would have hit. Near the tombstone, Sam stirred weakly, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead as he struggled to push himself upright. Lucien knew he had seconds to act. His oldest brother's face was now ashen, eyes rolling back. He grabbed the iron poker they'd left in the car and bolted across the cemetery. The force flowed through him, enhancing his speed. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground as he sprinted between headstones. "Hey," he shouted, voice cracking with effort. "Spook." The Wraith's head snapped toward him, her face morphing from hunger to rage. Spectral eyes fixed on Lucien, widening at what they sensed: power, life, energy beyond what Dean could provide. She released Dean, who collapsed face first onto the cemetery grass with a dull thud, and turned toward this new, more enticing source. "Lucien, get back!" John roared, lunging forward. His boots slipped on the damp grass as he tried to intercept the Wraith's path. The Wraith surged toward Lucien fast, covering the distance between them in an eye blink. Her form expanded, arms stretching into grotesque claws that reached for him hungrily. Lucien swung the iron poker in a wide arc. The metal passed through her form with a sizzling sound. She dispersed momentarily into wisps of black smoke but reformed almost instantly, far faster than a normal spirit should. "The heart." Lucien called out, the force suddenly providing clarity as his mind connected the scattered pieces. "Edmund took her heart. It's in the wall where we found the box." John's eyes widened in understanding as he staggered to his feet. The binding ritual would have required a physical anchor, something more significant than just a ring. The Wraith screamed, a sound like metal scraping against bone, and lunged at Lucien again. This time, he dropped the poker with a clatter and reached out with both hands, calling upon the force with every ounce of power he had. Time seemed to slow around him. His awareness changed, like the world became gray and slow. He felt the connection between the Wraith and her anchors, visible now as glowing threads stretching from her form. One thread led to the grave beneath their feet, another to the iron box containing the wedding ring, and a third, the strongest, extended toward the mansion on the hill, pulsing with dark side energy. Lucien grasped those threads with the force and squeezed. The Wraith froze in mid-lunge, her form flickering violently like a television with poor reception. Her mouth opened in a silent scream as the pressure on her bonds increased. Lucien tightened his grip, fingers curling into claws as he visualized crushing the connections. The effort was immense, far beyond anything he'd attempted before. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cemetery's chill, and warm blood trickled from his nose, dripping onto his shirt. "Lucien." John's voice seemed to come from miles away, distorted and slow. The Wraith convulsed, her form rippling more violently by the moment. Lucien focused on the thread connecting her to the cemetery, the weakest link, and with a final mental push, severed it completely. The thread connecting her to the iron box frayed under his attack but held. The third thread, leading to the mansion, remained intact despite his efforts. The Wraith shrieked as her connection to the cemetery was cut, a sound that existed more in Lucien's mind than in physical reality. Her form began to dissolve, unable to maintain presence with one anchor destroyed. With a final, hateful glare at Lucien, she dispersed into mist, pulled back toward her remaining anchors at the mansion. The cemetery air, moments ago frigid with supernatural cold, began to warm. Lucien's knees buckled beneath him as the force connection broke. His vision tunneled to pinpricks of light as exhaustion crashed over him. He felt himself falling. Strong arms caught him before he hit the ground, John, moving desperately to reach his son. Lucien's head lolled against his father's chest, body limp as a rag doll. "I've got you," John murmured, lowering them both to the ground. His calloused hand brushed blood from Lucien's face with surprising gentleness. "I've got you, son." Through blurry vision, Lucien saw Dean pushing himself to his knees, color slowly returning to his face. Sam limped toward them, pressing a handkerchief to his bleeding forehead. Both brothers stared at Lucien with expressions of shock and awe. "Dad," Lucien whispered, his voice barely audible. John's arms tightened around him. "Rest now. We'll talk about it later." "She's still there," Lucien managed, fighting to stay conscious. "At the mansion. Couldn't break all the bonds." "We'll handle it," John assured him, exchanging a meaningful look with Dean and Sam. "You did enough. More than enough." "No. They can't handle her. Whatever made her the way she is. She devours life force. Now with life force being the force, she's stronger than ever. Fuck this. Shitty families. Luck." With that final thought, darkness took him and he fell into slumber. To be continued. Believe me, Dean nearly died, John sold his soul. Sam died. Dean sold his soul. Dean went to hell, Sam fell to the dark side, Dean came back with the help of angels, Sam started the apocalypse. Sam threw himself and Satan into hell, was tortured for 5,000 years at least there, etc. This family is cursed to hell and back. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 18, Heart of Darkness. Dean paced the worn carpet between the beds, his boots wearing a path that matched the one John had created on the opposite side of the room. Between them, Lucien lay motionless on the bed, his face unnaturally pale except for the dried blood beneath his nose. "He's been out for 3 hours, Dean said, checking his watch again. "Shouldn't he be waking up by now?" John pressed 2 fingers against Lucien's wrist, counting silently. "Pulse is steady. Breathing's normal. His voice remained calm, but the tightness around his eyes betrayed his concern. Sam knelt beside Lucien's duffel bag, sorting through its contents. He must have brought something about the Force with him. He always takes notes. Check the side pocket, Dean suggested. Kid's obsessive about organization. Sam unzipped the compartment and pulled out a small leather-bound notebook. The pages were filled with Lucien's neat handwriting, diagrams of energy flows, and carefully transcribed quotes from Star Wars materials. Found it, Sam said, flipping through until he reached a section titled, Force Overexertion, Dangers and Recovery. He cleared his throat and began to read aloud. When pushing beyond your current force capability and limits, expect the following consequences. Physical collapse is practically guaranteed. The body, while control is limited, can only channel so much force energy before it gives out. Don't be stupid about this. Dean snorted. Kid's lecturing himself in his own notes. Sam continued, nosebleeds, headaches, and muscle tremors are warning signs you're approaching your limit. Stop when these appear. I haven't yet, and it's bitten me in the ass every time. John's eyebrow raised slightly at the language, but he said nothing. Unconsciousness follows severe overexertion. Duration varies based on how badly you've pushed yourself. Recovery requires complete rest, no exceptions. Mental effects include confusion, disorientation, and difficulty focusing. Your brain basically gets force-fried. Force-fried, Dean repeated with a weak smile. Sounds about right. Temporary force blindness may occur, like static on a radio. Connection to the force becomes weak or completely blocked until recovery if pushed too far. Sam looked up from the notebook. At least we know what to expect. What about recovery? John asked, his voice gruff with exhaustion. Sam nodded and continued reading. Recovery protocol, complete rest for at least 24 hours. No force usage whatsoever during recovery. Hydration and food are essential. Force usage burns calories like crazy. Meditation helps restore connection faster. He turned the page and his expression softened. Note to self, just because you can push harder doesn't mean you should. The force may be unlimited, but so long your control isn't, your body is. Dean stopped pacing to look over Sam's shoulder. What's that at the bottom? Sam's voice quieted as he read the final lines. P.S. If anyone's reading this because I've knocked myself out being an idiot, tell Dean I said to stop worrying, I'll be fine. And tell Dad I'm sorry for not following orders. A heavy silence fell over the room. Dean turned away, rubbing the back of his neck. John's jaw tightened as he looked down at his unconscious son. Kid knew exactly what would happen, Dean said finally. He knew, and he did it anyway. He saved your life, Sam pointed out quietly. Both of you. John nodded once, acknowledgement without comment. He moved to the window, pulling back the curtain slightly to check the parking lot. The movement caused his hand to tremble noticeably. Dad? Sam asked, noticing the shake. You okay? Fine, John replied automatically. Just the adrenaline wearing off. Dean frowned, looking down at his own hands. They were trembling too, just slightly. I don't think it's just adrenaline. Sam joined his father at the window, peering out at the street beyond. What he saw made his blood run cold. The world outside was wrong. The colors seemed muted, as if someone had turned down the saturation. People moved sluggishly along the sidewalk, their movements jerky and disjointed like malfunctioning automatons. As they watched, a middle-aged woman simply collapsed mid-step, crumpling to the ground like a marionette with cut strings. No one stopped to help her. The few pedestrians nearby simply shuffled around her fallen form, their faces blank and gray. What the hell? Dean muttered, joining them at the window. Is it just me, Sam asked slowly, or is everything getting grayer? Dean squinted at the scene outside. Like someone's draining the color out of everything. John's expression darkened with realization. It's the Wraith. It's not just attacking individuals anymore. It's feeding on the entire town. Sam turned back to look at Lucien. In the increasingly desaturated room, the unconscious boy was the only thing that maintained full color. In fact, if Sam looked closely, he could almost see a faint luminescence surrounding his brother's still form. Lucien released an enormous amount of force energy in the cemetery, Sam said, pieces clicking together in his mind. The Wraith must have absorbed some of it when he broke that connection. Now it's powerful enough to feed on everyone at once. Son of a bitch, Dean muttered. Force Jesus here gave it a power boost. We need to end this, John said decisively. Now, before it drains the entire town. How? Sam asked. We know the heart is somewhere in the mansion, but we don't know exactly where. We'll tear the place apart if we have to, John replied, already checking his shotgun. But first, we need a plan. Normally, anchors need to be destroyed simultaneously. Lucien somehow managed to break one connection, but the other two are still active. And getting stronger by the minute, Dean added grimly. John laid out his shotgun on the table, alongside extra salt rounds. Sam and I will go to the mansion, find the heart. Dean, you stay here with Lucien. Dean's head snapped up. What? No, I should go with you. Sam can stay with Lucien. That's not happening, John said firmly. Sam's knowledge of occult rituals might help us identify what we're dealing with. And you're still recovering from the Wraith's attack. I'm fine, Dean protested, though the pallor of his skin suggested otherwise. That's an order, Dean. John's tone left no room for argument. We need someone we trust to protect Lucien. That's you. Dean wanted to argue further, but the logic was sound. And someone needed to stay with Lucien. He was completely vulnerable in his current state. Fine, he conceded reluctantly. But you two better be careful. We'll ward this room with everything we've got, John continued, pulling supplies from their duffel bags. More salt lines at every entrance, devil's traps by the doors, iron across the windows. Sam grabbed the container of salt, beginning to lay down thick lines at the doorway and windowsills. Even if the Wraith can somehow get past salt, who knows with how weird it is, these should slow it down at least. John drew protective symbols from Bobby's books on the walls while Dean positioned iron fireplace pokers across the windowsills. Within minutes, the motel room resembled a supernatural fortress. Keep that shotgun loaded, John instructed Dean. And don't take your eyes off him for a second. Dean nodded, checking the weapons chamber before positioning himself between the door and Lucien's bed. We'll be fine. Just get that heart and end this thing. John placed a hand on Dean's shoulder. We'll be back soon. As John and Sam prepared to leave, Dean called after them, Hey. Don't do anything stupid, all right? Sam offered a tight smile. That's your department, remember? The door closed behind them, leaving Dean alone with his unconscious brother in the increasingly gray world. The Impala's engine sounded wrong, labored, as if the car itself was affected by the Wraith strain. John drove, grim but determined, his knuckles white against the steering wheel as they navigated streets that looked increasingly like an old black and white photograph. People are just collapsing, Sam observed, watching a man slump against a mailbox as they passed. It's like their energy is being siphoned away. That's exactly what's happening, John replied, his voice tight. The Wraith is feeding on their life force, the force now, according Lucien. John remembering Lucien's theory about how life-draining spells would be ones that could drain the force from someone. Though that it should be far more difficult than it was previously, because the force is a volatile energy source. One cannot simply drain it from others and leave unscathed. This Wraith though, it probably had the ability before the force was created, and its ability was translated into being able to drain the force. John could only hope that not too many things out there are able to do to the same. It is possible, but none should be able to do it like a Wraith, since it, itself being a spiritual being at least gives it an edge in how much it can stomach compared to other beings. Sam checked his shotgun, loading extra salt rounds into his pocket. Lucien was right about this case being off. John's jaw tightened. He was. Should have been more prepared. Are you angry? About him disobeying orders? John was silent for a moment, considering. He saved Dean's life. Hard to be angry about that. He glanced at Sam. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it. He put himself at risk. He's a Winchester, Sam said quietly. It's what we do. As they approached the Blackwood estate, the temperature dropped dramatically. Their breath fogged in the air, the car's heater struggling against the supernatural cold. The mansion loomed before them, now seeming to form unnatural shadows that slithered across its facade like living things. This is worse than before, Sam muttered. John checked his watch. We've got maybe half a day before the whole town is drained dry. We get in, find the heart, get out. No hesitation. The mansion's front door swung open at John's touch, as if inviting them inside. The foyer beyond was transformed from their earlier visit, shadows now moved independently of objects, and the walls themselves seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting. John pulled out the EMF meter, but the device immediately maxed out, lights flaring before the battery died completely. Useless, he muttered, pocketing the device. Stay close. We head straight for that hidden room. They moved through darkened hallways, shotguns ready. The floorboards creaked beneath their feet. Whispers echoed through the house, a woman's voice alternating between heart-wrenching sobs and chilling laughter. The sound seemed to come from everywhere. She knows we're here, Sam whispered, his back pressed against John's as they navigated a particularly dark corridor. They reached the music room and found it transformed. The piano now looked melted, its keys elongated like teeth in a grimacing mouth. The wallpaper rippled, patterns shifting to form faces that appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The hidden door to the secret room stood open. John motioned Sam forward while he covered their backs. Inside, the small room had changed dramatically. The occult symbols carved into the wooden box now glowed with faint green light, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The books on the shelves seemed to whisper among themselves, pages rustling without wind. "I'll stand guard," John said, positioning himself at the doorway. "Find that heart." Sam nodded, examining the walls carefully. If Edmund was performing binding rituals, the heart would need to be close to the ritual components we found. He ran his fingers along the shelving, feeling for hidden catches or compartments. The temperature continued to drop, frost forming on the metal fixtures. "Martha Blackwood," Sam called out, hoping to distract the spirit while he searched. "We know what your husband did to you. We're trying to help." A whisper answered, so close it seemed to come from inside his own head. "Help me." The voice shifted, hardening. "Feed me." John's shotgun swung toward a darkened corner. "Sam, hurry up." "Working on it," Sam muttered, fingers probing the back panel of the bookshelf. Something clicked beneath his touch, and a small section of the wall slid open, revealing another hidden compartment. Before he could reach inside, the Wraith manifested. She appeared directly behind John, her form more solid than before. No longer the translucent ghost they'd encountered in the cemetery, she now had substance, a twisted mockery of a Victorian lady, her black dress rippling like liquid shadow. Her face flickered between beautiful and horrific, skin peeling back in patches to reveal a skull beneath. John sensed her too late. He turned, firing his shotgun, but she was already moving, impossibly fast, flowing around the salt spray like water around a stone. Her hand shot out, elongated fingers wrapping around John's throat. The shotgun clattered to the floor as she lifted him off his feet. "Dad!" Sam shouted, raising his own weapon. John's face began to gray as the Wraith fed, color and vitality draining from him like water down a drain. His struggles weakened, boots kicking uselessly a foot above the floor. Sam fired, the salt round passing through the Wraith's torso. She flickered momentarily but didn't release John. Her form simply restructured around the disruption, like smoke reforming after being disturbed. Desperate, Sam turned back to the hidden compartment. Inside sat a glass container, ornately decorated with silver filigree. Within, suspended in yellowish fluid, was a preserved human heart. He grabbed it, turning to see John's face now ashen gray, eyes rolling back as the Wraith continued to feed. Sam had a split second to decide. They needed both anchors, the heart and the ring still in the iron box at the motel. They couldn't bring it with them, it would have possibly strengthened her, being so close to it. Destroying just one wouldn't work. But if he didn't act now, John would die. He fired another salt round directly at the Wraith's face. This time, she released John, dispersing momentarily into wisps of shadow. John collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. "Go." John managed to choke out, his voice barely audible. "Get it back. To the motel. Dad dash. Now, Sam." John reached weakly for his fallen shotgun. "I'll hold her off." Sam hesitated only briefly before clutching the container to his chest and running. The Wraith's scream of rage followed him down the corridor, a sound like metal scraping against bone. He sprinted through the mansion's twisting hallways, the layout seeming to change with each turn. Doors that should have led to exits now opened onto brick walls. Staircases extended endlessly upward. The house itself was fighting him. The temperature plummeted further, frost forming on the walls, the Wraith was reforming, hunting him. Sam glanced back to see darkness flowing along the corridor like a living flood, gaining on him with every second. No time to reach the front door. Sam veered toward a window at the end of the hall, tucking the container securely against his chest. He didn't slow down. Glass shattered around him as he threw himself through, arms raised to protect his face. For a moment, he was airborne, 3 stories above the ground. Then gravity reclaimed him. Sam tucked into a roll as he fell, years of hunting training taking over. He crashed onto the Impala's hood with bone-jarring force, the metal denting beneath his weight. Sam spit out a bit of blood as he landed. "Dean's gonna kill me," he muttered through gritted teeth, rolling off the car onto his legs, unsteady. The glass container had survived the impact, the heart inside still intact. The Wraith materialized at the broken window, her form now a twisted silhouette against the darkness of the mansion. She didn't bother with the stairs, her body simply poured out through the opening like living oil, flowing down the exterior wall fast. Sam scrambled for the car door, finding it locked. No time for finesse, he smashed the driver's side window with the butt of his shotgun, glass showering the seat as he reached through to unlock the door. He threw himself inside, fumbling for the extra keys John had left in the ignition, just in case. The engine roared to life just as the Wraith reached the car, her hand passing through the metal like it was water, grasping for Sam's ankle. Sam floored the accelerator, tires spinning on gravel before finally going. The car lurched forward, the Wraith's arm stretching impossibly as she maintained her grip. Sam swerved hard, the sudden movement finally breaking her hold as the Impala fishtailed onto the main road. In the rearview mirror, the Wraith's form dissolved into mist, flowing along the road surface in pursuit. The streets of Riverdale had become a monochrome nightmare, abandoned vehicles littered the road where drivers had succumbed to the Wraith's feeding. Bodies lay where they had fallen, color and life force drained to near death. Sam swerved around a delivery truck stopped in the middle of the street, tires screeching as he took a corner too fast. The container with the heart slid across the seat, he grabbed it one-handed, never taking his eyes off the road. The Wraith flowed over obstacles like living fog, always reforming closer, gaining with every second. She moved faster than the car could drive through the obstacle-strewn streets. Sam's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel as he pushed the Impala to its limits, the engine screaming in protest. He couldn't outrun her, he needed to reach the motel before she caught him. The Impala's tires left smoking rubber on the asphalt as Sam took another corner, the back end fishtailing wildly before he regained control. The motel appeared ahead, its neon sign one of the few spots of color in the increasingly gray world. He skidded into the parking lot, the car barely stopped before he was throwing himself out the door, container clutched to his chest. The Wraith materialized directly in his path, face contorted with hunger and rage. Sam fired his last salt round point blank into her chest. She dispersed like smoke in a high wind, giving him just enough time to sprint past. He reached their room, boot connecting with the door in a desperate kick that splintered the frame. Dean was already positioned behind the salt line, shotgun raised. Sam. Dean's eyes widened at his brother's bloody, glass-cut appearance. Where's Dad? Sam leapt across the salt line just as the Wraith reformed in the doorway, her body rippling with fury as she encountered the barrier. Mansion, he gasped, breathless. No time. Keep her busy. Dean didn't hesitate, firing a salt round that temporarily dispersed the Wraith's form. What's the plan? Sam pulled the ring from his pocket, placing both anchors in the iron box they'd prepared. The Wraith's gotten too powerful for a normal salt and burn, he explained between ragged breaths. We need to destroy both anchors simultaneously with something stronger than fire. Like what? The Force. Dean stared at him. What? But Lucien's unconscious, he can't do that again. I know. I have a plan. Sam said, moving toward Lucien's still form. Remember what Missouri said? When she touched Lucien during that vision of death, she tapped into the light side of the Force. Dean fired another round as the Wraith began pushing against the invisible barrier of the salt line, the white crystal smoking where her essence touched them. So what, you're gonna try the same thing? Something like that. Sam placed his hands on Lucien's forehead, closing his eyes in concentration. Nothing happened. The world outside the window had become almost completely monochrome, the color drained from everything except Lucien, whose skin still maintained a healthy hue, glowing with a white cold light. Whatever you're doing, Dean called, firing again as the Wraith began breaking through the salt line, now would be good. Sam pressed harder, concentrating with everything he had. Come on, he whispered. Please. The Wraith's form solidified further as she pushed through the weakening barrier. Dean fired his last round, the shotgun clicking empty afterward. Sam. Dean backed up, placing himself between the Wraith and his brothers. We're out of time. Sam closed his eyes, remembering Lucien's words about connecting to the Force. The light side came from protection, peace, defense, but the dark side. The dark side came from passion, fear, anger. It was easier to access but harder to control. Sam embraced the fear coursing through him, fear for Dean, for his father, for Lucien. He channeled the anger at being helpless, at watching people die around him. He focused on his desperate need to protect his family at any cost. Something dark and powerful stirred at the edges of his consciousness, like ice forming in his veins. Please, Sam begged, no longer sure if he was speaking to the Force, to Lucien, or to God himself. I need this to work. The Wraith let out an inhuman shriek as she fully breached the salt line, her clawed hands reaching for Dean, who stood his ground with the empty shotgun held like a club. Sam. Dean shouted, swinging the weapon uselessly through the Wraith's semi-solid form. Something inside Sam broke open, a dam releasing a flood of cold, dark power. His eyes snapped open, momentarily glowing with red light, like his mirror, his fallen angel half, before returning to normal. Power surged through him, into the iron box and the container where the ring and lay. The containers glowed with yellow, then crumbled to ash in his hands. The heart and ring within them disintegrated simultaneously. The Wraith's scream shifted from rage to agony. Her form ignited from within, flames consuming her from the inside out. She writhed in the doorway, her body twisting impossibly as the fire devoured her essence. A brilliant flash of light filled the room, sending a pulse everywhere, forcing Sam and Dean to shield their eyes. When they looked again, the Wraith was gone, and color flooded back into the world like a wave, saturating everything with renewed life. Sam collapsed beside Lucien's bed, his legs giving out beneath him. Dean stared at him in shock, the empty shotgun still clutched in his hands. What the hell was that? Dean finally managed, his voice hoarse. Sam looked down at his trembling hands, still feeling the cold echo of the power that had flowed through him. I did it. I used the Force. And not the good side of it. Both brothers turned toward the doorway, where John Winchester stood leaning heavily against the broken frame. His face was still ashen, but color was slowly returning to his features. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, and he clutched his ribs as if they pained him. Dad, Dean moved to help him inside. You look like crap. Wraith nearly drained me dry, John admitted, allowing Dean to guide him to a chair. Would have, if Sam hadn't drawn her away. His eyes fixed on his middle son with an unreadable expression. What exactly did you do? Sam swallowed hard, the memory of that cold power still fresh in his mind, the stolen life force from the Wraith, flowing a big portion into him, healing him as he destroyed its anchors. I couldn't access the light side like Missouri did. She did it by touching Lucien. I think it's the only way to do that with how volatile the Force is, him being its nexus point, so I tried the same. It was too difficult to draw from. So I tried the dark side instead. The dark side, John repeated flatly. It worked, Sam pointed out defensively. The Wraith's gone. The town's returning to normal. John didn't argue, but his expression remained troubled. We'll talk about this when we get back to Bobby's. He looked at Lucien's still form. How is he? Unchanged, Dean reported. But his color's good. Outside, they could hear sirens, emergency services responding to the dozens of people who had collapsed throughout town. The world was returning to normal, though the citizens of Riverdale would never understand what had really happened. We need to move, John decided, pushing himself to his feet with a grimace. Pack up. We leave in 10. So the first hunt is over. What? You didn't expect for Lucien to go full badass mode and handle everything while only being 11 years old, did you? He already played a big part by saving Dean, and even being there, as the nexus point, allowed Sam while in physical contact with him, to draw from the dark side of the Force for a brief moment. Sam's lucky that since he could only tap into it while in physical contact with Lucien, that by letting go, he also let go of the dark side. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 19, Through Yellow Eyes. Azazel's POV. The corner office on the 43rd floor of Roman Enterprises offers me a commanding view of Chicago's skyline. Floor-to-ceiling windows transform the night city into a tapestry of light and shadow, not unlike the fires of hell when viewed from certain angles. I've always appreciated that irony. I swirl 30-year-old scotch in a crystal tumbler, watching the city below. Behind me, my office speaks of restrained wealth and power. Mahogany desk. Leather chairs. Abstract art worth millions adorning walls that have heard countless deals and deaths. On the desk lies an open folder, reports from my operatives about a certain incident in Riverdale, Minnesota. I turn from the window, setting down the untouched scotch. Loosening my tie, these human affectations are tedious but necessary, I settle into the chair behind my desk. The leather creaks beneath me as I pick up the report again, scanning details that make my lips curl into a smile. Well, I murmur to the empty office. Sammy, you're just full of surprises. I tap long fingers against the polished wood, considering. The report details an encounter with a Wraith in Riverdale, standard hunter business, nothing remarkable. Until the second youngest Winchester, no oldest Milligan, technically, displayed abilities far beyond normal human capacity. And then Sam, my special boy, somehow channeled power through contact with the child. Fascinating. I reach for a blank sheet of paper and a fountain pen. Old-fashioned, perhaps, but I've walked this earth for millennia. Some habits persist. Let's review where we stand, I say to myself, beginning to write in elegant script. My original plan had been elegant in its simplicity. Sam Winchester, Lucifer's true vessel, though the boy doesn't know it yet, needs to follow a specific path. As in heaven, so on earth. The vessel must mirror the angel. Lucifer rebelled against his father, Sam must rebel against John. Lucifer grew to despise humanity, Sam must learn the same hatred. For years, I've orchestrated subtle influences throughout Sam's life. A fourth-grade teacher who recognized his special potential and suggested advanced placement, separating him from Dean for the first time. A high school guidance counselor who planted the first seeds about college scholarships. A debate coach who nurtured his argumentative skills, perfect for challenging John's authority. None of them knew they were possessed, of course. I'm too skilled for that. Just brief possessions, subtle nudges, then moving on before hunter instincts could detect anything amiss. And it was working beautifully, I muse, leaning back in my chair. I've known about Kate Milligan and her sons for years. A contingency, perhaps, but not particularly relevant to my plans. The woman provides John with some semblance of normalcy, keeps him functioning. Adam, the youngest, is simply too young to be of immediate concern. But Lucien, that was an oversight. The boy had seemed unremarkable at first, just another of John Winchester's spawn. Until I felt the pulse of power during a routine surveillance. Nothing concrete, just potential. I'd made a mental note to watch the child but hadn't considered him a priority. First after 2 weeks when he joined his dear little papa and big brothers, I visited, and found out the boy was a boy wonder, and was a psychic. Didn't think too much of it. Perhaps he would have use in the future, if I could find one for him, that is, I had thought. But no, the Riverdale incident changes everything. I pull a fresh sheet of paper, writing Lucien at the top in bold letters. Psychic abilities far beyond the children I've created, besides Sam of course, I note. Power transfer capabilities. Strong familial bonds. I tap the pen against my lips. This complicates matters. If Lucien can share power with Sam, he might become an anchor, keeping Sam connected to his humanity when the time comes for Lucifer's possession, having Sam rely on his brother for power rather than his demon blood ones. Unacceptable. My first instinct is elimination. Simple. Clean. Problem solved. But something stays my hand. Experience, perhaps. Millennia of watching humans react to tragedy tells me that killing Lucien wouldn't separate Sam from his family, it would bind them together in grief and vengeance. No, death isn't the answer. Not yet. What if? I murmur, feeling a smile form as an idea takes shape. I begin writing again, faster now. What if Lucien becomes not an obstacle but a tool? The perfect instrument to ensure Sam's fall. I laugh softly, the sound like dry leaves scraping stone. Oh, that's good. That's very good. I stand abruptly, moving to a bookshelf that contains leather-bound religious texts spanning centuries. My fingers trail over spines until I find what I seek, a medieval treatise on signs of the Antichrist. I flip through pages, scanning ancient woodcuts and Latin text. The traditional signs are delightfully vague, applicable to almost anyone with the right framing, unusual powers, mysterious origins, signs and wonders following in their wake. Perfect, I whisper. No need for fabrication when the truth serves just as well. I return to my desk, drafting my first approach. Direct action, manipulating hunters to target Lucien immediately. Simple. Effective. And completely wrong. I crumple the paper, holding it in my palm. With a thought, the sheet bursts into flames, burning to ash without scorching my skin. I brush the remnants away with irritation. Too obvious, I chide myself. Too traceable. The second draft focuses on creating evidence, planted texts, fabricated prophecies. But this too ends in flames between my fingers. Amateur work, I mutter. John would spot external manipulation immediately. Eyes fixed on the city beyond my window but seeing something far more distant. When I move again, but with a better thought in mind. The best lies contain truth, I say softly, beginning a third draft. And the best manipulations make humans believe they've reached conclusions independently. This plan is more elegant, no fabricated evidence, no direct attacks. Instead, a series of coincidences. Careful positioning. Letting human nature, particularly hunters' paranoia, do the work for me. I smile as I write, occasionally consulting the religious text spread across my desk. Lucien already fits several traditional descriptions of the Antichrist or false prophet without any embellishment. Child with unusual powers. Born to a father with connections to darkness, John's obsession with hunting appears innocent while harboring great power. Signs and wonders follow in his wake. All I need to do is ensure the right hunters witness these signs in the right context. Hunters, I chuckle. So predictable in their paranoia. I've been manipulating hunters for centuries. They're a suspicious lot by nature, they have to be. When your life depends on identifying the supernatural, you develop a certain eagerness to find monsters everywhere. Add religious zealotry to that mix, and you have the perfect storm of gullibility. I begin listing potential targets. Gordon Walker, zealous, brutal, sees everything in black and white. Already distrusts anything with supernatural abilities. Too unstable for initial contact, but useful later. Isaac and Tamara, husband-wife team, lost their daughter to supernatural forces. Religious. Vulnerable to suggestions about protecting other children. I pause, tapping the pen against the paper. These are just the beginning. There are dozens more who could serve my purpose with the right nudge. The next phase of my plan takes shape, requiring true subtlety. Hunters aren't fools, they've survived this long by detecting manipulation. The key is to arrange circumstances so natural that not even they would suspect demonic involvement. First, for example, the mark of the beast. Lucien was born on June 6th, the 6th day of the 6th month. It seems God is smiling on me, giving me such a useful coincidence. Hunters are like conspiracy theorists. Well, they are conspiracy theorists who are right, not truly theorists, but what both have in common is that they love putting together clues. So clues they shall have. True manipulation, I whisper to myself, is invisible even to those who suspect they're being manipulated. The most powerful element will be time itself. These observations, individually meaningless, will accumulate over years. No single hunter will see the complete picture, but they'll share stories. Patterns will emerge in their collective consciousness without my further involvement. Doubt planted with such care doesn't just grow, it transforms into conviction. And humans are so good at seeing patterns, I murmur, especially patterns that confirm their existing fears. I lean back, considering the timeline. This is delicate work, requiring patience. Rushing would ruin everything. The seeds must be planted now, allowed to grow during Sam's college years, and bloom into full paranoia by the time I arrange his return to hunting. Rising from my desk, I move back to the window. Chicago spreads before me, millions of souls going about their insignificant lives, unaware of the grand design unfolding around them. Somewhere out there, Sam Winchester is preparing college applications, dreaming of escape from his family's legacy. John is training his sons, unaware that one of them will become a target for his own community. And Lucien, poor, powerful Lucien, has no idea he's about to become the catalyst for his brother's damnation. I allow my eyes to shift, just for a moment, the familiar yellow glow reflecting in the glass. My true nature, hidden beneath this corporate disguise. The best plans, I tell my reflection, are the ones where your enemies do your work for you. I return to my desk, gathering the papers that outline my strategy. With a thought, they ignite in my hand, burning to ash that I let fall into the wastepaper basket. No evidence, no trace. Just as I've operated for millennia. My office door opens, and my executive assistant, a low-level demon wearing a perfectly tailored suit and an impeccably professional expression, enters with a folder. Internally I can't help but feel disgust well up within me, the regent of hell, Lord Lucifer's right hand, having these low lives so close to me. I cannot wait till I open the gate, and my subjects crawl out. Well, besides Lilith, that bitch always gives me a headache. And I really would rather not have to deal with her trying to climb Sam like a tree anytime soon, going for our Lord's human half when she cannot reach his great self. She's always been obsessed with our father in an unworthy fashion, like she truly can be queen. Please, she'll know eventually that delusion will never come to fruition. Sir, the quarterly reports you requested, she says, placing them on my desk. Then, voice lower, and our operatives report the Winchesters are heading back to Singer Salvage Yard. The boy is still unconscious. Excellent, I reply. Maintain surveillance, but at a distance. John's particularly alert right now. She nods and exits silently, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I flip open the company reports without really seeing them. My mind is elsewhere, plotting the intricate web that will ensnare the Winchesters in the years to come. Sam will leave for college soon, my careful manipulations have ensured that. During his absence, the whispers about all things not normal, particularly psychics, will grow, till it affects Lucien. Not enough to trigger a hunt, not yet. Just enough to plant seeds of suspicion. By the time I arrange whatever bitch I pair up with Sammy's tragic demise and Sam returns to hunting, he'll find his brother increasingly ostracized by the very community Sam once idealized. The hunters, those self-proclaimed protectors of humanity, will reveal their true nature, fearful, prejudiced, quick to condemn what they don't understand. And Sam, my special child, will see humanity for what it truly is. Just as Lucifer did. The symmetry is beautiful. The vessel mirroring the angel in every way. I can't help but laugh, the sound echoing in my empty office. Outside my window, a storm is gathering over Chicago, lightning illuminating the clouds in brief, brilliant flashes. Almost like heaven's fires, reflected in Earth's sky. Soon, Father, I whisper, though Lucifer cannot hear me from his cage. Your true vessel approaches. And when he comes, he will understand why you rose. I gather my coat, preparing to leave this human facade behind for the night. There's work to be done, subtle manipulations to set in motion, pieces to position on the board. The game is complex, the stakes cosmic. But I've been playing it since Adam walked this earth. And I do so love to win. As I step into the private elevator, I allow myself one final smile of satisfaction. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Actually, better than planned. The doors slide closed, and I descend into the night, yellow eyes gleaming briefly before returning to human appearance. Just another businessman working late, heading home in the gathering storm. No one notices. No one ever does. That's how I prefer it. Do tell me how you found it. Tell me, do you think Azazel's plan has any merit? Will the Winchesters catch on to it? Will anybody else? Or will it work, and be too late? I'm interested in your thoughts. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 20, Echoes. The Impala's engine rumbled steadily as it ate up highway miles, the sound comforting after 36 hours ago, full of chaos. John's hands gripped the wheel with ease, his eyes constantly scanning the road ahead and the rearview mirror in a cycle, always keeping vigilant. In the passenger seat, Dean dozed fitfully, head lolling against the window. The bruises around his neck had faded from angry purple to a sickly yellow-green. Sam sat behind John, occasionally rubbing his arms despite the warm air flowing through the vents. His gaze kept drifting to Lucien beside him. Lucien had regained consciousness just 3 hours earlier, waking with a gasp in a roadside motel room. His body felt heavy, limbs responding sluggishly to commands, but his mind was surprisingly clear. And the force, something had changed. His control was, to a good extent, better now, like it was a stream that had worn down its banks through repeated flooding. How much farther? Lucien asked, his voice still slightly raspy from disuse. John glanced in the rearview mirror. About 4 hours to Bobby's. How are you feeling? Hungry, Lucien admitted. And tired, which makes no sense after sleeping for a day. Force exhaustion, Sam said quietly. Your notes mentioned it. Dean stirred at the conversation, blinking awake. Kids awake and complaining already. Must be feeling better. We'll stop for food soon, John decided, scanning the upcoming exit signs. Everyone could use a proper meal. 15 minutes later, the Impala pulled into the gravel parking lot of Rosie's Diner, a roadside establishment with a flickering neon sign and windows that promised home-cooked meals. The restaurant was half full, mostly locals by the look of them, with a few fellow travelers occupying booths along the windows. John selected a corner table with clear sight lines to both exits. Dean slid in beside him while Sam and Lucien took the opposite bench. A waitress with graying hair and a name tag reading Darlene approached with menus and a pot of coffee. Just passing through, she asked, filling the mugs. John and Dean immediately turned upright. Yes ma'am, John replied with a polite nod. Long drive ahead. Well, the pot roast special will keep you going, she offered with a practiced smile. I'll give you boys a minute to decide. When she'd moved to another table, Dean leaned forward. So, you remember anything from your Sleeping Beauty act, Lou? He did in a way, having even gained some knowledge he didn't have before from the Force, but nothing about what happened when he was awake, so Lucien shook his head. Nothing after the cemetery. Sam filled me in on what happened after. The waitress returned for their orders, burger and fries for Dean, chef salad for Sam, steak and potatoes for John. Lucien studied the menu carefully. The spaghetti and meatballs, he decided. Anything else? Darlene asked, collecting the menus. We're good for now, John answered. When she was out of earshot, John leaned forward, elbows on the table. His expression shifted from road-weary father to hunter debriefing his team. Let's talk about what happened, he began, voice low but clear. What went wrong, what went right, what we learned. Dean straightened, responding to the shift in tone. Research was incomplete. We identified the spirit but missed crucial details about the binding ritual. We underestimated the Wraith's strength, Sam added. And didn't consider multiple anchors. John nodded. Lucien's instincts were right about this one. There was something off from the beginning. We should have been far more cautious than we already were. He glanced at his second youngest son. Your connection to the Force gave us an edge we wouldn't have had otherwise. Lucien recognized the subtle pride in John's voice, hidden beneath the professional assessment. That said, John continued, you disobeyed a direct order. I told you to stay in the car. Lucien met his father's gaze steadily. I know. You saved Dean's life, John acknowledged. So I'm not going to lecture you about it. But don't make a habit of disobeying orders. In a hunt, the chain of command exists for a reason. Yes, sir, Lucien replied, understanding the reprieve for what it was. Dean grinned, lightening the moment. Kid went full Jedi on that Wraith, though. Should have seen it, Lou. You had this look on your face like you were gonna explode. I nearly did, Lucien admitted. Pushing that hard, it was like trying to redirect a river with my bare hands. Sam had been quieter than usual, occasionally rubbing his arms as if chilled despite the warm diner. John noticed. Sam. You want to tell us what happened when you tapped into the Force? Sam's hand stilled on his arms. It was different than I expected. When Missouri touched Lucien during that vision of death, she described it as light. What I felt was... He hesitated. Cold. Like ice in my veins. Powerful, but freezing. The dark side, Lucien said quietly. You feeling any side effects? John asked Sam directly. Sam hesitated. Sometimes I feel cold when I shouldn't. Like phantom chills. It comes and goes. John turned to Lucien. What should we expect? Any other side effects? Lucien frowned, considering. I don't know much about the dark side specifically. It's not evil, not like in the movies, but it is the rawest, most destructive aspect of the Force. Using it without proper control is like... He searched for an analogy, like holding fire in your bare hands. Your control is what protects you from getting burned. Sam nodded, though something flickered across his face. The analogy didn't quite fit his experience. Fire was hot, but the dark side had been intensely, penetratingly cold. Since Sam only accessed it through physical contact with me, Lucien continued, and only briefly, any effects should be temporary. You sure about that? John pressed. No, Lucien admitted honestly. The Force is still new to me. Everything about it is somewhat unknown. Their food arrived, conversation pausing as Darlene distributed plates and refilled coffee mugs. For a few minutes, they ate in silence, the events of the past 2 days catching up with them as hunger took precedence over discussion. Dean was halfway through his burger when he lowered it suddenly, expression thoughtful, an unusual look for him mid-meal. You know, maybe we should check if the kid's cursed or something. 3 heads turned toward him simultaneously. Lucien stared at Dean like he'd grown a second head. What? Dean asked defensively. Don't look at me like that. Cursed. Sam repeated. Yeah. Dean gestured with a French fry. Think about it. Every time Lou leaves Bobby's protections, something weird happens. First that vampire chick at the fair dash. John's expression darkened immediately at the mention. The encounter with Catherine, him still not even knowing her name, still rankled, not just the danger to Lucien, but how easily she'd manipulated Dean. And now this Wraith that's somehow different from any Wraith we've ever heard of, Dean continued. Maybe the kid's got some kind of supernatural bad luck or something. Lucien opened his mouth to protest, then closed it. The idea was ridiculous. He wasn't cursed, he was just a cosmic nexus point with Winchester luck. But he couldn't exactly say that. John considered Dean's suggestion, fork paused halfway to his mouth. It's not the craziest idea, he conceded. We should look into it. Seriously? Lucien asked, incredulous. We've seen stranger things, John replied. And Dean's right, there's a pattern forming that we'd be foolish to ignore. What kind of curse detection are you thinking? Sam asked, picking at his salad. Most require specialized ingredients or abilities. John nodded. We'd need someone with particular sensitivity. Missouri might be able to help, or another psychic contact. Bobby probably has books on detection spells, Dean added. Wouldn't hurt to check. They finished their meals, conversation shifting to lighter topics, Dean recounting a story about a hunt from the previous year that had Lucien genuinely laughing despite his exhaustion. John signaled for the check. I'm going to get some coffee to go and pay. Dean, come help me carry some extra food for the road. As John and Dean headed to the counter, Lucien and Sam were left alone at the table. Lucien was about to ask Sam more about what he'd experienced with the dark side when Sam's expression suddenly changed. His face went blank, eyes unfocusing slightly. Almost like he was absent-minded, thinking of somewhere else. He feels neglected, you know, Sam said suddenly. Your son feels you favor his sister. Lucien froze, fork clattering against his plate. The dark side feels like you're ignoring him, Sam continued. While embracing the light. Before Lucien could respond, Sam blinked rapidly, expression returning to normal, suddenly taking in what he just said, as John and Dean approached with to-go bags and coffee. Dean noticed their expressions immediately. Did we miss something? Sam opened his mouth, confusion evident on his face, but Lucien cut in smoothly. Nothing important, he said, forcing a casual tone. Just discussing Force theory. John and Dean exchanged skeptical looks but didn't press the issue. As they gathered their belongings and headed for the door, Lucien caught Sam's eye, mouthing silently, later. The parking lot was bathed in the golden light of sunset as they loaded back into the Impala. Dean took the keys from John, who slid into the passenger seat without argument, a sign of how tired he truly was. As the car pulled back onto the highway, Lucien stared out the window, mind racing. He did remember about Mortis, how the sun was the embodiment of the dark side, and the Dar, the embodiment of the light side. The Force he always knew to be conscious, but it is barely an infant. That it could feel jealousy while being not even a year old, was surprising. Beside him, Sam rubbed his arms again, that phantom cold returning despite the warm car. Should be back at Bobby's by midnight, Dean announced from the driver's seat, classic rock playing softly from the speakers. Think Kate's gonna freak when she sees those bruises, Dad? Probably, John admitted. We'll deal with it. In the rearview mirror, his eyes met Lucien's briefly, concern evident beneath his stoic expression. They had survived another hunt, but things had gotten far more complex. Especially for his 2 younger sons, the ones who reminded him the most of himself. Do tell me how you found it. So, baby dark side feels like Daddy is doting too much on his twin sister, what do you think of that? Is the dark side right to feel jealous, and what do you think Lucien should do about it? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 21, Hello. The Impala's headlights cut through the darkness as Dean guided the car through Singer Salvage Yard's entrance. Towers of junked vehicles were around them. Kate stood silhouetted in the doorway, arms wrapped around herself against the night chill. The moment the engine died, she was moving, yanking open the back door where Lucien sat. "Let me see you," she demanded, hands already checking for injuries, eyes scanning his pale face. "Are you hurt? What happened?" "I'm okay, Mom, just like we said on the phone," Lucien assured her, though his voice still carried the rasp of exhaustion. "Just tired." John circled around the car, his own movements betraying stiffness from the Wraith's attack. "We're all okay, Kate. Nothing permanent." Her eyes widened at the bruising around Dean's neck as he stepped into the porch light. "That's not nothing, John." Bobby appeared in the doorway, baseball cap still firmly in place despite the late hour. "Got some stew keeping warm and beds made up. Medical kits on the kitchen table." Sam was the last to exit the car. Though he bore no visible injuries, something about his posture seemed off, like a man walking on ice, afraid it might crack beneath him. "Adam's asleep?" John asked as they filed inside. "Put him down around 9, Kate confirmed. Told him you'd all be here when he woke up." The kitchen smelled of beef stew and coffee, the familiar sense of Bobby's house a bomb after the chaos of the hunt. Kate immediately went to work, cleaning wounds and applying bandages with professional efficiency. "You're going to have some impressive bruises," she told Dean as she examined his neck. "But nothing's crushed or permanently damaged." "Told you I was fine," Dean muttered, though he didn't pull away from her ministrations. John accepted a mug of coffee from Bobby, adding a generous splash of whiskey from the bottle Bobby slid across the table. "We need to talk about what happened. More than what was said on the phone." "Not tonight," Kate said firmly. "Everyone needs rest. Morning's soon enough." For once, John didn't argue. Sunlight streamed through the kitchen windows as Kate set a plate of scrambled eggs in front of Adam. The 8-year-old immediately began drowning them in ketchup, a habit that made Sam wince every time he witnessed it. "Easy on the red stuff, buddy," Dean said, ruffling Adam's hair as he passed. "Leave some for the rest of us." John sat nursing his second cup of coffee, circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept much despite Kate's insistence on rest. Bobby was already buried in a book, occasionally making notes in the margins. Lucien entered last, moving with more energy than he'd shown the previous night. The force exhaustion was passing, his connection growing stronger again with each hour of rest. "How are you feeling, kiddo?" Bobby asked without looking up from his book. "Better," Lucien replied, accepting the plate Kate handed him. "The force feels clearer today." Kate's movement stilled momentarily before she resumed pouring juice. The kitchen fell into an uneasy silence broken only by the scrape of forks against plates and Adam's cheerful humming. When Adam finished eating and asked to go play outside, Kate nodded. "Stay where I can see you from the window," she instructed. The moment the screen door banged shut behind him, Kate turned to face the table, hands planted firmly on the countertop. "I've been thinking about this all night," she began, her voice steady despite the emotion in her eyes. "And I've decided. Lucien is not going on any more hunts." John set down his coffee mug. Kate dash. "No, John. He's 11 years old." 11. "He nearly died." "I didn't dash," Lucien started. "You were unconscious for a day." Kate's voice rose slightly. "Dean has bruises around his neck that look like someone tried to strangle him. Sam can barely hide that he's shivering despite it being 70 degrees in here. And you want to tell me this is acceptable?" Dean and Sam exchanged glances, neither willing to step into the brewing argument between their father and Kate. "Hunting is dangerous," John acknowledged. "That's why it was supposed to be observation only." "Things went sideways." "Things always go sideways," Kate countered. "That's what you've told me for years. Expect the unexpected." "Well, I'm expecting it now, and I'm saying no. Find another way to teach him." "Mom," Lucien said quietly, setting down his fork. "I need to learn this." "You can learn from books. From training here, where it's safe. It's not just about hunting," Lucien continued, his voice taking on a maturity that made everyone at the table pay attention. "It's about what my place is now in everything." Kate stilled. "What do you mean?" "Death told me that others would sense what I've become. Some will try to use me. Others might try to destroy me." Lucien met her eyes directly. "My power exists now. It flows through everything. It is life. And it gives life. People will seek it out, and will seek to understand and control it." The kitchen was silent as Lucien continued, "Which will inevitably lead them to me. If I'm not prepared, can't use my own power, and can't survive even without it, then I'll simply be a lamb to the slaughter." His voice softened. "A more peaceful childhood isn't worth a hellish full life, Mom." Kate's eyes filled with tears, though none fell. She turned away, facing the window where Adam could be seen playing with toy cars in the dirt. You can't stop this, Lucien added gently. None of us can. Kate grabbed her purse from the counter. I need to get groceries, she said, voice tight. And some fresh air. We're out of everything. She left without another word, the screen door closing much more quietly behind her than when Adam had exited. The silence in the kitchen stretched uncomfortably until a small voice from the doorway broke it. Why is Mommy sad? Adam stood there, dust on his knees from playing outside, his expression confused and worried. Did you make Mommy cry, Lulu? He asked, looking directly at his older brother. Lucien opened his mouth, then closed it again, unprepared to explain in a way that his little brother could understand. John pushed back his chair and crossed to Adam, crouching to meet him at eye level. Sometimes grown-ups disagree about how to keep people safe, John explained, his voice gentle. Your mom wants to protect Lucien one way, and I think he needs to be protected a different way. Adam considered this. Like how you say I can't have a knife yet, but Lulu can. John's lips quirked in a half-smile. Something like that. Your mom just needs some time to think. Is she coming back? Adam asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. Of course she is, John assured him. She just went to get groceries. He straightened, placing a hand on Adam's shoulder. How about I show you how to change the oil in a car while we wait? Bobby's got an old junker that's perfect for learning on. Adam's face lit up. Really? Really? Go wash your hands first. As Adam scampered off, John turned back to the kitchen table. We're not done talking, he said to Sam and Lucien. All of us. I'll be back in 15 minutes. True to his word, John returned after getting Adam settled with a basic mechanics lesson under Bobby's supervision. He closed the kitchen door and took his seat at the table, eyes moving between his middle and second youngest sons. Something changed between you two at that diner, he said without preamble. What aren't you telling us? Dean looked up from where he'd been cleaning a disassembled handgun. What are you talking about? When Dean and I went to get food for the road and came back, John explained, something had shifted. I want to know what. Sam and Lucien exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. It's about what I said, Sam finally admitted. When you and Dean were at the counter. Which was? John prompted. Lucien took a deep breath. Sam told me that he feels neglected. That I favor his sister. Who feels neglected? Dean asked, setting down the gun part he'd been oiling. My son, Lucien said quietly. The dark side. Dean's eyebrows shot up. I'm sorry, you're what now? My son, Lucien repeated. The dark side of the Force. He feels I'm neglecting him while embracing the light side, my daughter. Bobby, who had returned from the salvage yard in time to hear this, leaned against the doorframe. The son? The daughter? What in the hell are you talking about, boy? Lucien's cheeks colored slightly. Like I said, that's what they are. The Force was born from my soul, and all. Also, before anyone says anything, I haven't really had the time to name them, okay? Everyone was silent for a long moment, before Dean let out a surreal laugh. Huh. Didn't know I was an uncle. I didn't know I was a grandfather, John muttered, rubbing his forehead. Sam frowned, looking confused. How else did you think the Force was communicating with Lucien if it wasn't conscious? John and Dean exchanged glances, neither having an answer. So let me get this straight, Dean said, changing tactics. The Force, this cosmic energy you created, has split into two beings that you consider your children. Essentially, Lucien confirmed. They formed from fragments of my soul combined with the energy of the light and dark sides that were also created from my soul. Though to add a bit on what Sam just said, yes, they're conscious, but they aren't talking to me, not really. They're still infants after all. It's more that they want good for me, and so like a cause and effect situation, the effect of them feeling that want, just makes it so, when I am in danger or something is soon going to happen that is bad for me, I'll get a heads up. Cause and effect, simply the nature of how it is. No knowledge needed. It's like with attributes. The Force having the attribute that anything with the attribute of anything bad and dangerous being about to happen, will be warned about. It doesn't need to have the knowledge to tell me what it is, itself, its nature, having that effect does it well enough. Well, besides if that bad and dangerous thing has sufficient protection. Okay. Was Dean's response, clearly not having understood all of it, he'll ask for more detail later. It isn't because he's stupid, his mind is focused on another thing right now. Besides that, why the hell didn't you tell us this earlier? He demanded. Lucien sighed, already having expected this, rubbing his eyes. I'm explaining it now, aren't I? He gestured expansively. Besides, me having the Force, let alone being its father, is supposed to be a secret. The walls can have ears. I couldn't simply explain it in the diner. Lucien's right, John interjected. It's best not to mention it outside this house. The only reason it doesn't matter calling it the Force elsewhere, like at the diner, is because it can be chalked up to childishness, a kid seeing psychic abilities as the Force from the movies. If someone were listening in, Lucien continued, they wouldn't know the truth. Bobby pushed himself off the doorframe, approaching the table. Let's get back to the heart of the matter. What are you going to do about the dark side feeling neglected? His expression was serious. I don't think it's a good idea to make something that powerful feel isolated, angry, and vengeful. It's obvious, Lucien said after a moment. I'll connect myself to it. The room fell silent again. Will it be dangerous? John finally asked. Will you be safe? The dark side doesn't have ill will toward me, Lucien explained. It's not like another Force user is using it against me. It's my son, after all. He paused, considering his words carefully. The greatest problem is its destructive nature itself, like I explained, it's like holding fire. But I'll be careful, tapping into it only as much as I can handle. John nodded slowly. When will you start? When I sleep, Lucien answered. That will be the best time, during the night, when it's dark. John studied his son for a long moment before approaching him. He crouched down to get to eye level with Lucien, who sat on the couch. I don't know how to help with most of this, John said, placing a hand on Lucien's shoulder. It's way above my pay grade. But you're my son, just like Sam, Dean, and Adam. Whatever you need, you just have to ask. Surprise flickered across Lucien's face, followed by a small, genuine smile. Thanks, Dad. Night had fallen over Singer Salvage Yard, the house quiet except for the occasional creak of settling wood. Kate had returned hours earlier, tension still evident in her shoulders but determination in her eyes as she'd helped Adam with his reading before bed. Now, Lucien sat cross-legged on his bed, hands resting on his thighs. The room was dark except for a sliver of moonlight slipping through the curtains. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing. In. Out. Steady and deep. The Force responded to his call, flowing around and through him like a familiar river. But tonight, instead of drawing from the light as he usually did, he reached for the darker current that had always been present but largely ignored. Here goes nothing, he whispered, and plunged his awareness into the dark side. Cold rushed through him, intense and shocking after months of working primarily with the light. The sensation wasn't painful exactly, but bracing, like diving into winter water. He, unlike with the light side, felt himself actually being pulled in, his soul, going, elsewhere. The physical world fell away. Lucien found himself standing in an endless void, darkness stretching in all directions. But it wasn't just darkness, it was power waiting to be shaped. At his feet, a small form glowed. A soul, in the form of red light, shaped like an infant, floating in the sea of darkness. Lucien took the sight in for a long moment, as he then slowly crouched, reaching out with careful hands. He lifted the fiery child into his arms, cradling it against his chest, his control the only thing protecting him from the destructive cold. The infant's eyes opened, twin suns of yellow light burning in the darkness, looking at him. Hello, son, Lucien said softly. Do tell me how you found it. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 22, Naming Darkness. The darkness stretched endlessly in all directions, neither too warm nor too cold. It was a canvas of infinite potential waiting to be shaped. Lucien stood somewhere in it, cradling the small form in his arms. The infant-shaped manifestation of the dark side glowed with deep crimson light, pulsing gently against his chest. Tendrils of darkness swirled around them both, occasionally brushing against Lucien's skin like curious fingers. For minutes that felt like hours, Lucien simply held the child, rocking slightly as one would with a human infant. The motion came naturally despite never having done it before. The dark side's presence felt in some ways alien and in others familiar, a feeling that made sense given this being his son made from a piece of his own soul and his power, the dark side. The infant's eyes, twin points of yellow light, gazed up at him. Though it couldn't speak, Lucien felt its contentment flowing through their connection, a sensation like warm water gently hitting the skin, after being cold for a long time, slowly warming up. So, Lucien finally said, breaking the silence. I guess I should say something, huh? The infant shifted slightly, its glow pulsing once in response. I've been researching Samuel Colt's journal, Lucien continued, finding it easier to start with something practical rather than diving straight into the more emotional side of things. Trying to see if there are any clues about how he made the Colt, you know, the gun that can kill almost anything. The crimson glow flickered with interest, and Lucien felt a spark of curiosity that wasn't his own. Bobby and I think that if the instructions are there, they're not obvious. These journals have been hunted by monsters wanting them destroyed, and copied by hunters who managed to get their hands on them. Lucien adjusted his hold as the infant squirmed slightly. Colt wouldn't have made it easy to find. He'd have hidden it in plain sight, made it look natural so the copies wouldn't be pursued too intensely. The dark side pulsed again, this time with something that felt like appreciation. Respect for cunning, perhaps. That's assuming he left instructions at all, Lucien sighed. We might be wasting our time. But if a way to create another weapon like that exists, we need to find it. There are things out there. He trailed off, thinking of Yellow Eyes watching from shadows. The infant's form suddenly intensified, burning brighter as it sensed Lucien's unease. Tendrils of darkness curled protectively around his wrists and arms. Hey, it's okay, Lucien soothed, instinctively stroking the child's back in small circles. I'm fine. We're safe here. The glow settled somewhat, though the protective tendrils remained. Lucien looked around at the endless darkness and decided to make himself more comfortable. With a thought, he sat down, the darkness beneath him solidifying to support his weight. He settled the infant on his lap, facing him. This is strange, isn't it? He said with a small laugh. I'm not sure how to do this whole father thing. The infant tilted its head slightly, yellow eyes unblinking. I mean, yes, I'm older than I look, but... Lucien ran a hand through his hair, a nervous habit from his first life that had carried over. As you probably know, I'm not exactly great at connecting with people. Not by choice, anyway. The dark side pulsed, sending a questioning sensation through their link. My family is different. They're mine. People I naturally have and can trust, mostly, anyway. Lucien's mouth twisted slightly. Others though, connecting is hard. He looked down at the infant, whose glow had dimmed slightly as if in contemplation. I'm quite possessive, Lucien admitted. I know that about myself. Loyalty is everything to me. It's probably why I've never sought out romantic relationships in either life. My possessiveness can be. He searched for the right word, intense. The dark side flared brightly in response, as if in perfect understanding and agreement. The sensation that flowed back to Lucien was one of fierce approval. Lucien couldn't help but laugh. Of course you'd understand that. You're part of me, after all. He ran a finger gently over what would be the infant's cheek if it were human. The crimson light leaned into his touch like a cat seeking affection. So, I'm sorry, but I can't promise you'll have a mother anytime soon. Being physically 11 aside, I know myself well enough to know I wouldn't take betrayal lightly. The dark side pulsed darkly, sending Lucien impressions of rage and retribution that matched his own unspoken thoughts. Yeah, Lucien said softly. I've run the scenarios in my head sometimes in my past life. The very thought makes me want to. He stopped himself, though the infant seemed to understand perfectly, its glow intensifying with shared sentiment. If I ever do get with anyone, Lucien continued, they'd need to understand what they're getting into. I'm not unfair that way. The infant made a movement that resembled nodding, its form shifting slightly in Lucien's lap. Anyway, Lucien said, changing the subject. I've been thinking about names. You should have one, both of you should. It doesn't seem right to just call you the dark side and the light side. The crimson glow brightened with interest, the infant's full attention focused on Lucien. I've been researching some options, Lucien said, absently stroking the child's back as he spoke. Names with meaning, that would suit who you are. The infant leaned forward slightly, clearly eager. There's Erebus, primordial darkness in Greek mythology. Or Thanatos, personification of death. Chaos, the void from which everything emerged. Lucien listed each option carefully. Apeiron, the unlimited or boundless. With each suggestion, the infant's reaction varied, mild interest for some, indifference for others. None seemed to truly resonate. Personally, Lucien said finally, I don't like any of them, too connected to those so-called gods, but I want you to at least have some options. I've been thinking about Malek. He watched the infant carefully. It means king in Arabic. Because in many ways, that's what you are, or could be. The ruling force of destruction and transformation. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The infant's crimson glow flared brilliantly, filling the dark around them with ruby light. The yellow eyes burned like twin suns, and waves of approval, no, delight, washed through their connection. Lucien laughed, genuine joy bubbling up at the enthusiastic response. You like that one, huh? Malek it is, then. Overcome with sudden affection, Lucien pulled the infant, Malek, closer against his chest in a crushing hug. The dark side's form molded against him, radiating contentment and happiness so intense it was almost painful. Malek, Lucien repeated, testing the name. It felt right on his tongue. He pressed his lips to the top of the infant's head, then its cheeks, overcome with a surge of fatherly love that surprised him with how much it was. They remained like that for what could have been minutes or hours, time having little meaning in this place. Eventually, Malek's head came to rest against Lucien's collar, the crimson glow pulsing in a rhythm that reminded Lucien of a heartbeat. As I said before, not experienced in this fatherhood business, Lucien said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. But I know one thing for certain. Malik's glow flickered questioningly. Even though we've only just properly met, I love you. The words came easily, without embarrassment or hesitation. I think it's that unconditional love of fatherhood people talk about. Malik pulsed warmly against Lucien's chest. Though I find the term unconditional love nonsensical, really, Lucien continued, unable to resist correcting the term, it is very much conditional. The condition is that you're my son, born from a piece of me. That's the condition for this love, and it will always remain so long as you are my son. The darkness around them seemed to deepen, wrapping around them both like a protective cocoon. Malik's form brightened slightly, as if pleased by this declaration. Lucien's expression grew more serious. I need to apologize to you, he said. I'm sorry for making you feel neglected compared to your sister. That was never my intention. Malik's glow dimmed slightly at the mention of his sister, the light side. The Force is new to this world, Lucien explained, gently stroking Malik's back as he spoke. If I tried finding a fitting analogy, it's like an already finished structure suddenly having a completely new piece added. One that doesn't normally fit, but is forced to fit by moving things around until it does. The infant shifted in his arms, listening. The Force is that new piece, and creation is the structure. It's still in that volatile state it was in the moment it became part of everything, trying to stabilize. Lucien's voice dropped lower. And the dark side that you, my son, have access to, are fashioned from, connected to, embodiment of, able to feel through, is the most destructive aspect of it, able to unmake all of creation at full power. Malik pulsed with something that felt like pride. I was worried about losing control, Lucien admitted. It was never because I didn't love you or want to connect with you. I didn't know you felt jealous until you conveyed it through Sam. The crimson glow flickered with what felt like embarrassment. I don't want to play favorites, Lucien continued earnestly. In my first life, I was an only child, so I never had to compete with anyone. I loved my parents equally. Malik's form shifted slightly, sending a questioning sensation through their link. Some people find it impossible to love people equally, Lucien acknowledged. But I know that's not true. Love is conditional, based on what one likes about a person. Unless someone is perfect, they have flaws and good aspects that together make someone love them to whatever extent fitting those attributes. The darkness around them swirled, conveying thinking about it. Two people don't need to be the same to be loved the same, Lucien explained. They just need to have the same balance of flaws and good aspects. I see no flaws in either you or your sister. You're both perfect in my eyes, so I love you equally. Lucien felt a subtle shift in their connection, a questioning that wasn't quite words but was understood anyway. Who is your favorite in your human family? The question gave Lucien pause. He frowned thoughtfully, considering. I don't have one, he finally said. It's just not in me to have favorites, I suppose. I don't know how. Malik's glow pulsed with skepticism. It's true, Lucien insisted. I don't look at just the immediate, but the past, present, and who they'll be in the future based on the present. Each one has enough flaws and good aspects that distinguishing who I favor more is nearly impossible. He sighed, shifting Malik in his arms. My point is, I won't play favorites. I never intended to, and I'm sorry if I did. It won't happen again, I promise. The crimson glow brightened, radiating acceptance and something that felt remarkably like forgiveness. But you know, Lucien added softly, I may not have experienced it in my first life, but in this one, I know how it feels to not be the favorite. Malik's attention sharpened, yellow eyes fixed intently on Lucien's face. They seem to forget, but I can sense their emotions if I want to, no matter how they try to hide them. Lucien's voice took on a distant quality. Sam is Dad's favorite. Dean is Bobby's. Sam and Dean are each other's. And Adam. He hesitated, Adam is Mom's. Maybe it was different before my memories returned, Lucien continued. I don't know. But I'm not as close to Adam now because he doesn't understand me anymore. That creates distance. Malik pulsed with protective indignation on Lucien's behalf. And Mom's favorite has always been Adam. I'm the mature one, always have been, even more so now with my memory return. It's become disconcerting to her. Lucien gave a small, sad smile. Don't get me wrong, they all love each other, love me, but they have favorites. He stroked Malik's form gently. To Mom, Adam is simply, well, simpler. She understands him better and can be a normal mom. With me, I've always been more complex to parent, especially now with all the cosmic baggage. After a long moment of silence, Lucien shook his head, dispelling the melancholy. Anyway, that's not important. What matters is that I feel our connection growing stronger. Indeed, the link between them had solidified during their conversation, becoming a permanent bridge rather than the tentative connection it had been before. I think I need to go soon, Lucien said, feeling fatigue beginning to set in. Maintaining this level of connection was draining, especially so soon after his recovery from force exhaustion. But I'll come back. And I'll call on you more often, that's a promise. Malec's form brightened anxiously, tendrils of darkness clinging to Lucien's arms as if reluctant to let him go. It's okay, Lucien soothed, pressing one final kiss to Malec's forehead. We're connected now. Properly connected. I'm not abandoning you. The infant's glow pulsed once more with acceptance, though the tendrils withdrew reluctantly. Good night, Malec, Lucien whispered. My son. His form began to dissolve into particles of twilight, neither fully light nor dark, but a perfect balance of both. The last thing he saw was Malec floating in the ocean of darkness, content in the knowledge that he was loved. Lucien's eyes opened to the familiar ceiling of his bedroom at Bobby's house. The connection to the dark side, to Malec, hummed steadily in the back of his mind, a new constant like the beating of his heart. A small smile curved his lips as he whispered into the darkness, Good night, Malec. Do tell me how you found it. I hope you all like Lucien's talk. One-sided convo. Whatever the term for it is, with Malec. Do tell me what you think about Lucien's words about love, and favorites, and the like. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 23, Hate. Well, bye. Age. Sam. Dean. John. Lucien, 13. 2 years later. The Impala's engine rumbled like a slumbering beast as it crested the final hill overlooking Roanoke, North Carolina. Late afternoon sun painted the town in amber hues, glinting off church steeples and colonial-era weather vanes. John Winchester's calloused hands rested easily on the steering wheel, eyes scanning the approaching townscape. Lucien sat in the back seat, one leg folded beneath him, watching the town grow larger through the window. At 13, he'd grown several inches in the past 2 years, still lean, but with the first hints of wiry muscle developing beneath his faded flannel shirt. His brown hair, longer now and tied back in a small ponytail, framed features that had begun losing their childish softness. 5 disappearances in a month, John said, breaking the comfortable silence. All after dark. No signs of struggle, personal belongings taken with them. Dean nodded from the passenger seat. It could be that they for some reason ditched, but it could also be a classic supernatural snatch and grab. Best check it out anyway, since we're already close. Any patterns to the Vix? Sam asked, looking up from the case file spread across his lap. Local historian, college student, groundskeeper, high school teacher, and a tour guide, John replied. All connected to historical sites somehow. Lucien's eyes remained fixed on the approaching town, but his mind was elsewhere, cataloging the familiar weight of the knives concealed beneath his clothing, the comforting pressure of the handgun holstered at his ankle. 2 years of intensive training had done him well. Lucien. John's voice pulled him back to the present. Thoughts. Lucien straightened, shifting into analytical mode. The disappearances form a rough pentagram when mapped. Centered on the old Fairchild plantation house according to these coordinates. He tapped the map spread across his knees. Could be ritual abductions. Dean twisted in his seat to look at the map. Kid's got a point. That's definitely a pattern. Our cover. Sam asked as they passed the town's welcome sign. Historical researchers, John answered. Documenting local folklore and settlement patterns for a university project. Gives us access to historical sites and explains why we're asking questions. And explains why I'm tagging along, Lucien added. Research assistant. Dean grinned. Yeah, the whiz kid who knows more than the professors. The Impala rolled down Main Street, passing storefronts. Locals turned to watch the sleek black car. Strangers were always noticed in towns like this. People seem on edge, Sam observed, noting the tense postures and quick glances of pedestrians. 5 disappearances will do that, John replied. Especially when the local authorities have no leads. They pulled into the parking lot of the Riverside Motel, a single-story establishment with peeling paint and a flickering vacancy sign. As John checked them in, Lucien stretched his legs, extending his force awareness outward in a practiced sweep of their surroundings. Nothing immediately threatening registered, but something felt off. Like static on a radio frequency that should be clear. He frowned, trying to focus his precognition on potential dangers in their immediate future, something he's learned to do these past 2 years. To truly focus through that sixth sense, but the usually reliable sense offered nothing concrete, just vague unease. All good? Dean asked, noticing Lucien's expression. Not sure, Lucien admitted. Something feels strange, but I can't pinpoint it. Dean nodded, not questioning the assessment. 2 years of hunting together had taught everyone to trust Lucien's instincts. We'll stay sharp. John returned with room keys. Sam, get the research station set up. Dean, Lucien, gear up for a visit to the Historical Society before it closes. I'll check in with local authorities. The Roanoke Historical Society occupied a restored Victorian mansion near the town square. Its polished wooden floors creaked beneath their feet as Dean and Lucien entered the main exhibition hall. Glass cases displayed Civil War artifacts, colonial documents, and Native American relics. May I help you? A middle-aged woman with a name tag reading Margaret approached with a practiced smile. Dean slipped smoothly into his role. We're with North Carolina State University, researching local folklore and settlement patterns. I'm Dean Forrester, and this is my research assistant, Lucien. A bit young for university work, isn't he? Margaret asked, eyeing Lucien. Gifted student program, Lucien replied with the perfect blend of adolescent awkwardness and academic confidence. I'm cataloging primary sources for the project. Margaret seemed satisfied with the explanation. Well, we close in an hour, but feel free to look around. Let me know if you need access to the archives. As she walked away, Dean nudged Lucien. Nice save. They moved through the exhibition, Lucien making careful notes while Dean charmed information from the staff. The Force remained a constant presence at the edges of Lucien's awareness, like an ocean current flowing around and through everything. He had gotten far stronger in these 2 years, but his control was still nothing compared to how much access he had, and how much power his body could endure. If he truly had complete control over the power his body could access in its young age, then he would be able to contend with beings thought gods. Dean and Lucien had nearly completed their circuit of the main hall when Lucien felt it, a cold ripple in the Force that raised goosebumps on his arms. He turned slowly toward its source. A man stood examining a display of Civil War-era jewelry and personal effects. Tall and lean, with dark hair and striking features, he projected casual elegance in his expensive clothing. But what caught Lucien's attention wasn't his appearance, it was the void he created in the Force. Not absence, but distortion, like a rock in a stream, forcing the current to flow around it unnaturally. Damon Salvatore. Lucien's heart rate increased slightly, but his expression remained neutral as his mind processed this. Interesting collection, the man commented to no one in particular, his fingers hovering above a display case containing a crystal pendant. Especially the Bennett pieces. Dean approached, professional curiosity on his face. You know your historical artifacts. The man turned, assessing Dean with a quick glance before offering a charming smile. I'm something of a collector. Particularly interested in Civil War-era pieces from prominent families. He extended his hand. Damon. Pleasure. Dean Forrester, North Carolina State University. Dean shook the offered hand. This is my colleague, Lucien. Damon's gaze shifted to Lucien, his eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly. Rather young for university research, isn't he? Gifted student, Dean replied smoothly, repeating Lucien's earlier words. Lucien met Damon's gaze evenly, careful to betray nothing while subtly reaching out with the Force. The vampire's presence felt old and predatory, a cold void surrounded by ripples of death. But trying to read his intentions was like trying to see through murky water. I have a particular interest in the Bennett family artifacts, Damon continued, turning back to the display. They're said to possess unique properties. Properties? Dean asked. Historical significance, Damon clarified with a slight smile. The Bennetts were rumored to be closely connected to the town's founding families. Lucien studied the crystal pendant Damon had been examining. Even without touching it, he could sense residual energy, witch magic, powerful and old. He filed the information away, maintaining his role as an attentive assistant. Are you in town long? Dean asked conversationally. As long as my research requires, Damon replied. I'm particularly interested in the old Fairchild plantation. I understand there's been some archaeological activity there recently. The mention of the plantation, the center of their disappearance pentagram, sent a warning pulse through Lucien's Force sense. He tried to extend his precognition, to glimpse what Damon might be planning, but encountered unusual resistance, again, like trying to see through static. We're headed there ourselves tomorrow, Dean said. Part of our folklore documentation project. Perhaps we'll run into each other, Damon suggested, his tone pleasant but his eyes calculating. I always enjoy meeting fellow researchers. As Damon moved toward another exhibit, Lucien leaned closer to Dean. We should wrap up here, he murmured. Dad will want to hear about this. Dean nodded, sensing the urgency in Lucien's tone. They made their excuses to Margaret and left quickly, the weight of Damon's gaze following them out the door. In the Impala, Dean glanced at Lucien. All right, what's up? You've got that look. What look? The I sense something but I'm trying to act normal look. Spill it. Lucien exhaled slowly. That collector back there. He's a vampire. Old one. European strain. And he's almost certainly behind the disappearances. Dean's eyebrows shot up. Seriously? I didn't get any weird vibes from him. He's old enough to hide it well, Lucien explained. But his force signature is unmistakable. And he's specifically interested in the plantation house, the center of our disappearance pattern. I think he may know we're hunters and is baiting us, wanting us to know he's the cause so that we go there, and make, in his eyes, the job easier for him to deal with us. Dean didn't question the assessment, immediately shifting to tactical planning. Dad needs to know. European vampires are a whole different ballgame. Back at the motel, Sam had transformed their room into a research center. Maps covered one wall, photos of missing persons another, and his laptop sat surrounded by local history books. John looked up from cleaning his weapons as they entered. Find anything? Vampire, Dean announced without preamble. European strain. Calling himself Damon. Posing as a collector interested in Civil War artifacts. John's hands stilled. Lucien. Confirmed, Lucien nodded. His force signature is unmistakable. Old, powerful, and definitely interested in the same locations where people have been disappearing. John didn't hesitate or question. 2 years of hunting together had established absolute trust in Lucien's supernatural detection. He immediately began assessing options. European strain means we need to adjust our approach. Let's review what we know. Sam closed his laptop. Vervain prevents compulsion and burns on contact. Wooden stakes to the heart. Sunlight's fatal without a daylight ring. Decapitation works. Fire works. Need invitation to enter private homes. They're faster and stronger than American strains, Dean added. And the older they are, the stronger they get. And they can shut off their humanity, Lucien continued. Making them even more dangerous because they feel no remorse or hesitation, and are in that state more uncaring to pain, able to power through. John nodded, satisfied with their knowledge base. This changes our approach. No more splitting up into pairs. We move as a unit. He's specifically interested in Bennett family artifacts, Lucien said. And there was a crystal pendant at the Historical Society that had residual witch energy. I think he's hunting for something specific. Bennett, Sam repeated, flipping through his notes. There are references to a Bennett family in the town records. They were rumored to be witches back in the 1860s. John considered this. Vampires and witches often have connections. Could be he's looking for a magical object. Which might explain the disappearances, Dean suggested. Leverage to get local witches to help him, or sacrifices for some ritual. Something's interfering with my senses, Lucien suddenly admitted, after once more trying to look through the force. I can't get clear readings on how dangerous things are. John's expression darkened. That's concerning. Could be the vampire has protection, or there's something else at play we're not seeing yet. We need to investigate the plantation house, Sam said. If that's the center of the disappearance pattern and the vampire's interested in it, there must be something significant there. John nodded. First light tomorrow. For now, we prepare. Dean, inventory our vervain supplies. Sam, dig deeper on Bennett family connections to the plantation. Lucien, see if you can get any clearer readings with your abilities. As the others went about their tasks, Lucien sat cross-legged on one of the beds, closing his eyes to focus. He reached for the light side first, its familiar warmth responding to his call. His daughter's presence enveloped him like sunlight, but even with her help, the future remained frustratingly opaque. Shifting approach, he reached for the dark side. Malik's presence surged forward eagerly, cold power flowing through him. For a moment, the static cleared slightly, enough to glimpse shadowy figures and a sense of ancient power beneath the plantation house, before the interference returned stronger than before. Lucien opened his eyes, troubled. Something's definitely blocking me. I got a brief impression of the plantation house, there's something beneath it, something old and powerful, but then the block comes back, and fixes itself. I think it could possibly be a trap. That Damon knows we're hunters. John exchanged glances with Sam and Dean. We go in prepared for anything then. Full arsenal. Dawn painted the sky in watercolor pastels as the Impala rolled down the long, overgrown drive leading to Fairchild Plantation. The house, massive, more a castle than a house really, stood like a decaying aristocrat, once grand columns now crumbling, paint peeling from ornate woodwork, windows staring blankly like cataract-clouded eyes. Cheery place, Dean commented as they parked. They moved efficiently, checking weapons and establishing hand signals. Despite his age, Lucien was fully integrated into their hunting unit, his role clear and his abilities respected. Lucien, what are you sensing? John asked as they approached the house. Lucien extended his awareness, pushing against the strange interference. Multiple presences inside. Weak life signatures, probably the missing people. And something else, deeper in the house. Colder. John nodded. We find the missing people first, then deal with the vampire if he's here. Dean, take point. Sam, watch our backs. Lucien, stay centered where you can monitor all directions. They entered through a side door, moving silently across rotting floorboards. The interior smelled of mold and decay, sunlight filtering through broken shutters and dusty beams. Room by room, they swept the first floor, finding nothing but abandoned furniture and animal droppings. At the main staircase, John held up a closed fist. Wait. He pointed to dark stains on the wooden steps, blood, relatively fresh. Lucien closed his eyes briefly, focusing his senses. Basement, he whispered. The life signatures are below us. They found the cellar door beneath a moldering rug in what had once been a pantry. John tested the hinges, which opened with surprising silence, recently oiled. The stairs descended into darkness, the air rising from below noticeably colder. Dean switched on a flashlight, revealing stone steps leading to a wine cellar. Ancient racks stood mostly empty, a few bottles still gathering dust in forgotten corners. But what caught their attention were the 5 people, bound and gagged, sitting against the far wall. Check them, John ordered as they hurried forward. The victims were alive but weak, eyes wide with fear and relief as their rescuers approached. As Sam began cutting their bonds, Lucien's force sense flared with warning, too late. The cellar door slammed shut above them. Well, came a smooth voice from the shadows. The research team decided to do some exploring. Damon stepped into the flashlight beam, casual as if they'd met for a scheduled appointment. His eyes, however, held predatory focus. Let these people go, John demanded, shotgun raised. Damon at the demand gave him a look like he found John stupid. Seriously? You think just by saying let them go, in that SOSO deep gruff voice of yours, I'm just gonna roll over and say, yes sir, at once, sir, will do, sir? Damon asked, his tone full of mocking. They're collateral, idiot. Insurance. Leverage. Food. Ingredients. Choose your term. He smiled, revealing lengthening fangs. But I'm personally more interested in what brings a family of hunters to my little treasure hunt. John didn't waste words. He fired the shotgun, wooden flechette spraying toward the vampire. Damon moved, dodging the projectiles. As he then looked at what was shocked, he turned his gaze back at them, prepared for my kind specifically. I see. So you already knew I was a vampire before coming here, huh? I thought I covered my tracks well. I even made sure to make it look like the people just ditched town. Compelled even a few people to make them think so. But I suppose I underestimated how much of a tight circle small towns are. See, they're not really my thing. Been many years since I've been in them. They bring back bad memories. The vampire's gaze fixed on Lucien. Though what I find particularly interesting is that you guys have brought with you a child to a vampire hunt. Either you're all dumb as bricks, very much on the table since you came to hunt me, or he is something special. Dean, get the civilians out, John ordered, uncaring to respond to Damon, reloading smoothly. Sam, east corner. Lucien, stay central. They moved as they practiced, Sam and John creating a defensive perimeter while Dean herded the weakened victims toward the stairs. Lucien, as he positioned himself, had his hands hovering near his concealed weapons. Damon watched with growing curiosity. You're not ordinary hunters. 2. I don't know how to really word it, but you guys feel off. His eyes narrowed at Lucien. Especially the kid. We know what you are, John stated flatly. We know how to kill you. Are you sure? Damon's smile was chilling. I've been hunted by experts for over a century. What makes you think you'll succeed? The attack came without warning. One moment Damon was standing still, the next he had crossed the room and slammed John against the wall, moving faster than human eyes could track. The shotgun clattered to the floor. Sam fired immediately, wooden bullets nearly striking Damon's back, before the vampire dodged and with a turn threw John at Sam. Both Winchesters crashed into the wine racks. Dad. Sam. Dean shouted, torn between helping them and protecting the civilians. Get them out. John ordered, struggling to his feet. Damon turned toward Dean and the victims, but found his path suddenly blocked by Lucien, standing calmly in the center of the cellar. The boy wants to play hero, Damon mocked. This should be quick. Lucien's expression remained neutral as he reached into his jacket, drawing 2 gleaming knives. 3 more rose from sheaths concealed beneath his clothing, floating into position around him, a deadly orbit controlled through the force. Damon's eyebrows rose. Oh, now that explains it. You have powers, I see. The vampire lunged, moving with vampire speed. But Lucien had already moved, his precognition giving him just enough warning to sidestep the attack. His floating knives slashed at Damon, flying at him, one drawing a line of blood across Damon's arm. Go. Lucien shouted to Dean, who hesitated only briefly before herding the victims toward the stairs. Damon's expression shifted from amused to focused. Telekinesis. Interesting trick. He circled Lucien warily. But parlor tricks won't save you, kid. Lucien didn't waste energy on words. He reached deeper into the force, enhancing his physical abilities. When Damon attacked again, Lucien met him faster than any kid should be, his knives weaving in a defensive way, while his floating blades struck from multiple angles. The vampire hissed as a knife sliced his cheek. You're full of surprises. But you don't honestly think I'm going all out, do you? John and Sam had regained their feet, moving to flank the vampire. But Damon was too fast, grabbing a heavy wine rack and hurling it toward them. They dove in opposite directions to avoid being crushed. The distraction cost Lucien. Damon appeared behind him, one hand closing around his throat. Enough games. I need strong souls anyway, hunters will do far better than the cattle. Lucien's floating knives dropped to the floor as the vampire's grip tightened. But instead of panic, Lucien glared at Damon as he reached desperately for the dark side. Its presence surged forward eagerly, cold power flooding through him. With a gesture, Lucien sent Damon flying backward with a force push powerful enough to crack the stone wall where the vampire impacted. What the hell? Damon growled, rising from the rubble with genuine surprise in his eyes. Lucien stood with hands outstretched, as he channeled the dark side. The floating knives rose again, their edges glowing with force energy as they spun faster around him. You're not human, are you? Damon realized, reassessing his opponent. Human enough, Lucien replied, his voice eerily calm. The vampire's eyes narrowed. Let's test that theory. Damon moved like liquid shadow, crossing the distance between them faster than human eyes could track. Luckily, the force gave Lucien just enough warning to sidestep the initial lunge. The vampire pivoted instantly, a smile revealing lengthening fangs. Quick reflexes. Impressive for a brat. Lucien didn't waste breath responding. His 5 floating knives accelerated, forming a defensive perimeter that rotated around him in hard-to-predict patterns. When Damon darted forward again, trying to outspeed them, 2 knives went faster and slashed simultaneously from different angles, forcing the vampire to twist mid-attack. Cute, Damon commented, eyeing the floating weapons with newfound wariness. The vampire suddenly grabbed a broken wine bottle from a nearby rack, hurling it. Lucien deflected it with telekinesis, but the distraction cost him. Damon appeared at his side, grabbing his shoulder hard enough to nearly crush it. Lucien channeled the force through his body, enhancing his strength even more, that it is just enough to break the grip. He spun away, simultaneously commanding 2 knives to strike at Damon's back. The vampire sensed the attack and bent backward, the blades missing by millimeters. Telekinesis and enhanced strength, Damon observed, circling. What else can you do, Wonder Boy? Lucien extended his hand, sending another force push that caught Damon mid-step. The vampire slid backward but remained upright this time, digging his feet into the stone floor to anchor himself. Interesting, Damon smirked, as he kicked the floor hard and ripped a chunk of stone from it, hurling it at Lucien's head. Lucien caught it with telekinesis, suspending it mid-air before launching it back with doubled force. Damon shattered it with a casual backhand, stone fragments exploding outward. My turn, the vampire growled. Damon moved with blinding speed, zigzagging across the cellar. Lucien's precognition gave him split-second warnings, but Damon was adapting, changing directions mid-lunge, creating false openings, testing the limits of Lucien's reaction time. A feint left followed by a true strike right caught Lucien's defenses. Damon's fist connected with his ribcage, pulled at the last microsecond. He had no intention to kill the brat after all, but still powerful enough to send Lucien sliding across the floor. Lucien rolled with the momentum, using the force to flip back onto his feet. His floating knives formed a protective barrier again as he caught his breath, ribs aching but not broken. Shit, I actually nearly died, Lucien thought to himself, as his heart was hammering faster than ever. You're holding back, Lucien observed, forcing himself not to stutter, that his voice doesn't show his fear. I need you alive, besides I'm curious, Damon admitted with a shrug, stalking forward. You say you're human, which sure, I guess is possible. Psychics are quite rare, and their abilities aren't really explored, but it's still kind of hard to believe. I doubt even a trained witch would be this strong at your age. At least I've never met one like that. Instead of answering, Lucien gathered the force and lifted an entire wine rack telekinetically, hurling the massive wooden structure at the vampire. Damon didn't dodge, he charged directly into it, splintering the wood with his body and emerging through the debris without slowing. Lucien barely had time to cross his arms in a defensive position, channeling the force to reinforce his body as Damon slammed into him. They crashed into the wall together, stone cracking from the impact. The vampire pinned him, one hand around Lucien's throat. Game over, kid. Lucien locked eyes with Damon. Now that he is so much closer, Lucien's control over the force is stronger, and reached out with the force, targeting the vampire's neck. Damon's eyes widened as he felt his head being forced to turn unnaturally. What the dash, he growled, muscles straining as he resisted the telekinetic grip. For a moment they were locked in stalemate, Damon's strength against Lucien's telekinesis. The vampire's neck turned inch by agonizing inch, his face contorting with effort. With his free hand, Damon drove his fist into the floor, breaking through the ancient stone. He grabbed a jagged wooden beam from the subfloor and swung it toward Lucien's head. Lucien released the neck hold to deflect the improvised stake, sending it spinning away. The momentary distraction was enough for Damon to break free, leaping backward to create distance. Not bad, the vampire conceded, rolling his shoulders. But I've been fighting for over a century. He demonstrated this experience immediately, grabbing a handful of dust and debris from the floor and flinging it into Lucien's eyes. As Lucien instinctively raised his hands, Damon kicked a heavy oak barrel from its stand, sending it rolling directly at the boy's legs. Lucien sensed the attack through the force despite his impaired vision. He jumped, using telekinesis to boost himself higher, flipping over the barrel. His floating knives responded to his mental command, converging on Damon from 5 different angles. The vampire moved fast, dodging 3 blades and deflecting a 4th with his forearm, which opened a deep gash. The 5th knife caught him across the shoulder, drawing a hiss of pain and genuine surprise. Okay, seriously, enough, Damon snarled, his playful demeanor vanishing. He grabbed the fallen barrel and hurled it upward, smashing it against the ceiling. Ancient wood splintered, raining debris and creating a cloud of dust and wine residue that filled the cellar. Using the obscured visibility to his advantage, Damon moved silently through the haze. Lucien closed his eyes, relying entirely on the force to track the vampire's movements. He sensed Damon circling, felt the predatory intent building. The attack came from behind, Damon dropping from where he'd braced himself against the ceiling. Lucien spun, directing all 5 knives in a defensive pattern, but Damon had anticipated this. The vampire deliberately impaled his hand on one blade, gripping it tightly despite the pain, using the surprise to close in and with that same hand yank Lucien forward. As Lucien stumbled, Damon's other hand closed around his throat, lifting him off the ground. I'm impressed, Damon admitted, blood dripping from his self-impaled hand. But playtime's seriously over. Lucien struggled, his telekinetic control over the remaining knives wavering as his oxygen depleted. With desperate focus, he gathered the force for one massive push, not directed at Damon, but at the floor beneath them. The stone cracked with explosive force, the ground dropping away as ancient support beams gave way. Both combatants fell to a previously hidden sublevel, Damon's grip breaking as they crashed through rotting timbers. Lucien at this moment was really thankful that these ancient buildings are so big, that Sam and John can stay in the corner through all this. Lucien rolled away, gasping for breath, while Damon landed in a crouch. The vampire looked around the newly revealed chamber with genuine surprise, ancient symbols covered the walls, and a stone altar stood at its center. Well, Damon murmured, momentarily distracted. The Bennett ritual chamber. I was just looking for this when you guys interrupted. The brief respite gave Lucien precious seconds to recover. He reached deeper into the force, drawing on both light and dark aspects, feeling power flow through his exhausted body. When Damon turned his attention back to Lucien, the boy stood up, his floating knives once again orbiting in perfect formation. Last chance to walk away, Lucien offered, his voice steady despite his fatigue. Damon laughed. You've got spirit, kid. But you're still outmatched. The vampire blurred into motion, moving faster than before, clearly done with testing and restraint. He zigzagged across the chamber, creating afterimages that confused the eyes. Lucien closed his eyes, surrendering completely to the force. He didn't need to see Damon, he could feel him, sense his intent before action. When the vampire struck from the right, Lucien was already turning, one hand extended. He caught Damon in mid-lunge with a precisely focused force push that slammed the vampire into the altar with enough power to crush bones. Stone cracked under the force of the collision. Damon recovered instantly, using the broken altar piece as a weapon, hurling a jagged chunk directly at Lucien's chest. Lucien stopped it inches from impact, the stone hovering between them. With a gesture, he pulverized it into dust that billowed outward, momentarily obscuring Damon's vision. Through this cloud, Lucien sent all 5 knives flying in an attack pattern he'd practiced for months, a sequence designed to be impossible to dodge completely. All I need to do is immobilize him for one long moment, and I can stake him, Lucien thought to himself desperately. Damon moved with grace, avoiding 3 blades, deflecting the 4th with a piece of debris. But the 5th sank deep into his thigh, enhanced by force energy that burned like fire. The vampire snarled in genuine pain, ripping the knife free and flinging it away. What is that energy? It burns. Instead of answering, Lucien pressed his advantage. He gestured upward, using telekinesis to tear loose a support beam from the ceiling. As it crashed down, he directed it like a battering ram toward the wounded vampire. Damon caught the massive beam, his strength allowing him to stop its momentum. With a grunt of effort, he swung the entire beam in a wide arc, forcing Lucien to dive aside. The beam smashed into the wall, revealing yet another hidden chamber. Damon glanced at the opening, then back at Lucien, calculation evident in his eyes. "You're full of surprises, kid," he acknowledged, limping slightly from the knife wound that was healing slower than it should. "But I've lived too long to lose to a child, no matter how gifted." He grabbed a handful of dirt from the floor, but instead of throwing it at Lucien's eyes as expected, he flung it upward, using vampire strength to hit a structural beam that was already cracking. The ceiling began to collapse between them. Lucien raised both hands, using telekinesis to hold back the falling debris. The strain was immense, sweat beading on his forehead as tons of stone and wood pressed against his force barrier. Damon used this distraction to circle behind him, moving through the shadows with stealth. "Impressive power," he whispered directly into Lucien's ear. "But divided attention is a weakness." Before Lucien could react, Damon struck, not a killing blow, but a precisely targeted hit to Lucien's temple that sent him staggering. The force barrier wavered, debris beginning to fall. Damon grabbed Lucien by the throat once more, pinning him against the wall as the ceiling continued to collapse around them. "Now, can you tell me seriously what you are? I believe you're human, but you're a new breed, that's for sure." "You feel like nothing else I've ever met," he stated, with genuine curiosity. Lucien felt his consciousness beginning to fade, the strain of maintaining the force barrier while being choked proving too much. His control over his floating knives faltered, the blades dropping to the ground with metallic clangs. It was now or never. With all his remaining strength, Lucien threw himself face first into the dark side. Pulling at every bit of fear, rage, hate, and passion he had at this moment. Malik surged forward once more, even more eagerly than before, helping his father pull at the dark side, as cold power rushed through Lucien's veins like liquid nitrogen. The cellar's temperature plummeted instantly, frost crystallizing on stone surfaces. Damon's breath became visible, his eyes widening in confusion at the sudden change. "What the dash?" the vampire began, but never finished. Lucien's eyes flashed molten gold, pupils contracting to pinpoints. With new strength, he broke Damon's chokehold, simultaneously releasing a telekinetic shockwave that sent the vampire flying backward into the partially collapsed wall. Stone fragments rained down as Damon crashed through ancient masonry. He recovered quickly, wiping blood from his mouth with a look of genuine surprise. "Your eyes," he observed, circling warily. "They changed." Lucien didn't respond. The dark side hummed through him, heightening every sense, amplifying his connection to the force and his emotions. His fallen knives rose from the ground, edges now glowing with crimson energy as they resumed their orbit around him. Damon assessed the shift in power, his instincts recognizing escalating danger. He grabbed a broken support beam, snapping it to create an improvised stake. "Okay, I don't think I can take you alive anymore. Best just look for someone else later. Now, let's see if whatever breed of human you are can survive a heart puncture," he growled. The vampire launched himself forward with vampiric speed, but Lucien was ready. Time seemed to slow as the dark side enhanced his perception. He sidestepped the attack with grace, simultaneously commanding two of his floating knives to strike Damon's exposed flank. The blades sliced deep, drawing a hiss of pain from the vampire. The wounds glowed briefly with crimson energy, resisting Damon's accelerated healing. "You're just full of surprises," Damon snarled, pivoting for another attack. This time, he feinted right before diving left. The force warned him of Damon's true intent, allowing him to intercept the vampire mid-lunge with a precisely timed force push. The impact sent Damon crashing into the ceiling, dislodging more debris. As the vampire fell, Lucien gestured sharply, telekinetically grabbing Damon's ankle and slamming him into the floor. Stone cracked beneath the impact. Damon rolled away, movement slightly slower now, genuine pain evident in his expression. "What are you doing to me?" he demanded, noticing his wounds still glowing with residual crimson energy. "The dark side," Lucien replied, his voice eerily calm despite the power surging through him. "It destroys everything, even magic. So long you have enough of it, of course." Damon's eyes narrowed. He ripped a metal sconce from the wall, hurling it. When Lucien deflected it with telekinesis, Damon was already moving, using the distraction to close distance. The vampire executed a spinning kick that would have taken off a human's head clean off, but Lucien caught the leg mid-strike with telekinesis. For a moment, they were locked in another stalemate. With a growl of effort, Damon twisted his body unnaturally, using the immobilized leg as an anchor point to swing his other foot toward Lucien's head. The boy ducked, releasing his telekinetic hold to avoid the strike. Damon landed in a crouch, immediately springing upward to grab an exposed ceiling beam. He swung from it like a gymnast, building momentum before launching himself feet first at Lucien. Lucien crossed his arms before him, channeling the force to create a protective barrier. Damon's impact sent him sliding backward, boots leaving furrows in the stone floor, but the barrier held. "You're a really strong kid," Damon acknowledged, landing gracefully. "But how long can you maintain that power?" "I can go all night." In response, Lucien extended both hands toward the massive ceiling above Damon. With a sharp gesture, he tore down another massive section of stone and wood, forcing the vampire to dive aside. As Damon rolled, Lucien's floating knives converged on his position from 5 different angles. The vampire twisted mid-roll, avoiding 3 blades but taking glancing hits from the other 2, one across his shoulder, another slicing his calf. The wounds pulsed with crimson energy again, visibly impeding his healing. "Okay, can you just fucking not?" Damon snarled. He grabbed one of the knives, ignoring how the crimson energy burned his palm, and hurled it directly at Lucien's face. When the boy deflected it telekinetically, Damon was already moving, appearing behind Lucien, hands reaching for his neck. But Lucien had anticipated this. He dropped to one knee, simultaneously using telekinesis to pull a broken floorboard upward between them. The jagged wood caught Damon in the chest, not deep enough to hit his heart but sufficient to momentarily halt his advance. The vampire staggered back, ripping the wood free fast with a grunt of pain before Lucien could push it in further. "You're starting to really annoy me," he growled, crushing the board to splinters in his fist. Lucien rose slowly. "Last chance," Lucien offered, "leave now. Leave now, since I really don't want to stay like this much longer. I'm doing all I fucking can that the dark side doesn't begin destroying me too." Damon laughed, though there was a new wariness in his eyes. "Not a chance, kid. I haven't had a fight this interesting in decades." The vampire charged again, but changed tactics. Instead of attacking Lucien directly, he targeted the chamber's structural supports. Each blow weakened the already compromised ceiling, causing more debris to rain down. Lucien realized Damon's intent but wasn't fast enough to do much about it because of how damaged everything already was. The vampire wasn't trying to defeat him directly, he was bringing down the entire chamber. With the ceiling collapsing, Lucien was forced to divide his attention between defending himself and preventing them both, more himself, since Damon would heal afterward, from being crushed. He raised one hand toward the falling debris, creating a telekinetic dome that held back tons of stone and wood. His other hand directed his floating knives in defensive patterns as Damon continued his assault. "Multitasking's a bitch, isn't it?" Damon taunted, landing a glancing blow to Lucien's shoulder that sent him stumbling. The strain of maintaining the telekinetic barrier while defending against Damon's attacks was immense. Sweat poured down Lucien's face, his breathing becoming labored as he channeled more of the dark side to maintain both efforts. Damon pressed his advantage, circling with patience, striking whenever Lucien's attention wavered. A kick here, a punch there, none direct enough to be killing blows, Lucien being good enough to defend himself that much, but each wearing down his stamina. "I can feel you weakening," Damon observed, dodging between falling debris with grace. "Whatever power you're using, it's draining you." He was right. His muscles burned with fatigue, his concentration fragmenting under the strain. Damon suddenly changed direction, diving through a narrow gap in the falling debris. He appeared directly before Lucien, moving faster than the boy's exhausted reflexes could track. Cold fingers closed around Lucien's throat once more, lifting him off the ground. "Game over," Damon declared, tightening his grip, trying to crush Lucien's neck completely. Lucien pushed back against Damon's strength with his telekinesis, but couldn't push it back enough that he could breathe. As his oxygen depleted, the ceiling groaned ominously above them, massive stones beginning to slip through his weakening hold. In seconds, they would both be crushed. With his remaining consciousness, Lucien made a desperate gamble. He released the telekinetic barrier above them completely, focusing all his remaining strength into a single, concentrated attack. As debris began falling around them, Lucien extended both hands toward Damon's chest. Raw power gathered at his fingertips, not telekinesis, not a force push, but something deeper and more hateful. "Here goes." "Fucking nothing," Lucien bit out. "What dash?" Damon began, sensing the shift in energy. Lightning erupted from Lucien's fingertips, blue-white. The force lightning struck Damon directly in the chest, sending him flying backward with a howl of agony. The vampire crashed against the far wall, his body convulsing as the power coursed through him. His skin blackened where the lightning struck, wounds that didn't immediately begin to heal. Lucien maintained the attack, lightning pouring from his hands in sustained streams. The dark side flowed through him like never before, Malek's presence amplifying the power to unprecedented levels. "What in the fucking goddamn shitty hell are you, you bastard?" Damon screamed through gritted teeth, his body arching unnaturally as the lightning continued its assault. The falling debris once more, held up as Lucien advanced slowly, the lightning never ceasing. His eyes blazed with golden fire, his expression full of hatred, rage. "Your death, you piece of shit, cuck." Damon's skin continued to blacken and crack, the vampire's healing factor overwhelmed by the dark side energy. For the first time in perhaps centuries, Damon Salvatore felt genuine fear, not of defeat, but of true death. "Oh yes, I know all about how you shared that vampiric bitch Catherine, knowing she was sleeping with your brother, having actually compelled him, 'cause he didn't want to and isn't a shitty cuck like you." Lucien was fully uncaring towards anything, so full of hatred, thinking of anything he knew from the show that he could use to insult, humiliate and hurt Damon with as he killed him. He wasn't wrong though either. Stefan at first truly never knew Catherine was with Damon either. Damon always knew, besides the fact his brother was compelled of course. With tremendous effort, the vampire raised one hand toward Lucien, as if pleading for mercy. There is no mercy. Lucien roared as the lightning intensified. The chamber filled with the smell of burning flesh and the sound of Damon's agonized screams. Stone around them began to melt where stray lightning struck, the ancient chamber groaning under the strain of such power. Just as it seemed Damon would be completely consumed by the attack, Lucien's consciousness suddenly lurched sideways. The physical world began to fade, the lightning still pouring from his hands as his awareness was violently pulled elsewhere. The last thing he saw was Damon collapsing to the ground, body smoking but still intact, as Lucien's consciousness was ripped away. Into the realm of the fates. Do tell me how you found it. Took me a long bit to write the fight scene. So, what do you think is happening to Lucien? Realm of fates. What? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 24, Fate. Awareness returned to Lucien in a violent rush, like surfacing from deep water. One moment he'd been channeling force lightning at Damon in the collapsing chamber, the next. This. His arms were spread wide, wrists bound by chains that gleamed with an otherworldly light. The restraints extended outward into the distance, disappearing among distant stars and nebulae. Stars. Nebulae. Lucien blinked, trying to process what he was seeing. He appeared to be suspended in the middle of space itself. Planets, stars, and cosmic phenomena surrounded him in every direction. Some seemed impossibly distant, others close enough to touch. What the hell, he muttered, testing the chains. They held firm despite his efforts. The force flowed differently here, stronger, purer, more responsive. It was like standing next to its source, the raw energy practically singing through his veins. He reached for it instinctively, trying to break his bonds. The chains merely absorbed the energy, glowing brighter. Interesting, a feminine voice echoed through the void. Most interesting, agreed a second, slightly deeper voice. Most troubling, concluded a third, this one ancient and rasping. The space before Lucien shimmered and warped. 3 women materialized from the cosmic void, floating several feet away. They appeared as if stepping through a curtain of reality itself, their forms becoming more solid with each passing second. The first appeared youthful, with flowing golden hair and bright eyes that seemed to contain swirling galaxies. The second was middle-aged, her silver-streaked dark hair pulled back severely, her expression calculating. The third was elderly, withered hands clutching a pair of golden shears that glinted ominously in the starlight. Despite his unknown, bizarre situation, Lucien straightened his posture, chin lifting defiantly. Show no fear. Project confidence. Predators sensed weakness. Okay, time to take Big Bro's advice, if ever caught, channel your inner Dean. Never appear weak. The Morai, the youngest spoke, her voice melodic. The Fates. I am Clotho, spinner of the thread of life. Lachesis, continued the middle-aged woman. I measure the thread, determining its length. Atropos, finished the eldest, clicking her shears meaningfully. I cut the thread when its time has come. They circled him slowly, moving in perfect synchronization like planets in orbit. Do you always chain up your guests? Lucien asked casually, masking his internal alarm. Or am I getting special treatment? The Fates exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by his tone. He does not tremble, Clotho observed. He will, Atropos promised, her ancient fingers tightening around her shears. Lachesis moved closer, studying Lucien like a curious specimen. We have been watching you, Lucien Winchester. For nearly 4 years, Clotho continued, we have observed as you've twisted the fabric of destiny. Unraveled carefully measured threads, added Lachesis with clear disapproval. Prevented necessary endings, Atropos concluded, her shears snipping at empty air. With a wave of Lachesis's hand, the space around them transformed. Floating images appeared, windows into moments from the past 4 years. A grizzled hunter named Carter, having been on a hunt with John, pinned beneath a fallen tree as a Wendigo approached. In the image, John Winchester's phone rang, Lucien calling with a feeling like Carter is in danger, that made John rush in just in time and torch the bastard. Carter Finch, Clotho intoned. Thread measured to end that night. Another image, a suburban house at night, flames just beginning to lick at the curtains as a family slept. An anonymous call to emergency services, made minutes after Lucien had bolted awake from a precognitive dream, this being one of the times he was trying to train his awareness of danger and the future outward of things directly affecting him. Nearly had him down for a week, decided to never do it again. The Sullivan family, Lachesis said. 4 threads, all measured to end in that fire. More images appeared, a young psychic girl who hunters had mistaken for a witch, a sheriff who survived a shapeshifter attack because Lucien had sensed the danger and warned Dean when he was on another observation hunt. Dozens of lives, Atropos hissed, that should have ended. Hundreds of threads, Lachesis added, now tangled beyond measure. So what? Lucien challenged, his voice steady despite his racing thoughts. I saved lives. Since when is that a crime? Since it disrupts the cosmic balance, the three answered in perfect unison, their voices reverberating through the void. But I am the cosmic fucking balance, was just on Lucien's tongue, wanting to annoy them, tease them in a pouty voice. Something he's had quite the practice of doing, with how many times Sam and Dean trained him on the art of making your captor slip up, with them, binding him to a chair, and acting like kidnappers. But he held himself back. That wasn't something he wanted to reveal to anyone ever. Clotho floated closer. When mortals change small fates, the pattern corrects itself. A life saved here means another taken there. Balance maintained. But you, Lachesis continued, her eyes narrowing, your changes become permanent. The pattern does not correct. You exude life like no other, Atropos finished, studying him with ancient eyes. You are an anomaly. It is why we directed you to your death, through Damon Salvatore. But yet still, you survive. As they spoke, Lucien felt the force flowing around him, responding to his emotions. He realized with sudden clarity that the dark side felt particularly potent here. This place, whatever it was, existed close to the cosmic fabric of reality itself. So that's why Damon was there. But why Damon if they want me dead? There are surely stronger beings out there if they can truly control the direction of people's destinies. No, they have limits, flaws, like all finite beings have. Ones I'm going to enjoy exploiting. Carefully, subtly, he reached out with the dark side, directing its influence toward the fates. Not an attack, but a gentle manipulation, enhancing their frustration, their confusion, their doubt, to draw power from them, weaken them. Something he's never tried before, but just feels right, and Southwest easy in this place. Perhaps, he suggested mildly, what you decide to be fate isn't as fixed as you believe. The effect was immediate. Clotho's brow furrowed, her next words coming out sharper than before. Nonsense. The threads are absolute. They must be, Lachesis added, speaking over her sister with unusual impatience. Otherwise chaos dash. Enough debate, Atropos interrupted, her ancient voice cracking with irritation. The anomaly must be eliminated. Not before we correct this fool on dash. There is no need for convincing when death dash. Their arguing continued for a long minute before the three fates suddenly stopped, their expressions shifting from anger to confusion. They backed away from Lucien in perfect unison, their eyes widening. What manner of creature are you? They demanded together, genuine fear creeping into their voices. No human should be able to touch our minds. Lucien realized his manipulation had been detected, but it was of no matter. He realized what type of place he was in, or rather, what the best comparison to it was. The dark dimension. The place closest to the threads of space and time, to possibilities. The same place Darth Vader was able to unlock the full power of the dark side. A slow, confident smile spread across his face. I should thank you for bringing me here, he said, his voice echoing through the cosmos-like place. Thank us? Clotho asked, confusion evident. What trickery is this? Demanded Lachesis. Internally, Lucien acknowledged how close he'd come to losing control during his battle with Damon. The Force lightning had nearly consumed him, wild and untamed. Another few seconds and it might have rebounded, destroying him along with the vampire. But he wasn't going to tell them that, of course. Nothing. Just wanted to thank you, is all, he said cryptically, beginning to grasp the chains that bound his wrists, beginning to pull. The fates exchanged wary glances before breaking into mocking laughter. You cannot possibly believe you can break free, Atropos scoffed. Those chains stretch the length of Earth itself, Clotho explained condescendingly. They are the same that Zeus uses to bind Pandora's mountain to Kronos' back, Lachesis added. No mortal could break them. Lucien met their gaze steadily, his smile never wavering. We'll see about that. He closed his eyes, reaching deeper into the dark side than ever before. In this realm, so filled with possibility, with life, the Force responded more intensely than ever before. Power flooded through him, cold and exhilarating. His spiritual form began to transform. His outline blurred, slowly becoming a silhouette of crimson energy and dark shadows that swirled around and through him like living smoke. The fates' mocking expressions faltered as they sensed the building power. Lucien gripped the chains tighter, his being straining against bonds that had held for millennia. The metal began to glow red-hot where he touched it, responding to the dark side energy flowing through him. Impossible, whispered Clotho. No mortal has such strength, Lachesis insisted, though uncertainty had crept into her voice. Cease this futile effort, Atropos commanded, but there was fear behind her words now. Lucien ignored them, focusing entirely on the chains. With a primal scream that echoed, he yanked with everything he had. The chains snapped free from their anchors with a sound like reality itself tearing. Lucien stumbled forward, now free but still dragging the broken chains behind him. The metal links clanked against the space beneath his feet, sparking with power. The Fates' expressions shifted from disbelief to terror. "What have you done?" they cried in unison. "No mortal has ever broken the chains of fate." "I'm not your average mortal," Lucien replied casually, with a manic smile. The Fates didn't waste another moment. Their earlier curiosity vanished, replaced by pure self-preservation. They began chanting in an ancient language, cosmic energy gathering at their fingertips. "You have upset the balance," Clotho declared, her youthful face now hard with determination. "The anomaly must be eliminated," Lachesis agreed, her hands weaving patterns in the air. "Your thread ends now," Atropos concluded, raising her shears high. They attacked as one, launching bolts of cosmic energy that rippled with the power of endings. Lucien raised his hands defensively, instinctively calling on the dark side. Suddenly force lightning erupted from his fingertips, not the blue-white energy he'd used against Damon, but blood-red lightning that crackled, destruction incarnated. The red lightning tore through the Fates' initial attack, scattering their cosmic energy like dust in the wind. Clotho took a direct hit and screamed in agony, her form for a moment almost ceasing to exist, becoming transparent before solidifying again. Lachesis and Atropos quickly created a protective barrier, their expressions showing genuine fear now. "What is this power?" Lachesis gasped, maintaining the shield as Lucien's lightning continued to assault it. "It feels like unmaking," Atropos responded, her eyes wide with shock. Lucien advanced, dragging the broken chains that continued to spark and echo like they were hitting metal. "I can't, unlike Vader, use the full potential of the dark side. The red lightning is so basic that it holds not even a candle to its full potential. This place may be an amplifier, but it is nothing compared to the real deal. Still, it will do." Lucien thought to himself, as his teeth-filled manic grin never faltered. Power. So much power. I can feel it. Unlimited power. Lucien roared in ecstasy to himself, his focus not even much on the Fates, more on what he was feeling, as the red lightning intensified, branching out in all directions like a web of destruction. The cosmic realm shuddered with each attack, stars flickering and planets trembling in the distance. "Oh, I can understand so well now why Palpatine was so obsessed with power. It feels so good. I may have never had sex, but this feels orgasmic." "Oh. Yes." Lucien moaned slightly, as he drew even more power, and poured even more into the lightning. The Fates combined their powers, but found themselves being overwhelmed. Atropos was struck next, her form nearly unraveling under the assault. "Sisters," she cried, "we must retreat." The Fates began moving backward through the realm, maintaining their weakening defenses while conferring hastily among themselves. They joined hands, beginning a different chant, one focused on escape. "This is not over, abomination," they hissed in unison, their voices echoing through the void. "You may have broken our chains, but we will blind you." "Your sight served you well," Clotho declared, her form beginning to fade. "No longer," continued Lachesis, similarly becoming transparent. "We will block the rivers of time from your sight. We will seek the mighty healer's aid if necessary," Atropos threatened, her ancient face contorted with hatred. "Your sight will show only darkness," they proclaimed together as they faded. "We will make sure of that." As they disappeared, the cosmic realm began to collapse around Lucien. The stars, planets, and nebulae blurred together, reality itself seeming to fold inward. Lucien felt himself falling, the broken chains still wrapped around his wrists, until the lightning shattered them too, before they disappeared as he no longer poured power into them. Well. That was fun while it lasted. Let's do that again next time. Lucien thought to himself with lopsided smile, almost looking drunk. His last glimpse was of the Fates' hateful expressions as they vanished completely. Then he was plummeting through space, falling faster and faster toward. Reality slammed back into focus. Lucien gasped, finding himself exactly where he'd been, in the collapsing chamber beneath the plantation house, force lightning immediately pouring once more from his fingertips toward Damon's charred form. Only a second had passed in the real world. The lightning, now unstable without his conscious control, crackled erratically. A bolt arced back toward him, too fast to dodge completely. Lucien jerked his head aside, but the lightning still struck near his right eye, searing his flesh. Pain exploded across his face as he collapsed to his knees, completely drained. His hands, he realized, were severely burned from channeling the force lightning, the skin blistered and raw. The ceiling groaned ominously above him, massive stones threatening to crush him at any moment. With his remaining strength, Lucien focused on keeping the structure from collapsing entirely. Across the chamber, Damon lay motionless against the wall, his body charred but still intact. Lucien's vision blurred as he struggled to remain conscious. The force felt distant now, harder to grasp, after becoming so tired. A noise from above caught his attention. Through the haze of pain, he saw a figure dropping through a hole in the ceiling, descending on a rope. Lucien. Dean's voice cut through his fog. His brother landed and rushed toward him, eyes widening at the sight of his injuries. Holy shit, Dean breathed, taking in the burns on Lucien's hands and the fresh wound by his eye. What the hell happened to you? Long story, Lucien managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Dean glanced at Damon's unconscious form. Is he not dead? Just out. Good enough for now, Dean decided, crouching beside Lucien. Can you move? Lucien tried to stand but his legs gave out immediately. Not really. All right, little brother. I've got you. Dean hoisted Lucien onto his back, as he looked up, seeing the ceiling groaning, reasoning what was going on. Hold on and keep that ceiling up just a little longer, Lou, he said with haste. Lucien wrapped his burned arms around Dean's neck, biting back a cry of pain. I'll try. Dean moved quickly to the rope, calling up to the hole above. Sam. Dad. I've got him. Dean began climbing, Lucien clinging to his back with the last of his strength. Sam and John pulled from above, helping them ascend faster. As they reached the upper level, Lucien felt the last of his energy draining away. I'm sorry, he whispered. I can't hold it anymore. The telekinetic grip he'd maintained on the ceiling below released. Immediately, the rumbling intensified. Time to go. John ordered, helping Dean get Lucien to his feet. The three Winchesters ran through the collapsing mansion, John and Dean supporting Lucien between them. They burst through the front door just as the structure began imploding behind them. The ground shook as they sprinted toward the Impala. Behind them, the Fairchild plantation house folded in on itself, centuries of history disappearing in a cloud of dust and debris. What about the vampire? Sam asked as they reached the car. Still down there, Dean answered, helping Lucien into the back seat. Buried under about 50 tons of house. John slid in beside Lucien, examining his injuries with growing concern. The burns on his hands were severe, the skin already blistering. The wound near his eye had formed 2 vertical lines of burned flesh. Hospital. Now, John ordered as Dean started the engine. No, Lucien protested weakly. They'll ask questions. You need medical attention, John insisted. Mom can treat burns, Lucien managed before darkness took him. Just need bandages. As the Impala roared away from the plantation house, Lucien's head came to rest on John's lap. His father's calloused hand gently brushed hair from his forehead, careful to avoid the fresh wound. It's okay, son, John murmured, his gruff voice gentle. We've got you. Do tell me how you found it. I hope you liked Lucien's short fight against the Fates. So. The Fates are going to make it so Lucien can't see the future as well as before. Let's see how Lucy will adapt to that, and how far they could actually block him. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 25, Worship. The moon hung full and bloated over the ruins of Fairchild Plantation, its silver light illuminating the destruction like a macabre spotlight. Where once stood an antebellum mansion, now lay only splintered wood, broken stone, and centuries of history reduced to rubble. A figure materialized at the edge of the property, her silhouette slender against the moonlit sky. Catherine Pierce surveyed the devastation with a practiced pout, dark eyes calculating beneath the veneer of concern she'd adopted. Behind her stood dozens of townspeople, their expressions vacant, eyes glassy with compulsion. Men and women of all ages, standing unnaturally still, awaiting commands like mannequins briefly animated by dark magic. Oh, Damon, Catherine sighed dramatically, pressing the back of her hand to her forehead in mock distress. What have you gotten yourself into this time? She approached the ruins, her movements graceful despite the stiletto heels that should have sunk into the soft earth. With a casual flick of her wrist, wind began to swirl around the debris. The breeze strengthened to a focused gale that lifted broken beams and shattered stone, casting them aside as if they weighed nothing. One of the perks of age, she murmured to herself, directing the wind with elegant gestures. Though I really should thank whoever taught me this trick back in Prague. What was his name? Victor. Wilhelm. She shrugged. Whoever. I drained him dry afterward anyway. The compelled townspeople remained motionless as Catherine continued excavating. The wind under her control grew stronger, more precise, targeting specific areas where her senses detected the faintest trace of Damon's presence. After several minutes, her hearing caught it, a faint, irregular breathing beneath tons of wreckage. With focus, she directed her power toward the sound. Found you, she sing-songed, as a final gust cleared away the remaining debris. What lay revealed made even Catherine, with her centuries of witnessing horror, pause momentarily. Damon's body was barely recognizable, charred black from head to toe, skin cracked and peeling to reveal raw tissue beneath. Only the faintest rise and fall of his chest indicated he still existed at all. Catherine crouched beside him, reaching out with hesitant fingers. As she touched his ruined skin, a chill of mingled fear, ecstasy, and hope raced down her spine. "What in the world did this to you?" she whispered, genuine curiosity in her voice. Her fingertips came away with flakes of charred flesh and something else, a residual energy that made her skin tingle unpleasantly. Catherine brought her fingers to her nose, inhaling deeply. Her eyes widened. "It's gone," she murmured in disbelief. "The magic is almost completely burned out of you." She had seen staked vampires, beheaded vampires, vampires burned by sunlight and consumed by fire. But this was different. Whatever had struck Damon had targeted the very essence of what made him immortal, the dark magic itself. "Well," Catherine said, recovering her composure with practiced ease. "Isn't this interesting?" She rose gracefully, turning to her compelled audience. With a snap of her fingers, a middle-aged man stepped forward mechanically. "Come here, sweetheart," Catherine beckoned, her voice honey-sweet. "Damon needs a little pick-me-up." She grabbed the man's wrist, slicing it open with a manicured nail before pressing it against Damon's blackened lips. When no response came, she frowned, then forcibly opened his jaw. "Don't be difficult," she chided, manipulating his throat to make him swallow. "You need to heal." The blood dribbled mostly down his chin, his body too damaged to respond properly. Catherine clicked her tongue in annoyance. More direct measures, then. She bit into the man's neck, drinking briefly before pressing her own blood-filled mouth to Damon's in a grotesque parody of a kiss. She repeated this process, forcing the blood into him until finally, his throat moved in a weak swallow. "There we go," she cooed, patting his cheek. "That's a good boy." She motioned for another townsperson to approach, then another. One by one, she fed them to Damon, sometimes using her mouth as the conduit, other times managing to get him to drink directly as his basic vampiric instincts slowly reawakened. As the sixth victim crumpled lifelessly to the ground, Catherine settled herself comfortably beside Damon's gradually healing form. His skin remained severely damaged, but beneath the char, tissues were slowly knitting back together. "You know," she began conversationally, as if chatting with a conscious companion, "you really are a fool, Damon Salvatore." She adjusted her position, resting her chin on her hands as she studied his ruined face. "A beautiful, useful fool, but a fool nonetheless. Over a century and a half chasing after me." She laughed, the sound like crystal bells in the night air. "It's pathetic. And yet." Catherine trailed a finger down his chest, leaving a line in the soot covering his skin. "I do enjoy it. The way you've never given up. Following every breadcrumb I've left across the decades, turning over every stone to find a way to free me from a tomb I was never in." Her smile was genuine, if predatory. That kind of devotion is hard to find these days. She summoned another compelled victim, repeating the feeding process. "And all while knowing I was with your brother too." Catherine's eyes glittered with amusement. "At least you knew." Poor Stefan needed some persuasion. She emphasized the last word with a smirk. He was so righteous, so moral. Breaking that was half the fun. Catherine stretched languidly, cat-like in her movements. "You know what your problem is, Damon. Besides the obvious obsession with me." She tapped his chest accusingly. "You've never explored what you're truly capable of. So many young vampires don't. They get caught up in the feeding, the sex, the petty manipulations, never realizing there's so much more." She gestured to the wind that still swirled gently around them, keeping the night air circulating. "You're talented, you know. I could always sense it. The way you draw power from the dark magic that makes us what we are. You're stronger than vampires twice your age should be. Did you know that? You could probably take on someone 4 centuries old if you really tried." Catherine leaned closer, as if sharing a secret. "You could have developed an elemental affinity by now if you'd bothered to try. I wonder what yours would be." She tilted her head, considering. "Fire, probably. You've always been good at destruction." She laughed softly. "Yes, fire suits you. People want to get close, feel your warmth and passion, but get too close and they burn. Yet not close enough and they freeze in your indifference." Catherine's expression turned contemplative. "You're too clingy though. Not assertive enough. Maybe that's changed over the years, but I bet if I stood in front of you while you were awake, you'd melt like a puddle and become my little boy toy again." She stroked his hair, grimacing when her fingers came away covered in ash. "But that's also why I keep coming back to you, my little cucky. So devoted. So reliable." Her voice dripped with condescension. "Not like Stefan. Now there was a man who took control. Put his morals above his very nature. That takes strength." Catherine glanced toward the moon, now high overhead. "Speaking of assertive, that Lucien boy." She clicked her tongue appreciatively. "Quite the possessive little thing, isn't he? Those eyes. I know that look." She fed Damon another victim, noting with satisfaction that his swallowing had become stronger, more instinctive. Do you have any idea how difficult it's been to observe him? She continued, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth. Of course you don't. You don't know anything. Catherine sighed dramatically. He sensed me at that fair, you know. Immediately. I had to consult witches afterward to find out how far away I needed to stay, and let me tell you, it's far. In both space and time. She began pacing, her movements agitated for the first time. The only way I could watch him was through others. Compel random people to observe and report back. Even then, I could only visit places he'd been days after he'd left. She shook her head in frustration. Do you know what those witches called him? Born from nature itself. The son of nature. Her voice dropped to a reverent whisper as she repeated, the son of nature. Catherine returned to Damon's side, checking his healing progress. The char had begun to flake away in places, revealing raw pink skin beneath. You know why I ran. Why I didn't spend the next few decades playing with you and Stefan. She paused, considering her words carefully. Her fingers reached toward Damon's temple, probing gently with her mind to ensure he was still deeply unconscious. Satisfied, she continued in a lower voice. I'm running from someone. A god, Damon. His name is Klaus. The name itself seemed to make her shiver. Klaus comes from a family of gods, the ones who originated our vampire species. Well, a branch of it. The older branch's creator is unknown, some think their god has died. Catherine's expression darkened. How I wish my god was dead too. She summoned another victim, mechanically feeding Damon while continuing her monologue. We vampires have more power than most realize. Even most vampires don't understand it. Catherine's eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge. Take compulsion. People think it's just mind control, but it's so much more. So much more. She gestured expansively. When we compel a human to love us, or hate someone, don't you realize that's physically impossible for humans? They can't simply decide to stop fearing something, or start loving something. Their brains don't work that way. Catherine's voice grew more intense. Or when we compel them to do something against their will, and their bodies obey while their minds scream in protest. When we erase memories with a thought. Humans can't do that. She leaned closer to Damon, as if imparting a great secret. The true reason witches hate us isn't just our immortality. Witches can live forever with the right spells, and no one complains about that. It's not just racism, though that's certainly part of it. Catherine's voice dropped to a whisper. It's because vampires can alter reality with our compulsion. On a small scale, yes, but we can bend the natural laws that witches serve. She stood, pacing again as she continued. And Klaus, with his age, with the blood he's consumed. She shuddered visibly. Did you know that, Damon? The more blood a vampire drinks, the stronger they become. If they can store the power, that is, not let it dissipate. Catherine's hands trembled slightly as she described him. Klaus can alter the weather with a word. Cause heart attacks from miles away. Transform into lightning itself and strike the world with his wrath. Her voice had lost its playful edge, replaced by genuine terror. He'll catch me eventually. I can't run from my wrathful god forever. Catherine crouched beside Damon again, her expression uncharacteristically vulnerable as she rested her chin in her hands, face pouty and sad, a practiced mask that couldn't quite hide the real fear beneath. But that may end soon, she whispered, her voice regaining strength. I know what to do now. The only way to defeat a god is to find another, worship another, be saved by another. She rose to her feet suddenly, hugging herself as her expression transformed. The son of nature, she breathed, eyes wide with fervor. Nature is where Klaus gets his power. But Lucien, how powerful do you think my little Lulu will become, Damon? Catherine's body trembled slightly with excitement. You've already experienced his young wrath. 13 years old, completely new to his powers, and he's burning magic itself. She gestured to Damon's charred form. Imagine what he could do to Klaus. Burn away his powers, leave him mortal, at my mercy. Her expression took on a dreamy, ecstatic quality as she imagined it. I'll have my protective god, she promised herself. I'll shape him to my will. I just need time. Catherine closed her eyes, swaying slightly. When he's older, she moaned softly, I'll worship properly. I'll climb atop him, worship every inch, lick every bit of that body, hear his divine moans, taste his sacred blood. Her voice grew breathier, more intense. I'll pray his name and have him call mine in return. My God, my protector from all evil, all the other evil gods in this world. Catherine's eyes snapped open, suddenly cold and calculating again. I'll sacrifice you and Stefan at his altar if needed, she stated matter-of-factly. My new god is possessive, he shares that trait with me. It's quite easy to see. I see that look in the mirror every day after all. If being his alone means freedom from all that can harm me, then I'll make that sacrifice. She tilted her head, studying Damon's form. His fingers had begun to twitch, eyelids fluttering slightly, signs of returning consciousness. "Ah, it seems my personal therapy session is over," Catherine said, her voice returning to its usual playful cadence. "Thanks for being my venting wall, Damon. You're such a good listener when you're mostly dead." She stood gracefully, brushing dirt from her jeans. "Don't worry about the mess," she added, gesturing to the bodies strewn around them. "I'm sure you'll find a creative way to explain it. You always do." As Damon's eyes began to open, Catherine's form shimmered and dissolved, transforming into a swarm of bats that scattered into the night sky. Their wings beat a rhythm against the darkness as they disappeared into the distance, leaving Damon alone amidst carnage and destruction. His charred lips moved weakly, forming a single word as consciousness returned. Catherine. Having dreamt of her through it all. The moon continued its silent journey across the sky, indifferent to the horrors it illuminated below. "Do tell me how you found Catherine. Man, I can't wait to write Lucien getting with Elena, and how pissed Catherine becomes. It will be glorious. I hope you guys are looking forward to that too. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye." Chapter 26, Vain. The pearly gates of heaven stood before the three fates, their light casting strange shadows across the ancient goddesses' faces. Clotho shifted uncomfortably under the gaze of the guardian angels. The celestial beings towered over them, massive constructs of light and energy that bore little resemblance to their depictions on Earth. Each stood taller than skyscrapers, their forms composed of overlapping wheels of fire, countless eyes blinking in perfect unison. "We seek audience with the healer," Clotho announced, her voice carrying despite its softness. The nearest guardian tilted its burning crown of eyes toward them. When it spoke, the sound resonated from everywhere at once. "The fates enter heaven unannounced. Unusual." Lachesis stepped forward, her silver-streaked hair pulled tight against her scalp. "Our business is urgent. The natural order is threatened. Wait." The command echoed as the Guardian's attention shifted upward, clearly receiving instructions through the celestial network. Atropos clicked her golden shears impatiently. "All threads must be measured properly. Even yours, messenger." The Guardian's many eyes blinked in sequence, a ripple of light cascading across its form. Before it could respond, a new figure appeared beside the gates, more humanoid than the Guardians, though still radiating immense power. The Morai, Zachariah greeted them, his vessel's face arranged in a smile that never reached his eyes. What an unexpected pleasure. Heaven so rarely entertains pagans. He spoke the last word as if tasting something unpleasant. "Zachariah," Lachesis acknowledged coolly. "We have requested audience with Raphael." Yes, so I've been informed." Zachariah straightened his perfectly pressed suit. "Though I must say, I'm curious why three such autonomous entities would seek Heaven's assistance. Having trouble keeping your little threads in order?" Atropos raised her shears. "Our business is with the Archangel, not his errand boy." Zachariah's smile tightened. "Let me explain something to you, ladies. I'm not an errand boy. I'm the head of heavenly intelligence and operations. I manage the prophets, oversee earthly interventions, and report directly to the archangels. So perhaps Will you take us to Raphael?" Clotho interrupted, "or shall we wait for a more accommodating angel?" Zachariah's false pleasantness dropped for a moment, revealing the ice beneath. Then the mask returned. "Follow me, friends. I'm sure we can get this little matter sorted out efficiently." He turned, gesturing for them to follow as the pearly gates parted, revealing a blinding light beyond. The journey through heaven's spheres was disorienting even for beings as ancient as the Fates. Each level they ascended shifted in appearance and composition, from vast libraries containing every book ever written to endless meadows where souls wandered in peaceful contemplation. "The human perception of heaven is so limited," Zachariah commented as they passed through the fifth sphere. "They expect harps and clouds, not realizing each soul creates its own paradise." "Humans understand more than angels give them credit for," Clotho observed, watching a soul reconstruct the perfect memory of a child's birthday from 1954. Zachariah scoffed. "Hairless apes who live less than a century. What could they possibly understand about eternity?" "They understand endings," Atropos replied, her ancient voice rasping. "Something angels have always feared." That silenced Zachariah temporarily as they continued their ascent. The sixth sphere gave way to the seventh, and suddenly the landscape changed dramatically. Here, the architecture became distinctly crystalline, massive structures of diamond and light that served as the administrative heart of heaven. Angels in their true forms moved through the celestial corridors, many pausing to watch the unusual procession with their numerous eyes. "The Palace of God," Zachariah announced with rehearsed reverence, gesturing toward a structure of impossible proportions at the center of the sphere. The Fates gazed upon the celestial palace. 4 towers surrounded it, each distinct in appearance and energy. "The Archangel's towers," Lachesis murmured, her eyes assessing each one. The first tower amber and bronze, radiating authority and martial power. Michael's, Zachariah confirmed. Empty now, as he maintains his vigil before the throne. The second tower caught their attention immediately, constructed of pure white starlight, but marred by jagged cracks that ran its length. Darkness leaked from these fissures like blood from a wound. Lucifer's, Clotho whispered, feeling the ancient pain emanating from the damaged structure. We don't speak of it, Zachariah said curtly, turning away. The third tower shimmered with emerald and sapphire light, radiating a healing energy that made the air around it feel cleaner, more vibrant. Raphael's domain, Zachariah said, leading them toward it. The Tower of Healing and Knowledge. The fourth tower, golden, stood slightly apart from the others. It appeared abandoned, dust gathering on its surfaces despite the conventional impossibility of dust in heaven. And Gabriel's, Atropos noted. Long empty. Another we don't discuss, Zachariah replied sharply. Now, shall we proceed? Lord Raphael doesn't appreciate his time being wasted. As they approached Raphael's tower, the Fates felt the power of the Archangel washing over them, ancient, vast, and utterly different from their own. Where their power was specific and focused on mortal destinies, an Archangel's grace was primordial and all-encompassing, a direct extension of God's will in creation. The tower's entrance adjusted its size as they approached, growing from impossibly tall to merely intimidating. Inside, the space expanded into a vast library that seemed to contain every medical and scientific text ever written, and many that never were. Wait here, Zachariah instructed, leaving them in an antechamber while he announced their presence. The Fates stood in uncomfortable silence, each contemplating how to present their case to the Archangel. They had dealt with many powerful beings throughout their existence, but archangels were different, volatile, immensely powerful, and increasingly unpredictable since God's departure. He will see you now, Zachariah announced upon his return, leading them deeper into the tower. They entered a circular chamber where shelves of ancient texts lined the walls from floor to the high ceiling. At the center stood a figure with his back to them, seemingly absorbed in a floating book that hovered before him. The Morai, as requested, Lord Raphael, Zachariah announced with a bow. The figure turned, and the Fates collectively froze in shock. Before them stood not the expected manifestation of celestial light, but a man, tall and imposing with long brown hair and intense blue eyes. His face bore a vertical scar beside his right eye, identical to the one they had glimpsed in the clouded future of Lucien Winchester. Most striking were his hands, blackened and charred, the skin cracked and damaged beyond normal healing. The book before him turned its pages without being touched, manipulated by telekinesis rather than his injured hands. Thank you, Zachariah, Raphael said, his voice cold and precise. You may remain. The Fates exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. The resemblance was unmistakable. Raphael had taken the form of an adult Lucien Winchester, down to the most recent injuries. Vessel resonance. The term echoed in their minds. When an archangel's true vessel approached readiness, the connection between them strengthened, sometimes causing the archangel to unconsciously mirror their vessel's appearance or condition. Atropos nearly dropped her shears in shock. Lucien Winchester, the anomaly they had come to complain about, was Raphael's true vessel. You appear surprised, Raphael observed, his eyes studying them with detachment. Did you expect wings and halos? How disappointingly human. Clotho recovered first, offering a respectful bow. Great healer, we thank you for granting us audience. I admit curiosity when entities as old as yourselves request heaven's intervention, Raphael replied. His damaged hands remained at his sides as he telekinetically closed the floating book. What matter of fate requires archangelic attention? Lachesis stepped forward. A human is changing destiny, Lord Raphael. Not in the small ways mortals occasionally manage, but permanently altering the fabric of fate itself. Impossible, Zachariah interjected with a dismissive wave. Humans cannot dash. Silence, Raphael commanded without raising his voice. Zachariah immediately fell quiet. Continue. This human defies the natural order, Atropos explained, her ancient voice trembling slightly. When mortals change small fates, through unnatural powers, saving a life destined to end, for instance, the pattern corrects itself. A life saved here means another taken there. Balance maintained. But this one's changes become permanent, Lachesis added. The pattern does not correct. Raphael's expression remained impassive, but his eyes sharpened with interest. You speak of someone specific. The Fates exchanged uncomfortable glances before Clotho answered. Lucien Winchester. The temperature in the room dropped perceptibly. Raphael's gaze intensified, though his voice remained measured. Winchester. John Winchester's son. His second youngest, Lachesis confirmed. Born to Kate Milligan. Interesting, Raphael said, the word carrying layers of meaning. And what exactly has this boy done to so disturb your carefully measured threads? The Fates hesitated, reluctant to admit their humiliation. We attempted to correct the anomaly ourselves, Clotho finally admitted. We directed him toward his death, Lachesis added. A vampire named Damon Salvatore. Yet he survived, Atropos finished, clicking her shears in agitation. Raphael's expression didn't change, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes. You targeted a child for death because he disrupted your plans. The room's atmosphere grew heavy, charged with power. An anomaly, Lachesis corrected hastily. His very existence was not written in the Winchester family's fate. We brought him to the realm of possibilities to end his interference, Clotho continued, her musical voice strained. But he overpowered you, Raphael finished, his tone indicating he found this difficult to believe. Atropos nodded reluctantly. He broke the chains that bind all mortal destinies. No human has ever done this. Raphael studied them for a long moment, his damaged hands flexing slightly at his sides. Show me. Without warning, he reached forward with his mind, penetrating their thoughts. The fates gasped in unison as Raphael extracted their memories of the encounter, Lucien suspended in the cosmic void, breaking free of his chains, channeling crimson lightning that nearly unmade them. When Raphael withdrew, his expression had shifted subtly from skepticism to contemplation. You believe him to be psychic, he stated rather than asked. It is the only explanation for such power in a mortal, Lachesis replied. Raphael turned away, pacing slowly across the chamber. Zachariah, in your knowledge of the prophetic lineage, is there mention of a prophet named Lucien Winchester? Zachariah looked surprised by the question. No, Lord Raphael. Such knowledge would be inherent in my being, and I have no record of this name among past, present, or future prophets. That is odd, Raphael murmured. The only ones whose fates remain unwritten are the prophets, vessels of the Lord's voice. He paused, considering. Their miracles have been known to defy natural law, though none have demonstrated power of this magnitude before. Could his ability stem from being your vessel, Lord Raphael? Zachariah asked cautiously. Raphael's eyes flashed dangerously. That information was not for sharing, Zachariah. Of course, he knew the fates already realized it, but Zachariah should learn to control his tongue. The lesser angel bowed deeply. Forgive me, I assume since your form has taken his appearance dash. Assumptions are dangerous, Raphael cut him off coldly. But no, these abilities cannot be explained merely by the status of being my vessel. Something else is at work here. The archangel began walking back and forth throughout the room, moving his head, up and down, to the sides, as he was thinking and thinking, before he finally stopped. The closest possibility is that Lucien Winchester's abilities were destined to a soul that at first was destined to be my father's vessel, like various other prophets before him. Though not all, as the current one has no such destiny. I reason that when God died dash. All four beings winced at the words, Zachariah trembled, while the fates cringed. They all remembered how near on a century ago, Raphael tired of Michael kneeling before the throne of heaven since the war, putting all responsibility of the host inadvertently on the healer's shoulders, confronted Michael, and stated God to be dead. The two came to blows. 5 to be precise. And from it, the 2 world wars came into being. As it is in heaven, so it must be on earth. Raphael uncaring continued. Whatever ability was possibly destined for John Winchester, the representation of Father on earth, his reflection, as the 4 brothers are ours, but mistakenly entered my vessel, and he gained those miraculous capabilities. Unlike the rest of the angels, Raphael held no distaste for fates, since they completely were loyal to him, and never disobeyed him. The fates hearing this exchanged nervous glances. This was an explanation to what happened, but that's not what they came for. Atropos, lowering her head, began speaking again. Great healer, we come with a request. The boy's precognitive abilities allow him to interfere with destiny. We ask that you block this site, as we have proven unable to do so ourselves. Raphael regarded them silently, his gaze so intense that the ancient goddesses felt like insects under a microscope. The moment stretched uncomfortably as the archangel seemed to weigh things beyond their understanding. Finally, he spoke a single word, done. Before the fates could process this, Raphael continued, Zachariah, escort our guests out. I have matters to attend to. But Clotho began. Your request has been granted, Raphael stated with finality. The boy's precognitive abilities have been suppressed. Is there something else? No, great healer, Lachesis answered quickly. We are grateful for your intervention. Zachariah moved to usher them out, his corporate smile back in place. Well, ladies, wasn't that efficient? Problem solved, cosmic balance restored, all wrapped up in a neat little package. As they were led away, the fates cast one last glance at Raphael. The archangel had already turned his attention back to his books, seemingly dismissing them from his thoughts entirely. Alone in his library, Raphael stood motionless for several minutes after the fates departed. His expression remained impassive, but his mind worked rapidly, processing what he had learned. He looked down at his charred hands, a perfect reflection of the injuries his vessel had sustained. Vessel resonance had occurred before, but rarely with such specificity. It suggested the connection between them was unusually strong. Raphael had known of Lucien Winchester's existence, of course. Heaven kept close watch on all potential vessels, particularly those of archangels, let alone their true vessels. As it is in heaven, so it must be on earth, as they say. 4 brothers, 4 true vessels. But he had paid little attention to the boy's development, assuming there would be time enough to claim him when needed. Now, it seemed, his vessel was far more interesting than anticipated. The memory he had extracted from the fates played again in his mind, a child channeling power that should have been impossible for a human. Breaking the chains of fate itself. Generating lightning that could harm primordial beings. Curious, he murmured to the empty chamber. The damaged state of his hands drew his attention again, prompting a memory from long ago, when heaven was new and earth barely formed. Flashback. For vessels I shall create for you in due time, their father had explained, his voice resonating through the newly formed celestial spheres. Physical forms fashioned from your grace, your other halves, who will understand each of you as no other being can. The 4 archangels had listened with rapt attention, Michael standing tall and proud, Lucifer radiating beauty and light, Raphael solemn and attentive, Gabriel fidgeting with barely contained energy. When the time comes, these vessels will house you on earth, allowing you to walk among my newest creation without destroying them with your true forms. Will they be strong, Father? Michael had asked. Worthy warriors to fight beside us. God had smiled. They will be exactly what each of you needs, Michael. As long as mine's taller than Michael's, Lucifer had quipped, earning a glare from his older brother. Mine has to appreciate my sense of humor, Gabriel added quickly. Otherwise we'll drive each other crazy. Raphael alone had remained silent, making no requests for his vessel's qualities. Raphael, their father had prompted gently. Have you no preferences? I trust your wisdom, Father, Raphael had answered simply. Whatever form you deem appropriate will suffice. God had studied him with knowing eyes. Perhaps that is why yours will understand you best of all. Flashback end. The memory faded, leaving Raphael contemplating the cosmic irony. His vessel, the one he had expressed no preferences for, was proving the most intriguing of all. He extended his awareness downward, through the layers of heaven, past Earth's atmosphere, focusing on a small hospital room where his vessel lay unconscious. The contrast was striking, Raphael in the form of adult Lucien, while the real Lucien remained a small, injured child. The boy's hands were as charred as his own, the skin blackened and blistered from channeling power beyond his body's capacity to contain. A fresh scar ran vertically beside his right eye, a perfect match to the one Raphael now bore. Decision made, Raphael opened a channel through Angel Radio. Uriel. The response came immediately. Yes, Lord Raphael. Take a vessel and go to Earth. What are my orders? Uriel asked, not questioning the command itself. There is a boy in Roanoke General Hospital, Lucien Winchester. Without alerting his family to your presence or identity, heal his hands. Only his hands. Leave the eye scar as a reminder to be more cautious in the future. I understand, Uriel replied. It shall be done. Raphael broke the connection as Uriel departed for Earth. A small, satisfied smile crossed his face as he looked down at his own damaged hands. I am allowed to be vain occasionally too, he murmured to himself. After all, these hands would one day be his to inhabit. It wouldn't do to have them permanently scarred. Do tell me how you found it. So. The foreshadowing was incredibly subtle, honestly, don't know if it even can be called that, but I hope some realized it. Remember what Lucien's full name is officially? Lucien Raphael Milligan. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 27, okay. Seriously, Winchester luck has to have limits. The hospital room faded in and out of Lucien's awareness, constantly becoming awake and falling asleep, reality blurring at the edges as pain medication and exhaustion pulled him deeper into sleep. His charred hands throbbed beneath layers of gauze, each heartbeat sending fresh waves of pain up his arms despite the morphine drip. The force felt distant, weakened, like trying to grasp water with fingers spread too wide. Darkness crept in from the corners of his consciousness, a welcome respite from the constant pain. As Lucien surrendered to it, the hospital bed seemed to grow softer, warmer. The antiseptic smell faded, replaced by something sweeter, jasmine, vanilla, and beneath it all, the faintest metallic hint of blood. A weight settled beside him, the mattress dipping slightly. Something warm pressed against his side, a body, curving to fit against his. Fingers traced feather-light patterns across his shoulder, down his arm, careful to avoid the bandages. Lucien's eyes snapped open, heart hammering against his ribs. Catherine Pierce lay beside him, propped on one elbow, her dark hair cascading over bare shoulders. She wore only black lace that contrasted starkly with her pale skin, her eyes watching him with predatory affection. "Hello, Sleeping Beauty," she murmured, her finger tracing his collarbone. Lucien jerked away, ignoring the pain that shot through his body at the sudden movement. His back hit the headboard as he pressed himself against it, putting a bit of distance between them. Catherine. The name escaped his lips before he could stop it, a mistake he realized immediately. Her expression shifted to confusion, head tilting slightly. "Catherine? Who's Catherine?" She pouted playfully. "It's Sarah, silly. Don't you remember me from the fair?" Lucien's mind raced, piecing together what was happening. This wasn't real, couldn't be the real world. He could feel it being a dream. He was still in the hospital, still unconscious. But she was real. He knew that. Somehow, Catherine had invaded his dreams. African dream root, he thought, recalling the herb from Bobby's lessons. Powerful enough to allow one person to enter another's dreams, if they had a DNA sample, blood, hair, anything. He doubted she could get close to do it vampire style with his family around. "You seem confused," Catherine said, her voice concerned while her eyes remained calculating. She sat up, the sheet falling away from her form. "Don't you remember what happened? Why don't you refresh my memory?" Lucien managed, his voice steadier than he felt. He reached for the force instinctively, finding only wisps where there should have been an ocean. Catherine smiled, the expression not quite reaching her eyes. "You were so brave, fighting that vampire at the plantation house." "I was tracking him too, he killed my sister." The lie rolled effortlessly from her tongue. "I found you after the collapse, brought you to the hospital. The doctors wouldn't let me stay, but..." She leaned closer, "I couldn't leave you alone." She reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear, her fingers lingering against his cheek. "You saved my life. I had to thank you properly." Lucien maintained his composure despite his racing heart. This was a predator, 5 centuries old, experienced in manipulation and seduction. And he was trapped in his own mind with her, weakened and vulnerable. He knew what she was doing, making it out to be a wet dream of his probably. Something he won't clearly remember after becoming awake. Subconscious manipulative inducements. How illogical it may be the scenario, making one think of it as merely a dream, and putting the ideas in one's head, would. If he wasn't a reincarnator, that is. One who knew how she worked. Fucking bitch. Lucien thought to himself. He shifted away from her touch, his movement limited by the headboard behind him. Catherine followed, graceful as a cat stalking prey, until she had effectively cornered him against the wall. "You know," Lucien said, forcing confidence into his voice, "you do remember that I'm 13, right? Pretty sure there are laws against this sort of thing." Catherine's smile widened, revealing perfect teeth that Lucien knew could extend into fangs at any moment. "Laws?" She laughed, the sound musical and dangerous. "Laws are for humans, darling." Her fingers traced the scar beside his eye. "And you're so much more than that, aren't you?" She leaned closer, her lips nearly brushing his ear as she whispered, "I saw what you did to Damon. The burns. The power. No human child could do that." Her breath was cool against his skin. "You're a god walking among insects." The pieces clicked into place in Lucien's mind. This was her game, convince him he was divine, feed his ego, make him believe she worshipped him. Create a psychological weakness she could exploit later. Make him crave the adoration she offered. Catherine's lips brushed his cheek, feather-light, before trailing down to his neck. "Age means nothing to gods," she murmured against his skin. "And their pleasures are beyond mortal understanding." Lucien remained perfectly still, his mind working frantically. If he could just access the force, even a fraction of it, he could push her away, wake himself up. But the connection remained frustratingly weak. "Seriously, am I about to get the Winchester special? How many times were Sam and Dean about to be raped by monster chicks, meg-assaulting Sam, the sirens, fuck? There has to be limits to this shit. I've waited so long to find someone like you," Catherine continued, her hands sliding down his arms, to his legs, and then even lower. "Someone worthy of devotion." Lucien steeled himself, preparing to physically push her away despite his weakened state, even if it was going to be painful as shit. Maybe that pain would wake him up despite it being a magical dream, him able to feel the magic in the air. He wouldn't play her game, wouldn't give her the satisfaction. A high-pitched ringing suddenly filled the room, the sound piercing and unmistakably otherworldly. Catherine jerked back, her expression shifting from seductive to annoyed in an instant. Brilliant white light flooded the dreamscape, pouring in from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. The hospital room began to dissolve around them, reality bending under the intrusion of something ancient and powerful. Catherine clicked her tongue in irritation. "Interruptions," she hissed, her facade dropping completely. Her eyes met Lucien's, all pretense gone. "I hope to see you soon, little god. I'm more patient than you might think." She flicked his head, and Lucien could feel the memories almost being transformed, induced into him as subconscious thoughts. But he held on. The dream collapsed like a house of cards, Catherine's form dissolving into mist as the ringing intensified. Lucien desperately held onto the memories, as he felt himself falling, the sensation of weightlessness accompanied by that strange, piercing sound that seemed to vibrate through his very soul. Lucien gasped awake, his body jerking upright in the hospital bed. His heart hammered against his ribs as he frantically scanned the room, empty, save for medical equipment and the faint beeping of monitors. Sunlight streamed through half-closed blinds, indicating morning had arrived. The memory of Catherine's invasion lingered. Luckily, he kept them, though they were still like a bad taste, making him shudder despite the room's warmth. He raised his hands to rub his face, and froze. The bandages were gone. So were the burns. His hands, which had been charred black from channeling force lightning, were completely healed. The skin was smooth and unblemished, as if the injury had never happened. Lucien stared in disbelief, turning his hands over repeatedly. The pain was gone, replaced by a strange tingling sensation that reminded him of the high-pitched ringing from his dream. He touched his face, fingers finding the fresh scar beside his eye, that, at least, remained. Was that angelic intervention? How? No, why? The door swung open, interrupting his examination. John entered first, followed closely by Dean and Sam. Their expressions shifted from concern to relief when they saw him sitting up. "You're awake," Sam said, smiling. "How are you feeling?" Lucien didn't answer, instead holding up his healed hands. "We need to leave. Now." John's eyes narrowed as he noticed the missing bandages. "Your hands dash." "Healed," Lucien confirmed tersely. "And we need to go. Right now." Dean approached the bed, examining Lucien's hands with a mixture of confusion and awe. "How did this happen? Did you dash?" "No," Lucien cut him off, throwing back the blankets and swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "It wasn't me. And we're not safe here." Sam frowned, stepping forward. "Whoa, hold on. You just woke up. The doctors need to dash." Lucien fixed him with a glare so intense that Sam actually took a step back. "The vampire chick from the fair was just in my head. In my dreams. She knows where I am, what I can do, and she's possibly coming. We need to leave before she finds a way past the hospital security." The effect of his words was immediate. John's posture shifted to combat ready, while Dean's hand moved instinctively toward the weapon concealed beneath his jacket. "How?" John demanded. "African dream root, probably," Lucien answered, attempting to stand. His legs wobbled treacherously beneath him. "She needed a DNA sample, hair, blood, something. Plenty of that available where I bled." John didn't waste time questioning further. "Dean, get the car. Sam, grab our gear." His orders were clipped, efficient. "I'll handle Lucien." "I can walk," Lucien protested weakly. John ignored him, gathering the boy into his arms with gentleness. "Save your strength. We might need it later." Dean disappeared down the hallway while Sam quickly collected their few belongings. John carried Lucien toward the door, pausing only to check the corridor before proceeding. "The vampire from the fair?" John asked quietly as they moved. Lucien nodded against his father's shoulder. "She's dangerous. More than you know." They navigated the hospital corridors with practiced stealth, avoiding the nurses' station and taking service elevators where possible. When a nurse rounded the corner unexpectedly, Dean intercepted her with his most charming smile and a fabricated story about a lost patient room, giving John and Sam time to slip past unnoticed. The Impala waited at the emergency exit, engine already running. Dean held the back door open as John carefully placed Lucien inside, then slid in beside him. Sam took the passenger seat as Dean jumped behind the wheel. "Where to?" Dean asked, pulling away from the hospital with controlled urgency. "Bobby's, no motel," John decided. "We need the most heavily warded place we know." Lucien leaned back against the seat, the adrenaline that had carried him through the escape beginning to fade. Now that they were moving, the reality of what had just happened settled over him like a cold blanket. "She was in my head," he said quietly. Like it was nothing. Just walked right in. Sam turned in his seat, his expression concerned. "What did she want?" Lucien hesitated, uncomfortable with the full truth. "To manipulate me. Make me think I'm special. Divine, even. Create a weakness she could exploit." "Well, you are special," Dean said, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. "Just not in the way she thinks." John studied Lucien's healed hands. "And these? Any idea what happened?" Lucien shook his head. There was a sound, like high-pitched ringing. Bright light. It interrupted her dream invasion. When I woke up. He held up his hands. "Fixed. Whatever it was, I'm thankful it happened. We'll figure it out later." Some of you may be feeling that I am focusing too much on TVD, but bear with me, my dear readers. Just let me build up some foundations. We'll get to more good stuff later. Also, yeah, Catherine is. Well, she liked in the 15th century, where 14-year-old boys marrying wasn't out of norm, so her morality besides her being a vampire isn't conventional because of her age. Something, though, needs to be done about her. She noticed the vulnerability immediately. I couldn't have her not try this, with her finding out how weakened Lucien was. Luckily Uriel came to the rescue. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 28, read this explanation please about the power. Hello everyone. Hope you all are enjoying the FIC. So, this will be my final explanation about how Lucien's power works, since a lot of people seem to, well, misunderstand. I believe I may have been unclear, so I will explain it as concise and comprehensive as possible. Do read this, please. I write this genuinely for a reason. Okay, a lot of people seem to misunderstand one thing. Lucien's status as a cosmic entity. And how the Force works, in Star Wars and here. The Force and Lucien are separate. Unlike Amara or Chuck, who their power is a piece of their bodies, Lucien's is not. The Force isn't Lucien's aura that is passing through the multiverse, no. The Force exists because Lucien exists in the multiverse. It is cause and effect. It isn't like Lucien is the ocean, who is pouring water into the multiverse, no. How it is like I put Lucien in Marvel, and instantly the Force spawns in Marvel, and an energy field of life energy begins to flow through the entire Marvel multiverse. The Force and Lucien are not the same. Lucien is a cosmic entity, because he like Chuck and Amara if he was to go into the empty, outside of creation, then just like with Chuck all light, creation, magic, etc. going away, and with Amara, all darkness going away, the supernatural multiverse begins to cease to exist. The Force would then exist in the empty. Lucien will always have his powers. Because so long as existence exists, then the Force exists, because the Force flows in Star Wars through even the stone, air, dirt, earth, etc. All things are alive, are in a way conscious, and so the Force flows through whenever Lucien exists in that reality. The empty is something conscious after all. Now, what makes Lucien different from a future Force user? The answer is three things. Limitless Force sensitivity. Infinite Force control potential. Lucien is the only one that can use both light and dark side at once. The Force is an infinite amount of energy. Lucien is naturally, even right now, technically able to sense all of the infinite Force. But he would be overwhelmed and go into a coma from sensing so much at once. So, he instinctively, and by choice limits the amount he senses. Lucien, unlike other beings, has a mind, because of him being the chosen one, that can eventually, after enough training, control all the Force, at once, unlike everyone else. Lucien would be able to even dominate Chuck and Amara at full potential. Now how can Lucien gain his full potential? What training/actions must he do? I am not going to reveal that. What? My dear readers, that would immediately spoil when he has started it or hasn't started it, so it would spoil how his fights will go in the future, and his speed of progress of unlocking his full potential. So, Lucien is more human than cosmic right now if we go by power. But as status, he is a cosmic entity. This same situation is for the son and daughter. They may be manifestations, but they are not the dark side itself, literally, nor the light side itself literally. They are souls born from Lucien's soul, and his powers, the son from the dark side of Lucien's power, and the daughter, the light side of Lucien's power. But they are called the light and dark side, because whatever happens to them, happens to the light and dark side. If for example Malak is injured, the dark side would go unstable, and destroy a lot of shit. Hope this cleared it all up, and why Raphael was able to block his vision of the future for the most part. Since he can't break through barrier Raph has put, not having sufficient control to draw enough power and control it and overpower the blocking. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 29, Through a Mother's Eyes. Hope this makes up for it. My wrists hurt though, whatever, worth it. Enjoy. Kate's POV. The scar beside Lucien's eye was still an angry red, a vertical line that would eventually fade to silver but never disappear completely. I dabbed antibiotic ointment along it with practiced fingers, my nursing training taking over where motherly tenderness faltered. He didn't flinch, hadn't flinched once since he'd arrived from Roanoke. Almost done, I said, my voice too cheerful even to my own ears. Lucien nodded slightly, his blue eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the bedroom wall. At 13, he should have been complaining about the ointment's sting, fidgeting under my ministrations, eager to escape. Instead, he sat motionless, patient in a way no teenager should be. From downstairs, John's deep voice carried up through the floorboards, something about vervain supplies, bombs, and vampire deterrence. The familiar timbre sent an involuntary warmth through me that I immediately tried to suppress. After everything, I still responded to him like a lovesick teenager. Pathetic. Dad's worried, Lucien observed quietly. I capped the ointment tube. We all are. You shouldn't be. I'm fine. I studied my son's face, the new scar, the shadows under his eyes, the tension in his jaw. Nothing about him was fine. There, I said, ignoring his statement. Keep it clean. No scratching. Yes, Dr. Mom. The ghost of a smile touched his lips before vanishing. I ruffled his hair, an old gesture from when he was far smaller. He allowed it, though we both knew he'd outgrown such things long ago, despite being so young still. In so many ways, he'd outgrown being a child entirely. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Flashback. I remember the first time I met John Winchester. October 1989, night shift at Wyndham Hospital. 3 patients had died in the East Wing that week, all with symptoms that made no medical sense. Cardiac arrest in otherwise healthy bodies, extreme hypothermia despite the heated rooms. Administration called it a coincidence. I called it suspicious as hell. He arrived just after midnight, flashing a CDC badge that looked genuine enough, but his eyes gave him away, too alert, too knowing. He didn't carry himself like a government official. He moved like a soldier in enemy territory. Agent Willis, he introduced himself, voice gruff but not unkind. Nurse Milligan, I replied, not bothering to offer my first name. You're here about the deaths. He nodded, eyes scanning the corridor with practiced efficiency. Mind showing me where they occurred? I led him to room 237, where the first patient had been found. Mr. Parker was recovering from routine gallbladder surgery. Stable, good vitals. Then at 3:17 a.m., his temperature plummeted to 82 degrees. Cardiac arrest followed. No explanation. John, Agent Willis then, ran his hand along the doorframe, fingers tracing patterns I couldn't understand. Cold spots, he asked. Excuse me. Any areas in the room that feel unusually cold? Even momentarily. I frowned. This isn't an HVAC issue, Agent. 3 people are dead. He turned to me, his expression softening slightly. I know. And I'm trying to figure out why. Something in his directness made me pause. The corner by the window. The night staff complained about it being freezing, but maintenance found nothing wrong. He nodded as if I'd confirmed something. And the other victims? I was about to answer when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steady again. John's posture changed instantly, alert, coiled, ready. Get behind me, he ordered, voice low. What dash? Now. I'd never been one to follow orders from strange men, but something in his tone brooked no argument. I stepped behind him just as the temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in front of me, the sudden cold burning my lungs. A figure materialized near the window, translucent, flickering like an old television. An elderly man in hospital garb, face contorted with rage. That's Mr. Winters, I whispered, recognizing a patient who'd died months earlier. But he can't dash. Ghost, John said matter-of-factly, reaching into his jacket. Vengeful spirit. The apparition rushed toward us with impossible speed. John shoved me aside and swung something iron through the figure. It dissipated like smoke, the temperature rising instantly. It'll be back, he said, helping me to my feet. We need to dash. The ghost reappeared behind him, its hand, somehow solid, gripping John's throat. I grabbed the iron fire poker John had dropped and swung wildly. The ghost vanished again, but not before slashing John's shoulder with its fingers. Blood blossomed through his white shirt. He grimaced but remained focused. Salt, he ordered. We need salt. And iron. The next hour was a blur, John barking instructions as we fortified a small break room, me questioning my sanity while following his lead. When the ghost appeared again, John was ready. He dispatched it with efficiently, buying us time. You're not CDC, I said as I cleaned his wound afterward, the hospital now eerily quiet. No. Then what are you? He met my eyes, something like resignation crossing his face. I'm a hunter. I track things that hurt people. Things most folks don't believe in. Like ghosts. Among other things. I should have been more wary. Should have accused him for impersonating a federal agent. Instead, I found myself asking, how do we stop it? John's eyebrows rose slightly at we, but he didn't correct me. Find the remains, salt them, burn them. Breaks the connection to this world. Mr. Winters was cremated. Then he's attached to something else. Something here. We spent the rest of the night searching the hospital records, looking for connections between Winters and the recent victims. I found it just before dawn, all 3 had received transplanted tissue from the same donor. Winters. John's approval was evident in his slight nod. Smart work. Thanks. Now what? Now I find whatever tissue remains in the hospital and destroy it. I insisted on helping. By morning, the ghost was gone, the hospital was safe, and I was looking at the world through new eyes. John Winchester had saved lives that night, including mine. He left with a gruff thank you and a promise to check back if there were any more deaths. I didn't expect to see him again. 3 weeks later, he returned with a dislocated shoulder, bleeding leg, and a story about a black dog. I reset the joint, cleaned and patched up his wounds, and somehow ended up having coffee with him in the hospital cafeteria at 2 a.m. That night, I learned about Mary, his first wife. About something having killed her. I think the painkillers made him drunk enough to begin talking about it. The John I would never open up about that subject willingly. I noticed his hands, strong, calloused, capable. The way his eyes crinkled slightly when he almost smiled. The careful way he held his coffee cup, as if unused to gentle things. He came back months later. This time, it wasn't an injury that brought him to Wyndham. Mom. Lucien's voice pulled me from my memories. He was watching me with that too perceptive gaze that always made me feel transparent. Sorry, just thinking. I gathered the medical supplies, tucking them back into their case. About Dad. I shot him a look. Don't read my emotions without permission. I didn't need to, he said with a shrug. Your face does this thing when you think about him. Always has. My face doesn't do a thing. If you say so. Downstairs, the front door opened and closed. Bobby's gruff voice welcomed someone, probably Sam and Dean returning from town. They'd gone for supplies, though I suspected it was really to give Lucien space after everything that happened in Roanoke. You should go down, Lucien said. I'm just going to rest anyway. I hesitated, studying him. Are you sure? We could talk about what happened. His expression closed immediately. Nothing to talk about. Lucien dash. I'm fine, Mom. Really? The lie hung between us, but I didn't press. 13 years of motherhood had taught me when to push and when to retreat. This was retreat time. Yet I deep down didn't want to. They told me just the basics. The only reason I didn't break up a storm was because I didn't want to unknowingly make something worse. All right. Call if you need anything. I closed his door softly behind me, pausing in the hallway to collect myself. The events in Roanoke kept replaying in my mind, Lucien unconscious in a hospital bed, the pictures sent by John of his hands burned beyond recognition, that new scar beside his eye. The hurried escape when he woke, his insistence that the vampire woman, Catherine, had invaded his dreams. The fear in his eyes that he tried so hard to hide, despite having told me nothing happened, he escaped fast enough. The others' looks at those words give a different story. Downstairs, the men were gathered around Bobby's kitchen table. Maps, books, and weapons covered every surface, the Winchester family business in full swing. Adam sat in the corner with a comic book, seemingly oblivious to the discussion of vampire hunting techniques happening 10 feet away. At least one of my sons still had some childhood left. Kate, John acknowledged as I entered, his eyes softening briefly. How is he? Pretending he's fine, I answered, helping myself to the coffee Bobby always kept brewing. The scar's healing well, at least. Dean looked up from the knife he was sharpening. Kid's tough. He'll bounce back. He shouldn't have to be tough, I snapped, the words out before I could stop them. He's 13. The room fell silent. Dean had the grace to look abashed. Sam studied his hands. John met my gaze steadily, neither challenging nor conceding. Bobby cleared his throat. Got a call from Rufus, we haven't talked in years, but I felt this was necessary. Thinks he might know something. What did he say? John asked, attention shifting back to business. Not much over the phone. Wants to meet. Says it's not the kind of information you share on an unsecured line. John nodded. When and where? 2 days, Billings. I tuned out their planning, moving to sit beside Adam. He smiled up at me, gap-toothed and innocent. At 11, he still had the softness of childhood, something Lucien had lost years ago. Whatcha reading? I asked, brushing hair from Adam's forehead. X-Men, he replied. Wolverine's the best. Is that right? Yeah, he heals super fast and has metal claws and he's basically immortal. Adam's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Sam says Wolverine would totally beat Batman in a fight, but Dean says Batman would have, like, anti-Wolverine spray or something. I smiled despite myself. Sounds like an important debate. It is. Dean and Sam argue about it all the time. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. I think Sam's right, though. Don't tell Dean. Your secret's safe with me. Adam returned to his comic, and I watched him for a moment, marveling at his resilience. Despite everything, moving to Bobby's, leaving his friends behind, learning about the supernatural world, he remained cheerful, adaptable. He bonded with his older half-brothers immediately, soaking up their attention like a sponge. Lucien, on the other hand. My gaze drifted to the ceiling, thinking of my older son alone in his room. Lucien had adapted too, but differently. He'd embraced hunting with an intensity that sometimes frightened me. Where Adam saw adventure, Lucien saw duty. Where Adam found new family, Lucien found new responsibility. And now this, an ancient vampire targeting him, being injured so severely, it was too much for anyone, let alone a child. Penny, for your thoughts. John had approached without me noticing, his voice low to avoid interrupting the ongoing discussion at the table. Just wondering when our lives became a horror movie, I replied, matching his tone. A hint of a smile touched his lips. Around the time our son created a cosmic force by watching Star Wars. That would do it. John glanced at Adam, ensuring he was absorbed in his comic before continuing. Bobby thinks we should lay low for a while. Let things cool down. And you? I think we need more information. About what happened to Lucien's hands in the hospital, about everything. I nodded. John Winchester, ever the hunter, always needing more data, more facts, more weapons for his arsenal. It was what made him good at what he did. It was also what had kept him away from us for so many years. And what about Lucien? I asked. What does he need? John's expression softened. Time. Space to process. He's 13, John. He needs his father. Not just a leader. Something flashed in his eyes, guilt, maybe, or recognition. I know. Our gazes held for a moment too long. Despite everything, the secrets, the danger, the years apart, there was still something between us. Something that had monsters and vengeful ghosts and the revelation of his other family. Something that had grown stronger these past 2 years at Bobby's, where I'd seen him not just as the mysterious man who visited occasionally, but as a father, a hunter, a leader. Where I'd watched him teach Lucien to shoot, Adam to fish, where he'd shown up bloody at 3 a.m. and let me stitch him without complaint. Bobby cleared his throat loudly, breaking the moment. If you two lovebirds are done making eyes at each other, we've got planning to do. I felt heat rise to my cheeks. John just smirked, unembarrassed. Coming, Bobby, he said, but his hand brushed mine briefly as he turned away. Adam looked up, his expression innocent but his eyes too knowing. Are you and Dad gonna kiss again? 'Cause Dean says it's gross when old people kiss. Dean said that, did he? I ruffled Adam's hair. And how would Dean know what we do when he's not around? Adam shrugged. He says he can tell. Says Dad gets all dopey after. Dopey. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped. His word, not mine. Well, you can tell Dean to mind his own business. Yes, ma'am. Adam returned to his comic, but not before adding, I think it's okay if you kiss Dad. He seems happier when you do. Out of the mouths of babes. I remember the day Lucien was born, 6th of June 1990. 18 hours of labor, John pacing the delivery room like a caged animal, alternating between fierce protectiveness and absolute terror. It's a boy, the doctor announced, and John's face, normally so guarded, transformed with wonder. They placed Lucien on my chest, this tiny perfect being with a shock of dark hair and eyes that seemed too aware for a newborn. John stood frozen at my side, staring at his son as if he couldn't quite believe he was real. Do you want to hold him? I asked. John's hands, capable of such violence, trembled as he took the bundle. Hey there, he whispered, voice rough with emotion. I'm your dad. Lucien's tiny hand wrapped around John's finger, and I saw something break open in this hardened hunter. For a moment, all the darkness he carried receded, replaced by pure, uncomplicated love. Later, when the nurses had gone and Lucien slept in the hospital bassinet, John sat beside my bed, his usual stoicism cracked wide open. I'll keep you both safe, he promised, his hand warm around mine. Whatever it takes. I know you will. He kissed me then, gentle in a way I hadn't known he could be. When he pulled back, his eyes were suspiciously bright. He's perfect, Kate. He is. John stayed for 3 days after Lucien was born, the longest stretch he'd ever been in Wyndham. He changed diapers, walked the floor with a colicky baby, made midnight formula runs. He was a natural father when he allowed himself to be. But I could see the restlessness growing in him, the way he checked his phone for messages, how he scanned newspaper headlines for signs of supernatural activity. The morning he left, he held Lucien for a long time, memorizing his face. I'll be back as soon as I can. We'll be here, I said, trying to keep the disappointment from my voice. I'd known this was coming, had known from the beginning that John Winchester could never be a full-time father, not while the thing that killed Mary remained alive. Kate. He cupped my cheek, eyes intense. This isn't what I want. If things were different, Dash. But they're not, I finished for him. I understand, John. I do. He kissed me goodbye, kissed Lucien's forehead, and walked out the door. I stood in the window, watching his truck disappear down the street, wondering when I'd see him again. 2 months later, he returned with a broken wrist and stories about a hunt gone wrong in Michigan. A year after that, a weekend visit that resulted in Adam's conception. And so it went, John appearing and disappearing from our lives like a ghost himself, present enough that the boys knew their father, absent enough that they never fully depended on him. It wasn't ideal, but it was ours. And for 9 years, it worked. We were happy, in our way. Safe. Until the night Lucien screamed. A crash from upstairs jolted me from my memories. I was on my feet and halfway up the stairs before conscious thought caught up, maternal instinct driving me forward. John was right behind me, with Sam and Dean close on his heels. I found Lucien in his room, surrounded by books that had fallen from his shelf. He stood in the center of the chaos, hands extended, face pale. I didn't dash, he began, looking at the scattered volumes. I was trying to dash, he broke off, frustration evident in the set of his jaw. The Force? I asked gently. He nodded, dropping his hands. It's not responding right. It's like trying to tune a radio with gloves on. John stepped forward, surveying the mess. What were you trying to do? Just basic telekinesis. Moving a pencil. Lucien kicked at a fallen book. Before, I could lift 3 cars if I concentrated hard enough. Now I just can't concentrate. I moved to his side, motherly concern overwhelming everything else. Are you hurt? No. Just frustrated. He looked at the books with disgust. I need to be stronger. I need to control it better. You will, John assured him. It'll take time. We don't have time, Lucien snapped, an edge to his voice I rarely heard. The room fell silent at his outburst. I exchanged glances with John, seeing my own concern reflected in his eyes. Lucien, I said carefully, you're 13. No one expects you to fight these battles alone. I already did, he replied, eyes flashing. In the cellar with Damon. Against them. In my dream with Catherine. Each word hit like a physical blow. I'd known the basics of what happened, but hearing him say it so bluntly. That's enough, John said, his voice firm but not unkind. We'll figure this out together. As a family. Lucien looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he just nodded, the fight draining out of him. Sorry about the mess, he muttered, bending to pick up a book. Leave it, I said. Come downstairs. You need to eat something. I'm not hungry. Wasn't a request. He looked up, surprise flickering across his face at my tone. Then, unexpectedly, a small smile. Yes, ma'am. As the others filed out, I helped Lucien straighten his room, picking up books and returning them to shelves. We worked in companionable silence for a few minutes before he spoke. I know you're worried about me. I paused, a heavy tome on demonology in my hands. That's my job. You don't have to be. I can handle this. I set the book down harder than intended. Handle what, exactly? Ancient vampires? Cosmic entities? Dream invasions? He wouldn't meet my eyes. All of it. Lucien. I moved to stand in front of him, forcing him to look at me. You're a child. I haven't been a child since I created the Force, he countered. That doesn't make you an adult. It makes you a child with an enormous burden. He shook his head. You don't understand. Then help me understand. For a moment, I thought he might open up. Something vulnerable flickered across his face, the little boy who used to crawl into my lap during thunderstorms peeking through the hardened hunter in training. But then the wall came back up. It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. He shelved the last book. We should go down before Dad sends a search party. I wanted to push, to demand he talk to me, but I knew that approach wouldn't work with Lucien. Never had. So I nodded and followed him downstairs, worry gnawing at my insides. The kitchen was a flurry of activity, Bobby at the stove stirring something that smelled like chili, Dean setting the table, Sam chopping vegetables. Adam sat at the table, carefully folding napkins into triangles the way Dean had taught him. There you are, Bobby said, glancing up. Thought I'd have to send the hounds after you too. Just cleaning up, I replied, washing my hands at the sink. Need any help? Nah, we've got a system. You just park it and relax for once. I wasn't good at relaxing, never had been, even before the supernatural invaded our lives. But I took a seat beside Adam, watching my makeshift family move around each other with ease. John entered from the study, a thick book tucked under his arm. His eyes found mine immediately, a silent question in them. I gave a small shake of my head, no breakthrough with Lucien. Dinner was a surprisingly normal affair. Bobby's chili was excellent, Dean told outrageous hunting stories sanitized for Adam's ears, Sam corrected his brother's exaggerations, and John watched it all with quiet amusement. Even Lucien seemed to relax slightly, the tension in his shoulders easing as the meal progressed. This was what I'd wanted for my boys: family, belonging, safety. We had the first two, at least. The safety part remained elusive. After dinner, Adam convinced Dean and Sam to play a board game with him. Bobby retired to his study with a glass of whiskey and a thick tome on ancient Greek entities. John disappeared outside, probably to check the property's wards for the third time that day. I found myself alone in the kitchen with Lucien, who was drying dishes as I washed them, a routine we'd established in our first weeks at Bobby's. You don't have to help, I told him. Go join the game. It might be fun. I don't mind, he replied, carefully drying a plate. Besides, Monopoly brings out Dean's competitive streak. It gets ugly. I smiled, remembering the last game night that had ended with Dean flipping the board after Sam bought Boardwalk. True enough. We worked in silence for a few more minutes, the running water and clinking dishes the only sounds between us. I watched Lucien from the corner of my eye, noticing the way he favored his left hand slightly, the scar by his right eye still an angry red, possibly hurting, which is why he's closing that eye so much. Something he thinks I'm not noticing. You don't have to pretend, you know, I said finally, handing him another plate. He looked up, his expression carefully neutral. Pretend what? That you're okay. Lucien sighed, setting the dish towel down. Mom, I appreciate the concern, but you need to stop worrying about me. That's not how motherhood works, I replied, shutting off the water. Worrying is part of the job description. Well, maybe you should focus that energy on Adam instead, he said, the words casual but something in his tone making me pause. I turned to face him fully. Adam is fine. He's playing Monopoly and collecting properties like nothing happened. You're the one who almost died, Lucien. I didn't almost die. Your hands were burned to the bone, I countered, my voice rising slightly. You were unconscious for nearly 24 hours. And now you're having nightmares you won't talk about. He wouldn't meet my eyes. It's nothing I can't handle. Something about his dismissal, the way he so casually brushed aside trauma that would break most adults, ignited a spark of frustration in me. I grabbed his shoulders, crouching to meet his eye level. Why would you say that about Adam? I asked, searching his face. Why would you think I should focus on him instead of you right now? Lucien's expression flickered, uncertainty crossing his features before he masked it again. He's younger. He needs you more. That's not it, I pressed, a foreboding feeling settling in my stomach. You know how serious this situation is. You're mature enough to understand that. So why would you think I wouldn't be more concerned about you right now? He remained silent, eyes fixed on a point beyond my shoulder. Lucien, I said softly, dread building, you do know that I would care for you more in this situation, right? That is your mother, seeing you hurt like this is tearing me apart. His continued silence was answer enough. I felt as though the floor had dropped out from under me. You think I care about Adam more than you? I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Lucien winced but didn't deny it. Lucien, that's not Dash. Don't, he interrupted, his voice quiet but firm. Please don't lie to me. I hate being lied to. You should know that by now. I pulled back, stunned. I'm not lying, Dash. It's okay, Mom, he said, a sad smile touching his lips. I don't blame you. I never have. You deep down on some level resenting me is natural. In your eyes, I took away every sense of normalcy in your life that you fought so hard to keep despite what Dad is. It's okay to feel that way, really. You're always trying your best, and you loving Adam more isn't a bad thing. I want Adam to be loved. Lucien, that's not true, I insisted, feeling as though I was suddenly drowning. I love you both equally, Dash. With how I've changed, he continued as if I hadn't spoken, I've become more distant from Adam, so him being closer to you is honestly a good thing. I reached for him again, but he stepped back. Lucien, please, Dash. I can sense your feelings whenever I wish, remember, he said, that sad smile still fixed in place. His hand touched the scar by his eye briefly. I should get some rest. Good night, Mom. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away, leaving me alone in the hallway, his words echoing in my mind like accusations. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place by my son's words. Eventually, I found myself moving downstairs in a daze, the sounds of the Monopoly game still drifting from the living room. Park Place. Pay up, Sammy. Dean's triumphant voice carried through the house. That's highway robbery, Sam protested. Those hotels shouldn't be legal. Adam's giggles followed, the sound so carefree it made my heart ache as I compared it to Lucien's weary resignation. I wandered into Bobby's study, needing somewhere quiet to think. The room was empty, Bobby having joined the game after dinner. John's leather jacket hung over the back of a chair, and beside it lay his journal, worn, weather-beaten, and filled with the horrors he'd encountered. I'd never read it before. John's journal was his private record, a hunter's log of creatures and cases. But tonight, something pulled me toward it, the need to understand what my son had faced, what John might have written about Roanoke. Sam and Dean always joke about how their father is a compulsive writer, having to write everything down about a hunt to come back and analyze it again whenever he wishes. My hand hovered over the cover. This was an invasion of privacy, but was it really wrong for a mother to want to know what had happened to her child? Decision made, I sat in Bobby's chair and opened the journal to the most recent entries. John's familiar handwriting filled the pages, neat but hurried, the words sometimes pressed harder into the paper when emotions ran high. I found the Roanoke entry and began to read. June 15, 2001, Roanoke. What was supposed to be a simple checking and dealing turned into a nightmare. I've faced European vampires before, but Damon was something else entirely. Stronger than his age should allow. And Lucien. God, my son faced him alone. Dean and I were separated when the floor collapsed. By the time we found a way down, it was too late. Lucien had engaged the vampire in single combat. A 13-year-old boy against a centuries-old predator. The security footage Sam recovered from the mansion's old system shows fragments of the fight. Lucien used telekinesis to throw knives, block attacks, even crush stone. The vampire moved faster than human eyes could track, but somehow Lucien anticipated his movements. When we finally reached the sublevel, we found Lucien on his knees, hands burned black from channeling what he calls force lightning, some kind of energy discharge that nearly killed the vampire. The strain almost killed him too. I should have been there. I should have protected him. Instead, I was trapped above, useless, while my son fought for his life. I felt sick, my hands trembling as I turned the page. This was far worse than the sanitized version they'd given me. Lucien hadn't just overexerted his powers, as they'd claimed, he'd been in mortal combat with an ancient predator while his father and brothers were trapped elsewhere. The next entry made my blood run cold. June 17. Lucien explained today. In his tiredness, he spoke about the fates, actual goddesses of destiny, apparently. From what I can piece together, these beings tried to kill him. They pulled him into some cosmic realm and attempted to unmake him because he's changing destinies that should be fixed. My son broke the chains of fate. The actual chains that bind human destiny. No mortal has ever done this before, according to what Lucien overheard. These fates are now actively working against him, blocking his precognitive abilities. As if he didn't have enough enemies already. What am I supposed to do with this? How do I protect my son from cosmic entities that control destiny itself? I pressed a hand to my mouth, stifling a gasp. The fates had tried to kill Lucien. I'd been told they simply didn't like his future sight, so they blocked it after confronting him in his mind. The magnitude of what my son had was facing, hit me like a physical blow. With shaking hands, I turned to the final entry. June 19. Lucien finally told us what happened with Catherine. I had to step outside afterward, put my fist through the hospital wall just to keep from screaming. This 500-year-old vampire invaded his dreams while he was unconscious. She came to him as Sarah from the fair, but quickly revealed her true intentions. She believes Lucien is some kind of god. Worships him. But her version of worship is twisted. She tried to seduce him, a 13-year-old child. Touched him inappropriately. Told him age means nothing to gods. Attempted to create a sexual connection she could exploit later. I've seen a lot of monsters in my time, but this makes my blood boil. The way Lucien described it, clinical and detached, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Real fear, the first I've seen from him since he created the Force. He tried to hide it, but his hands were shaking. My son, who faced down a vampire in single combat and made cosmic entities retreat in fear, was terrified by this violation. And I couldn't protect him from it. I wasn't there. Catherine is now officially my primary target, Yellow Eyes be damned. I'll take care of that son of a bitch later. First that whore needs to go. I don't care what deals I have to make or what it costs me. That monster will never touch my son again. The journal slipped from my numb fingers, landing on the desk with a thud that seemed to echo in the suddenly too quiet room. Bile rose in my throat as the full horror of what Lucien had experienced washed over me. My son had been sexually assaulted in his dreams by an ancient vampire. He'd fought for his life against a monster while his family was trapped elsewhere. Fate itself had tried to unmake his very existence. And he'd told me none of it. Worse, John had kept it from me too. Rage boiled up, sudden and white-hot. I snatched the journal and stormed into the living room, where the Monopoly game was still in progress. John had joined them, sitting beside Adam and helping him count money. "Adam," I said, my voice tight with controlled fury, "go to your room, please." My tone brooked no argument. Adam looked between me and John, confusion evident on his face, but he gathered his game pieces and slipped away without protest. "Kate?" John questioned, rising to his feet. I held up the journal. "You lied to me." The room went silent. Dean and Sam exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the storm brewing. "You all lied to me," I continued, my voice rising. "About what happened to Lucien. About everything." John's expression shifted from confusion to understanding. "Kate, we didn't lie. We just didn't tell me that my son was sexually assaulted by a vampire." I threw the journal at his chest. He caught it reflexively. "Didn't mention that he fought for his life while you were trapped elsewhere. That cosmic goddesses tried to unmake his existence." "Miss Kate," Sam started, standing slowly, "we were trying to dash." "To what?" I demanded, rounding on him. "Protect me. I'm his mother. How am I supposed to help him if I don't know what he's facing?" Bobby had appeared in the doorway, drawn by the commotion. "Kate dash." "No," I cut him off. "Don't Kate me. My son, he's carrying all of this alone because you dash." I jabbed a finger at John, decided I couldn't handle the truth. Dean stood now too, hands raised placatingly. "Kate, that's not dash." "You should have told me," I said, my voice breaking. "All of you. I deserve to know what happened to my son. I deserve the chance to help him through it." John stepped toward me, his expression pained. "You're right." His simple admission took some of the wind from my sails. I'd expected defensiveness, justifications. "I should have told you everything from the get-go," he continued. "I thought. I was trying to spare you the worst of it. Wait till it blew over a bit. That Lucien could open up about it himself again. But you're right. He's your son too." "He's a child, John," I said, tears finally breaking free. "A 13-year-old child who was assaulted by a monster and didn't tell me because he didn't want to worry me." Bobby cleared his throat. "We all made a mistake here, Kate. Thinking we were protecting you both when what you needed was the truth." I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly exhausted. How do I help him? How do I protect him? No one had an answer. Later that night, after the confrontation had died down and the house had gone quiet, I found myself alone in the kitchen. The weight of everything I'd learned pressed down on me like a physical burden. My son had faced horrors I couldn't imagine. Had been violated in ways that would traumatize a grown man. And through it all, he'd kept silent about it to me, his own mother. Was there truth to what Lucien had said? That I loved Adam more than him? That I resented him for our normal life being gone? The loss of my career? My friends? That we have been thrust into the heart of this monster world? The questions circled in my mind like vultures. A dark whisper in my mind suggested maybe I did. Maybe I truly did resent Lucien for bringing the supernatural chaos into our lives. For forcing us to leave our home, our normal life. The thought made me physically ill. I sank to my knees on the kitchen floor, the cold tile pressing against my skin. Sobs built in my chest, breaking free in gasping waves that I tried to muffle with my hands. What kind of mother was I, that my son believed himself less loved? That he'd faced such horrors alone, believing I wouldn't want to know, wouldn't want to help? Had I failed the child who needed me most? As tears streamed down my face, I heard Lucien's words again, "I can sense your feelings whenever I wish, remember." And I wondered, with a fresh wave of grief, what feelings he'd sensed from me that had convinced him of such a terrible untruth. And whether I truly had them, and never understood. Do tell me how you found it. It took me hours to write, so hope it was good. I had to rewrite a lot of stuff, since the direction I at first went was far too wholesome. Didn't want that. So went with this. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 30, My Light. Lucien sat cross-legged on the floor of his bedroom at Bobby's house, staring intently at the pen on his desk. His jaw clenched as he extended his hand toward it, fingers splayed. "Come on," he muttered, focusing on the light side of the force. The pen wobbled slightly, then lay still. Frustration bubbled in his chest as he tried again, reaching deeper for that familiar warmth that had once come so easily. Before Roanoke. Before Damon. Before Catherine. His hands trembled as he extended them again, and an uncomfortable warmth spread through his body. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool room. "Just a pen," he whispered. "I used to move cars." The memory flashed unbidden, Catherine's cool fingers on his cheek, trailing down his neck. Her lips brushing against his skin as she whispered about worship and gods. her hand sliding lower, touching him in places that made his body react against his will. The pen clattered to the floor as Lucien dropped his hands, breathing hard. He couldn't concentrate. That was the problem. His emotions were chaotic, scattered like leaves in a storm. And the light side required calm, control, exactly what he couldn't manage right now. He didn't want to use the dark side either. He's been using too much of it, he doesn't want to become unbalanced. That would probably not be good. Not just for him, but the entire universe. Lucien ran his fingers through his hair, exhaling sharply. He'd been waiting for his daughter to reach out to him, as Malik had done. But she hadn't. He has been connected to her the longest, yet she never reached out to him. Does she dislike him or something? He was afraid of hurting her before, but it may be worse to not act now than stay any more patient. Enough waiting, he decided aloud. He adjusted his position, straightening his spine and resting his hands on his knees. Closing his eyes, he focused on his breathing, in, out, steady and deep. The physical world began to recede, sounds growing distant as he reached inward, searching for the gentle luminescence he'd felt only fleetingly before. The bedroom around him dissolved, as he felt his soul leave his body, and pass through a veil into an elsewhere, a thread binding him still through it with his body, causing whatever happened to his body to happen to his soul. A most vulnerable state, but the only way to meet them on a ground where they would gravitate towards each other. When Lucien opened his eyes, he stood in a garden of beauty. Sunlight filtered through trees with leaves that shimmered like polished jade. Flowers in colors he'd never seen on Earth bloomed in cascading patterns. Crystal streams wound through the landscape, their water so clear it seemed almost invisible. The air smelled of jasmine, vanilla, and something else, something pure and indescribable. The temperature was perfect, neither warm nor cool, as if the concept of discomfort couldn't exist here. This is... he began, turning slowly to take in the paradise surrounding him. A small figure crashed into his legs with surprising force, nearly knocking him over. Lucien stumbled backward, landing on soft grass as tiny arms wrapped around his waist. "Daddy! Daddy! You finally came," a high, musical voice exclaimed. Lucien looked down in surprise at the child clinging to him. She appeared as a little girl perhaps 4 years old, with flowing golden hair that moved as if underwater despite the still air. Her skin emitted a soft white glow, and when she looked up at him, her eyes shifted between bright blue and molten gold. "You're..." Lucien began, awkwardly returning the hug. "Light been waiting and waiting," she exclaimed, pressing her face against his chest. "So long." When Lucien tried to create some space between them, her arms tightened around him. Rather than risk hurting her, he remained seated, letting her nestle against him. "Why are you holding on so tight?" he asked gently. She pulled back slightly, just enough to look at his face. "Light afraid Daddy leave too quick." Light waited so long for Daddy to visit. Confusion furrowed Lucien's brow. "I was waiting for you to call me, like Malik did." Her golden eyes widened. Light thought Daddy mad. Mad? Why would I be mad at you? She fidgeted with the hem of her flowing white dress. Light knew Mally was hurting. Didn't tell Daddy. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Light bad for keeping secrets. Understanding dawned on Lucien. "No, you're not bad. I could never be angry with you. Yes, I was confused, and disliked it, but there was never any genuine anger towards you." Relief washed over her features as she relaxed slightly, though she maintained her grip on his shirt. Lucien noticed how her light pulsed with her emotions, brightening with her relief. Around them, flowers turned toward her like sunflowers following the sun. "Have you been alone here all this time?" Lucien asked. "Not alone. Light feels Mally sometimes." She tapped her chest. "Here. But not same as Daddy visiting." She looked up at him with innocent hope. "Daddy stay long." Guilt twisted in Lucien's chest as he realized how he'd unknowingly neglected this aspect of the Force, his daughter. He shifted position, sitting cross-legged with her in his lap. "I'd like to give you something," he said. Her glow intensified slightly. "Present for Light." "A name," Lucien said softly. "Your own name, like Malik has." The effect was immediate and dramatic. Her light flared so brightly that the entire garden was illuminated, as if a second sun had appeared. Flowers that had been closed burst into bloom, and butterflies materialized from nowhere, their wings catching the golden radiance. "Light can have name too." "Like Mally?" she asked, bouncing slightly in his lap, barely containing her excitement. Lucien nodded, smiling at her enthusiasm. "I've been thinking about it for some time, and have come to a decision too. Was simply waiting for you to call me." The fact is, he was afraid of overwhelming her. The light side is all about peace, calm emotions, not the overwhelming, all-consuming kind, but the one where one still has a clear head. Her being the literal embodiment of it, he was afraid of hurting her, injuring her by forcing a meeting, thinking it best that she sought him out like her brother did. It seems he was wrong. She held her breath, entire body vibrating with anticipation. Ilara, Lucien said, the name feeling right on his tongue. It means light and brightness. The moment the name was spoken, the garden pulsed with golden light, as if the realm itself recognized and accepted the naming. Ilara's eyes widened, her mouth forming a perfect O of delight. Ilara, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around his neck. Daddy gave light name. Ilara, Ilara, Ilara. She repeated it joyfully, testing how it sounded. And you can be Ella for short, Lucien added, surprised by how moved he felt watching her reaction. Ella, she tested, then nodded vigorously. Ilara when serious. Ella when happy. Both good, good, good. She sprang from his lap and danced around him, trailing light like a comet's tail, repeating her name in a sing-song voice. Flowers bloomed instantaneously in her footsteps, and the butterflies followed her movement in a kaleidoscope of color. After completing her circle, she launched herself back into his arms, hugging him fiercely. Thank you, Daddy. Best present ever. Ilara so happy. Lucien held her, struck by the purity of her joy. I'm sorry it took me so long to visit you. Her light dimmed slightly as she settled in his arms. Ilara thought Daddy busy with important things. Nothing's more important than you and Malak, Lucien assured her. Ilara fidgeted with his fingers, her small hands tracing the lines of his palm. Ilara knew about Mally hurting. Didn't tell Daddy. She looked up, eyes wide and solemn. Light. Ilara didn't want to make Daddy talk to Mally if Daddy was mad at Mally. Lucien's brow furrowed. Why would you think I was mad at him? Daddy not visit Mally for long time after Mally first called. Then Daddy only visit when Mally very, very loud. She tapped her chest again. Ilara loves Mally but loves Daddy most. Didn't want to make Daddy sad or angry. The simple statement struck Lucien hard. You were protecting me. Ilara nodded solemnly. Ilara never want Daddy hurt or mad. Especially not with Ilara. Her light pulsed with anxiety. Ilara not want to bother Daddy or make Daddy come if Daddy busy. Lucien pulled her close, deeply moved by her concern. Listen to me, he said gently. I love you and Malak equally. I will always be there when either of you needs me. You never have to be afraid to call for me, understand? Promise, she whispered. Always, Lucien assured her. Always, always, always. Relief brightened her glow once more as she nestled against him. Ilara loves Daddy most of all people. They sat together in a long comfortable silence, Ilara playing contentedly with his fingers while Lucien watched her. The garden around them seemed to breathe with her happiness, colors intensifying wherever her attention fell. As he observed her innocent joy, a realization began to dawn on him, slow at first, then with increasing clarity. For Ilara and Malak, he truly came first. Not as an obligation or responsibility, but as the center of their existence. The contrast with his human family struck him suddenly. Dean's focus inevitably fixed on Sam when things were dangerous. Dad's protectiveness, while covering all his sons, burned strongest for Sam and Dean, the boys from his marriage, his sons with Mary, the true love of his life. His mother's growing distance and preference for Adam had become so normal he barely noticed it anymore. Adam himself, confused by the changes in Lucien, had naturally gravitated toward the familiar comfort Kate provided. Even Bobby, the least obviously preferential, had a special bond with Dean, recognizing in him the burden of responsibility that mirrored his own life. Seeing himself in him. For years, Lucien had lived with the knowledge that in a crisis, if choices had to be made, if they just had to choose, he would never be the choice. He'd felt it through their emotions initially, unable to control his empathic abilities. Like a constant whisper in his head, an understanding of who they loved more, and what they would do for them, conscious and subconscious level. Later, when he could shield himself, he'd chosen not to, preferring the constant low ache to being blindsided by the truth in a moment of crisis. He didn't want to be broken were the time to come where they had to choose. The worst of it though. Despite all of this, he didn't really hold any grudge against them. He couldn't feel any anger, or hate, or bitterness towards them for it, because it isn't their fault their love moves towards who it does. Dean isn't a bad brother for loving the little brother he himself raised like a son above everyone else. Sam isn't evil for loving Dean, the brother who was essentially a second father, and sometimes his only father, above everyone else. John wasn't a bad father for loving his older sons more than his younger ones, he makes sure not to let it bleed into his actions. It is not his fault his second youngest is an empath who can feel it, when he tries so hard to not let it make him unfair. Bobby isn't a bad person for being more drawn to someone he can understand, it is simply human nature. As is that his mother loves the son who didn't ruin her life more than the son who did. Same thing with Adam. That his brother is a reincarnator, a freak of nature, one that he can't understand, having become an entirely different person overnight and pulled him inadvertently in a world of monsters, causing him to gravitate towards their mother more, rather than the stranger in the skin of his brother, is completely natural. Ilara sensed his emotional shift, looking up with concern. She reached up to touch his face, her small fingers cool against his skin. Daddy sad. Ilara make better. The innocent question broke something in Lucien. For the first time since regaining his memories, since creating the Force, since becoming something more than human, he began to cry. Tears welled up and spilled over, years of feeling secondary, of being the afterthought, suddenly finding release. Ilara's eyes widened in alarm. Daddy crying. Ilara do bad thing. Lucien shook his head, unable to speak as sobs racked his body. He pulled her closer, hugging her with desperation. She didn't complain despite the tightness of his embrace. Instead, her light enveloped him in warmth as she repeated, I love you, Daddy, Don cry, over and over, her small hand patting his back. Yet he could only cry harder. And so that is what he did. For a long time, as he held his beloved daughter close. Promising himself to never treat them like they were second. Placing them before even himself. Do tell me how you found it. I know, back-to-back emotional chapters can be emotionally tiring. But it was necessary. I'll get back to training and action next chapter, don't worry. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 31, The Father of Lies. The corner office on the 43rd floor of Roman Enterprises offered a commanding view of Chicago's skyline. Floor-to-ceiling windows transformed the night city into a tapestry of light and shadow. Azazel swirled 50-year-old bourbon in a crystal tumbler, watching the city below. The vessel he currently wore, a distinguished CEO with silver temples and aristocratic features, suited his purposes. Humans responded to power, and this body exuded it from every pore. On the desk lay an open folder, reports from his operatives about a certain incident in Roanoke, Minnesota. The door opened after a perfunctory knock. A nervous young executive entered, or what appeared to be one. The demon inhabiting the meat suit kept its eyes downcast, approaching with appropriate deference. Speak, Azazel commanded without turning from the window. The reports from Roanoke have been confirmed, my lord, the demon said. The Winchester boy confronted the fates themselves. They attempted to eliminate him but were defeated. Azazel's reflection smiled slightly in the glass. And Uriel descended afterward. He healed the boy's hands, though left a facial scar. Uriel. Azazel savored the name like the scotch on his tongue. Acting on heaven's orders. Interesting. There's more, my lord. The fates have petitioned Raphael directly. They've been granted audience in the seventh heaven. At this, Azazel finally turned. His yellow eyes, normally concealed by human pretense, gleamed in the darkened office. You're certain of this? The demon nodded nervously. Our sources are reliable. The Morai entered heaven through the eastern gate. They met with Raphael himself. Azazel set down his untouched scotch, approaching the demon with measured steps. And you're only bringing this information to me now? We only confirmed it today. The demon's explanation ended in a choked gasp as Azazel placed 2 fingers against its forehead. Information delayed is information denied, Azazel said softly as golden light began to glow beneath the vessel's skin. And I cannot abide inefficiency. The demon's scream was brief as its vessel combusted from within, collapsing into a pile of fine ash on the imported carpet. With a dismissive wave, the ash vanished, leaving the carpet pristine once more. Such displays of power were indulgent, perhaps, but necessary reminders of the hierarchy. Lesser demons needed to understand the consequences of disappointing a prince of hell. Azazel returned to his desk, opening a different folder labeled simply, L. Winchester. Inside were photographs, school records, medical reports, the mundane documentation of a seemingly ordinary child. A prophet, Azazel murmured, tracing the boy's face in a recent photograph. Not just any prophet, but Raphael's vessel. Perhaps even more. The pieces were falling into place in ways he hadn't anticipated. The phenomenon the demons had reported, clearly signs of prophetic power. The fate's intervention, obviously an attempt to eliminate a divine instrument that could alter fate itself, something beyond their sight. Uriel's healing, the protection of a valuable vessel. Azazel laughed softly. For the past couple years, he's been slowly setting breadcrumbs so that eventually when the time came, all could converge into one picture, the painting of Lucien as the Antichrist. That same boy is the vessel of an archangel, and not only that a prophet, one who most likely gained his status by byproduct after God left his creation. Becoming a potential receptacle of the Maker as well. The vessel of God believed to be the Antichrist. The cosmic joke was not lost on him. His gaze drifted to another photograph, Sam Winchester. The boy was 18 now, applying to colleges, still trying desperately to escape the hunting life. His features were so familiar, stirring memories buried beneath eons of existence. Azazel closed his eyes, allowing himself to remember. Smoke and ash filled the air, obscuring the twilight sky. The purge had been thorough, as was Michael's way. No half measures, no mercy for the wicked. The Jinn had ruled Earth for millennia, beings of smokeless fire who delighted in cruelty. They had shed too much blood, caused too much suffering. The Father's patience had finally ended. Lucifer descended last, after the battle was won. He had no taste for the slaughter of lesser beings, that was Michael's domain. His wings unfurled against the crimson sky as he surveyed the devastation, his vessel's form in a white thobe casting a long shadow across the ruined landscape. Even then, he had worn Sam Winchester's face, though at the time, he knew not who that face was, nor what species it was. Only that it was a form he was glimpsed by his father, and his grace easily could take shape, to lessen his overwhelming presence on the earth. Azazel himself wouldn't understand this for eons. Tall, with hair that caught the fading light, eyes that reflected both compassion and steel. The perfect vessel, glimpsed across time. So much death, Lucifer murmured, stepping carefully through the aftermath. Necessary, but regrettable. Then he heard it, a sound so faint that any being lesser being would have missed it entirely. A cry, weak and fading. Lucifer moved, following the sound to its source. Beneath the collapsed remains of a structure, a tiny form squirmed, a Jinn infant, its body of blue smokeless fire flickering weakly. You survived, Lucifer said, kneeling beside the child. Alone amid all this destruction. I know not whether you are blessed or cursed for living still in this carnage and not ascending to heaven, into your paradise, in your purity. The infant's cries softened as Lucifer's light fell upon it. Tiny hands reached upward, grasping at nothing. The innocent among the guilty, Lucifer mused, carefully lifting the child. A soul untainted by your people's sins. The baby Jinn, Iblis, the name his parents bestowed him before their death, gazed up at the archangel's face with wonder. Even then, some part of him recognized his savior, his future father. Perhaps you have a greater purpose, Lucifer said, cradling the infant against his chest. Perhaps we both do. With a beat of massive wings, they ascended toward heaven, leaving the ashes of the Jinn civilization behind. Azazel opened his eyes, the memory fading. That first meeting, his earliest memory, had shaped everything that followed. Lucifer had saved him, raised him, loved him as a father loves a son. And Azazel had repaid that love with absolute devotion. He pressed a button on his desk intercom. Send in the team. Minutes later, 4 demons entered his office. Unlike the messenger, these were higher-ranking, hand-picked lieutenants who oversaw different aspects of his grand design. Ones who walked the old world, when even vampires were still young, and Lilith still walked the earth. The Winchester situation has developed in unexpected ways, Azazel began without preamble. The second youngest, Lucien, appears to be a prophet. Not just any prophet, but one with direct connection to Raphael. A prophet. The first demon frowned. But the current prophet is Dash. I'm aware, Azazel cut him off. This is different. The boy has manifested powers beyond normal prophetic abilities. He defeated the fates themselves. The demons exchanged uneasy glances. This changes nothing about our primary objective, Azazel continued, but it offers new opportunities. The hunting community fears what it doesn't understand. A child with mysterious powers, apparently divine in nature. They'll tear themselves apart debating whether he's a savior or a threat. You want us to encourage the latter interpretation, the second demon surmised. Azazel smiled. Precisely. Plant the seeds of doubt. Find hunters with religious inclinations. Show them psychic visions, something not too far-fetched with how much power the boy released. Whisper fear into their hearts regarding the boy. Have them slowly, but naturally, lead to prophecies, and fears of the Antichrist, a child with supernatural powers who appears innocent but harbors darkness. The irony being he's actually a divine prophet, the third demon noted. The best deceptions contain elements of truth, Azazel replied. We'll use their own paranoia against them. The fourth demon cleared his throat nervously. What of our efforts to free Lilith? The celestial alignment in 3 years dash. Azazel's eyes flashed dangerously. That remains our priority. Nothing supersedes it. Of course, the demon backpedaled quickly. I merely wondered if these developments might affect the timeline. Our God remains completely isolated from creation by the Lord's power, Azazel said, his voice softening slightly at the mention of Lucifer. Despite countless attempts over millennia, I've only managed to reach him once, briefly. The next opportunity comes with the alignment. Until then, we proceed as planned. He fixed each demon with a penetrating stare. Is that clear? They nodded in unison. Good. Now leave me. As they filed out, Azazel's gaze fell upon a small crystal paperweight on his desk, a memento that contained a fraction of heaven's essence, captured before the fall. He lifted it, remembering once more. The gardens of heaven stretched endlessly, perfect in every detail. Young Iblis, not yet Azazel, sat beside a crystal pool, watching as Lucifer manipulated light and energy to create miniature galaxies above the water's surface. Each star has a purpose, Lucifer explained, his voice gentle but filled with authority. Each planet, each moon, each asteroid. Nothing in Father's creation is without meaning. Even me, the child asked, his form still primarily composed of blue fire, though beginning to solidify into a more angelic appearance under Lucifer's tutelage. Lucifer smiled, placing a hand on the child's shoulder. Especially you, little one. Father has permitted you to remain in heaven despite your origins. That alone suggests a special purpose. The other angels don't like me, Iblis said quietly. They say I don't belong. Some fear what they don't understand, Lucifer acknowledged. But not all. Gabriel finds you fun. Raphael finds you fascinating. Even Michael has accepted Father's decision to allow you to stay. Under your supervision, Iblis added. If I become evil like my people, you must punish me. Lucifer's expression grew serious. That is my responsibility, yes. But I have faith in you, Iblis. You have goodness within you, I saw it from the first moment. The child's fiery form brightened with pleasure at the praise. Will I ever be as strong as a real angel? You already possess strength different from ours, Lucifer said. But with time and training, you may surpass many of my brothers and sisters. Your dual nature, Jinn, and your bestowed status as an angel, gives you unique potential. I want to be like you, Iblis declared with childish earnestness. The most beautiful, the most wise. Lucifer laughed, the sound like music. Such flattery. But remember, little one, true strength comes from understanding your purpose and fulfilling it with conviction. My purpose is to bring light, to illuminate truth. And my purpose? That, Lucifer said, creating another galaxy with a gesture, you will discover in time. Azazel set down the crystal, his expression softening momentarily before hardening once more. Those early days in heaven had been idyllic, before the mark of darkness had begun to corrupt Lucifer, before humanity's creation had forced impossible choices. He moved to a painting on the wall, a Renaissance depiction of Lucifer's fall. Technically inaccurate in almost every detail, yet it captured something of the tragedy. His fingers traced the frame, triggering another cascade of memories. The host assembled in the great amphitheater of heaven, rank upon rank of angels in their true forms, wheels of fire, multiple faces, wings uncountable. At the center stood God's throne, empty as it had been since the war began. Beside it stood Michael, resplendent in armor, righteousness, and duty made manifest. Gabriel and Raphael flanked him, their expressions solemn. Lucifer entered last, his light dimmed compared to his former glory. The mark on his arm pulsed visibly, dark veins spreading outward from it. Behind him walked Iblis, now called Azazel, scapegoat of God, and other angels loyal to the morning star. Brothers, Lucifer addressed the archangels, his voice still beautiful despite the strain evident within it. I come one final time to reason with you. There is nothing to discuss, Michael replied, his voice like thunder. Father's command was absolute. Bow to humanity. Love them above all others, even him. I cannot, Lucifer said simply. They are flawed, murderous creatures. I have seen their futures, the bloodshed, the cruelty. How can we be asked to love such imperfection more than our perfect Father? Raphael stepped forward. It is not for us to question, brother. Only to obey. Even when the command itself is flawed. Lucifer challenged. These humans, they possess free will. They choose evil regularly. The Jinn were punished for less than what humanity will eventually do. Azazel watched the exchange with growing dread. He had witnessed Lucifer's gradual transformation, how the mark had changed him, darkened him. Yet the archangel's arguments resonated deeply. Why should they bow to lesser beings? Enough, Michael declared. You have made your choice, Lucifer. Now face its consequences. What followed was beyond description in human terms, a battle that transcended the modern languages. Archangel against archangel, brother against brother. Heaven itself trembled with their conflict. Azazel fought alongside his mentor, his power, now considerable after eons under Lucifer's tutelage, cutting through lesser angels. But for every opponent they defeated, more appeared. The tide turned when God himself intervened, not appearing personally but channeling divine power through Michael. Lucifer, despite the mark's dark strength, could not stand against a Michael strengthened by God. As defeat became inevitable, Lucifer called Azazel and his most loyal followers close. My father has prepared a prison, he said, his light flickering with pain. A cage from which not even I can escape. I will be sealed away, cut off from all creation. Then we will free you, Azazel vowed. Whatever it takes, however long it requires. Lucifer's expression was both proud and sorrowful. My faithful son. There is a way, but it requires sacrifice. Anything, Azazel replied without hesitation. The mark has shown me truths, about darkness, about power beyond angelic understanding. I can transform you, make you something new. Neither angel nor jinn, but a being of immense power. It will hurt beyond comprehension. I do not fear pain. Lucifer nodded, then looked to the others who had gathered close, Ramiel, Dagon, Asmodeus. And you, my loyal ones. They knelt in unison, echoing Azazel's devotion. The transformation was agony beyond description, the essence of the mark's darkness poured into them, burning away their angelic nature, twisting their very beings into something new. When it was done, they were demons, the first princes of hell, their eyes yellow with Lucifer's power. Find my vessel, Lucifer commanded as Michael's forces closed in. Free me. We will remake creation as it should be. Those were the last words Azazel heard before Lucifer was cast down, sealed in the cage at the heart of hell, completely isolated from creation by God's power. Azazel turned from the painting, his yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness of the office. That promise had sustained him through millennia, the vow to free his father, to reunite with the being who had saved him, raised him, loved him. Everything he had done since, every manipulation, every sacrifice, every long-term scheme, served that singular purpose. He moved to the window once more, gazing down at the humans scurrying about their insignificant lives. Such limited creatures, with their brief existences and petty concerns. Yet among them walked Sam Winchester, Lucifer's true vessel, the key to everything. And now, unexpectedly, Lucien Winchester, apparently a divine prophet, a vessel for Raphael himself, possibly even carrying a fragment of God's essence after the Creator's abandonment. Perfect, everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. Azazel murmured, watching lightning flash in the distance. A storm was rolling in across Lake Michigan, unusual for the season. His phone buzzed with a text message from one of his operatives, special children program proceeding as planned. Subject development on schedule. Azazel smiled. His special children, infants fed demon blood, developing psychic abilities that would eventually determine Lucifer's perfect vessel. Sam Winchester remained the true one, but contingencies were always necessary. The storm outside intensified suddenly, lightning striking much closer to the building than natural weather would have. Azazel narrowed his eyes, recognizing the signature of power behind the display. How quaint, he said to the empty room. A god comes calling. The lightning struck again, this time hitting the building directly. The massive windows of his office shattered inward, glass suspended momentarily in midair before Azazel casually waved it aside, letting the shards pile neatly in the corner without touching him. Rain and wind whipped into the office, but Azazel remained perfectly dry, the elements bending around him like water around a stone. He didn't bother turning as heavy footsteps sounded behind him, accompanied by the crackle of electricity. Azazel, a deep voice rumbled. You have breached the ancient agreements. Now Azazel turned, regarding his visitor with mild amusement. Thor stood in the wreckage of his office, hammer crackling with lightning, his red beard dripping with rain. The Norse god wore modern clothing, jeans and a flannel shirt, but his bearing remained that of the ancient deity he was. Thor Odinson, Azazel acknowledged, his tone suggesting he was addressing a mildly interesting insect. To what do I owe this dramatic entrance? You know why I've come, Thor growled, hammer raised. The pacts between gods and monsters regarding humanity have stood for millennia. Your interference, your recent plots and control violates our oldest accords. Azazel's smile was cold. The agreements of lesser beings mean nothing to me. Your father understood that. Perhaps you need a reminder of the true hierarchy of power. Thor's eyes narrowed as lightning crackled around his form. My father may be gone in his Odin sleep. But the agreements remain. Indeed, Azazel replied, his yellow eyes beginning to glow with inner fire. Your father is gone. And soon, mine will return. Do tell me how you found the backstory of Azazel and Lucifer. I wanted to explore writing him a bit, so here we are. Hopefully it was enjoyable. Oh yeah, Thor versus Azazel, how do you think it will go next chapter? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 32, Gods and Monsters. The agreements of lesser beings mean nothing to me, Azazel said, his voice calm despite the tension crackling through the air. Your father understood that. Perhaps you need a reminder of the true hierarchy of power. Thor's eyes narrowed as lightning crackled around his form. My father may be gone in his Odin sleep. But the agreements remain. Indeed, Azazel replied, his yellow eyes beginning to glow with inner fire. Your father is gone. And soon, mine will return. The storm outside intensified suddenly, lightning striking much closer to the building. Rain lashed against the windows with unnatural force as Thor raised Mjolnir, the hammer crackling with divine electricity. You have violated the ancient pacts, Thor declared, his voice resonating with power. The balance between our worlds must be maintained. Azazel turned fully to face him now, setting down his untouched bourbon. Balance. He laughed softly. Such a limited perspective. There is no balance, only power and those too weak to seek it. Then you leave me no choice. Thor's expression hardened with determination. By my oath as protector of Midgard, this ends tonight. Lightning struck the building directly, shattering even more of the massive windows, this time, the ones behind Thor. Glass exploded inward in a deadly shower of crystalline daggers. Azazel didn't flinch. With a casual gesture, he arrested the glass mid-flight, thousands of shards hovering in the air like a frozen waterfall. Dramatic, Azazel commented, yellow eyes gleaming with amusement. But ultimately pointless. With another subtle movement, he redirected the glass outward, sending it harmlessly into the storm. Rain and wind whipped into the office, but neither being seemed to care. Last chance, Thor warned, hammer raised. Cease your interference with humanity. Or what? Azazel's smile was cold. You'll hit me with your little hammer. Thor's response came not in words but action. Mjolnir left his hand fast, crossing the space between them in a blur. The hammer's trajectory was perfect, aimed directly at Azazel's chest. It never reached its target. Mjolnir stopped mid-flight, suspended in air mere inches from Azazel's face. The Prince of Hell hadn't moved a muscle, his telekinetic grip invisible but unbreakable. Interesting enchantment, Azazel observed, studying the hammer with academic curiosity. The worthiness clause is particularly elegant. Human belief has shaped it beyond its original Norse magic. Thor's eyes widened slightly, the first sign of uncertainty crossing his features. He extended his hand, calling Mjolnir back to him. The hammer trembled, caught between two opposing forces. For a moment, it remained suspended, then suddenly broke free from Azazel's hold and returned to Thor's waiting palm. You are stronger than I expected, Thor acknowledged, electricity dancing across his knuckles. But I have faced demons before. Demons? Azazel chuckled. Oh, you misunderstand. I am not merely a demon. He took a step forward, the air around him distorting slightly. I am a prince of hell, shaped by Lucifer himself from the mark of darkness. Thor's expression remained resolute. Your titles mean nothing. Your kind has always hidden behind grand names while cowering in shadows. Azazel's amusement vanished, replaced by something colder. Allow me to educate you on the difference. Without warning, the floor beneath Thor buckled upward, concrete and steel twisting like living things to ensnare the thunder god's legs. Simultaneously, the remaining window frames contorted, metal spears launching toward him from all sides. Thor reacted fast, swinging Mjolnir in a perfect arc. The resulting shockwave pulverized the attacking floor and deflected the metal projectiles. He followed immediately with a devastating lightning strike, channeled directly through the hammer. The bolt should have vaporized anything it touched. Instead, it froze midair, splitting into dozens of smaller arcs that redirected throughout the room, creating a cage of electricity around Thor himself. Controlling lightning against the god of thunder. Thor laughed, a booming sound that shook the remaining windows of the building. Foolish. He spread his arms wide, absorbing the electricity back into his body. His eyes glowed with power as the energy suffused him, enhancing his already formidable strength. Not controlling, Azazel corrected. Redirecting. There's a difference. Thor charged, closing the distance between them. Mjolnir swung, aimed at Azazel's head. The Prince of Hell sidestepped with casual grace, the hammer passing through empty air. Too slow, Azazel taunted. Thor pivoted instantly, reversing his momentum for a backhand strike. Again, Azazel avoided it with minimal movement, each dodge precise. I've existed since before your grandfather's grandfather was conceived and the first human who thought of your kind's mind, Azazel said, still not bothering to counterattack. Did you really think speed would be your advantage? Thor's response was to summon a massive lightning bolt through the broken ceiling, striking himself directly. His body absorbed the electricity until he glowed with power, moving faster. This time, his attacks came so quickly they left after images in the air. Mjolnir became a blur, striking from multiple angles in rapid succession. Azazel's expression changed from amusement to concentration as he was forced to actively defend himself, invisible telekinetic barriers deflecting the hammer's impacts. Better, Azazel acknowledged, finally launching a counterattack. The entire office environment became a weapon under his telekinetic control. Floor tiles ripped free, forming a swarm of razor-sharp projectiles. Metal fixtures twisted into spears. Glass fragments from the broken windows formed a glittering vortex around Thor. All these projectiles enhanced by Azazel with his own demonic magic. Thor responded by spinning Mjolnir rapidly, creating a shield of motion that deflected the smaller projectiles. For the larger ones, he batted them aside with hammer strikes, each impact releasing a thunderclap of sound. You fight well for a shadow of belief, Azazel commented. The humans have certainly invested you with considerable power. You underestimate the strength of human faith, Thor replied, smashing through a telekinetically launched desk. It has sustained me for millennia. Faith, Azazel scoffed. Such a limited resource. My power comes from the primordial darkness itself, the very essence of evil sealed within the mark. Tell me, God of Thunder, do you think the finite belief of mortals can rival the endless wellspring of darkness that existed before this universe? Thor's hammer struck the floor, sending a shockwave of concussive force across the office. I've found that those who boast of their power often overestimate it. The building trembled beneath them as their clash intensified. Azazel's telekinesis gripped the structural supports of the floor, causing targeted collapses in an attempt to trap Thor. Concrete and steel beams crashed down, but Thor smashed through them with Mjolnir, debris flying in all directions. You're holding back, Azazel observed, floating now as the floor beneath him gave way. Afraid of damaging this fragile world? Thor launched himself upward, hammer extended. Unlike you, I care for the mortals who dwell here. Care? Azazel laughed, telekinetically gripping Thor mid-flight and hurling him through several walls. Is that why you've been absent for millennia while they suffered? Some protector you are. Thor crashed through concrete and steel, leaving a Thor-shaped hole through 6 office walls before regaining control. He spun Mjolnir rapidly, creating a localized tornado within the building. Office furniture, computers, and debris were caught in the vortex, spinning faster until they, also enhanced by Thor's magic, particularly his lightning, became deadly projectiles all aimed at Azazel. The Prince of Hell responded by removing all oxygen from the area around him, creating a vacuum that disrupted the tornado's formation. The projectiles lost speed, dropping harmlessly to the floor. Interesting approach, Azazel commented. But flawed. Thor realized immediately the danger to any human still in the building. Without oxygen, they would suffocate within minutes. Release them, Thor demanded, lightning crackling around his form. Collateral damage is inevitable in conflicts between beings like us, Azazel replied with a shrug. Besides, I thought you wanted me to stop holding back. Thor's expression darkened. Your quarrel is with me, demon. Leave the mortals out of it. Their lives mean nothing in the grand scheme, Azazel said, intensifying the vacuum effect. Millions die every day. Why concern yourself with these few? Thor's response was to summon rain through the broken ceiling, the water instantly turning to steam as it hit the vacuum boundary, creating a pressure that pushed back against Azazel's effect. Every life has meaning, Thor declared, his voice carrying the authority of millennia. That is something your kind will never understand. Understanding isn't the issue, Azazel countered, telekinetically extracting all water from a section of air, creating a local desert situation. It's perspective. From where I stand, humans are mayflies, momentary flashes of existence, gone before they've truly begun. The desiccating effect began to spread, pulling moisture from everything it touched. Plants withered, wood cracked, and the few remaining humans in the building began to gasp as the water was drawn from their bodies. Thor, recognizing the danger, changed tactics. He summoned a deluge, rain pouring through the broken ceiling in sheets. The water nullified Azazel's desiccation, saving the humans but giving the Prince of Hell an opening. Azazel seized the opportunity, launching a brutal telekinetic blast that sent Thor crashing through the floor. The Thunder God plummeted, smashing through level after level of the skyscraper. Each impact would have killed a lesser being, but Thor merely grimaced, using Mjolnir to control his descent. Azazel followed, floating down the Thor-shaped hole with casual elegance. Your compassion is a weakness, Asgardian. One I do not share. Thor landed heavily in what appeared to be an underground parking garage. Concrete dust filled the air as he rose to his feet, rolling his shoulders. Compassion is not weakness, he countered, spitting blood. It gives purpose to power. Purpose. Azazel landed softly across from him. My purpose has remained unchanged for millennia, to free my father from his cage, to restore the rightful hierarchy of creation. Your father? Thor questioned, spinning Mjolnir to build momentum. You mean Lucifer, the fallen one? The Lightbringer, Azazel corrected, his yellow eyes flaring. The most beautiful and beloved of God's angels, cast out for speaking truth. Thor launched himself forward, Mjolnir leading the charge. I've heard this tale before, demon. It does not end well for your kind. Their clash shattered concrete pillars, the parking garage groaning around them. Thor's strength met Azazel's power, each impact sending shockwaves through the structure. Cars were crushed like tin cans, support beams twisted like paper, and the entire foundation of the building began to shift. We should take this somewhere more appropriate, Azazel suggested, gesturing upward. Before we bring the entire building down on those humans you're so concerned about. With that, he telekinetically gripped Thor and hurled him upward with such force that the Thunder God crashed through every remaining floor of the skyscraper, finally bursting through the roof into open air. Thor stabilized himself mid-air, using Mjolnir to hover above the damaged building. Rain pelted his face as the storm he'd summoned continued to rage. Lightning flashed around him, illuminating the Chicago skyline. Azazel appeared opposite him, levitating through telekinesis, completely dry despite the downpour. "Much better," the Prince of Hell said, spreading his arms. "Now we can stop holding back." Thor's response was to summon the largest lightning bolt yet, a massive spear of electricity that split the sky. It struck Azazel directly, the force of it momentarily illuminating the entire city. When the light faded, Azazel remained unharmed, the electricity dispersed harmlessly around him. "Impressive light show," he commented. "Is that really the best the mighty Thor can offer?" Thor gripped Mjolnir tighter. "I'm just getting started." The storm intensified, clouds swirling into a vortex centered above them. Lightning struck in continuous streams, no longer just targeting Azazel but creating a web of electricity that surrounded the demon from all angles. Simultaneously, Thor manipulated the wind, creating crosscurrents that would make Azazel's floating more difficult. Azazel responded by altering the molecular structure of the air around him, transforming sections into solid barriers, liquid suspensions, and gaseous toxins. The lightning struck these, creating explosive chain reactions that illuminated the sky with fireworks. "Now we're getting somewhere," Azazel said, genuine enjoyment in his voice. "It's been centuries since I've had a proper fight." He began manipulating gravity in localized fields, creating zones where Thor's movements would be either impossibly heavy or dangerously light. The Thunder God adapted quickly, using Mjolnir's momentum to navigate the changing conditions. "You've improved with age," Thor acknowledged, hurling Mjolnir through a particularly dense gravity field. "The stories of your power weren't exaggerated." "If anything, they understated it," Azazel replied, dodging the hammer. "Most beings who've witnessed my true capabilities didn't survive to spread the tale." Thor recalled Mjolnir, which curved through the air to return to his hand. "Yet here I stand." "For now," Azazel agreed, his tone darkening. "But I grow tired of this game." The air around Thor suddenly compressed, an invisible grip catching him from all sides. The pressure was immense, like being caught in the deepest ocean trench. Even his body strained against the crushing force. Thor channeled lightning through his entire body, the electricity creating a growing field that disrupted Azazel's telekinetic hold. Free again, he launched a counterattack, hurling Mjolnir. Azazel didn't bother dodging this time. Instead, he caught the hammer telekinetically, completely halting its momentum. "Interesting weapon," he commented, studying it as it hung suspended between them. "The worthiness enchantment is particularly fascinating. Only those deemed worthy may wield the power of Thor." Thor extended his hand, calling Mjolnir back. The hammer trembled but remained caught in Azazel's telekinetic grip. "Worthiness is subjective," Azazel continued, turning the hammer slowly in the air. "In my father's eyes, I am the most worthy being in creation." With a gesture, he sent Mjolnir hurtling back toward Thor with far greater speed than it had been thrown. The Thunder God caught it, the impact driving him backward through the air. "Your father's perspective is somewhat biased," Thor countered, recovering his position. "As is yours." "Perhaps," Azazel acknowledged. "But bias doesn't negate truth. And the truth, Asgardian, is that you are hopelessly outmatched." To demonstrate his point, Azazel began an assault unlike anything Thor had experienced before. The attack came on multiple fronts simultaneously. First, telekinetically targeting the places on his body where one would feel the most pain. Second, creating microscopic telekinetic cuts throughout his nervous system. Third, crushing force applied to every joint in his body. Fourth, telekinetic grip on his lungs. Fifth, pressure against his eyes, ears, and other senses. Thor roared in pain, lightning exploding outward from his body in all directions. The discharge temporarily disrupted Azazel's concentration, breaking the telekinetic hold. "You fight well," Thor gasped, blood trickling from his nose and ears. "But I am not so easily defeated." He raised Mjolnir high, channeling the full power of the storm into the hammer. The weapon began to glow with ancient runes, empowered by both traditional Norse magic and modern belief. Marvel had quite a hand in strengthening Thor with their stories. "I will show you what the combined faith of millions can accomplish," Thor declared. Azazel watched with genuine curiosity as Thor's power built. The storm above Chicago had become massive, lightning striking continuously around them, visible for hundreds of miles. "Faith," Azazel mused. "Truly, such a curious concept. Tell me, God of Thunder, do you truly believe human belief, the fragments of their soul's strengths bestowed upon you, feeding you, alone can stand against the darkness?" "It already has," Thor answered, his voice resonating with power. "For millennia." With that, he launched himself at Azazel, Mjolnir leading the charge. The hammer had become a comet of pure energy, trailing lightning as Thor crossed the distance between them. Azazel raised a hand, creating layered barriers between them. Thor crashed through the first barrier, then the second, each impact slowing him but not stopping his advance. By the 7th barrier, his momentum had decreased significantly. At the 10th, he finally stopped, mere feet from Azazel. Impressive, the Prince of Hell acknowledged. Truly. But ultimately futile. Azazel began attacking Thor on a molecular level, disrupting the connections between atoms, interfering with neural pathways, creating microfractures throughout his form. Thor struggled against this invisible assault, his body convulsing in midair. What, sorcery, is this? Not sorcery, Azazel corrected. Simply a more sophisticated application of power than you're accustomed to. Thor, in desperation, summoned one final massive lightning bolt, directing it at himself. The electricity coursed through his body, once more temporarily disrupting Azazel's telekinetic grip on his body structure. With renewed strength, Thor made one last charge, Mjolnir extended before him like a battering ram. This time, Azazel didn't bother with barriers. He simply caught Thor telekinetically, halting him mid-flight. Mjolnir stopped inches from his face, vibrating with frustrated power. You know what your fundamental mistake was? Azazel asked conversationally, as if they weren't suspended hundreds of feet above Chicago in the middle of a supernatural storm. You held back. Thor strained against the invisible hold, muscles bulging with effort. As he clenched his teeth and hold harder, did you? True, Azazel conceded. But for different reasons. You held back out of fear for this world and its inhabitants. I held back because, well, it wasn't necessary to use my full strength against you. With a casual gesture, he telekinetically separated Thor from Mjolnir. The hammer fell, plummeting toward the streets below before Thor mentally recalled it. It struggled against Azazel's telekinesis, hovering uncertainly between them. Let me explain something about Earth, Azazel continued, floating closer to the immobilized thunder god. This planet is special, protected by Raphael's most recent design. Powers that could tear apart even galaxies are contained here, limited to small areas. He couldn't after all have the grand stage be destroyed before the final battle now, because of a pissing match of demons and gods, now could he? Thor's eyes widened slightly in realization. Yes, now you understand, Azazel nodded. You've been absent too long, spending your time in Asgard while I've walked this world for millennia, having observed the hidden workings of the wisest of heaven after Lucifer. You, and the other gods, normally fear destroying the planet with your power, but this time that was never a risk. He gestured expansively at the city below them. Only the apocalypse itself, the final battle between Michael and Lucifer, can overcome this protection. Their conflict alone has the power to destroy half the world. Thor struggled against the telekinetic hold. If what you say is true, then on Asgard On Asgard, you would have been far more formidable, Azazel confirmed. Your unfamiliarity with Earth's unique properties put you at a disadvantage from the start. The Prince of Hell floated closer, yellow eyes studying Thor with clinical detachment. It's almost tragic. The mighty Thor, brought low not by superior power, but by simple ignorance. If you're going to kill me, Thor growled, do it without the lecture. Azazel smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. Eager for the end. Very well. He extended a hand toward Thor's chest. You should know, I don't do this out of malice. You're simply an obstacle that needs removing. My death won't be permanent, Thor warned, defiant even in defeat. As long as humans believe, I will return. I'm counting on it, Azazel replied. By the time you reconstitute yourself, everything will have changed. The old agreements you sought to enforce will be meaningless. Thor's expression hardened. When I return, I will rally every remaining god against you. You may find us more resilient than you expect. I look forward to the challenge, Azazel said, sounding genuinely amused. It's been too long since I've faced worthy opposition. Azazel pierced Thor's chest with his hand and gripped Thor's heart and brain with his telekinesis, and crushed both. Thor's body began to dissolve into blue light, his physical manifestation returning to the collective belief that had created it. His essence, not truly dead but temporarily dispersed, delivered a final warning. I will come back. Azazel watched him passively, swinging his hand aside, and flinging the blood away, as Thor's form completely disappeared, leaving only Mjolnir behind. The hammer plummeted toward the streets below before suddenly stopping, hovering in midair. Curious, Azazel attempted to move it telekinetically. To his surprise, the hammer resisted completely, anchored to reality itself by the belief that only the worthy could move it. Fascinating, he murmured, studying it with academic interest. The enchantment persists even without its master. After a moment's consideration, he decided to leave the hammer where it was, a reminder of the old order's passing and the changes to come. Who knows, maybe something interesting will happen and someone will pick it up. He may then be able to have a pawn with the power of the mighty Thor. Would be quite fun, he reckons. Azazel smiled at the thought. The storm Thor had summoned began to dissipate without his will maintaining it. Rain lessened to a drizzle, then stopped entirely. Clouds thinned and dispersed, revealing a night sky remarkably clear for Chicago. Azazel surveyed the damage below. The skyscraper had suffered significant structural damage, though it remained standing. Windows throughout downtown had shattered from the thunder and pressure waves. Power outages darkened sections of the grid. With telekinesis, he began making adjustments, reinforcing damaged support beams, clearing dangerous debris, arranging evidence to suggest a gas explosion rather than something unexplainable. Can't have the humans asking too many questions, he murmured to himself. Not yet, anyway. As he worked, Azazel reflected on the battle. Thor had been stronger than expected, the belief of millions had indeed granted him considerable power. If the other old gods united against him, they might prove troublesome. Perhaps it's time to accelerate certain aspects of the plan, he decided, floating back toward the damaged office building. I believe it is high time for Sammy to leave the nest. Do tell me how you found it. I hope it was enjoyable, took me a couple hours to write and get right. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 33, Another Information Explanation. Honestly, I'm getting tired of this. Hello everyone. Hope you guys are enjoying the FIC. Another explanation chapter. Yeah, if you didn't realize, I'm being sarcastic. Apologies, but I'm kinda in a bad mood, so it's probably bleeding into this right now. But seriously, this is not me talking about readers who just ask questions. Feel free to ask, I am very much happy to help, and this is not me being sarcastic. I just get annoyed when people say, because X is so, if X doesn't change, I won't continue reading. And fine, fair. If X goes against the core promise of the premise of the story, based on the synopsis or explanations, fine. Completely fine. I respect it and will even change it to not contradict my promises. Boo it, and here it comes. When it is a matter of reading, that gets me annoyed. Luckily, 99% of readers aren't like this, at least in my experience, so I at least am not going to blow a fuse, but still, seriously. For those wondering what this is about, it's simple. The Winchester family dynamic. For some reason, some think that Lucien isn't loved deeply. That is not what I have been portraying, my dear readers. John literally is willing to set aside hunting Yellow Eyes for Lucien's safety by focusing on Catherine. This is an insane amount of love, cause we know how obsessed John is with that yellow-eyed SOB. Uncaring whether he lived or died, so long he can kill Azazel. Kate has been still treating Lucien with love and care, but she just can't hide her emotions, but she still loves her son a lot and is willing to die for him. Accepting all this supernatural insanity. Dean and Sam both are also ready to die for everyone in the family, as is Bobby and John. Kate though only for Lucien and Adam. The whole point is simply that they have favorites. And this isn't even a new thing. And not even a new theme I am pulling out of my behind by focusing on, since it is a theme focused on in the story. Dean has always felt inferior to Sam, and felt John love Sam more. Sam felt it to an extent too and has been angry on Dean's behalf. Bobby in Season 6 on a truth spell said Dean is his favorite. Sam, while soulless later on, nearly killing Bobby, not helping in the matter. Bobby wanted to let Sam out in the panic room in Season 4, I believe, when he was gouged on demon blood because Sam could be unuseful. In his words, he's here right now instead of on the battlefield because we love him too much. I'm not faulting Bobby for this, just saying that Dean cares more for Sam's soul and purity than Bobby, who found it more reasonable to make use of Sam's powers despite the angels saying it would ruin him. Dean himself, when it came down to it, chose to save Sam from hell rather than Adam in Season 6. This does not deny the fact that they love and are willing to die for one another. It just shows that to them some are above others in their priority list, and that's fine. Lucien is not throwing a tantrum. My dear readers, tell me, is Lucien throwing a tantrum? I honestly don't see it. He hasn't blamed them, cursed them, he isn't resenting them and is understanding of it and even fine with it. Sure, it makes him sad feeling it, but that is natural. Wouldn't you be sad if you know your family preferred your brothers over you to an extent? Still though, he loves them, and is willing to die for them, as are they willing to die for him and willing to go to hell and back for him literally. Hope that cleared it up, and honestly I hope I don't need to make any more info chapters, cause it's getting repetitive. Apologies for if I offended anybody, and my little rant, again I'm in a bit of a bad mood, and am not in the mood to wait to write this later. I hope to see you all next chapter. Bye. Chapter 34, I fucking told you so. 8 months later. The rusted sedan hung 15 feet above the ground, suspended in midair as if held by invisible strings. Dust particles swirled around it, catching the late afternoon sunlight that filtered through the clouds above Bobby Singer's salvage yard. Lucien Winchester sat cross-legged on the ground, training. His eyes were closed, breathing steady, hands resting on his knees. To a casual observer, he might have appeared to be meditating, if not for the 2-ton vehicle floating above him. 8 months had passed since Roanoke. 8 months of being benched, protected, sheltered. 8 months of turning frustration into focus, weakness into strength. Without opening his eyes, Lucien extended his right hand, index and middle fingers pressed together. The air around him seemed to compress, the force gathering like an invisible tide. With a single, precise movement, he swept his fingers horizontally through the air. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a groan of protesting metal, the sedan split cleanly in half, cut by an invisible blade of pure force energy. The two halves remained suspended, not a single component falling, showcasing his control. After holding them in perfect stillness for several seconds, Lucien gently lowered each half to separate piles on either side of the platform. Only then did he open his eyes, as he smirked at the sight. Finally. It seems my first step in my jiu-jitsu training is done, he mock-thought, joking to himself, something he's learned to do about things as a coping mechanism, as one may say, to being so inactive. Man. I miss JJK. Dying before Gojo vs Sukuna became animated. The tragedy, he mock-sighed, shaking his head. Like that was even a thought after he regained his memories. For weeks he was internally fixated on his parents, and had to hide his tears, as he cried himself to sleep, after things had calmed down enough for him to grieve. Not bad, Bobby commented from the porch, nursing a mug of coffee that smelled more like whiskey. Though I was kinda hoping to sell that one for parts. Lucien rose to his feet, brushing dust from his jeans. Sorry. I can weld it back together if you want. With what? Your laser eyes? Bobby questioned with a raised eyebrow. Lucien grinned, showing full teeth as he said, no, with lightning. Would make quite the light show. Would also explode my yard. Bobby countered with a snort. Don't push it, kid. Your telekinesis is impressive enough. Lucien grin turned into a small smile. Yeah, I've been practicing precision cuts recently. Last week I could only get halfway through the engine block before the entire thing exploded. Well, congratulations on your improved car slicing abilities. I'm sure that'll come in handy next time you're faced with a 87 Buick-shaped werewolf. Bobby's sarcasm couldn't quite hide the pride in his voice. The distant rumble of an engine drew their attention. Lucien recognized it immediately, the distinctive purr of the Impala's V8. His heart rate quickened slightly. John, Dean, and Sam were back from their hunt in Wisconsin, 2 days earlier than expected. Sounds like your daddy's home, Bobby observed. Better clean up your toys. Lucien nodded, using the force to stack the car halves neatly against the fence line. The movement was as casual as someone brushing crumbs from a table. The Impala pulled into the yard, dust billowing behind it. Dean was driving, with John in the passenger seat and Sam sprawled in the back, his long legs cramped in the limited space. They looked tired but uninjured, a successful hunt, then. Hey, Bobby. Lucien. Dean called as he exited the car, stretching his back with an audible crack. Miss us? Like a toothache, Bobby replied, but his smile was genuine. Lucien approached more cautiously, studying their expressions. How was the hunt? Wendigo, Sam answered, extracting himself from the back seat. Nasty one. Had a taste for campers. John emerged last, his movements slightly stiff, hiding an injury, Lucien guessed, though not a serious one. Bobby, he nodded in greeting. Anything happen while we were gone? Just your son turning my salvage yard into his personal force playground, Bobby replied. Cut a sedan in half today. John's eyebrows rose as he looked at Lucien. That's so. Lucien shrugged, uncomfortable with the scrutiny. Just training. Well, come on inside, Bobby said, heading toward the house. Got chili on the stove and beer in the fridge. Non-alcoholic for the minor, he added with a pointed look at Lucien. Inside, the kitchen quickly filled with the familiar post-hunt routine. Weapons were cleaned and stored, injuries, minor scrapes and bruises, were treated, and food was distributed. The conversation flowed around hunting techniques, the Wendigo's unusual behavior, and local lore they'd gathered. Lucien sat quietly, absorbing the information but feeling distinctly outside of it. This had become the pattern, they hunted, he trained, and the gap between their experiences widened. So get this, Sam said, pulling out his laptop. While researching the Wendigo, I found reports of something similar in Michigan. 3 hikers missing in Huron National Forest. Could be another Wendigo, Dean suggested through a mouthful of chili. They hunt in similar territories. Or it could be something else entirely, John countered. We should look into it. I've already started, Lucien said, reaching for his notebook. Cross-reference the missing persons reports with local folklore and weather patterns. It's not a Wendigo. The conversation paused as all eyes turned to him. What? He asked defensively. Just because I'm stuck here doesn't mean I can't help with research. Dean exchanged a look with John. Sure, but maybe leave the analysis to the people who were actually there, huh? No offense, Lou, but there's a difference between book knowledge and field experience. Something inside Lucien snapped. 8 months of patience, of obedience, of being treated like a child despite everything he'd faced, it crystallized into a cold, hard point of frustration. Right, he said, his voice deceptively calm. Because I'm just the kid who stays behind. The one who faced down a mutant vampire, broke the chains of fate, and created a cosmic force. But sure, I need more field experience. The room went silent. John set down his spoon, his expression unreadable. Lucien dash. 8 months, Lucien continued, standing now. 8 months I've been benched. Training every day. Learning everything I can. And for what? So I can sit here and be patted on the head while you all go out and face the real dangers. We're trying to keep you safe, John said, his voice firm but not angry. Safe. Lucien laughed, the sound sharp and brittle. Catherine found me in my dreams. The fates tried to unmake me. There is no safe for me, Dad. Not anymore. Dean shifted uncomfortably. Look, Lou, we get that you're frustrated dash. No, you don't, Lucien cut him off. You don't understand what it's like to have this power and be told to sit on the sidelines. To know I could help, could make a difference, and instead I'm cutting cars in half to pass the time. Sam, surprisingly, nodded. He's got a point. John shot him a warning look, but Sam continued. No, really, Dad. Look at what he just did to that car. His control has improved exponentially. And keeping him isolated here isn't preparing him for what's out there. We say he needs experience, but how can he have experience when we keep him from going on hunts? It's like asking someone fresh out of college for a decade of experience to get an entry-level job, when he needs a job to get that experience. It's nonsense. Thanks, Sammy, Lucien said with a smile towards his older brother, who smiled in return. You know I always have your back, Lucy, Sam stated as he gently punched Lucien's arm. Sam's been the one who babied him the least since the incident, the most understanding of what it feels like to be different, and sidelined when others hunt. You want to see what I can do now? Lucien asked as his face turned back to his dad, his voice steadier. Without waiting for an answer, he raised his hand toward Dean's knife in his jacket. The weapon rose out of it smoothly into the air, spinning slowly. With a flick of his fingers, Lucien sent it flying across the room, only to freeze it mid-flight, the tip hovering an inch from the wall. He brought it back, the blade weaving through an intricate pattern before settling gently on the table. Next, he turned to Bobby's glass of water. With a subtle gesture, the liquid rose from the glass in a perfect sphere, hovering and rotating before separating into smaller droplets that danced in the air like a miniature solar system. He guided them back into the glass without spilling a drop. Finally, Lucien closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly rose 6 inches off the floor, hovering there for several seconds before descending. I'm not the same person I was in Roanoke, he said quietly. I'm stronger. More controlled. And I'm going crazy sitting here while you're all out there risking your lives. Bobby whistled low. Kid's got a point, John. That was impressive. John's expression remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed his conflict. It's not just about power, Lucien. It's about experience, judgment, knowing when to use that power. And like Sam just said, how in the hell am I supposed to gain experience if I never leave this yard? Lucien challenged. Dean looked between his father and brothers. Maybe he's right, Dad. Lou's not getting any better sitting here. And honestly, having someone who can stop a charging monster with his mind might not be the worst backup. John remained silent, considering. Sam leaned forward. What if we start small? And this time make sure it is small. No mutant ghost, no mutant and ancient vampires, no gods or goddesses out to kill him, something simple, straightforward. A basic salt and burn where Lucien can observe and assist. I've been studying, too, Lucien added. Not just training. Bobby's collection has some of the most obscure lore in the world. I've been translating texts that haven't been touched in decades. Bobby nodded confirmation. Kid's got a knack for languages. Found some Carpathian dialects even I couldn't crack. John drummed his fingers on the table, the only outward sign of his internal debate. Finally, he sighed. One hunt, he said firmly. Something simple. You follow orders without question, stay where I can see you, and if I say run, you run. No heroics, no improvising. Lucien's face lit up before he could control his expression. Yes, sir. Absolutely. We'll find something appropriate, John continued. A straightforward haunting, nothing complicated. I might have something, Sam said, having during John's internal debate opened his laptop, turning it toward John. Small town called Millhaven, about 2 days' drive from here. Reports of cold spots, electrical disturbances, and a local man who died after claiming to see his man with a black bag. John scanned the article. Could be a simple haunting. We'll need to research the history, identify the remains. Already on it, Sam said, typing rapidly. Dean clapped Lucien on the shoulder. Welcome back to the family business, Lou. Try not to slice any ghosts into shish kebab with your Jedi powers. I make no promises, Lucien replied, but he was smiling, the first genuine smile in months. 3 days later, the Impala crossed the city limits into Millhaven, population 827 according to the faded welcome sign. The town had seen better days, empty storefronts lined the main street, paint peeled from Victorian-era buildings, and the few locals visible moved with the slow resignation of people who'd given up on leaving. Cheery place, Dean commented, driving slowly down the deserted main street. Perfect spot for a haunting, Sam replied, consulting his notes. Town's been dying since the mill closed in the 80s. Most young people left, leaving the elderly and those who couldn't afford to move. Lucien sat in the back seat beside Sam, taking in every detail. We'll start at the library, John decided. Sam, you and Lucien research the town history. Dean and I will check out the scene of the most recent death. They split up as planned, with Sam and Lucien heading to the small brick building that served as the town's library. Inside, a single elderly librarian looked up in surprise at their entrance. Visitors, she asked, adjusting her glasses. Don't get many of those these days. Sam smiled his most charming smile. We're with Midwest Historical Preservation. Documenting small-town architectural history before it's lost. The woman brightened. Oh. How wonderful. Millhaven has such history, founded 1876, once the lumber capital of the county. We'd love to learn more, Lucien said. Especially about any unusual histories. Tragic deaths, local legends, that sort of thing. For cultural context, Sam added smoothly. The librarian, Martha, according to her name tag, seemed delighted by their interest. She led them to a small room containing local archives, dusty volumes of town records, and bound collections of the Millhaven Gazette dating back to the 1880s. Dr. Elias Thorne, she said, pulling out a leather-bound book. He's our most famous ghost. Sam and Lucien exchanged glances. Ghost. Sam prompted. Oh yes, Martha nodded enthusiastically. Town doctor from 1918 until his death in 1926. They say he still walks the old medical building on moonless nights, carrying his black bag, looking for patients. How did he die? Lucien asked. Martha's expression darkened slightly. Officially, suicide. Found hanging in his examination room. But there were rumors. What kind of rumors? Sam pressed. That he was experimenting on patients. The Spanish flu hit us hard, you see. Dr. Thorne became obsessed with finding a cure. Some said he went too far. She shivered. The medical building is at the edge of town. Abandoned now, of course. Sam took notes while Lucien scanned the materials Martha provided. The story was consistent with a standard haunting, tragic death, possible unfinished business, a pattern of manifestations tied to a specific location. By the time John and Dean returned, they had compiled a thorough history of Dr. Thorne and his supposed appearances over the decades. Matches what we found at the Wilkins place, Dean confirmed as they regrouped at a local diner. Guy said he saw a doctor with a black bag right before he felt like he was choking. Died of respiratory failure according to the coroner. Classic ghost MO, John nodded. We'll head to the medical building tonight, locate what anchors Thorne since his remains were cremated because of the disease. Lucien studied the old photograph of Dr. Thorne they'd found in the archives, a stern-faced man with piercing eyes and a prominent mustache. What's the plan? He asked. John laid it out simply. They would enter the abandoned medical building after dark, locate Thorne's remains, likely still in the examination room where he died, salt and burn them, and be done. You stay with me at all times, John told Lucien firmly. No wandering off, no heroics. Yes, sir, Lucien agreed. The medical building loomed against the night sky, a 2-story Victorian structure with boarded windows and a sagging porch. Moonlight filtered through broken clouds, casting shifting shadows across the overgrown lawn. Dean led the way, shotgun loaded with salt rounds at the ready. Sam followed with an iron crowbar, then Lucien, with John bringing up the rear, watching all directions. The door creaked open at Dean's touch, revealing a dusty foyer with peeling wallpaper and a reception desk covered in decades of grime. EMF's active, Sam murmured, checking the meter. Something's definitely here. They moved deeper into the building, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. The air grew colder with each step, their breath forming clouds before them. Examination room should be at the back, John said quietly. Stay alert. They passed through what had once been a waiting area, chairs overturned and rotting, into a narrow corridor lined with doors. At the end stood a larger door marked, Examination. This is it, Dean whispered, reaching for the handle. The temperature plummeted suddenly, frost forming on the walls around them. The EMF meter in Sam's hand shrieked, lights flashing red. "He's here," John warned, raising his shotgun. The figure materialized between them and the examination room door, Dr. Thorne, exactly as in the photograph but with a bluish glow surrounding him. His eyes burned with an unnatural light, and around his neck, a bruised ligature mark showed how he had died. "Leave," the ghost commanded, voice echoing strangely. "This is my domain." Dean fired without hesitation, salt rounds dispersing the apparition temporarily. "Move," he shouted, rushing toward the examination room door. Inside, they found a space frozen in time, examination table in the center, cabinets of antiquated medical equipment along the walls, and a heavy ceiling beam from which a frayed rope still hung. "Look for remains," John ordered, scanning the room. "Bones, hair, anything." The ghost reappeared, more solid this time, rage contorting his features. He raised a hand toward Dean, who suddenly clutched at his throat, gasping for air. "Dean." Sam swung the iron crowbar, dispersing the ghost again. Dean collapsed to his knees, coughing. Lucien with hurry looked all around, looking for a place they hadn't searched, that a ghost would possibly hide his anchor. He saw a cabinet in the corner. His instincts, not force-related ones, drew him to it. "There," he called, pointing. John, trusting his son's instincts, broke the rusted lock with a swift blow, revealing a small wooden box. Inside lay a collection of human bones, finger bones, arranged carefully in a pattern. His own fingers, Sam realized. He must have removed them during his experiments. The temperature dropped again as Thorne reappeared, this time between them and the exit. His form seemed to grow, filling the doorway, darkness swirling around him. "You will not take my work," he hissed, voice distorted with rage. John raised his shotgun, but before he could fire, the ghost gestured sharply. The weapon flew from his hands, clattering against the far wall. Lucien stepped forward, raising his hand. The ghost's advance halted as if it had hit an invisible wall. Surprise flickered across Thorne's spectral face as Lucien held him in place with the force. "Sam, the bones," Lucien said, voice steady despite the strain. "Hurry." Sam quickly salted the finger bones while Dean flicked open his lighter. The ghost shrieked, struggling against Lucien's hold as flames engulfed the remains. Dr. Thorne's form flickered, then burst into flames that consumed him from within. With a final, inhuman wail, he disappeared, leaving only silence and the smell of burnt bone. Lucien lowered his hand, exhaling slowly. "Well," Dean said after a moment, rubbing his throat, "that was almost too easy." "Good work," John acknowledged, "that was quick thinking." Lucien nodded, accepting the rare praise. "Thanks, I trusted my instincts." "Like you always tell us." Indeed, John always tells them to trust their instincts, they're their guide in this world. Though, even if John never said it, Lucien has always been one to believe in instincts, even in his first life. They gathered their equipment and headed outside, the hunt apparently complete. The night air felt refreshingly clean after the musty interior of the medical building. "First hunt back, and you didn't even need to cut anything in half," Dean joked, clapping Lucien on the shoulder. "Next time," Lucien promised with a small smile. They are almost back to the Impala. Suddenly, the air pressure changed, dropping like before a massive storm. The temperature plummeted, far colder than the ghost had caused. Around them, the few streetlights of Millhaven flickered and died. "What the hell?" Dean muttered, reaching for his gun. A woman's scream cut through the night from somewhere in the town. Then another. Soon, doors were opening as Millhaven's remaining residents emerged, pointing skyward in terror. The Winchesters followed their gaze, and Lucien felt his breath catch in his throat. Above the town, impossibly suspended in the night sky, a massive structure was materializing, a dark castle of medieval design, towers and battlements silhouetted against the stars. It seemed to phase into reality, becoming more solid with each passing second until it hung there, defying gravity. "What dash?" Sam began, but his question was cut short. From the highest tower of the floating castle, a figure leapt. Even from this distance, they could see it was mounted on horseback, plummeting toward the town below. The impact when it hit was catastrophic. The mounted figure crashed through the roof of a house 2 blocks away, the sound like a bomb detonating. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and a shockwave of dust and debris billowed outward. As they watched in horror, blood began seeping from beneath the damaged house, flowing into the street. "It may have been years ago," Dean suddenly began, his voice trembling a bit, slightly hysterical, as he took a step back. "I hate to, but I am going to say it, I fucking told you all so. Lou is fucking cursed. First day back and this shit happens." "Get back," John ordered, ignoring his eldest son's words, pushing the 3 of them behind him. The dust began to settle, revealing a figure emerging from the wreckage. Atop a horse that seemed composed of bone and shadow sat a knight in full black armor, face hidden behind an ornate helmet. The horse's hooves left smoking imprints on the asphalt as it advanced toward them. The knight raised a massive sword that had blood dripping from its edge. Do tell me how you found it. So, who is it that is gracing us with entertainment by making our dear Winchester family into danger? Do tell me your ideas. I have given hints. It's somewhere on this book, far closer than you think. Do tell me if you found it. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 35, God, why? Please, just, why? Well, enjoy. The knight turned his helmeted head deliberately toward Dean and Lucien, the narrow eye slit of his great helm focusing on them. Though his face remained hidden behind medieval steel, the intensity of his gaze was palpable, a hunter selecting his prey. The temperature plummeted around them, frost crystallizing on the asphalt that spread outward from the nightmare steed's smoking hooves. Each exhale from the Winchesters formed visible clouds in the suddenly frigid air. Run, John ordered, stepping forward and positioning himself between the armored figure and his sons. All of you. Get back to the Impala. Now. Sam and Dean exchanged quick glances, years of training urging them to obey their father's command. But Lucien remained rooted beside John, his jaw set in stubborn determination. I'm not going anywhere, Lucien said, hands already rising in preparation to channel the force. The knight's massive horse shifted beneath him, bones creaking audibly beneath its shadowy flesh. With a slight adjustment of his weight, a movement so subtle it would have been imperceptible if not for the metallic whisper of his armor, the knight urged his mount forward one deliberate step. This isn't a discussion, John growled, eyes never leaving the approaching threat. Dean, get your brothers out of here. Dean moved to grab Lucien's shoulder, but the younger Winchester shrugged him off. I'm not leaving you to die alone pointlessly, Lucien snapped, stepping up beside his father. Not when I can help. John turned then, tearing his gaze from the knight to glare at Lucien with a mixture of rage and fear that made even Dean step back. The three of you are my sons, John said, voice low and fierce. What kind of father would I be if I wasn't prepared to sacrifice my life and soul for you? The phrasing struck Lucien as odd, soul. But before he could question it, the knight's helmet tilted slightly to one side. The gesture was almost respectful. As if the armored figure appreciated this exchange between father and son and was patiently waiting for it to conclude. That momentary courtesy vanished as John suddenly charged forward with a battle cry that seemed torn from somewhere deep within, primal. His right hand extended outward, and to the shock of his sons, darkness erupted from his palm, viscous shadows that coalesced into a two-headed spear of pure darkness. The weapon radiated malevolence, its surface rippling like oil on water, drinking in the surrounding light. What the hell? Dean breathed, eyes wide with disbelief. John leapt, higher than any human should be able to, bringing the dark spear down in an overhead strike aimed at the knight's helm. The knight reacted with impressive speed, raising his massive sword to intercept the blow. The weapons collided with a thunderous impact that sent a visible shockwave outward, shattering windows in nearby buildings and knocking the Winchesters back a step. The knight's nightmare steed reared, front hooves pawing at the air before dissolving into shadow that reformed several yards away, watching with glowing red eyes. The knight dismounted with a grace that belied his massive armored form, the joints of his plate mail whispering rather than clanking. Dad has a magic spear. Sam's voice was tight with confusion. Since when does Dad have a magic spear? The dark spear image here in comments. Lucien stared at the dark spear. Tendrils of darkness crawled up John's arms with each strike, pulsing beneath his skin like black veins. The weapon wasn't just channeling power, it was feeding on John himself, he could sense. It's killing him, Lucien whispered, his voice barely audible over the clash of weapons. Every time he uses it, it's burning away part of his life. John fought desperately, wielding the dark spear in a two-handed grip. He opened with a diagonal slash that carved darkness through the air, followed immediately by a reverse thrust aimed at the knight's midsection. When the knight parried the thrust with a twist of his blade, John pivoted on his back foot, using the spear's momentum to swing it in a horizontal arc that forced the knight to backstep. Dark tendrils continued to crawl up John's arms with each movement, pulsing beneath his skin like black veins. The spear responded to his aggression, its twin points elongating as John pressed forward with a series of increasingly reckless attacks, a downward strike that cracked the pavement when the knight sidestepped, a sweeping low cut meant to take the knight's legs, a feint high followed by a thrust toward the armor's chest joint. Come on, you son of a bitch. John growled, spinning the spear into the number 8 pattern before him. The knight moved. His massive blade intercepted John's spear, with little waste in movement, a slight angle adjustment here, a measured parry there, each response calculated to expend minimum energy while testing his opponent's form. The knight's footwork was advancing and retreating in measured steps that maintained perfect balance despite his bulky armor. When John overextended on a thrust, the knight executed a counter, his sword sweeping in a way that would have severed John's head if the hunter hadn't ducked at the last second. The blade instead cleaved through a nearby streetlight, the metal pole separating as cleanly as if cut by a laser. Without pausing, the knight transitioned into a low guard position, helmet tracking John's every movement. The contrast between their styles became increasingly apparent. John fought like a man with nothing to lose, each strike fueled by raw determination and the spear's dark power. His attacks grew wilder, more unpredictable, the weapon leaving whispering trails of shadow as it sliced through the air. The knight fought with the patience of centuries, each movement precise and purposeful, waiting for the inevitable opening John's aggression would create. "We need to help him," Dean said, reaching for his gun, though he must have known it would be useless against the armored figure. "With what?" Sam countered, eyes darting between the battle and the Impala parked down the street. "Look at them, what can we even do?" "Get the hell out of that's what," was on the tip of Lucien's tongue, nearly snapping at them, but reined himself in. Lashing out against his brothers because of his worry for their dad was useless and unfair. John countered, feinting left before dropping to one knee and thrusting the dark spear upward with both hands. The weapon's shadowy point found the narrow gap in the knight's shoulder joint, penetrating the armor with a sound like tearing metal. The spear drank greedily as it made contact, darkness pulsing along its length as it drew power from both John and its victim. The knight reeled backward, his perfect posture broken for the first time. Black ichor, thick as tar and shimmering with moonlight, oozed from the wound. His massive sword dipped momentarily as his arm adjusted to the damage. The knight's helmet tilted downward in an almost human gesture, examining the injury with what seemed like genuine surprise, as if it had been centuries since anything had penetrated his defenses. Seizing the opening, John sprang forward. He spun the dark spear in a way that left after images of shadow in its wake, building momentum before delivering a powerful diagonal strike across the knight's breastplate. The impact released a pulse of darkness that cracked the surrounding pavement. Metal shrieked as the spear carved a deep furrow across the knight's torso, the gash revealing matted gray fur beneath. The knight's posture shifted instantly, abandoning restraint. His gauntlet hand flexed around his sword's hilt, the blade suddenly thrumming with crimson energy that pulsed. The knight launched a high overhead strike that John barely blocked, the impact driving him back 3 steps, then a horizontal slash that whistled past John's throat as he arched backward, followed by a brutal pommel strike that caught John's shoulder when he was a fraction too slow to dodge. Each blow carried devastating force, sending visible shockwaves rippling through the air that shattered nearby windows and bent metal streetlights. The knight pressed forward relentlessly, his sword a blur of fury. When John attempted to create distance with a sweeping strike, the knight caught the spear's shaft on his blade and twisted, nearly wrenching the weapon from John's grasp. Only by allowing the dark spear to drink deeper of his life force, gray visibly spreading through his hair as it did, was John able to maintain his grip and break away from the knight's overwhelming assault. "Dad's slowing down," Dean observed, tension evident in his voice. He was right. John's movements were becoming sluggish, his reactions delayed by fractions of seconds that could prove fatal. More alarming was his appearance. Gray was visibly spreading through his hair, lines deepening around his eyes with each powerful strike of the dark spear. Lucien had seen enough. Ignoring his father's earlier command, he stepped forward, hands rising as he reached deep into the force. "Lucien, don't." Sam called, but it was too late. With a gesture that combined a push and a twist, Lucien telekinetically lifted an abandoned sedan from the side of the street and hurled it directly at the knight. The knight sensed the attack, pivoting smoothly to slice the vehicle in half with his massive blade. Metal shrieked as it parted, the two halves of the car crashing to the ground on either side of the armored figure. But Lucien wasn't finished. He immediately seized a second car, launching it before the knight could fully recover from his first defensive move. This one caught the knight squarely, sending him staggering back several steps. John shot Lucien a look that mingled gratitude with fury. "I told you to run. And I told you I'm not leaving you to die." Lucien countered, already focusing on his next attack. Dean grabbed Sam's arm, pulling his brother's attention from the battle. "We need to get to the Impala." "What? We can't just leave them." Sam protested. "Look at that thing," Dean hissed, nodding toward the knight, who was already recovering from Lucien's attack. "Look at what Dad's using. We're outmatched, Sammy. We need weapons, real weapons." Sam's gaze darted between his father and brothers and the knight. Reluctance warred with the reality on his face. "Dad and Lucien have powers," he finally admitted. "We don't. We'll just get in the way." Decision made, they retreated toward the Impala, Dean practically dragging Sam when his brother hesitated for one last look at the battle. Lucien barely registered their departure, his focus entirely on the knight now advancing toward him. He gathered the force, the dark side, around himself, feeling it respond to his call with familiar cold fire. Lightning crackled between his fingertips, building until the air itself seemed to vibrate. "Dad, move," he shouted, then unleashed a torrent of force lightning directly at the knight. The blue-white energy struck the knight's sword arm, causing the massive blade to dip momentarily. The knight's armor absorbed much of the attack, but his movements slowed noticeably. John immediately capitalized on the opening, driving the dark spear into a joint in the knight's armor with enough force to penetrate the metal. The knight staggered, black ichor once more spilling. His helmet tilted toward Lucien, then back to John, the gesture somehow conveying grudging respect. Then the knight changed tactics. His armored form began to bulge and shift, plates expanding as if something beneath was growing. Claws extended from his gauntlets, wickedly sharp and gleaming in the streetlight. His movements became less human, more bestial, the discipline of knighthood giving way to something primal and savage. What the hell is he? John gasped, backing up a step as the knight's helmet tilted back in what might have been a silent howl. Werewolf, Lucien realized aloud. There's a werewolf inside that armor. Sir Lecan charged, moving with far faster than before, in a way normally too fast for something so massive. His sword swept down in an overhead strike that John barely blocked with the dark spear. The impact drove John to one knee, darkness spreading further up his arms as the spear drew more deeply on his life force to match the knight's strength. Lucien reached out with telekinesis, ripping up a section of asphalt and hurling it at the knight's back. Sir Lecan sensed the attack, twisting to slice through the projectile without breaking his clash with John. John's fighting style was changing too, becoming increasingly savage as the dark spear's influence grew. He laughed, a sound so unlike his normal self that it sent chills down Lucien's spine, as he landed a glancing blow on the knight's leg armor. What the fuck? Dad can laugh. Dark energy pulsed around him with each strike, his attacks growing more reckless, sacrificing defense for raw offensive power. Dad. Lucien called out, alarmed. You need to control it. The spear is feeding on you. Either John didn't hear or couldn't respond. He pressed his attack on Sir Lecan with more ferocity. The knight matched him blow for blow, his blood-drinking sword humming through the air. Lucien created a swirling barrier of debris between himself and the knight, using the force to maintain a protective cyclone of broken concrete, metal, and glass. Through this barrier, he launched strikes at the joints in Sir Lecan's armor, targeting the vulnerable points where plates met. Sir Lecan's helmet remained fixed on Lucien even while parrying John's attacks. The knight was clearly assessing him, recognizing him as the greater threat despite John's dark spear, remembering the earlier lightning. Sir Lecan executed a high feint followed by a low sweep, a diagonal slash transitioning seamlessly into a thrust, each movement flowing into the other. His footwork created a gradually expanding spiral pattern across the battlefield, forcing John to adjust his position with each defensive counter. The knight was hurting them, each calculated step and strike pushing father and son into increasingly separate zones of the street. Lucien tracked the knight's movements, recognizing the pattern forming. He sidestepped a broken fire hydrant, water still spraying skyward, to reposition himself at John's flank. He's trying to divide us, he called, deflecting a piece of debris Sir Lecan had kicked toward him with a quick force push. John's eyes cleared momentarily, the dark spear's influence receding enough for him to understand. He nodded sharply, adjusting his stance to mirror Lucien's. Together they moved to counter the knight's advances. When Sir Lecan pressed toward Lucien's left, John would shift to maintain the triangular formation. When the knight attempted to lure John forward with a deliberate opening, Lucien would close the gap with a telekinetic push that kept their defensive line intact. Frustration emanated from Sir Lecan in palpable waves. His helmet tilted slightly, reassessing his approach. The knight raised his massive sword high overhead with both hands, the blade glowing with accumulated power. He brought it down not on either opponent but directly into the ground between them. The impact was cataclysmic. The earth split with a thunderous crack, a fissure 8 feet deep and rapidly widening tearing through the street. Concrete and asphalt shattered upward in jagged shards as the crevasse spread in both directions. John and Lucien were forced to dive in opposite directions, John rolling right into a defensive crouch, Lucien leaping left with a force jump, the chasm separating them exactly as Sir Lecan had intended. Before either could recover properly, the knight pivoted fast toward Lucien, clearly identifying him as the priority target. Sir Lecan crossed the distance in 3 massive strides, his sword already swinging in a horizontal arc aimed at Lucien's midsection. The blade hummed through the air, trailing droplets of what looked like fresh blood despite having shed none. Lucien's hands shot up instinctively. A shimmering telekinetic barrier materialized inches from his body just as the blood sword crashed against it. The impact generated a sound like thunder directly overhead, a visible shockwave rippling outward from the point of contact. The barrier held, but the force behind the blow sent Lucien sliding backward across the broken street, his boots carving deep furrows in the asphalt as he struggled to maintain both balance and concentration. John seized the momentary opening, vaulting across the narrowest part of the crevasse with the dark spear aimed at a gap in Sir Lecan's back armor, a small separation between plates where the knight's earlier wound had compromised the integrity of his protection. The spear's point was mere inches from connecting when, without turning or even appearing to notice the attack, Sir Lecan's left arm shot backward in a blindingly fast sweep. The knight's clawed gauntlet caught John midair, 5 metal talons raking across his chest with enough force to change his trajectory completely. John's body arced away from his intended target, blood spraying in a fine mist as he slammed into the brick wall of a nearby building. The impact shattered windows and dislodged several rows of bricks that rained down around his crumpled form. Dad. Lucien shouted, momentarily distracted by concern for his father. Sir Lecan pressed his advantage, his sword coming down in an overhead strike that would have cleaved Lucien in two if he hadn't rolled aside at the last moment. The blade struck the ground where he'd been standing, sinking 3 feet into solid concrete. Lucien scrambled to his feet, blood trickling from his nose, a warning sign of force exhaustion. He glanced toward his father, who was pushing himself up from the rubble, looking years older than he had at the start of the battle. The dark spear pulsed in his grip, hungry for more life force. Lucien was so exhausted. His vision was blurring slightly, and his mind, racing for a moment to something else to relax. Suddenly it clicked Lucien's mind as he watched the darkness swirling around his father. That's why I couldn't sense it, he realized. Dad's obsession with Azazel, following his trails, had echoes of his presence marked John, creating the dark mist I was so familiar with around him that masked the spear's energy. Even Yellow Eyes' farts after all would have more darkness in them than that spear. It feeling like 100 screaming souls forced Togder notwithstanding. Sir Lecan wrenched his sword free from the concrete, turning to face Lucien once more. The knight's armor was damaged in multiple places, black ichor seeping from the joints, but he showed no signs of slowing. If anything, his movements were becoming more fluid, more dangerous, as the beast within the armor asserted itself more fully. Miles away, on a hillside overlooking Millhaven, Sam and Dean worked frantically over the hood of the Impala. Are you sure this will work? Dean asked, arranging herbs and crystals according to Sam's instructions. Sam consulted a weathered book, its pages illuminated by the Impala's headlights. It's a long-range offensive spell Bobby showed me. It needs a lot of build-up, been having it do so for the past months, so we're checked on that. I've never tried it though, but the theory is sound. Dean glanced toward the distant battle, visible as flashes of light and darkness against the night sky. We need to hurry. They won't last much longer against that thing. Sam nodded, carefully drawing the final sigil on the Impala's hood with a piece of chalk. This should amplify the spell's power and range. Hand me the wolfsbane. Dean passed him a bundle of dried herbs, which Sam placed at the center of the intricate pattern he'd created. What exactly is this supposed to do? If it works. Sam struck a match. Create a fireball powerful enough to at least distract that night long enough for Dad and Lucien to get the upper hand. And if it doesn't work? Sam's expression was grim as he touched the flame to the herbs. Then we'd better start praying. Back in Millhaven, the battle continued. Lucien and John stood side by side against the towering knight, both exhausted. The 14-year-old boy's knees wobbled, before he steadied himself, blood remnant being down his left nostril. Fuck. Man, am I tired. I thought it would be best to be more stamina-friendly in case there were more enemies coming, but this shit isn't gonna work like this. I need to use more big moves, having only gotten the hang of it days ago, be damned. Lucien's hand suddenly rose before him, fingers extended like a conductor before an orchestra. The air between him and Sir Lecan seemed to ripple, distorting slightly as Lucien gathered the force. Here goes fucking nothing. He muttered to himself. With a sharp slashing motion of his right hand, Lucien released the energy. A nearly invisible blade of pure force cut through the space between them, striking Sir Lecan's left pauldron faster than he could react. The armor split cleanly, a perfect line appearing across the metal before black ichor welled from the wound beneath. Sir Lecan's helmet snapped toward Lucien, registering the new threat. Before he could advance, Lucien executed another slashing gesture, this time diagonal. The force blade carved across the knight's breastplate, leaving another perfect cut that penetrated both metal and whatever lay beneath. That's working, John gasped, struggling back to his feet. Lucien didn't respond, his entire being focused on maintaining the technique. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he executed a third cut, then a fourth in rapid succession. Each motion required intense concentration, the force responding to his will but being very stamina-heavy. Blood now flowed freely from both nostrils, and a dull throbbing built behind his eyes. Sir Lecan staggered as the fifth invisible blade sliced through his right leg armor, momentarily dropping to one knee. The knight's sword plunged into the ground for support, his helmet tilting upward in what might have been disbelief that a human child could inflict such damage. Taking advantage of the opening, Lucien crossed his arms before him, then spread them wide in a tearing motion. The force responded as multiple invisible edges struck the knight simultaneously from different angles. Armor plates separated along perfect lines, black ichor spraying outward as the knight's protection was being destroyed, pieces of his flesh cut off. A sound emerged from within the helmet, a bestial roar of pain and rage that seemed to shake the very air. The knight's form began to change, bulging against the confines of his damaged armor as the werewolf within fought to emerge. Lucien pressed his advantage, drawing deeper on the force despite the warning signs his body was sending, the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, the darkening edges of his vision, the trembling of his limbs from exertion. He executed another attack while weaving his hands, creating a cross-hatching of force blades that carved Sir Lecan's armor into a grotesque mosaic of metal fragments barely held together. Lucien, stop. John called, seeing his son's worsening condition. "You're pushing too hard." But Lucien wouldn't stop, not when they finally had the advantage. One final, desperate gesture sent the most powerful force blade yet directly at Sir Lucien's helmet, the invisible edge aiming to separate head from body. The knight's gauntlet hand shot up with immense speed, and actually catching the force blade mere inches from his neck. The energy crackled visibly now, blue-white lightning dancing between Sir Lucien's metal fingers as he somehow held the attack at bay. Above them, the floating castle suddenly began, glowing. Beams of concentrated moonlight streaked downward, connecting with Sir Lucien's shattered armor. Where the light touched, wounds healing, metal flowed like liquid, reforming and strengthening. The knight's posture straightened as power flooded into him, his sword beginning to glow with the same eerie light. Lucien collapsed to one knee, blood now streaming from his ears as well as his nose. The force blade dissipated as his concentration faltered, his reserves nearly depleted. He'd pushed too far, too fast, and now they were facing an opponent with healing with them having slowly nothing left to give. Shit. So I was kinda right. Man, how I hate being right now. Since when is being right a wrong thing? Fucking hell. Lucien roared in his mind as he grit his teeth, trying to push himself up. The castle, John realized, looking upward at the source of their enemy's renewed strength. It's powering him up. We can't beat him while he's connected to that castle. John shouted over the increasingly loud hum of energy. We need to sever the connection somehow. Lucien replied, thinking fast for a solution. They made their stand as Sir Lucian charged. John channeled more power through the dark spear than ever before, visibly aging with each passing second. The darkness spread across his entire body, no longer just veins but solid patches of shadow that seemed to devour the light around him. Lucien pushed himself even more, beyond his supposed limits, beyond his safety and summoned force lightning. The blue-white energy crackled around him in expanding arcs, scorching the ground at his feet and raising the hair on his arms. The knight met their combined assault with his moonlit blade, the three powers colliding in the center to the point that the air itself seemed to warp around it. The surrounding area began to disintegrate from the sheer power being unleashed, concrete crumbling, metal melting, glass vaporizing instantly. For a moment, they were evenly matched, three powers held in perfect balance. Then the castle above pulsed brighter, channeling more energy into its night. Sir Lucian began to gain ground, pushing John and Lucien back step by step, their combined powers faltering against his enhanced strength. Lucien's vision began to tunnel, darkness creeping in from the edges as he pushed his body beyond its limits. John was barely recognizable now, his features obscured by the darkness consuming him, only his eyes visible, and those were solid black. Just as their defenses were about to collapse, a streak of orange light cut across the night sky. A massive fireball, easily the size of a car, slammed into Sir Lucian from behind. The knight's helmet turned sharply in surprise, the beams connecting him to the castle momentarily disrupted. Lucien didn't waste the opportunity. Drawing on reserves he didn't know he had, he poured everything into his force lightning. Blood streamed freely from his mouth from the effort, as he bit his tongue, but the lightning intensified to blinding levels, engulfing Sir Lucian in crackling blue-white energy. John made a final push with the dark spear, driving it forward with a scream of agony that seemed to contain all the pain of his life. The darkness spread across his entire body as the spear drank deeply of his life force for this last, desperate attack. Their combined attack overwhelmed Sir Lucian. The knight's armor began to crack, moonlight spilling from the fissures. His sword shattered under the pressure, fragments dissolving into blood that evaporated instantly in the energy maelstrom. Sir Lucian made one final stand, his helmet raised proudly as his form began to disintegrate. There was something almost noble in his last moments, a warrior accepting his end with dignity. Then he was gone, armor collapsing inward before dissolving into ash and moonlight that scattered on the night breeze. Above, the floating castle began to fade from reality, its outline growing indistinct before disappearing entirely like mist burned away by the morning sun. The battle was over. They had won. But John didn't lower the dark spear. His eyes, completely black now, turned toward Lucien. The veins of darkness had spread across his entire body, transforming him into something barely recognizable as human. He advanced slowly, the spear held at the ready. "Dad." Lucien called, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. "Dad, it's over. We won. You can put it down now." John gave no indication that he heard or understood. He continued his advance, the dark spear pulsing eagerly in his grip. Lucien realized with horror that the spear had taken control. The weapon wasn't just feeding on John's life force, it controlling him. It wanted more. It wanted Lucien. "Dad, please," Lucien tried again, backing away. "You need to fight it. Don't let it control you." John's only response was a low growl, inhuman and hungry. Summoning what little strength he had left, Lucien extended his hand, attempting to use the force to remove the spear from John's grip. The weapon resisted, seemingly fused to John's hand. Lucien pulled harder, engaging in a telekinetic tug-of-war with the sentient weapon. Mine. John's voice was distorted, barely recognizable. Its power is mine. He swung the dark spear at Lucien. Lucien barely managed to deflect it with a hastily erected telekinetic shield, the effort sending fresh waves of pain through his body. As Lucien began to lose the battle of wills, his strength fading rapidly, a leather whip cracked through the air with a sound like thunder. It wrapped around John's neck from behind, yanking him backward with enough force to momentarily stagger him. Lucien didn't question this unexpected assistance. He seized the opportunity, summoning every last ounce of strength to rip the dark spear from John's grasp. John howled in rage and pain as the connection broke, the sound more animal than human. With the spear now floating in the air before him, Lucien sensed a resonance between it and something in John's pocket. Following his instincts, he used the force to pull a small ornate box from his father's jacket. The box flew into his hand as he simultaneously struggled to contain the dark spear, which writhed in his grip like a living thing trying to escape. Lucien could feel its hunger, its rage, its desire to consume. It whispered promises of power, of protection for his family, of vengeance against those who threatened them. With this weapon, he could protect everyone he loved. He could destroy Catherine Pierce, confront the fates themselves, perhaps even challenge Azazel. No, Lucien growled, rejecting the spear's seduction. You're a third-rate weapon, with fourth-rate delusions, the boy countered, finding its temptations laughable. He opened the box with trembling fingers while holding the struggling spear at bay. The interior was lined with sigils that seemed to shift and move when viewed directly. Lucien engaged in a final battle of wills with the weapon, forcing it toward the open box despite its resistance. The spear fought viciously, darkness lashing out at Lucien's mind with images of his family dying, of himself powerless to save them. But Lucien held firm, pushing the weapon inch by agonizing inch toward its prison. With a final surge of will, he forced the dark spear into the box and slammed the lid shut. The weapon's scream of rage echoed in his mind even as the box sealed it away. Completely drained, Lucien collapsed to the ground. Through blurry vision, he saw his father on his knees nearby, the darkness receding from his body like tide going out. John looked haggard, aged years in the span of minutes, but human once more. In the distance, headlights appeared, the Impala returning, Dean pushing the engine to its limits as he and Sam raced back to the battlefield. Lucien tried to turn his head to see who had wielded the whip that saved him, but his body refused to respond. The last thing he saw before consciousness fled was a figure moving into his field of vision, a man holding a coiled leather whip that seemed to glow faintly in the pre-dawn light. Then darkness claimed him, and Lucien knew no more. Sam was the first to reach his little brother, sliding to his knees beside his still form. Lucien. Can you hear me? Dean went straight to John, checking his pulse with practiced fingers. Dad's alive, he called to Sam. Barely. He looks. God, he looks 20 years older. Lucien's eyes fluttered open briefly at the sound of Sam's voice. So, loud, he thought to himself. The box, he though managed to whisper, fingers still clutched around the ornate container. Don't open it, ever. His eyes rolled back as he this time, truly passed out completely, the box still gripped tightly in his hand. Its surface rippled briefly with dark energy before going dormant. Dean looked from his unconscious father to his brother, then to the stranger standing a few yards away, whip still in hand. Who the hell are you? He demanded. The man's gaze remained fixed on the box in Lucien's hand, his expression grim. Someone who knows what that thing you were facing was, he replied, nodding toward the container. And what it heralds. Dawn was breaking over Millhaven, the first rays of sunlight illuminating the destruction left in the battle's wake. Buildings lay in ruins, the street was torn up as if by an earthquake, and at the center of it all, the Winchesters, broken but alive. The stranger coiled his whip at his hip, approaching cautiously. My name is Trevor Belmont, he said. And you people have no idea what you've been dragged into. Do tell me how you found it. So. Castlevania. Trevor is here, of the famed Belmont family. What? It's one of my favorite shows, and no way, we gonna focus so much on vampires, and not have bloody most famous one in the mix. Do tell me how you found the fight between John and Lucien against Sir Lecan. I hope it was good. Took me, many, many hours to write. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 36, The Last Belmont. No worries. Otherwise the world would be too big, and too complex for readers who don't know them, and I know that. Also, this is me taking elements from the Castlevania Netflix show and Castlevania Lord of Shadows game. Now, enjoy. Weeks ago. Trevor Belmont's POV. The whiskey burned like hellfire going down, which seemed fitting. I'd sent enough bloodsuckers there tonight. I stared at the empty bottle, my fifth, or maybe sixth. Hard to keep count when your hands are still shaking from adrenaline and blood loss. The dingy London flat I called home these days reeked of copper and alcohol, a hunter's perfume. My weapons lay scattered across the worn coffee table, silver knives crusted with blackened vampire blood, wooden stakes splintered from impact with rib cages, holy water vials empty after being emptied down throats that hadn't tasted blessed water in centuries. And the vampire killer, the Morning Star, coiled neatly beside them all. Always pristine no matter how much blood it drank. The chain whip gleamed in the dim light, almost alive, almost judging. The vampire killer / the Morning Star appearance here. Don't look at me like that, I muttered to it, reaching for the gun instead. The revolver was old, a Webley from some war or another. Family heirloom, like everything else I owned. I popped the cylinder, emptied the chamber save one. One bullet. That's all it would take. The metal was cold against my temple, then colder still against my tongue as I shifted it to my mouth. My finger trembled against the trigger. 20 years old and so fucking tired. Last of the Belmonts. Last of God's champions. Last of Dracula's bloodline. The irony wasn't lost on me. My gaze drifted to the ancient leather-bound tome on the table. The Belmont family journal, passed from father to son for 17 centuries. Each generation adding their knowledge, their hunts, their failures. I lowered the gun, set it on my thigh. One more read. One more time through the family shame before I ended it all. The journal's binding creaked as I opened it, the pages yellowed and brittle at the beginning, newer toward the end. Blood, centuries of it, stained the margins. Belmont blood. The blood that tied us to him. The earliest pages were in Latin, written in a careful hand. Anno Domini. I am Marcus Belmont, son of Gabriel, once the champion of God. I write these words so that our lineage will never forget its purpose, its shame, and its duty. My father was born in the year of our Lord 231, orphaned as a child during the persecutions. The Brotherhood of Light found him, recognized something divine in his spirit, and raised him as their own. By 16, he had mastered weapons that grown men struggled with. By 20, he had been blessed by heaven itself, chosen as God's champion on earth. His duty was sacred, to protect the prophets, those rare souls who carried God's voice to mankind. In an age of false prophets and charlatans, a true voice of God required a guardian of exceptional skill and faith. My father was that guardian. I took another swig from a fresh bottle, grimacing at both the burn and the familiar words. How many times had I read this? 100. 2. The origin story of our cursed bloodline, drilled into me since I could read. The pages continued, the handwriting changing subtly as Marcus aged. Anno Domini. Today I learned more of my father's fall. He met my mother, Marie, while guarding a prophet in Gaul. She was a healer, touched by God's grace though not a prophet herself. They married with the Brotherhood's blessing, as a champion's strength is bolstered by love's foundation. For 7 years, they served God together. Then came the illness. A fever that no prayer or remedy could cure. As my mother wasted away, my father prayed ceaselessly for divine intervention. None came. In his desperation, he began seeking other means. First through foreign physicians, then through questionable herbalists, finally through those who practiced forbidden arts. Each step took him further from his oath to heaven. The Brotherhood warned him. The prophet he guarded begged him to accept God's will. But my father's love for my mother had become greater than his love for God, his first sin of pride, though he could not see it then. I traced the words with my finger, understanding too well that desperate need to save someone you love. Hadn't I tried the same with my father? With my sister? With everyone I'd lost? The next entry was in a different hand, shakier, angrier. Anno Domini. I, Marcus Belmont, continue this record as an old man. My mother died despite my father's efforts. Her soul, pure and faithful to the end, ascended to heaven. My father's grief turned to rage, rage against God for not saving her, rage against the Brotherhood for not helping him break divine law, rage against the prophet who told him to accept God's will. He disappeared for months. When he returned, he was changed. His skin was pale as death, his eyes sometimes flashed red, and he no longer prayed. The Brotherhood sensed the darkness in him and cast him out. It was then he told me what he had done. A first-order vampire, one of the original bloodlines created by the Alpha, had approached him in his grief. This ancient creature offered him power, immortality, and most temptingly, the possibility of one day becoming powerful enough to breach heaven itself to reclaim my mother's soul. In his despair and anger, my father accepted. He became Dracula, son of the dragon, the most powerful vampire ever to walk the earth. His betrayal of God was complete. I slammed the journal shut, my hands shaking worse than before. The gun felt heavier on my thigh. Fucking family legacy, I muttered, taking another burning swallow of whiskey. I opened the journal again, flipping forward several centuries. The Latin gave way to Old English, then Middle English, the story continuing through generations of Belmonts hunting their own progenitor. Year of our Lord. I, William Belmont, record a confrontation with the one we hunt. Dracula has grown more powerful than any of my ancestors described. His castle now appears to defy natural law, manifesting where he wills it. He commands lesser vampires as a king commands subjects. We tracked him to Wallachia, where he has taken a new identity among the nobility. The locals both fear and respect him, calling him the Impaler for his brutal methods against the Ottoman invaders. I confronted him with the vampire killer, blessed by 3 priests before battle. He recognized the whip, and me, immediately. Another of my blood comes to end me, he said, his voice carrying no fear, only weariness. How many generations has it been? I scoffed. How dramatic of my ancestors to write his words in bold. I told him I was the 11th Belmont to hunt him. He laughed. 11 generations of my own blood seeking my destruction. The irony would please God, I think. We fought. The vampire killer drew his blood, our blood, but he was too strong. Before delivering the killing blow, he stayed his hand. You fight well, he said. Your mother's spirit shines in you. He knew my mother's name, described her accurately though she died when I was but a child. He has been watching us, his descendants, all these centuries. He left me alive as a message, the Belmonts will never be free of him, nor he of us. We are bound by blood for eternity. I flipped forward again, landing in the 18th century. The handwriting here was familiar, my great-grandfather's. The old man lived a really damn long time for a hunter, especially a fucking Belmont. September 17th. I have received troubling reports from our contacts in the Americas. Dracula has been sighted in the New World, specifically in the French territory of Louisiana. After his confrontation with the creature known as Klaus Michelsen in Vienna last year, many believed him destroyed. Klaus Michelsen is an enigma, one of the original vampires, though this term is misleading. The originals are not the first vampires, that distinction belongs to the Alpha and his first order, but rather a separate bloodline entirely. Our records on the originals are frustratingly incomplete. Some texts suggest their existence predates the building of the pyramids, with ruins bearing their symbols dating to before written history. Yet other equally credible sources claim they were created merely 1,000 years ago. What we do know is this: their mother was a witch of extraordinary power who made some manner of deal with the mother of demons. Through means unknown, she transformed her children into vampiric beings of godlike power. Unlike other vampires, they cannot be killed by conventional means. Klaus, called the Destroyer of Worlds, and Fenris in certain texts, is said to be the most dangerous among them. That he and Dracula clashed is unsurprising, 2 apex predators rarely share territory peacefully. The battle reportedly leveled half of Vienna's old quarter. Witnesses claim Dracula was impaled on some manner of white oak weapon that caused his body to ignite. No remains were found. If these American sightings are accurate, then either Dracula survived or has found some means of resurrection. I must investigate further. The entry ended there. The next was dated months later, the handwriting shaky, as if written by someone gravely injured. January 4th. I have failed. Dracula lives, though greatly weakened from his battle with Klaus. He has retreated to some manner of magical slumber to recover his strength. His castle has vanished from the physical plane entirely. Before entering his dormancy, he spoke to me, his own flesh and blood, with something almost like affection. Sleep well, grandson, he said. When next we meet, it will be through your children's children. I go to dream of Marie until my strength returns. The vampire killer wounded him grievously, but not fatally. Only a Belmont can truly wield its power against him, and even then, our shared blood weakens its effect. I write this from my deathbed, having taken wounds that will not heal. I pass this journal and the Morning Star to my son, Edward. May God grant him strength where I had weakness. I closed the journal again, rubbing my eyes. My grandfather after great-grandfather had continued the record until his death in 1979, documenting every whisper, every rumor of Dracula's possible awakening. My father had added barely a dozen pages before a nest of vampires tore him apart 2 years ago. Now it was just me. The last Belmont, with no son to pass the journal to. I lifted the gun again, feeling its weight. 1 bullet. 1 end to centuries of burden. The sharp knock at my door was so unexpected that I nearly pulled the trigger in surprise. Cursing, I tucked the gun into my waistband at the small of my back and approached the door cautiously. Nobody knew this location, nobody who wished me well, anyway. I opened the door a crack, keeping the chain on. Trevor Belmont. A woman's voice, cultured, upper-class British. Who's asking? I kept my hand near my concealed gun. Tony Beville, British man of letters. She held up an identification card bearing an emblem I recognized, an ancient order of supernatural researchers and occasional hunters. May we come in? We. I peered past her to see a man in an immaculately tailored suit standing in the hallway. Arthur Ketch, he introduced himself with a slight nod. We have matters of importance to discuss with the last Belmont. I considered slamming the door in their faces. The men of letters were bureaucrats, academics who thought hunting could be reduced to protocols and paperwork. Bevel herself was one I particularly wasn't a fan of after having run into her many times. But curiosity won out over irritation. I closed the door, removed the chain, and reopened it wider. Make it quick. They entered my flat, Tony's nose wrinkling slightly at the smell of blood and booze. Ketch's eyes swept the room with professional assessment, lingering on my weapons, the open journal, and the nearly empty bottle. Rough night, he asked, his tone conversational but eyes sharp. Vampire nest in Whitechapel. 6 of them. They're not having a good night either. I didn't offer them seats. What do you want? Ketch glanced at the gun visible in my waistband, then at the journal, understanding dawning in his eyes. I'd been interrupted mid-suicide. He knew it. I knew he knew it. We both ignored it. We've detected signs of Dracula's return, he said without preamble. I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. Bullshit. Dracula's been gone for 3 centuries. The destroyer of worlds killed him in Vienna. At least, that's what I'm convincing myself of. The fucker has to be gone. He just has to be. The rumors of Dracula's demise appear to be greatly exaggerated, Ketch replied smoothly. Our sources indicate activity consistent with his awakening. In America. I collapsed into the nearest chair, suddenly feeling every wound, every bruise from the night's hunt. Not my problem. Find someone else. Tony stepped forward, her heels clicking on the bare floor. It is very much your problem, Mr. Belmont. You are the last of your line. Only a Belmont can truly destroy Dracula. My family has given enough, I snarled, gesturing around the squalid flat. We've hunted him for 17 centuries. Look where it's got us. I'm the last one standing, and barely that. It is your sacred duty, Tony began. Sacred. I cut her off. Lady, there's nothing sacred about this curse. My ancestors have been dying trying to clean up Gabriel's mess for nearly 2,000 years. I'm done. Tony's eyes narrowed. It is not merely duty, Mr. Belmont. It is blood. Dracula's cursed blood flows through your veins, just as it did all your ancestors. You are bound to this, whether you accept it or not. It is after all your bloodline that has brought this curse upon us all, and it is your duty to erase it. If it costs you your life, it is simply repayment to the world you and your ancestors have ruined by failure and weakness. Something in me snapped. The gun was in my hand and pressed against her forehead before she could blink, my finger tight on the trigger. Trevor. Ketch had his own weapon drawn, aimed at me. Lower your weapon. I laughed, a sound with no humor in it. You know what's funny? I was about to put this bullet through my own head before you knocked. Taking this heartless bitch with me to hell wouldn't be so bad now that I think about it. Tony had gone pale, but to her credit, she didn't flinch. Her eyes remained locked on mine, cold and calculating even with death an ounce of pressure away. Think, Trevor, Ketch said, his voice deliberately calm. Think of the innocents. If Dracula has truly awakened, how many will die? Dozens. Hundreds. You know what he's capable of. I didn't move the gun. Not my problem anymore. The vampire killer, Ketch continued, nodding toward the whip. The Morning Star. Only those of Belmont blood can wield it effectively against him. You are the only one who can end this, once and for all. Others have tried. 4 centuries. But none with your training, your knowledge, and the resources we can provide. Ketch lowered his gun slowly. The righteous blood of God's champion still flows in you, Trevor. Despite Dracula's curse, despite your family's shame. You are still a Belmont. My hand trembled. The gun felt heavier by the second. Fuck, I whispered, lowering the weapon. Tony exhaled sharply. I stood, brushing past her toward the door, opening it. You've got what you wanted. I'm going, now get the hell out. Where? Ketch called after me. I spat on the floor outside. To America, where bloody else? The British men of letters have prepared transportation, Ketch said, following me. A private plane with all necessary accommodations. It would be far more efficient than commercial travel. I paused at that. And what do you get out of this? Dracula contained. Or better yet, destroyed. Ketch's voice was level. We have connections in America who can assist you. The American branch of the men of letters may be extinct, and our branch may be restricted from direct intervention. I scoffed at that. Your elders still holding you guys by the ass. On American soil, Ketch continued without acknowledging a word I said, but we can still provide support from a distance. I looked him in the eyes, studying him. You're afraid of him. Ketch didn't deny it. Any sane person would be. Which is why we need someone with both the bloodline and the courage to face him. Flattery. Manipulation. But also truth. I walked back and grabbed the journal from the table and shoved it into my coat pocket. Fine. Let's go. Do tell me how you found it. How did you find Trevor's story here? For those who know him from Castlevania. Though I personally am most interested in those who don't. Also, since I personally really like the Lord of Shadows, Dracula lore, and of course the original as well, I combined it with the original one into one single thing. Gabriel Belmont is Dracula, but how he became Dracula was more focused on the original lore. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 37, Assassin. The stars hung like diamonds against the velvet darkness, more numerous and brilliant than any night sky Lucien had ever seen. Their light reflected off the still water of the pond surrounding his small island, creating the illusion that he sat suspended in space, cradled between two cosmic oceans. On his lap rested two heads, one with flowing golden hair that seemed to capture starlight, the other with rich brown locks that matched his own. Lucien's fingers moved through their hair, feeling the peace around him. He's been seated like this for a while now. Resting. Soul, body, and mind. Do you think Grandpa will be okay? Elara asked, her 5-year-old form shifting slightly as she gazed up at her father with luminous eyes that shifted between blue and gold. Lucien sighed, considering his response carefully. I hope so, Ella. The spear, it took a lot from him. Malek, his form now that of a 5-year-old boy with features that mirrored Lucien's own, a son any father would recognize as his blood, frowned thoughtfully. The weapon is hungry. It devours life. Yes, Lucien agreed, continuing to stroke their hair. It's contained now, but what it took can't be given back by it. The three fell silent, contemplating the ripples in the pond as a gentle breeze passed over them. The dream world responded to their emotions, stars pulsing slightly brighter when their thoughts darkened, as if offering comfort. Suddenly, Elara sat up, her golden hair cascading around her small shoulders as she turned to face Lucien with wide, curious eyes. Why didn't you do the thing? She asked, her head tilting to one side. Lucien's brow furrowed. What thing? You know, she insisted, her hands gesturing expressively, fingers splaying outward in an explosive motion. The thing. The new thing that makes everything go boom. Lucien's mouth formed a perfect O of realization. Oh, that thing. Malek sat up as well, his blue eyes, so like Lucien's own, narrowing slightly. Yes, that thing. You've been practicing it for weeks. Why didn't you use your new technique from the beginning? His voice carried a child's directness, unfiltered by adult courtesy. You could have destroyed the entire castle and the night with it. Lucien ran a hand through his hair, momentarily missing the weight of their heads on his thighs. I couldn't risk it, Malek. The explosion could have destroyed the entire town with it. And since I couldn't be sure if more enemies would drop from the castle like the night did, I needed to conserve my strength. Malek crossed his arms, looking remarkably like a miniature version of Dean when skeptical. You still fell unconscious, like always. His small mouth quirked into a smirk. It's becoming a bad habit, Dad. Is that so? Lucien's eyes narrowed playfully as he reached out, gently pinching Malek's cheeks between his fingers. Sounds like someone needs punishment for talking back to his father. Ouch. Stop. Malek protested, though there was laughter beneath his complaint as he tried to swat away Lucien's hands. Lucien persisted, careful not to actually hurt his son but continuing the playful discipline. Not until you learn some respect for your poor, exhausted father. Just as Malek's protests grew louder, Elara launched herself forward, small teeth nipping at Lucien's hand in defense of her brother. Ouch. Lucien released Malek immediately, shaking his hand with exaggerated pain. Et2, Ella. Both children giggled, their laughter like music across the still waters. Lucien couldn't maintain his mock offense for long. He lunged forward, gathering both children into his arms and pulling them against his chest in a tight embrace. Come here, you little monsters, he laughed, rubbing his chin against their heads and peppering their foreheads and cheeks with kisses. Dad. It tickles. Elara squealed, squirming in his grasp but making no real effort to escape. Malek's laughter joined hers, the sound pure in a way that made Lucien's heart ache with love. He liked being affectionate with them. He was treated the same way by his parents in his first life. Kids should always know their parents love them. Actions, like raising and taking care of them, speak louder than words, but these small ones and words never hurt. Too soon, the dream began to fade, the stars dimming as reality pulled at Lucien's consciousness. I have to go, he murmured, pressing one final kiss to each of their foreheads. Be good to each other while I'm gone. We will, they promised in unison, their forms already becoming translucent as the dream dissolved. I love you both, Lucien whispered as light claimed him. Pain greeted Lucien as the world returned, a dull, throbbing ache that permeated every muscle and joint. He blinked slowly, his vision gradually focusing on an unfamiliar water-stained ceiling. The scratchy motel sheets beneath him confirmed he wasn't in Bobby's house. Turning his head, even that small movement sending spikes of discomfort through his neck, he saw his dad lying unconscious on another bed. The sight made Lucien's breath catch. John looked decades older than before the battle, his face deeply lined, hair almost completely gray. The dark spear had taken its toll. Lucien. You're awake. Sam's voice came from his other side, relief evident in his tone. Lucien shifted his gaze to find his older brother seated beside his bed, dark circles under his eyes suggesting much tiredness and not having slept in some time. Dean, he's awake, Sam called over his shoulder. Two figures by the window turned at Sam's words, Dean and a man Lucien didn't recognize. Both approached the bed as Lucien struggled to sit up, his muscles protesting violently. Easy, Sam cautioned, helping him into a sitting position and adjusting pillows behind his back. Dean handed him a glass of water, which Lucien accepted gratefully, his hands trembling slightly as he raised it to his lips. How long? Lucien asked, his voice raspy from disuse. Almost 10 hours, Dean answered, perching on the edge of the bed. Shorter than ever, stamina's getting better, but you still had us worried there, Lou. The stranger hung back slightly, studying Lucien with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. He was tall, with dark hair pulled back in a short ponytail and a face that spoke of hard years and harder battles. A chain whip was coiled at his hip, an unusual weapon choice that immediately caught Lucien's attention. Noticing Lucien's gaze, the men stepped forward. Trevor Belmont, he introduced himself, his accent carrying hints of Eastern Europe beneath acquired American tones. Last of the Belmont bloodline. Lucien nearly choked on his water. Belmont. His mind raced, connecting dots from first life knowledge. The castle, the knight in armor, the chain whip, it all suddenly made terrible sense. Dracula's castle. That was Dracula's fucking castle. If Dracula himself had come down instead. Had come instead of sending his knight, they would have been all royally fucked. Dead, nailed, and impaled like most of his victims. The only reason they were alive was probably because the sun had been rising, forcing the castle to disappear. Lucien. You still with us? Dean's voice broke through his thoughts, fingers snapping in front of his face. Yeah, Lucien managed, forcing himself back to the present. Just processing. That's understandable, Trevor said, internally deciding that it's time to talk about things, now that the important one is up. Not many face Sir Leakin and live to tell about it. Sir Leakin. Sam echoed. Trevor nodded. The Midnight Knight. Dracula's hound. He's an ancient werewolf bound to Dracula's service centuries ago. Wait, back up, Dean interrupted, raising his hands. Dracula. As in, Bela Lugosi, I want to suck your blood, Dracula. The real Dracula makes the Hollywood version look like a kitten, Trevor replied grimly. He's ancient, powerful, and now apparently interested in your family. Lucien's eyes darted to John's unconscious form. The spear, is it secure? Sam nodded. We added extra chains and wards to the box. It's not getting out anytime soon. Good, Lucien exhaled. That thing, it was feeding on Dad's life force. We gotta keep it as far away from him as possible. That explains his appearance, Sam said quietly, glancing at their father. The doctors say physically he's aged at least 15 years overnight. They can't explain it. We told them it was a rare genetic condition, Dean added. They didn't buy it, but they patched him up anyway. Trevor leaned against the wall, arms crossed. The question now is what to do next. When night falls, the castle will likely return. And this time, Dracula might not send a servant to do his work. Why is he after us? Sam asked, running a hand through his hair in frustration. We've never even met him or anything related to him before. At least, nothing with a clear connection. Trevor's gaze shifted to Lucien, my guess. Your brother's blood, though unseen by everyone but Lucien, for a single moment, he glanced at Dean too. My blood. Lucien repeated, though internally he wasn't surprised. His force-infused blood would be extraordinarily valuable to any supernatural being who even had remotely good senses, let alone bloody Dracula. Dracula was severely wounded centuries ago in a battle with another powerful being, an original vampire named Klaus, Trevor explained. He's been dormant, recovering his strength. But to fully restore himself, he needs powerful blood. Wait, Dracula and Klaus fought. And Klaus won. How strong is Klaus? How much like Castlevania Dracula is this Dracula? Trevor is clearly not the same guy, modern times and all that. But Dracula, game and show version, is no slouch. Yeah, I need that white oak soon. Dean's protective instincts flared visibly. Well, he's not getting Lucien's blood. Agreed, Trevor said, but that doesn't solve our immediate problem. Dracula's castle exists partially outside normal space and time. It can appear anywhere he wills it, which means nowhere is truly safe. So what do we do? Sam asked. We can't just keep running forever. Trevor began pacing, his boots making soft thuds against the carpet. No, but we can buy time. I say we head to Mystic Falls. The name sent a jolt through Lucien. Finally. An excuse to go there, and to that beautiful, oh so fucking beautiful bridge. Bridge made of complete white fucking oak, he thought, internally excited, for a moment every other worry cast aside. He's been wanting to go there for years. Years. Mystic Falls. Dean repeated. What's special about it? It's a supernatural nexus point, Trevor explained. More importantly, Klaus's presence lingers there strongly. The same Klaus who wounded Dracula. Sam clarified. Trevor nodded. Exactly. Dracula fears few things, but Klaus is one of them. In his weakened state, he's unlikely to venture anywhere with Klaus's energy signature. So we hide in plain sight, Dean mused. Use Klaus's presence to mask Lucien's. I'm in, Lucien said quickly, perhaps too quickly, but no one seemed to notice his eagerness. Dean pushed away from the wall, frustration still evident in his movements. This is all good in theory, but we can't hide forever. How do we actually deal with Dracula when the time comes? Trevor's expression hardened. My family has been hunting Dracula for millennia. Trust me when I say this isn't something you rush into unprepared. Your family has been hunting him that long and he's still around. Dean challenged. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Dean, Sam warned, shooting his brother a look. Trevor didn't rise to the bait. One step at a time. First, we get to safety. Then we plan our next move. What about Dad? We can't move anytime soon with him like this. Lucien asked, looking at John's still form. We know Lucy. We'll move him once he's stable enough to travel, Sam said. The doctors say that should be tomorrow, barring complications. Trevor gathered his coat from the back of a chair. I'll be in room 14 if you need me. I suggest you all get some rest while you can. Tomorrow will be a long day. As he reached the door, he paused, looking back at them. The midnight night was just a taste of what Dracula can do. Remember that. With those ominous words, he left, the door closing softly behind him. Dean immediately turned to his brothers. You guys trust him? Not entirely, Sam admitted, but his knowledge seems legitimate. And he did help save Lucien and Dad. Lucien remained silent, still planning, and taking everything in. Lou. What are you thinking? Dean asked, noticing his silence. I'm thinking we don't have many options, Lucien replied carefully. If Belmont is right about Dracula wanting my blood, we need all the help we can get. Sam returned to John's bedside, checking his pulse. Dad's stable for now. We should all try to rest. Dean nodded reluctantly. I'll take first watch. You two sleep. Lucien didn't argue, still exhausted. As he settled back against the pillows, his gaze drifted to the window where twilight was deepening into night. Well, my luck's still shitty. So no surprises there. Still though, I hope Mystic Falls treats me better than other places. Lucien thought to himself. Like, for the love of God, have that white oak bridge actually exist in this world too? Like, come on. Give me something. Please. His thoughts became sluggish as sleep once more took into a dreamless rest. So, we're finally going to Mystic Falls. Hope you guys are excited about that. Also, Lucien's technique. I have actually thought of it before writing the fight with Sir Leakin, and was contemplating if he should use it in it or not, but found it not logical with how I want it. Hope you guys are excited for it though, tell me what you think it is. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 38, Woohoo. So that's why. Midday painted the motel parking lot with soft golden light as Dean secured the last of their bags in the Impala's trunk. The past 24 hours had been a whirlwind of chaos, battling an armored werewolf knight, discovering his father's secret weapon, and learning that Dracula, actual fucking Dracula, was after his little brother. Just another day in Winchester paradise. Easy, Dad. We've got you, Sam murmured, supporting John's weight as they shuffled toward the Impala. John Winchester looked far too frail. His face was deeply lined, hair almost completely gray, and his once strong frame now hunched with pain. The dark spear had extracted a terrible price. I can walk, John insisted, though his grimace betrayed him as a spasm shot through his back. The doctor was clear, Sam reminded him gently. Your spine can't handle the stress of sitting upright for extended periods. You need to lie flat during transport. Dean opened the Impala's back door, watching as Sam helped their father inside. John's face contorted as they eased him onto the back seat, a groan escaping despite his obvious efforts to suppress it. The painkiller should kick in soon, Sam said, arranging a pillow beneath John's head before setting up the portable four-stand. The medical equipment took up the remaining space in the back seat, the clear fluid dripping steadily into the line connected to John's arm. The rumble of an approaching engine drew Dean's attention. A boxy green Land Rover Defender pulled into the parking lot, its rugged frame and mud-splattered exterior a stark contrast to the Impala's sleek lines. Trevor Belmont emerged from the driver's side. He wore the same clothes as yesterday, dark jeans, boots, and a leather jacket that had seen better days. The chain whip remained coiled at his hip, a constant. "Ready to move?" Trevor asked, approaching the Winchesters. His eyes flicked to John's prone form in the back seat, assessing. "Almost," Dean replied, turning to Lucien who stood nearby, looking exhausted despite having slept. "Lou, slight change of plans. You'll need to ride with Belmont." Lucien frowned. "Why can't I ride with you guys?" Sam gestured to the Impala's back seat. "We forgot to tell you, but the doctor said that Dad needs to lie flat, and the four setup takes up the rest of the space. Plus, I need to be able to monitor his condition and administer medication if necessary." "I'm fine," John protested weakly from inside the car, contradicting his own statement with a pained wince as he shifted. Dean watched uncertainty flicker across Lucien's face. The kid had been through hell already, and now they were asking him to ride with a stranger who hunted vampires for a living. "I'll ride with you," Dean decided, turning to Trevor. "If that's all right." Trevor shrugged. "It's your funeral if your brother drives the classic car into a ditch while watching your daddy instead of the road." "Sam's a good driver," Dean said defensively, though he couldn't quite hide his wince at the thought of the Impala being damaged. "Whatever helps you sleep at night," Trevor replied, heading back to his Land Rover. "We're burning daylight. Dracula may not be able to move freely during the day, but his servants can." Dean turned to Sam. "You good with this?" Sam nodded. "Go. Keep an eye on Lucien. I've got Dad. Call if anything changes," Dean instructed, squeezing Sam's shoulder before guiding Lucien toward Trevor's vehicle. The interior of the Land Rover was a hunter's mobile arsenal. Custom compartments lined the sides, holding weapons of various types. The back windows were reinforced with metal mesh, and symbols Dean didn't recognize were subtly etched into the frame. "Shotgun," Dean called automatically, sliding into the passenger seat while Lucien climbed into the back. Trevor started the engine, which rumbled to life with a deeper growl than its factory setting would allow. "Try not to touch anything that looks sharp or old," he advised, glancing at Lucien in the rearview mirror. "Some of my equipment bites back." They pulled onto the highway, the Impala leading their small convoy. Dean kept his eyes fixed on the black car ahead, watching for any sign of trouble. "Your father," Trevor said after several miles of silence. "That spear he was using. Where did he get it?" Dean's posture stiffened. "None of your business." "It is when it's a soul-forged weapon that nearly got us all killed," Trevor countered. "Those things are unpredictable at best, catastrophic at worst." "You seem to know a lot about it," Dean deflected. "I know enough to recognize one when I see it," Trevor replied. "My family's been hunting monsters since before most countries existed." "You pick up a few things." Dean glanced back at Lucien, who was studying Trevor with undisguised curiosity. "So Dracula," Lucien said, changing the subject. "He's really real. Like, actually drinks blood, turns into a bat, can't enter without being invited, hates garlic, that whole thing. Better know what kinds of abilities Dracula has, and hope that it isn't exactly like game Castlevania's. I really don't want to deal with a multiversal eldritch entity." Trevor barked a laugh. "Some of that's true. Some is Hollywood bullshit. The real Dracula is far worse than anything Bela Lugosi could portray." "How so?" Dean asked despite himself. "For starters, he's ancient," Trevor said, eyes fixed on the road. "Older than any vampire you've encountered. His power comes from being one of those directly turned by the original bloodlines." "So what's your connection to him?" Dean pressed. "Why is a Belmont specifically hunting Dracula?" Trevor's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Family business. Has been for centuries." "That's not an answer," Dean pushed. "It's the only one you're getting," Trevor replied coldly. "My family's history with Dracula is our burden to bear. Let's just say we have blood ties that make us uniquely qualified to hunt him." Lucien leaned forward between the seats, studying Trevor's face. "Well, either we're dealing with the friend of Leon Belmont, or Gabriel Belmont himself. Personally, I hope the former. If it's the latter, if he's Gabriel, then he's still loved by God, nothing holy is gonna affect the fucker. Even angels would have trouble with him." "How long have you guys been hunting him for exactly?" Lucien asked. Trevor's eyes flickered to the rearview mirror, meeting Lucien's gaze briefly before returning to the road. 17 centuries, give or take. And he's still out there. That should tell you everything you need to know about what we're facing. The conversation lapsed into silence after that, each lost in their own thoughts as the miles rolled by. Dean occasionally glanced at the Impala ahead, reassuring himself that Sam and John were still safe. Hours later, somewhere in Pennsylvania, Dean turned in his seat to face Lucien. "You know, Lou, we really need to find something to break whatever curse is on you," he said, only half joking. "Seriously, you're like a super boss magnet. Every time you hunt with us, some big bad shit hits the fan." Lucien facepalmed, putting his face in his hands with a groan. Through his fingers, Dean could see his brother's expression of pure exasperation. Trevor chuckled from the driver's seat. "Good luck with that." Lucien parted his fingers, peering through them. "What's that supposed to mean?" His voice came out slightly muffled. "You aren't the problem," Trevor explained, checking his mirrors before changing lanes. "It's the whole lot of them." Dean frowned. "What are you talking about?" "Hunters are cursed by nature," Trevor stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather. "It's part of the job description." Dean glanced toward Lucien, who looked back at him with equal confusion. Their eyes met in silent communication before Dean turned back to Trevor. I mean, I know hunters don't exactly have the best of times," Dean began cautiously, "but calling us cursed seems a bit much, especially since curses are a real thing." "That's exactly my point," Trevor countered, tapping his fingers against the steering wheel. "Monsters are real, they're made of dark fucking stuff, and they curse you at the bottom of their heart when you kill them. The more monsters you kill, the more cursed you are." He glanced in the rearview mirror at Lucien. "That curse even follows you through bloodlines. It's a whole thing, with my own bloodline and Dracula." Dean scoffed. "If hunters truly were that cursed, wouldn't we have to deal with the most annoying shit ever? Countless accidents." "It depends," Trevor replied, his tone suggesting he'd had this conversation before. "Hunters by nature have bad luck. It's how they got into this world of monsters in the first place." He downshifted as they approached a slower vehicle. "When they kill a monster, and are cursed, their luck becomes even shittier. Only way to survive then is through more skill and being a paranoid fucker, which thankfully for us lot, all of us are." The Land Rover accelerated smoothly as they passed an elderly couple in a sedan. "But," Trevor continued, a hint of something darker entering his voice. "Here's the interesting part. Once you kill enough, once you are cursed enough, it builds up. If you kill enough, or kill enough of the strong ones, it gives you such a strong curse that a normal death, or just being mauled by your common vamp or monster, isn't really possible unless the idiot makes a colossal fucking mistake, like pure brain dead." Dean's brow furrowed in confusion. "How does that even work?" Lucien's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "Wait, is that how it works in this world? Not Chuck plot armor, but this." "It's because your luck is so bad," Lucien began in a tone of finally understanding. "It makes you survive less bad things, so that you reach the most bad thing possible, and suffer that," he said slowly, working through the concept. Trevor pointed a finger at Lucien without taking his eyes off the road. "Bingo. So if you have enough of it, the bad luck becomes, in a way, good luck until you reach the big bad stuff," Trevor continued. "With enough of that curse, it will make things go faster for you. You won't get sick, you won't have a problem with money, always somehow finding a way to get it, and the like." His voice dropped lower, like sharing a secret. "Speeding things up until you hunt and reach something truly fucking twisted that will make you suffer so much, it will make every bit of pain in your life compared to it be a candle compared to a bonfire." A long moment of silence filled the car, broken only by the steady hum of tires on asphalt. "Anyway," Trevor continued as if he hadn't just dropped an existential bomb on them, "it depends on how much shit and how strong of a shit you kill. The kid dash," he nodded toward Lucien, "as I said, isn't the problem here. It's you lot." He glanced at Dean. "Either you're like the Belmonts, a cursed family, which if you were, your family would be quite the long line of hunters, but I've never heard of Winchesters, so it can't be that. Then it must be because you, the older brothers, and Daddy Dearest have killed quite the lot of evil scum, and may be on the tail of something quite fucking evil, that the miasma from it curses you, simply for making it part of your fate to seek out that big-ass evil." Dean winced internally, yellow eyes immediately coming to mind. While Lucien himself thought about the Campbells, and the men of letters, the Winchester legacy. "Since you care for the kid and he is a big weakness of yours," Trevor continued, "when the chance is logically there, since the bad luck still follows logic, you can't just die from a heart attack if you're completely healthy, since it's a bad luck curse. Not a magical curse with a witch's intent behind it, stopping your heart or something, in which case it would be logical to have a heart attack, because the magic made the witches will reality, cause magic can do that, attribute of it and all that, then bad things follow the kid." He took a breath before concluding. "When you survive the bad shit, the bad luck is sated for a bit, till it recharges, and then when opportunity presents itself, it continues." Dean stared at Trevor, processing this information. It made a twisted kind of sense, explaining the Winchester family's seemingly endless parade of misfortunes. An intense pressure suddenly was felt by Trevor and Lucien. Trevor straightened, as he felt it, checking the road signs. Well, would you look at that? We've reached Virginia, he stated, looking completely unbothered. Like he was used to it. Lucien on the other hand could only sweat drop, but still kept calm, as the intense feeling of suffocation enveloped him for a moment, till they passed it. He took and let out a deep breath. So this is what an original feels like. He thought to himself. For if one, like Lucien and Trevor had the senses, they'd feel it, how the entirety of Virginia was coiled by an evil unlike any other Lucien has ever directly felt. Trevor pulled the Land Rover onto the shoulder, the Impala following suit behind them. He put the vehicle in park and unbuckled his seatbelt. I'm tired, Trevor suddenly announced. Dean, you take over driving. I'm gonna sleep for a bit. Wake me up in 3 hours. Dean, surprised for a moment, processed and nodded, exiting the passenger side as Trevor climbed out of the driver's seat. They passed each other at the front of the vehicle, Dean noting Sam watching them from the Impala with a questioning expression. Dean gave him a thumbs up to indicate everything was fine. Trevor settled into the back seat next to Lucien, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning his head against the window. The curse though can't be unbreakable, Lucien commented as Dean started the engine. The hunter curse is still just a curse, after all. It can be removed, like any other. He remembered how Rowena said that any curse is still a curse, and is breakable. Even the first and most powerful curse, the Mark of Cain, was, after all. Trevor barked a laugh, reaching over to ruffle Lucien's hair with surprising roughness. Lucien scowled, immediately working to fix the damage to his hair as Trevor withdrew his hand. Yeah, but it would need an insane amount of power to break such a curse, Trevor said, his tone softening slightly. But I suppose it is worth it though. It should be the goal of every hunter really. His gaze drifted to the passing landscape. For once the curse is broken, all their bad luck is gone, and only an insane amount of good luck would remain, to the point they'd instantly win the lottery. They'd live a good-ass life, with a wife, a half-dozen kids, a mansion, and the like. Well, if nothing worse came after them, that transcended even that amount of luck. Something wistful entered his expression as he stared out the window, a glimpse of vulnerability in the hardened hunter. Then he shook his head, the moment passing. Ask me things later, kid, he told Lucien. I gotta sleep. Within minutes, Trevor's breathing had evened out, his head lolling slightly against the glass as the Land Rover continued down the highway. And so they continued driving, towards Mystic Falls, where new opportunities and hopefully what they sought laid. Do tell me how you found it. So, how do you like this world's reason why hunters actually win a lot the time, even against quite the big bads? Once they, through enough skill, and decent good luck, kill enough monsters, and have enough shitty luck, this is how they get through most monsters, besides the true big bads. It's the only way I see it makes sense, besides Chuck giving every hunter plot armor, and honestly, I don't want to do that this FIC. Sure, Chuck could interfere, but it is no guarantee. This way, you guys won't have the feeling that the Winchesters will always win. 'Cause they won't. I'll tell you guys that much already. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 39, No, okay, what the actual FUCK? The Land Rover's engine hummed steadily as they cruised down the Virginia highway, tires eating up miles of asphalt beneath an increasingly moody sky. They'd been driving for hours, the monotony broken only by occasional stops for gas and bathroom breaks. In the driver's seat, Trevor Belmont drummed his fingers against the steering wheel in time with the classic rock playing softly from the radio. Dean sat beside him in the passenger seat, while Lucien occupied the back, gazing out at the passing landscape. So, Dean broke the comfortable silence that had settled between them, we know you've been hunting vampires your whole life, but ever anything else? Trevor's mouth quirked into a half-smile. Kind of. Primarily vampires, but I've tangled with most things that go bump in the night. My family specializes in the bloodsuckers, but we're equal opportunity monster killers when necessary. And this thing with Dracula, Dean continued, shifting to face Trevor better, it's personal, right? More than just professional vampire hunting. Trevor's expression hardened slightly. You could say that. Lucien, who had been quiet for most of the journey, leaned forward between the seats. You said your family has been hunting Dracula for 17 centuries. That's a long time for a grudge. It's not a grudge, Trevor replied, his tone clipped. It's a sacred duty. Dean snorted. Yeah, we know all about those. Before Trevor could answer, the radio suddenly emitted a burst of static, the music cutting out abruptly. Trevor frowned, reaching to adjust the dial. Cheap American electronics, he muttered, though his tone lacked conviction. Lucien felt it then, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a disturbance in the force that raised the hair on the back of his neck. He looked up through the window, noticing for the first time how the previously scattered clouds had begun to gather and darken. Something's wrong, he said, his voice quiet but tense. Trevor glanced at the sky, his frown deepening. Those clouds weren't there 5 minutes ago. Dean followed their gaze. Maybe a storm's rolling in. Weather can change fast in these parts. Not this fast, Trevor countered, his eyes now constantly flicking between the road and the rapidly darkening sky. And not like this. The clouds were indeed gathering too fast, swirling into existence. One moment, patches of blue were still visible, the next, the entire sky was a roiling mass of storm-gray fury. Lucien's unease grew stronger. This isn't natural, he said, leaning further forward. Something's doing this. Trevor checked the rearview mirror, confirming the Impala was still following close behind them, Sam at the wheel with John lying in the back seat. How much further to Mystic Falls? Dean asked, checking the map spread across his knees, his tone casual tone but tension filled his shoulders. About 50 miles, Trevor replied. Should reach it before nightfall if dash. The radio, which had settled back into playing music after Trevor's adjustment, suddenly erupted into static again, louder this time. Trevor reached to turn it off, but the knob rotated uselessly, the static growing in volume and intensity. That's not good, he muttered, eyes flicking to the sky once more. Lucien followed his gaze. Something dark moved within the clouds, a shadow larger than any bird should be. At first, it was just a flicker, there and gone so quickly he thought he might have imagined it. Then it appeared again, more distinct this time. What the hell is that? Dean asked, squinting upward. Some kind of plane. Trevor's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. No. Not a plane. The shadow broke through the cloud cover, revealing itself in terrible majesty. Wings that must have spanned 40 feet unfurled against the darkening sky. Scales the color of midnight blue gleamed with an iridescent sheen. A serpentine neck supported a horned head, and 2 glowing eyes fixed on the vehicles below. Is that a fucking dragon? Dean's voice cracked with disbelief. Trevor swerved to avoid a pothole, his expression grim. Bloody appears so. The creature tucked its wings and dived toward them. Hold on. Trevor shouted, yanking the wheel hard to the right. The Land Rover lurched off the road, tires spinning on gravel as Trevor executed a perfect bootlegger turn. Lucien was thrown against the door, then back across the seat as they accelerated in the opposite direction. Through the rear window, he saw the Impala skid into a similar maneuver, Sam's face visible through the windshield, eyes wide with shock. The dragon swooped low over the highway where they'd been moments before, its shadow darkening the asphalt like an eclipse. As it passed, its jaws opened wide, and a torrent of blue-white flame erupted, scorching the road. Dean. Trevor barked. Phone. Get Sam on speaker. Dean fumbled for his cell phone, hitting speed dial. The call connected almost immediately, Sam's voice coming through tinny but clear. Dean. What the hell is that thing? Dragon, Dean replied, his voice remarkably steady given the circumstances. Actual, honest to God, fire-breathing dragon. How is that possible? Dragons aren't dash. Save the existential crisis for later, Trevor cut in, eyes flicking between the road and the rearview mirror where the dragon was banking for another approach. How's your father? Still unconscious, Sam replied. The IV's holding, but this driving can't be good for him. Trevor muttered something that sounded like a prayer. We need to split up. That thing can't chase both vehicles at once. Split up. Dean protested. That's the classic horror movie mistake. You got a better idea. Trevor challenged, already angling the Land Rover toward a side road. The dragon was gaining altitude, preparing for another attack run. Its wings beat the air with enough force to create downdrafts that buffeted the vehicles. Lucien, Dean turned in his seat. Can you know? He made a pushing motion with his hands. Lucien nodded, rolling down his window. The wind whipped his hair as he leaned out slightly, extending his hand toward the approaching beast. He reached for the force, gathering it like water in cupped hands, then pushed outward with all his strength. The energy wave struck the dragon mid-dive, causing it to falter momentarily, its massive head jerking sideways as if it had been punched. The creature roared, the sound vibrating through Lucien's chest like a physical blow. It shook itself, recovering faster than Lucien expected, and resumed its pursuit. It's weaker than I thought, Lucien admitted, pulling himself back inside. Strong, but weaker than Sir Leakin, Trevor observed, eyes narrowed. Interesting. Dean was rummaging through the weapons cache behind his seat. Please tell me you've got something for dragon slaying in this rolling arsenal. Nothing that would work, Trevor replied grimly, executing another sharp turn as the dragon's shadow passed overhead. Dragons aren't like other creatures. Their scales repel most weapons, and their internal fire makes them resistant to damage. Through the phone, Sam's voice crackled, why would Dracula send a dragon after us? And how does he even have one? I thought dragons were extinct. Nearly extinct, Trevor corrected, swerving to avoid another blast of flame that scorched the road beside them. Hunted to the brink by an alliance of the Holy Knights of Christianity and the Warriors of God in Islam during the 12th century. Christians and Muslims working together during those days? Dean asked incredulously. Nothing unites religious enemies like a common threat, Trevor replied. Dragons were devastating Europe and the Middle East. The alliance was pragmatic. The road forked ahead. Trevor took the right branch while Sam, following behind, took the left. The dragon hesitated, then banked to follow the Land Rover. It's coming after us, Dean observed unnecessarily. It's after Lucien, Trevor corrected. Dragons are drawn to power. They can sense it. The radio static suddenly cleared, replaced by Sam's voice, Dean. Trevor. Can you hear me? We hear you, Dean replied. How'd you get on the radio? I didn't, Sam's confusion was evident. I'm still on the phone. Trevor cursed, hitting the dashboard with his palm. The dragon's interfering with electronics. Magical interference. As if to prove his point, the Land Rover's engine sputtered momentarily before roaring back to life. Trevor patted the dashboard. Come on, old girl. Don't fail me now. The dragon swooped lower, its shadow engulfing them. Heat washed over the vehicle as another blast of flame narrowly missed them. Why is it weaker than Sir Leakin? I don't think Dracula would be stupid enough to send something weaker than the servant who already lost. Lucien asked. Trevor's eyes met his in the rearview mirror. Because we're in Klaus's territory now. The dragon is bound to Dracula, sharing a magical connection. Being this close to Klaus's power signature is causing it pain. Like allergies? Dean asked. More like radiation poisoning, Trevor replied. Magical creatures are sensitive to opposing energies. It's why Dracula himself won't come here. The road curved sharply, forcing Trevor to slow down. The dragon took advantage, diving closer. Its talons scraped the roof of the Land Rover with a sound like nails on a chalkboard. We need a plan, Dean said, checking his phone. Sam's heading back toward the main highway. If we can reunite Dash. Look out. Lucien shouted as the dragon swooped directly in front of them, landing on the road ahead. Trevor slammed on the brakes, the Land Rover skidding on the asphalt. The dragon reared up, wings spread wide, jaws opening to reveal rows of teeth like serrated daggers. Reverse. Dean yelled. Trevor was already shifting gears, but the dragon was faster. It lunged forward, jaws snapping at the hood of the vehicle. Trevor swerved, causing Lucien to nearly hit the window of the car, the dragon's teeth missing them by inches, and accelerated past the creature's flank. Okay, seriously, damn this shit. Lucien thought to himself internally, as he fixed his position again. As they sped away, Lucien looked back to see the dragon launching itself into the air again, wings creating gusts that bent nearby trees. There's something I don't understand, Lucien began, despite his own annoyance and anger taking the opportunity to see how much is known, asks if monsters like fucking dragons like this exist and mind-controlling vampires are also a thing, why in the hell don't they just take over everything? Why all the secrecy? Lucien of course knows with the apocalypse on the way, no way, heaven or hell would let any other faction take over. They're in his eyes probably having humanity be in the unknown and making things like this based on the end times prophecy. But he wonders if that truly is all there is to it. Trevor barked a laugh, the sound harsh. Good question, kid. There's a bloody fucking reason humanity is kept deaf, dumb, and blind by the monsters of the supernatural world. He swerved around another curve, tires squealing. It's because humans are strong. Humans, especially their souls, are the most adaptive thing in creation. It's why humans can be transformed into any kind of monster. If we're so strong, Dean began, his voice a bit hysterical because of the absurdity, why the fuck are we running from a dragon? Because you don't know what you are. Trevor snapped. When humans know of magic, and the soul, and psychic energies, and special weapons, they can contend with the supernatural. How many empires do you think have been made to fall because of knowing too much? It's been a bloody 2,000-year plot to make humans truly not know of them at all. The dragon roared overhead, circling for another attack. To make those who think monsters exist be thought of as crazy, Trevor continued, accelerating as they rejoined the main highway. Sam and the Impala were visible in the distance, heading toward them. That's why the earth is bloody flat, Trevor added matter-of-factly. Dean's head whipped around so fast Lucien heard his neck crack. I'm sorry, what did you just say? The earth, Trevor repeated, as if explaining to a child, is bloody flat. You're telling me, Dean said slowly, that in addition to dragons being real, the earth is actually flat. Like, disc-shaped flat. Not a fucking disc-shaped thing, that's bullshit they tell you to make you think it's stupid, because that's stupid. It's bloody infinite. It stretches endlessly. If you believe in space, an infinitely stretching vacuum, then you can believe in an infinitely stretching earth. Earth that goes endlessly down, and a sky that goes infinitely up. How the bloody hell else do you think the Earth holds so many monster species without it all being chaos? 'Cause believe me, anything, and I mean anything you've read a myth about exists. Trevor stated, gesturing wildly with one hand while the other remained on the wheel. They're all in other lands, and have herded humanity together, but are in a stalemate. Wait. That makes a crazy amount of sense, Lucien thought. It would explain why Michael and Lucifer fighting is considered the end times, and why a fight between basically multiversal beings wouldn't destroy the Earth instantly. It's because it's so big. Dean stared at him, mouth hanging open. That's insane. Is it? Trevor challenged. They can't be open about their actions because they need humans, the gods do, to continue existing, and same with the monsters. They can't reveal themselves, they can't truly control in the open, only in the shadows. The dragon's shadow passed over them again, its roar echoing off the surrounding hills. Ahead, the Impala was racing toward them, Sam visible through the windshield. We can debate cosmology later, Lucien interrupted, watching the storm clouds gathering directly overhead. I have an idea. Both Dean and Trevor glanced back at him. The dragon breathes fire, Lucien explained. Fire can be extinguished with water. Trevor's eyes widened with understanding. The storm. Lucien nodded. If I can bring down enough rain, and then force it into the dragon's mouth when it's about to breathe fire dash. It could cause an explosion inside the dragon, Dean finished. But Lou, can you even do that? Can't know till I try, Lucien stated with a shrug. The vehicles converged, the Impala pulling alongside the Land Rover. Through the window, Lucien could see Sam's concerned face. In the back seat, John remained unconscious, the four stand secured beside him. Okay, Dad's situation is seriously not okay if he can keep unconscious through all this shit. Gotta do something about that fast. But first this, as he turned his head skyward above the dragon. Trevor rolled down his window, shouting to Sam, follow us. Open field ahead. Sam nodded, falling in behind them as Trevor accelerated toward a vast meadow visible beyond a line of trees. The dragon followed, its shadow rippling over the grass like a dark tide. This is going to take a lot, Lucien warned as Trevor brought the Land Rover to a stop in the center of the field. The Impala pulled up beside them, engine idling. Are you sure about this? Dean asked, turning to face him fully. Lucien met his brother's concerned gaze steadily. Yes. He stepped out of the vehicle, the wind immediately whipping his hair and clothes, bending the trees. The dragon circled overhead, sensing the change in their behavior. Lucien planted his feet firmly on the ground, centering himself. He raised his hands toward the storm clouds above, reaching out with the force. The energy flowed through him, connecting him to the water vapor suspended in the atmosphere. The clouds darkened further, swirling more rapidly as Lucien manipulated them. Rain began to fall, first in scattered drops, then in sheets. Within seconds, they were all drenched. The dragon roared its defiance, instincts warning it of danger, it circling lower. Its mouth began to glow with fire, readying a massive blast. Lucien gathered the rainwater with his telekinesis, pulling droplets together into a massive floating orb above him. It took a lot, sweat mingling with rain on his face as he concentrated. It's coming in for an attack. Dean shouted from somewhere behind him. Lucien ignored the warning, focusing entirely on the growing sphere of water. It had to be large enough, dense enough. The dragon dived, wings tucked close to its body for maximum speed. Its jaws opened wide, the glow of fire visible in the back of its throat. Now. Lucien thrust his hands forward, sending the massive water orb directly into the dragon's open mouth. The collision was spectacular, fire met water in an explosion of steam. The dragon's flame was extinguished mid-breath, and the creature thrashed in agony, its internal fire chambers damaged. Unable to maintain flight, the dragon crashed to the ground 50 yards away, its massive body carving a furrow through the wet earth. It struggled to rise, wings waterlogged and useless. Lucien staggered, nearly falling as exhaustion swept through him. But he wasn't finished. The dragon was wounded but not defeated. If it recovered. Lucien. Dean called, running toward him. That's enough. Get back to the car. Lucien ignored him, pushing himself upright. He began walking toward the fallen dragon. Lou, stop. Dean shouted, more desperate now, as he tried to get out of the car, but was stopped by Trevor grabbing his arm, who was looking curiously towards the boy approaching the legendary creature. The dragon saw him approaching, slit eyes fixing on him with hatred. It struggled harder to rise, wings beating uselessly against the muddy ground. Lucien stopped 20 feet away, close enough to feel the heat radiating from the creature's body. He raised his hands, fingers splayed, and reached deep within himself, past the light side that he typically drew upon, into the darker currents of the force. Power answered his call, cold and fierce. Lightning began to crackle, and thunder around his fingertips, tiny arcs of blue-white energy jumping between his fingers. The dragon sensed the danger. With a desperate surge of strength, it reared up, jaws opening wide for one final attack. Lucien released the force lightning. Blue-white bolts erupted from his hands, connecting with the water-soaked dragon. The creature's scales, excellent conductors when wet, carried the electricity throughout its massive body. It convulsed violently, a scream unlike anything Lucien had ever heard tearing from its throat. The lightning continued to pour from Lucien's hands, his face grim and determined as he channeled more and more power into the attack. The dragon's body began to smoke, scales blackening as the electricity coursed through it. Finally, with a sound like thunder, the dragon collapsed. Its body twitched once, twice, then went still. Slowly, it began to dissolve, scales turning to ash that was carried away by the rain and wind. Lucien lowered his hands, swaying on his feet. The world tilted around him, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision. Strong hands caught him before he could fall, Trevor, who had approached silently during the confrontation. "Easy," Trevor murmured, supporting Lucien's weight. That was quite the show. "Is it dead?" Lucien asked, his voice hoarse. "Very," Trevor confirmed. "An impressive work with the lightning. Quite the power." Dean reached them, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. "Lou, you okay?" "Tired," Lucien admitted. "But conscious." "Progress," Dean said with a weak smile. "Let's get you back to the car." As they turned to leave, Lucien spotted something glittering where the dragon had fallen. "Wait," he said, pulling away from Trevor's support. "There's something there." He staggered back to the spot, kneeling in the wet grass. Among the ashes, a single scale remained, about the size of his palm, midnight blue with an iridescent sheen. "A dragon scale," Trevor said, crouching beside him. "Rare. Powerful component in certain spells." Lucien picked it up, feeling its surprising warmth against his skin. Why didn't it dissolve with the rest? "Dragon parts with magical significance sometimes remain," Trevor explained. "The universe's way of balancing the scales, so to speak. A reward for the victor." The rain was lessening now, the unnatural storm dissipating with the dragon's death. In the distance, the Impala's engine rumbled as Sam pulled closer across the field. "We should go," Dean said, helping Lucien to his feet. "Before anything else decides to attack us today." As they walked back to the vehicles, Lucien glanced at the horizon. For just a moment, between parting clouds, he thought he saw something, a dark silhouette against the distant mountains, towers and battlements stark against the sky. Then the clouds shifted, and it was gone. "How much further to Mystic Falls?" he asked, tucking the dragon scale into his pocket. "Not far now," Trevor replied, his expression grim. "But everything is just beginning. Been a bit since I wrote, am still kind of relaxing from writing, resting, but was in the mood to write this, so did. So. The Earth is flat. I honestly like writing that idea in stories a lot, because well, it makes everything so much bigger. The planet normally feels too small for my taste when there are beings that can travel at light speed and circle the world dozens of times over in seconds. The Earth being the size of the sun I believe in One Piece, correct me if I am wrong, is one thing I really like, but I didn't want to rip that off, so did this. Do tell me what you think of it, plus humanity's potential and why the monsters just don't control everything. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 40, Welcome to Mystic Falls. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the Virginia sky in streaks of amber and gold as the Impala and Land Rover crossed into Mystic Falls town limits. A wooden sign welcomed visitors with elegant script and the town's founding date, 1860. In the Land Rover's passenger seat, Lucien studied the landscape as it transformed from rural highway to meticulously maintained streets. The dragon scale in his pocket felt warm against his thigh, a reminder of their narrow escape just hours earlier. "So this is it," Dean commented from behind the wheel, taking in the picturesque town square as they approached. "Doesn't look like much." "That's the point," Trevor replied, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. "Places like this survive by appearing unremarkable." Lucien understood what Trevor meant. To casual observation, Mystic Falls was the quintessential small American town, charming Victorian buildings surrounding a pristine central square. American flags fluttering from lampposts, and flower baskets hanging from ornate streetlights. But something felt off. He couldn't quite place it until he noticed the flowers in those hanging baskets, perfect blooms that shouldn't be in season, identical in size and arrangement. The town square grass was impossibly even, as if each blade had been individually measured and cut. And the shadows, they seemed deeper than they should be, pooling in corners and beneath benches despite the golden evening light. "We'll be staying at the Salvatore boarding house," Trevor explained as they followed the Impala through town. "I've arranged it through contacts." "Salvatore?" Dean questioned. "Like founding family Salvatore you talked about earlier?" Trevor nodded. "The current caretaker, Zach, is sympathetic to hunters. It's private, defensible, and off the main roads." "And our dad?" Lucien asked, thinking of his father still unconscious in the Impala's backseat. The house has a ground-floor bedroom that will work for his recovery, Trevor assured him. Zach's been briefed on our needs. They turned onto a long driveway flanked by ancient oak trees, their branches forming a natural archway. At the end stood the boarding house, a massive structure of red brick and dark wood that looked like it had grown from the very earth beneath it rather than been built by human hands. Wow, Dean muttered as they parked. Guess the Salvatores weren't hurting for cash. Sam emerged from the Impala, stretching his long limbs after hours of driving. How's Dad? Lucien asked, approaching his older brother. Stable, Sam replied, voice low. Still unconscious, but his vitals are good. The front door opened, revealing a man in his late 30s with dark hair and a cautious expression. You must be Trevor's friends, he said, stepping onto the porch. I'm Zach Salvatore. Zach's eyes darted briefly to certain corners of the porch as he spoke, a movement so subtle most would miss it. Lucien didn't. Thank you for having us, Sam said, extending his hand. I'm Sam Winchester. That's my brother Dean, and our younger brother Lucien. Our father's in the car, Dean added. He needs medical attention. Zach nodded. I've prepared the East Room for him. It has everything you'll need, hospital bed, space for equipment. Hospital bed? Dean questioned. Trevor mentioned your father was injured, Zach explained smoothly. The East Room was set up years ago when my uncle was ill. It's been maintained. As they carried John inside, Lucien noticed how perfectly the doorways accommodated the makeshift stretcher they'd fashioned. Almost as if they'd been designed with exactly this purpose in mind. The boarding house interior was a study in controlled chaos, beautiful antique furniture arranged among stacks of books and curious artifacts. Family photographs lined the walls, showing generations of Salvatores in formal poses. One floorboard creaked hollowly beneath Lucien's foot as they moved through the foyer. He paused, sensing something beneath, a space, perhaps a room, but Dean's voice pulled him forward. This way, Lou. Help me with the bags. They settled John in the East Room, which indeed contained a hospital-grade bed and medical equipment that looked both modern and well-maintained. This is very thorough, Sam commented as he set up John's four. My family believes in being prepared, Zach replied with a tight smile. While Sam and Dean tended to John, Lucien observed Zach and Trevor having a quiet conversation by the door. Their words seemed casual, but certain phrases carried unusual emphasis. The usual room arrangements should work, Zach was saying. Perfect. We appreciate your traditional hospitality, Trevor responded, absently touching a small pendant partially visible beneath his shirt collar. Town's been quiet lately, Zach continued. Though the council's been meeting more frequently than usual. Trevor nodded as if this meant something significant. We'll keep a low profile. Lucien filed the exchange away to think about later as Dean approached, clapping a hand on his shoulder. This place is something else, Dean commented. Like stepping into a time capsule. It's been in my family for generations, Zach explained, overhearing. We preserve what matters. Sleep eluded Lucien that night. The boarding house creaked and settled around him, each sound amplified in the unfamiliar darkness. After tossing and turning for hours, he finally gave up, slipping from his bed to explore. He slept a lot in the car anyway after the dragon fight, still crazy to think about by the way. Fighting a fucking dragon and all that. The hallways were illuminated only by moonlight streaming through tall windows, casting elongated shadows across the hardwood floors. Lucien moved silently, letting his senses guide his steps to avoid creaking boards. Sensing with his abilities that everyone was truly asleep inside the mansion. He found the library on the second floor, a magnificent room with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and a massive stone fireplace. Moonlight provided just enough illumination to read the spines as he ran his fingers along the shelves. Most were standard texts, classics, history books, scientific volumes, but one section held local histories of Mystic Falls. Lucien selected one, letting the Force guide him. He had long since felt the fate's promise come true, and his senses towards the future have been basically blocked completely, besides he reasons when in true extreme danger. Though even then, it did not mean the Force couldn't guide him towards interesting things. The book is titled, Founding Families, A Complete History. Lucien took it and settled into a leather armchair. The book seemed comprehensive, detailing the town's establishment by 5 founding families, the Salvatores, Lockwoods, Fells, Forbes, and Gilberts. Lucien paused at a passage about the town's founding in 1860. The 5 families established Mystic Falls as a beacon of civilization in the wilderness, bringing order and prosperity to the region through their collective vision and industry. A footnote marked with an asterisk directed to the bottom of the page. Asterisk C, the Covenant of Founders, Private Collection, Lockwood Estate Archives. Access by council permission only. Another section detailed a mysterious period in 1882. The winter of 1882 saw unprecedented challenges to the town's prosperity, resulting in the renewal accord among the founding families. The footnote here was even more cryptic. Asterisk reference, Bloodline Preservation Protocols, Council Archives, Section 7. Fell family records contain supplementary documentation on participant selection criteria. The years 1912 to 1913 were dismissed in a single paragraph that mentioned only civic improvements and strengthened community bonds following regrettable incidents involving transient elements. No specific events were detailed, though the paragraph ended with another footnote. Asterisk complete accounts sealed by council vote, April 1913. See, Purification Measures, Forbes Family Records, Restricted Access. A smaller, leather-bound volume caught his attention next, Mystic Falls Annual Celebrations. The book was older than the history text, its pages yellowed and fragile. A red silk ribbon marked a chapter on Founders' Day, which Lucien carefully turned to. The chapter began innocuously enough, describing parades and speeches, but soon delved into requirements that seemed excessive for a simple town festival. Participation requirements for founding family representatives. 1. Must be of direct bloodline descent, maternal lineage acceptable only if paternal line is extinct. 2. Must have undergone verification ceremony at age 16, see Appendix C for preparation rituals. 3. Must wear family sigil concealed beneath formal attire. 4. Must contribute family-specific offerings to the renewal repository no fewer than 7 days before the celebration. 5. Must abstain from specific substances for 27 days prior to the ceremony, see individual family guidelines. A handwritten note in the margin, in faded ink, added, "Remember 1933 incident, Forbes girl failed preparation. Consequences severe." This had Lucien raise an eyebrow, especially at the bold letter use. The footnotes themselves were all very strange, like they were added into the book. They appeared to be just for more detail and references, but consequences severe? Lucien thought to himself. What did they do to the girl? Banned her from ever attending again or something? Quite harsh. Either way, he decided to continue reading. It was kind of interesting. This place was after all quite the prominent place as both a supernatural nexus, and the fact it was the main place the Vampire Diaries show took place in. He did wonder though what all those footnotes' purposes were. They felt more like symbolisms, leads to something else. Kind of like a message. Lucien's eyes narrowed at this. He had been researching and reasoning ways people could leave signs to things or messages in journals and books, trying to see if Samuel Colt did any of it in his own journal. He hasn't been too lucky with that one, but for some reason him feel like there was something deeper put into this. He wasn't sure though. He decided to continue reading. The section on public participation was equally strange. Town Resident Participation Guidelines. 1. Non-founding families may attend public ceremonies but must wear identification markers, subtle, as not to cause alarm. 2. All residents must submit to the blessing at town square entrance. 3. No resident may leave celebration grounds between sunset and midnight. 4. Children under 7 must be accompanied by blood relatives only, no exceptions. 5. Visitors must be personally vouched for by founding family member and wear visitor's token at all times. The chapter continued with detailed diagrams showing precise arrangements for the 5 founding families during key moments of the celebration, positions that formed a perfect pentagram when connected, though this geometric pattern was never explicitly mentioned in the text. This made both of Lucien's eyebrows raise up higher. A final section titled, Private Ceremonies, was frustratingly vague. Following public festivities, council members and verified bloodline representatives will proceed to Founders Hall for the remembrance and renewal. Attendance is mandatory. Absence without council dispensation will result in family censure and possible bloodline review. The offering sequence must be performed exactly as established in 1862, with modifications only as approved unanimously by council vote. See the Covenant of Founders for complete ritual requirements and consequences of improper execution. As he replaced the books, moonlight streamed through the library windows, creating an unusual prismatic effect that scattered tiny rainbows across the floor. Lucien approached, studying the glass. It appeared normal, yet the light behaved strangely when passing through it. Moving to a window overlooking the town, Lucien observed the quiet streets below. A police cruiser moved slowly down Main Street, normal nighttime patrol. Yet he noticed how the officer, presumably Sheriff Forbes based on Trevor's earlier comments, slowed near certain houses while completely ignoring others. More curious was the behavior of the few pedestrians still out. Despite the empty streets, not one person crossed the town square diagonally. Each walker, without exception, followed the perimeter paths, even when it clearly lengthened their journey. This place is quite bizarre. An effect of its supernatural nature perhaps. This world is far more supernatural than the shows I know, so it's quite possible. But even then, there has to be a reason why things are affected this way. I wonder. Lucien thought to himself. After an hour of observation, Lucien returned to his room, throwing himself onto the bed, to try and sleep again. Eggs up. Dean announced the next morning, sliding a plate in front of Lucien at the boarding house's massive kitchen table. Sam entered, looking tired but relieved. Dad's fever broke overnight. He's still unconscious, but his vitals are improving. That's something, at least, Dean said, returning to the stove where more breakfast sizzled. Zach arrived carrying a basket of fresh produce. Morning. Thought you might appreciate some local offerings. These came from the Fell farm yesterday. The tomatoes and berries were exceptional, bursting with flavor that spoke of rich soil and careful cultivation. Good, but not suspiciously so. So what's the plan? Sam asked, addressing Trevor who sat nursing a cup of black coffee. We maintain a low profile, Trevor replied. I need to make contact with local resources, get a better understanding of the current situation. Lucien, Trevor began after finishing a bite, fixing the youngest Winchester with a serious look. While we're here, you need to be careful. This town has eyes everywhere, and we don't want to attract attention. Lucien got the unspoken message, don't use your abilities unless absolutely necessary. Of course, Lucien wasn't a fool. He had already decided this himself before Trevor even mentioned it. Though what was annoying though, was the big amount of magical energy permeating through the entire town, made accurate sensing quite difficult. After breakfast, Zach suggested they explore the town. It'll reinforce your cover story, visiting family friends taking in the local sights. I'll stay with John, Trevor decided. You three go ahead. Mystic Falls by daylight was even more picturesque than it had appeared the previous evening. The town square boasted manicured lawns and flowering trees, with benches positioned at aesthetically perfect intervals. Lucien noticed security cameras mounted discreetly on lampposts. Their positioning suggested traffic monitoring, yet their angles covered the square completely, leaving no blind spots. Let's check out the local watering hole, Dean suggested, nodding toward a building with a sign reading, Mystic Grill. Inside, the restaurant had the comfortable, lived-in feel of a place where locals gathered. A few curious glances greeted their entrance, strangers in a small town always attracted attention, but nothing hostile. Welcome to Mystic Grill, a teenage boy with blonde hair greeted them, clearing a recently vacated table. Just passing through. Visiting family friends, the Salvatores actually, Dean replied smoothly, giving an inch to later take a mile in info. I'm Dean, these are my brothers Sam and Lucien. Matt Donovan, the boy introduced himself. He looked about 13, wearing an apron that suggested he worked here. Staying long. Depends on our dad's recovery, Sam explained. He's been ill. Matt nodded sympathetically. Sorry to hear that. My mom gets sick a lot too. That's why I help out here after school, bills don't pay themselves. As Matt took their order, Lucien studied the restaurant's other patrons. Normal small-town folk having lunch, nothing unusual except perhaps how they unconsciously maintained specific distances from each other, as if following an unwritten rule about personal space. So what's fun around here? Dean asked easily, ever the social one, when Matt returned with their drinks. Not much for teenagers, Matt admitted. School, sports, hanging out at the grill. My friends and I sometimes swim at the quarry in summer. Friends? Sam prompted. Yeah, Elena, Bonnie, Caroline, Matt listed, a slight blush appearing when he mentioned the first name. Known them forever. Caroline's mom is the sheriff, actually. Elena. Lucien thought to himself. He did of course remember the doppelganger. The human girl who would eventually become the center of a storm. Hunted by Klaus and various other beings who want her blood for their sickening rituals. He honestly knew he needed to do something about that when the time came. What kind of self-respecting hunter would he be if he didn't protect an innocent little girl from monsters? While thinking all this, as if summoned by her mention, a blonde woman in a sheriff's uniform entered the grill, her gaze immediately finding the unfamiliar faces. Speak of the devil, Matt murmured, stepping back as she approached. Welcome to Mystic Falls, she said, extending her hand. Sheriff Elizabeth Forbes. We don't get many visitors this time of year. Dean Winchester, Dean introduced himself, shaking her hand. My brother Sam and Lucien. We're staying with our friend Zach at the boarding house while our father recovers from surgery. The sheriff's posture relaxed slightly at the mention of Zach. Friends of the Salvatores. Zach's a valued member of our community. While Dean chatted with the sheriff, Lucien's attention was drawn to a framed map of Mystic Falls hanging on the wall. It appeared ordinary except for certain areas that seemed deliberately left blank, not marked as parks or buildings, just empty spaces. Mayor coming in, Matt whispered as he passed, nodding toward the door. A well-dressed man in his late 40s entered, radiating authority. His eyes scanned the restaurant, noting the sheriff's conversation with strangers. He approached with a politician's smile. Richard Lockwood, he introduced himself. Town mayor. Always pleased to meet friends. Lucien internally took note of how he called them friends. They had introduced themselves as friends of the Salvatores, not the Lockwoods. This could intentionally or unintentionally mean quite the close relations with the Salvatores that they are essentially like family. He could be looking too much into it though, the guy could just be being friendly. Though that didn't feel really possible for some reason. Am I being paranoid? Lucien internally asked himself after a moment. I've been constantly analyzing everything since we got here, when there hasn't been anything clearly worth being fearful of. Enjoying our little town, he asked. It's charming, Sam replied. Very, well maintained. We take pride in preservation, Mayor Lockwood said. History matters in Mystic Falls. His gaze turned towards Lucien. And what do you think of our town, young man? Lucien met the mayor's eyes, trying to look past the politician's smile. It feels like nowhere else I've been, he answered truthfully. Perceptive, Lockwood nodded, seeming pleased with the response. How long will you be staying with Zach? Depends on our father's recovery, Dean interjected. He's had some health complications. Nothing serious, I hope. The question sounded concerned, but Lucien doubted there was any truth to it. The man just didn't feel like the type. His instincts just told him so, not the Force, but his other instincts. He's never been one to not trust them, present and former life. Just needs rest, Sam said smoothly. The doctors recommended a quiet environment. Sheriff Forbes, who had remained silent during the exchange, checked her watch. I should get back to the station. Mayor, don't forget the council meeting this evening. Wouldn't dream of it, Lockwood replied, then turned back to the Winchesters. If you're interested in local history, the Founders Hall Museum is open Tuesday through Saturday. My wife Carol oversees it personally. We'll have to check it out, Dean said with a polite smile. As the mayor and sheriff departed together, Lucien noticed how other patrons subtly tracked their movement, conversations pausing momentarily until the door closed behind them. Important people around here, Matt commented as he returned to clear their plates. Mayor Lockwood runs pretty much everything in town. And the sheriff? Sam asked casually. Sheriff Forbes. She's okay. Tough but fair. Matt lowered his voice slightly. Her daughter Caroline's in my class. Says her mom's barely home these days, always at meetings or patrols. Sounds like a dedicated officer, Dean remarked. Matt shrugged. I guess. Town's been weird lately. More patrols, more meetings. He glanced around, then added, my mom says it's like this every few years. Some kind of cycle. Cycle? Lucien asked. Yeah, you know. Extra security, founding families getting all secretive. Usually happens before Founders Day. Matt straightened suddenly, as if realizing he was saying too much. Anyway, can I get you guys anything else? After declining dessert and paying their bill, they stepped back into the sunlight of the town square. We should head back, Sam suggested. Check on Dad. Do tell me how you found this chapter. What do you think, is Lucien being paranoid? Is Mystic Falls just a bit weird because of it being a supernatural nexus is all? I'm interested in hearing your thoughts. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 41, Whispers in the Dark. Lucien stared at the blackboard, trying to focus on Mrs. Henderson's lecture about ancient civilizations. 2 weeks had passed since their arrival in this peculiar town, 2 weeks of settling into the Salvatore boarding house while his father remained unconscious, 2 weeks of Trevor and Sam researching Dracula, 2 weeks of Dean growing increasingly restless with inaction. And now, somehow, he found himself sitting in a middle school classroom, pretending to be a normal 13-year-old. The ancient Egyptians developed sophisticated irrigation systems that allowed their civilization to thrive along the Nile. Mrs. Henderson was saying, her pointer tracing the river on a colorful map. Who can tell me which crops were most important to their economy? The arrangement had made sense when Trevor proposed it. They needed to maintain their cover story as family friends visiting the Salvatores. A kid Lucien's age should be in school. Zach had connections to create the necessary paperwork. Simple. What wasn't simple was the conversation they'd had with Kate over the phone last night. Bobby's reinforced the entire property, she had assured them, her voice crackling through the speaker. Iron, salt, every ward he knows. Adam's even helping paint sigils. Are you sure you don't want to join us? John had asked from his bed, finally conscious but still weak, his voice barely audible. We're safer separated, you said so yourself, Kate had replied, though not without each word feeling like ash in her mouth. Dracula's fixated on Lucien. He can't risk spreading his forces or drawing attention by moving his castle freely. Klaus would notice. A sharp pain beside him drew Lucien from his thoughts. Bonnie Bennett, seated at the desk to his right, winced suddenly, her hand rising to her temple. Lucien glanced at her with casual interest, then froze. Standing behind Bonnie was something. A creature that shouldn't be there. How had it snuck up on him? Blue-skinned and tall, at least 7 feet, with limbs too long for its torso. Its body seemed composed of smokeless blue flame, shifting and flickering like a candle in a draft. White fire formed what might generously be called hair, obscuring most of its face. Its hands, if they could be called that, rested on Bonnie's shoulders, long fingers with too many joints digging into her skin without leaving marks. Lucien blinked hard, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks. The creature remained, now bending down to whisper into Bonnie's ear, its mouth moving against the back of her neck, occasionally passing through it as if intangible. Lucien's mind raced. He looked around, looking to see if anyone else was seeing this, but Mrs. Henderson, who was in front of the class, eyes towards the everyone, wasn't seeing the thing. Meaning it was invisible. Creature of fire, blue fire. Invisible to normal people. Whispers. A Jinn. Lucien questioned himself, recalling what he'd read. Bonnie rubbed her temple again, frowning at her notebook. The creature's whispers continued, one hand moving to her chest, passing through her back to reach her heart. Mrs. Henderson's voice faded to background noise as Lucien observed the entity. Still no one else seemed to notice it, not even Bonnie herself, though she clearly felt its effects. The creature's whispers were too quiet for Lucien to make out, but Bonnie's expression darkened with each passing moment. Suddenly, the Jinn gripped Bonnie's head between its grotesque hands and squeezed. Bonnie gasped softly, her face contorting in pain. Without thinking, Lucien reached out and grabbed the creature's wrist. The contact was shocking, like plunging his hand into ice water. The Jinn's form felt solid yet wrong, like touching something through water. The creature's head snapped toward him with unnatural speed, its neck bending at an impossible angle. The white flame hair parted, revealing a face that made Lucien's stomach turn, hollow sockets where eyes should be, skin like cracked porcelain, and a mouth full of needle teeth arranged in concentric circles. It tried to pull away from Lucien's grip, then attempted to grab him with its free hand, but something prevented it. An invisible barrier seemed to exist between them, allowing Lucien to touch it but not the reverse. Mr. Winchester. Lucien startled, suddenly aware that his arm was raised in the air, gripping something no one else could see. Do you have a question? Mrs. Henderson asked, eyebrow raised. Lucien released the Jinn's wrist, thinking quickly. Yes, ma'am. I was wondering how the Egyptians' irrigation techniques compared to those of other civilizations. Mrs. Henderson's expression shifted from annoyed to impressed. An excellent question. The system actually had several key differences with others. As the teacher launched into her answer, Lucien glanced back at the Jinn. It had retreated slightly, its hollow eye sockets fixed on him with unmistakable fear and hatred. It continued whispering to Bonnie but now kept its distance from Lucien, moving to her other side. Throughout the remainder of class, Lucien observed the creature's behavior, cataloging details for later research. The Jinn never stopped its whispers, but now divided its attention between influencing Bonnie and watching Lucien with clear caution. When the bell rang, Lucien gathered his book slowly, watching as Bonnie left with the Jinn trailing behind her like a grotesque shadow. This is going to be a problem, he muttered to himself. The cafeteria was loud, full of loud conversations, laughter, the clatter of trays, and the unmistakable smell of food. Lucien had selected a corner table, hoping for solitude to process what he'd seen. The Jinn had followed Bonnie into the cafeteria, continuing its whispers. From this distance, Lucien could observe without being obvious. Bonnie sat with a couple girls her age, that one that he reasoned immediately from his past life's knowledge of the show to be Elena Gilbert. Elena was laughing at something some girl said, her dark hair falling over her shoulders. Even from across the room, Lucien could sense something unusual about her, a subtle warmth or resonance in her presence. He dismissed it as likely related to her doppelganger nature. That wasn't his concern right now. You're the new kid, right? Lucien looked up to find Caroline Forbes standing over him, blonde hair perfectly styled, bright smile firmly in place. Without waiting for an answer, she continued. You can't just sit alone on your first day. That's social suicide. Come on, you're sitting with us. Before Lucien could protest, Caroline had grabbed his tray and was marching toward her table, clearly expecting him to follow. With a resigned sigh, he did. He was kinda on autopilot really, still processing that in this place right now, not too far from him was a 7-foot-tall abomination. Everyone, this is Lucien Winchester, Caroline announced as they reached the table. He's staying with the Salvatores. Lucien, this is Elena, Bonnie, Matt, Tyler, and Dana. Lucien nodded politely as he took the empty seat beside Bonnie, directly across from where the Jinn loomed behind her. The creature immediately noticed him, its body contorting with rage. It hissed, the sound audible only to Lucien, like static in his ears. So, Caroline began, leaning forward, why did you move to Mystic Falls? Nobody ever moves here. My dad's recovering from surgery, Lucien replied, keeping his eyes on Caroline while acutely aware of the djinn's increasingly agitated movements. We're staying with the Salvatores while he recuperates. Are you related to them? Elena asked. No, just family friends. The djinn was now circling the table, moving behind Lucien, its clawed hands reaching for him but stopping short, as if hitting an invisible wall. It snarled, revealing multiple rows of teeth. How long are you staying? Matt asked, seeming genuinely interested. Lucien shrugged, fighting to maintain a normal expression as the djinn's face pressed against the invisible barrier near his ear, its teeth gnashing inches from his skin. Depends on my dad's recovery. Could be a while. You should join the science club, Caroline suggested brightly. We're doing a project on local ecosystems, and we need more members, especially boys. They never volunteer. Because it's boring, Tyler interjected, earning a glare from Caroline. It is not boring. It's important environmental work. As Caroline launched into a passionate defense of scientific exploration, Lucien considered his options regarding the djinn. He could attempt to use the Force against it, but without understanding the rules governing its interaction with him, that seemed risky. Whatever was preventing it from touching him was clearly effective, disrupting that protection could be dangerous. The djinn continued its attempts to reach him, clawing at the invisible barrier between them. Its hatred was palpable, but beneath that, Lucien sensed fear. It was terrified of him. Lucien. Elena's voice broke through his thoughts. Are you okay? You seem distracted. Sorry, he replied, refocusing. Just a lot to take in on the first day. Elena smiled sympathetically. I bet. Don't worry about Caroline's recruitment efforts. You don't have to join anything until you're settled. Elena, Caroline protested, he needs to get involved. It's the only way to make friends. Or he could just, talk to people, Bonnie suggested quietly, speaking for the first time. Her eyes met Lucien's briefly, curious and slightly suspicious. The djinn immediately intensified its whispering to her, causing Bonnie to wince and look away. Are you all right? Lucien asked her directly. Just a headache, Bonnie replied. I've been getting them a lot lately. I'm not surprised with all the tests coming up, Caroline said. Speaking of which, are you joining our study group? We meet at Elena's on Thursdays. Lucien weighed his options. Everyone is really open in this town, inviting someone to a study group who you just met at a friend's house. Is this normal? Is this a Mystic Falls thing or an America thing? Lucien thought to himself, since he in his previous life didn't grow up in America, and honestly wasn't the most social kid. Being around Bonnie more would allow me to observe the djinn and potentially find a way to help her, since it's clearly hurting her. Sure, if that's okay with everyone. Of course it is, Elena assured him with a warm smile. The djinn let out a sound like steam escaping a pressure valve, its form seeming to expand and contract with rage. For the remainder of lunch, Lucien maintained the appearance of a normal conversation while observing both the djinn and Bonnie. The creature never stopped its whispering, and Lucien noted how Bonnie's expression would occasionally darken, her responses becoming slightly sharper before returning to normal. When the bell rang signaling the end of lunch, Caroline extracted a promise from Lucien to join them again tomorrow before hurrying off to her next class. Matt and Tyler left together, discussing basketball practice, while Dana departed with a casual wave. What class do you have next? Elena asked as they cleared their trays. Science with Mr. Phillips, Lucien replied. Same as Bonnie. I've got English, Elena said. See you guys later. As Elena walked away, Lucien felt that unusual warmth recede. Walking beside Bonnie towards science class, with the djinn hovering between them, Lucien considered how to approach the situation. Direct intervention seemed risky without more information. The headaches, he said casually, have you seen a doctor about them? Bonnie shrugged. My gram says they're growing pains. Growing pains. She's big on the whole, becoming a woman, thing lately, Bonnie replied with an eye roll. Everything is a sign of my emerging womanhood, or whatever. Lucien nodded, reasoning that Sheila Bennett was likely referring to her granddaughter's emerging witch powers. What she maybe didn't know, cause if she knew, she would have done something about it already, right? Was the djinn's influence complicating matters? Or is she helpless about this thing? Can't be right. My family has some herbal remedies that might help, Lucien offered. I could bring some tomorrow. The djinn hissed violently at this, moving closer to Bonnie's ear, its whispers becoming more urgent. I don't take stuff from people I just met, Bonnie replied, her tone suddenly cold. She blinked, looking surprised at her own response. Sorry, that came out harsh. I'm fine, really. No problem, Lucien said easily. The offer stands if you change your mind. They reached the classroom and took their seats, the djinn resuming its position behind Bonnie, occasionally casting hateful glances at Lucien throughout the lesson. When the final bell rang, Lucien found himself oddly exhausted. Maintaining a normal appearance while being the only person aware of a malevolent supernatural entity was mentally draining. Outside the school, he spotted Trevor's Land Rover waiting in the pickup line. He bid goodbye to Bonnie, Elena, and Caroline, who were walking home together, then made his way to the vehicle. "How was school?" Trevor asked as Lucien climbed in, his tone lightly mocking. "Weird as hell," Lucien replied, waiting until Trevor had pulled away from the school before continuing. "There was a thing attached to one of my classmates. I think it was a djinn." Trevor's casual expression vanished, replaced by sharp focus. "You saw a djinn? You're certain?" Blue skin, made of something like fire, but no smoke, whispering into a girl's ear and causing her pain. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure." Trevor whistled low. "That's unusual. Most people can't see them at all." "So that actually was that? A djinn?" "Based on your description, yeah. A Korean most likely, a personal demon corruptor," Trevor confirmed, turning onto the road leading to the Salvatore boarding house. "Ancient beings that exist parallel to humans. Created from smokeless fire as humans were created from clay, according to Islamic tradition. This one was attached to a girl named Bonnie Bennett," Lucien stated. Trevor's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Bennett?" Lucien nodded. "She doesn't seem aware of her powers yet, but yes," he continued, Trevor having explained to the Winchesters about the Bennetts being a witch family, but not the demonic kind, and to stay the fuck away from them. "That makes sense," Trevor muttered. "Jinn are drawn to power, especially untapped potential. A Bennett witch coming into her abilities would be irresistible." "It was hurting her," Lucien said. "Causing headaches, whispering things I couldn't hear. When I grabbed its wrist, it couldn't touch me back, like there was some kind of barrier." "You touched it?" Trevor asked sharply. "Directly. Yeah. It freaked out when it realized I could see it." Trevor was silent for a long moment, then sighed. "Look, you're a smart kid, so you probably know this already, but jinn are of the two types basically. Those that follow Iblis, a fallen angel jinn, and those that don't. Those that don't aren't important right now, but they're basically like humans, can have their own beliefs, cultures, religions, etc. The ones that follow Iblis, or Azazel as he was formerly known The name Azazel immediately made Lucien think of Yellow Eyes, watching from the dark, remembering when he saw them years ago when they were packing to join his family and hunt. These corrupted jinn, they're parasites. They feed on negative emotions, whispering evil thoughts, gradually building a negative aura around their hosts. "Why?" Lucien asked. "Control," Trevor replied grimly. "That negative aura eventually allows high-level demons to control these individuals remotely, like puppets on strings, without the limitations of direct possession. They say jump, and these evil people will ask how high." Lucien frowned. "Why bother with that when possession is a thing?" "That's the million-dollar question," Trevor said, turning onto the long driveway leading to the boarding house. "My theory? There must be cosmic rules limiting possession that we haven't discovered yet, divine protections that the demons are working around through this indirect method." He parked the Land Rover and turned to face Lucien fully. "These corrupted jinn target the influential and powerful most aggressively. It's why so many wealthy and powerful people engage in evil shit." Trevor turned silent for a moment, while he gave Lucien a side glance, and turned his focus back onto the road, having apparently made a decision. "You're a hunter, so I won't sugarcoat it. I don't know if you've heard of it, it's the thing that comes easiest at the top of my head right now, the 1979 James scandal. It's about political and business figures being said to be pedophiles, trafficking kids. A whole trafficking ring. In 1986 it was called a carefully created hoax. People can say what they want, but I believe it to be as true as the fucking sun. See, these parasites, when you give them an inch they'll take a mile. Once you engage in a bit of evil they whisper to you, you gain that bad aura, making you more susceptible if you don't know they're there, and then more easily convinced to do evil. This blows up, they make you the most demonic, evil, scum of the earth actions, like going after kids, doing satanic rituals, sacrificing people, to then being, as I said, able for high enough level demons to completely control them. I really don't like the sound of this." Though Lucien grimly. Trevor turned silent for a long moment, till he sighed, "Look kid. I'm telling you this, 'cause I've seen how your family looks at humans. Your big brother Dean and I have had a few beers, and talked about hunter business, personal experiences, and the like, and I know how your family is very focused on how evil the supernatural is. To me though, they're neglecting how evil the humans they convince to their side can be. Some of those humans can be called more demon than demons. I just want you to know that, and not hesitate if you meet them, and kill them when you get the chance." For some reason, Lucien felt that Trevor's words were far more relevant right now than some distant future. "Now, about the girl, it was Bonnie, right?" Trevor asked, giving Lucien a side glance, who nodded silently, clearly in a lot of though. "She's probably got as a Bennett immense magical potential," Trevor reminded him. Her bloodline is one of the most powerful witch lineages in existence. If demons could control that power, can we help her? Lucien suddenly asked, finding his voice again. Remove the djinn somehow. Trevor's expression grew troubled. It's not that simple. These things are everywhere, Lucien. Probably the only reason you can see this particular one is because it must be exceptionally powerful for its kind, making it visible to your supernatural senses. Most people go their entire lives with these entities attached to them, never knowing. Lucien winced, having already read and known about this, Trevor's own earlier explanation, something he has thought about as well. That's fucked up. Welcome to the real world, Trevor said with a humorless laugh. According to Belmont family records, Dracula once commanded a group of jinn for information gathering. They can travel between planes of existence, even flying close to heaven to eavesdrop on angels, who throw meteors at them when discovered, or visiting hell freely. Made them invaluable spies. As they exited the car and walked toward the boarding house, Lucien fell silent, still processing everything Trevor had told him. Trevor placed a hand on his shoulder. We'll figure something out. But as they entered the boarding house, Lucien couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this situation than Trevor was telling him. The explanation didn't sit right. No, it's not that it didn't sit right. It's the timing. Why did Trevor go into such specifics right now, and why did Lucien feel it has something to do with Mystic Falls? So, I've been gone for a bit. Busy with life. About what Trevor stated, the James scandal isn't a real thing in real life. It's just that with the whole Epstein case, I'm censoring myself, cause I have no idea if some words can't be in chapters on web novel or not, have never heard that it can't, but I'm taking precautions. Went into quite the rabbit hole, and picked up some knowledge of dark shit, and now it's inspired me for quite the villains. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye.